speak. In about a month, it'll be a Warriors Wednesday. As we see Steve Kerr talking to Tim Kawakami in the SF Standard about split action and DeAnthony Melton and Kyle Anderson. I'm starting to get excited for basketball. But we will talk a lot of football today. Niners, where are they at right now? Where are they at? We got some Shanahan questions. We got defensive questions. We're going to hear from Fred Warder, who spoke. He's got a lot to say. 888-957-9570 is the number. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? All the overnight dances. I think it was a dry Tuesday, man. Giants are down in Arizona. There's not much going on in the Bay Area right now, so I'm not sure how much the overnight dancers are making. Maybe they're on strike like the hotel workers, man. Hopefully they get their due out there as they're striking right now. The hotel economy is taking a little hit here in the city. But anyway, good morning. YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing. Got the dealer. We got Lubman back there. We got Killer Cam on the board today. No Spadone. We got Killer Cam. Cam's in the building.
Killer Cam.
Killer Cam.
I might need to hear that song.
He's not Cam from It Is What It Is. He's not that Cam. He's just a Cam who works
or Cam Chancellor.
Or Cam Chancellor. He's not that Cam Chancellor. No. Cameron Jordan from the Saints? No, he's not that guy.
No.
He's just Cam here at 95.7.
You said that today was a dry Wednesday.
No, I mean a dry night.
It was not a dry night in the Shasky household. So the baby was crying. I don't know what point. I was out cold. And Michelle decides to bring him into the room. As I've told you over and over again, I was like, Michelle, stop making this a habit. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's very self-aware. It's like the robots becoming self-aware. The AI is real.
These kids are very manipulative.
So next thing I know, he's lying down next to me, and he's just so happy. And he's up. And I'm like, dude, go to bed. Go to bed. Well, at one point, I get up, and, take the dogs out to the restroom, come back. Michelle's feeding him in the other room. She's going to try to put him back down.
Right.
I roll over, and what do you think I feel? Soaking wet sheets.
Oh, boy. Peed in the bed for the first time.
Or the his own bed.
Or the pee leaked through the diaper.
Yes, into our room.
Yeah.
Into our bed.
Yeah.
Right next to me. And I said, "Jeez, Michelle, what are we doing?"
That's happened.
Many a time.
Welcome to parenthood, Chasky.
Yeah, I'm well aware.
Welcome to parenthood.
There's nothing worse than getting soaked, rolling over.
And it's on your side of the bed, correct?
Of course it's on my side of the bed.
That's happened on my side of the bed.
And I'm so close to waking up anyway to get up for work that I might as well just all right, I'm just gonna lean into it. I'm here. This is where I'm at. I'm just gonna fall back asleep over the wet, soaking sheets.
That's what you do. And
now
it gets nasty.
What do you think is the first thing waiting for me when I get home?
Laundry. You're gonna do it.
Buckets of laundry.
Oh yeah. The men, you know what? I can't stand laundry. And over the last 4 years, I've become the laundry guy.
Oh, well.
Blankets, sheets. The only thing that Anna washes is Chez's clothes, and she doesn't even do that anymore. It's all me. So I'm walking to the laundry room with like 8 loads of clothes, and I'm in there sweating bullets left and right. So last night, speaking of, since kids want to jump in beds, and Chez has had this habit over the last 6 months, building a toddler bed for her has totally backfired because all she does is get out and jump in our bed at 1 a.m. But last night, we just hear her scream, "Ah!
Yeah.
Ah!" What is going on? Mama, leaves her room. She had a nightmare. Did she
have the same nightmare I had? Brock Purdy could be, injured with this back?
No,
the MRI results didn't come back well?
No, I don't think she had that.
Shanahan and clock management in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, I don't think she had that type of a nightmare.
Nick Bosa not getting to the quarterback? Same nightmare I'm having?
No. She didn't have that nightmare. I'm sure it was some Disney movie or whatnot, but she's screaming left and right, breathing hard, so you had to calm her down and bring her to the bed. And next thing you know, I'm halfway off the bed at 3 a.m. thinking, what is my life right now? There's no such thing as a clean sleep. With the child, there's just no such thing. Maybe she was having dreams about the Giants bringing back Farhan Zaidi and said, Farhan's back. I don't know. I don't know what's rolling in that girl's head.
It's just... kids, huh? What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Speaking of the kids, how about those Giants?
Hey, you know what?
How about those Giants? They turned into the 27 Yankees the minute they got the code red from up top. Just my feeling, just a little hunch that I have. I think Bob Melvin and them boys got the call. Hey, guess what? We're getting rid of Farhan, and we're already on the search. And I think everybody took a deep breath and said, now's the time to start playing well. They look like a group of guys, the Giants do, that no changes on the way. Don't they?
Well, it's, again, September 30th and October 1st is looming large. And I don't know how this is going to go down, but I'm starting to feel good. I'm starting to feel better and better and better because I didn't at the time of the trade deadline. Hey, if they don't make the playoffs, Farhan's gone. And I was like, no way. No way. And the way he started talking and the way people started discussing the Giants, I'm thinking to myself, midway through August, like, this guy's going to be back. Then they went to Milwaukee, just laid an egg, right? Remember that road trip? They laid an egg. And I thought, boy, what lifeless baseball.
They didn't score for a month.
Right. I was like, boy, August is just, ooh, this is rough. But at the same time, I'm thinking, boy, we're going into this daunting stretch, this daunting September. They're going to scuffle. And they scuffled just enough to get eliminated from the playoffs 2 weeks before the season is over. Now they're dressing it up, and they may finish 500. They may finish 2 games over 500. And people who's got the over 81.5 are probably back in business thinking, we can cash this ticket. Giants going to hit the win total. But it's not good enough to make the playoffs. And if they don't make the playoffs, I heard it's not good enough for Giants management, which means Farhan may be shown the door. But you know what? Watching them last night, Shasky, they're not in the worst position.
No.
If they do get rid of Farhan Zaidi. They got some pillars here. Ramos has rectified the season, but you know what?
I think he's finishing on a high note.
Yeah, 333 over his last 7 days. He's got 21 jacks. I feel good about him starting in the outfield next season.
First 4-hit game in his career.
Great.
Yeah,
awesome.
It's been awesome.
But he was an all-star.
Yeah.
He's had a very look, he scuffled as a league trying to figure him out. It's his first big league season.
100%.
First big league season playing full-time, but 270, 22 jacks, 71 RBIs, right field, left field, whatever you want to put him. I got no problem with that. And this is after a bad August, in which he batted 237. To see him finish now, he's only batting 244 in September. But start to see the power come back a little bit. The plate appearances.
It's above league average.
Listen, I'm okay with Ramos.
Yeah.
I don't know what position Fitz is, but he's a player.
I think Fitz eventually will be your second baseman. I feel like they're going to sign Kim from San Diego. That's got Giants written all over it.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
Well, multi-year deal. Like, give him a couple years. He's got
speed.
What?
He's got speed.
Yeah, but defensively, I just think you need a shortstop. And I like Fitz. I think he's a second baseman. Look, Chapman's having a monster year. For a variety of reasons, right? Like he's clearly hitting out of position in the cleanup spot. And you look up, and I said this to you about a month ago, and we were going back and forth, and I mean, he's going to have close to 30 home runs. He's going to have 40-something doubles. He's going to have about 80-something RBIs. He's had a really good year.
It's a really good year for him.
You know, and then let me keep going. Yeah, Yastrzemski. And look,
how about the inside the park home run and everything like that the other day? Real quick on Chapman before we move on to Yastrzemski. Because I'm not sure where he fits into the plans. I know Conforto doesn't fit into the plan.
Oh, he's gonna hoodwink somebody this offseason.
But you know what? Yeah, because he hit a bomb.
He's had a great month.
He's had a great month. He's getting paid, and he's going to be somebody's DHs next year. There's no doubt about it. And you know what? He could platoon somewhere, and he's got power. The problem with Conforto is can't stay healthy.
No.
You can't stay healthy. When you can't stay on the field, it takes you a while to get back in the rhythm, and that's where we're at with that. But Chapman, in the year he's had, because I wasn't huge on the signing, I understand he played a great third base, but the way he plays hard, an example for these youngsters, he's the right guy to have in his clubhouse, and I don't care if he's going to bat 250. When you hit nearly 30 home runs, this is a big-time year for the Giants. When I see 27 home runs for the Giants,
that's what I'm saying.
I'm saying, whoa, okay. Nearly an 800 OPS and 80 RBIs. To sign him long-term, I'm on board with it. I don't care if you overpaid. I don't care if you gave him an extra year. I don't care if you gave him a no-trade clause. To have a third baseman like that, to know that I got Ramos, to know that I got Fitz, it's not a bad starting point. Not a bad starting point for this offensive lineup.
Well, then, I know Bailey had a big home run last night. Like his best swing of the year, it felt like last night. I got major question marks on him.
Yeah.
I hope he can be salvaged. I think they need to insulate the catcher position with another guy who they can trust long-term. It can't be Kirk Cosell. It's got to be somebody else. Bonte, what day did they get eliminated? Does anyone know what day they got eliminated, Sam?
A couple weeks ago.
Was it the 15th? Was it the 16th?
It was the last, what was it?
The Orioles game.
Against the, or what day did they get walked off?
Thursday day game.
Okay,
Thursday day
that was
game,
when they got eliminated.
It feels like to me, after not scoring against the Brewers on the 12th, not scoring against the Padres on the 13th, not scoring against the Padres again on the 14th, and then on the 15th they lose. It's Roberto Clemente Day that Sunday. I feel like that off day, everyone was notified as big changes are coming. Because look at what they've done since the 16th.
I know.
10-0 versus the Orioles on the 17th. 5-3 versus the Orioles on the 18th. Yeah, they lose 3-5 on the 19th. They beat the Royals. The Royals were in a huge slide. Part of that, the Giants just knocking them out. They beat them 2-1. Then they beat them 9-0. Then they score 2 again on the Sunday getaway game. Then they beat the D-backs on Monday.
Think about that before you move on here.
2 of the hottest teams.
The Royals score 1 run.
Yeah.
In 3 games in that series. 1 run. Blew me away.
And they were the hottest team for 3 months. And the Giants put them into a 6 or 7 game slide. And then the Diamondbacks, who are still fighting, right? 6-3, they beat them on Monday. And then 11-0 last night. You can't tell me this doesn't look like a roster that's like, all right, we could take a deep breath. Like, we know we're not going to get yo-yoed.
Playing their spoiler role late in the season, playing hard, finish the season on a high note. I think it is important for guys. And I can't wait to talk to Fleming a little later today at 9:20. We got Eric Crocker at 7:20 to talk some Niners here and get into the defense and everything. I love Crocker. We love Crocker. Locked On 49ers podcast. Really good. Gives some really good insight there. So we'll get to the defense with Eric Crocker at 7:20 on the River Islands guest line. But what I think about, and I can't wait to ask Flip this about some of these guys. I look, momentum. Can you bring something into this year, into next season?
I don't care about momentum.
I don't, but I do think it's important for guys like Ramos, guys like Fitz. You know, Chapman's going to feel good going into the offseason. Birdsong, Logan Webb, who's a pillar on this team in your starting rotation. Some of these bullpen arms, too. Where's Ryan Walker at? Maybe Camilo Duvall, if he's around. I don't know. But can you get these guys feeling good going into the offseason and on a high note? And I think you're doing that right now, Shasky. Now, you know, they had Jung Hoo Lee on the broadcast. You saw a little Jung Hoo Lee. And look, maybe there's some hope there for him. Maybe there's some hope that he could be a player at the top of the lineup. The verdict is still out on him. Trust me, I was hard on him for his first 37, 38 games. But the verdict is still out on him. Will a new GM? Because I'm banking on Farhan getting axed next week. I am. I feel really good about that. And if he comes back, boy, it's going to be a massive, massive blow to this fan base.
I think morale for the fans would be, it would basically signify nothing's changed.
You know what? And all of a sudden, I think people will start feeling better about the Giants, maybe feeling as good about the Giants as any team in this market right now. With the way the Niners are scuffling, we don't know about the Golden State Warriors. The Sharks are obviously rebuilding.
I was watching a little Sharks last night.
The little Sharkies, man. They're fun. They're fun, man. I'm telling you, get you down to a game. LJ will love it. He'll start doing the Shark thing. LJ will start doing the Shark thing and start losing his mind.
Well, yesterday I flipped on Coco Melon and he lost his mind.
Oh, well.
Season 1, episode 1, this animal dance. I mean, he was going crazy at the television.
You see nothing. Hickory dickory dock. The mouse went up the clock. I mean, it is. You got nothing. 3 Little Pigs mini movie. Cocomelons for the next year. You're stuck.
Yeah. Well, so here we go. You bring up Logan Webb, and last night he surpassed 200 innings pitched on the season.
204.
You're looking at a guy, he threw 150 basically in 2021, right? And remember, he was red hot for the final couple months. 192 in 2022. Last year leads all of baseball with 216 innings pitched. And then this year, he's going to be at the top of the charts. I don't know if he makes his final start of the year on Sunday. If I was him, I would want to be back-to-back innings leader. I know that doesn't mean a lot to others, but to me, that means a lot.
I think he's pitching.
I do too.
I think he wants the ball.
And I'm thinking to myself, and Bonte, I put this out last night on Twitter underneath a Pavlovich tweet. I just think we've lost perspective on how good 2 players were. I know. You're going to say, Joe, no, I know how good we are. Matt Cain, okay, just to give you an idea of what 200 innings is. Matt Cain, from 2006 through 2013, I'm going to give it to you. 6 straight 200-plus innings, and the 7th was 185. The 8th was 190. 190, 200, 217, 217, 223, 221, 219, 184.
Bulldog.
With a lot of playoff innings in there as well.
Bulldog. And that's why when his arm gave out, it's like, well, look at what you did. That's horse-like stuff right there. That's just eating innings.
And then let me give you Lincecum. From the first year, he went 150. After that, 227, 225, 212, 217, 186, 197, 155 with a ton of playoff innings. I think the era of the horse is actually coming back.
Yeah, I do too.
I think starting pitching and being a guy like Logan Webb, who I can give the ball to and make 30 to 33 starts a year, I think it's coming back.
Yeah, I do too. I think baseball's trended that way with some of these pitchers and the way the game's being played now. We're getting back to some old school baseball with the speed. And if you got Shohei with 50-50, Jose Ramirez going to go 40-40 last year. Ronald Acuna Jr. with 40-70. So guys are running left and right. Bobby Witt Jr.'s 30 for 30-30. Gunnar Henderson is going 30-30. I mean, you got all these guys. I mean, you got all these players now. And now these pitchers, they want the ball. They're tired of the reputation they have right now is like, wait a minute, I'm just a 5-inning guy? You're telling me I can only go through the lineup twice? Hell with that. Give me the ball. I'm mowing them down 3 times. And so that is very, very impressive. I fully expect Logan Webb to take the ball on Sunday to end on a high note at Oracle Park against the St. Louis Cardinals. It's a good point about the horse, about guys eating innings.
It's coming back.
Because I do believe it's coming back. Guys are training their arms for that.
I do too. And I think baseball's going to make some changes. I think they're going to reduce the amount of games. I know everyone thinks I'm crazy there. I think they know. Like, the season's a month too long. They know. And I don't know how they're going to reconfigure it, but they'll figure it out. The last thing I'll make is, you're going to look at Kyle Harrison, and Birdsong's years, and you're just going to look at their numbers. And you're going to say, Joe, they had very similar years. I'm telling you right now, watching the 2 pitch, I think Harrison's still got another year to go. Yes. I hope he can figure it out this offseason. I think it's a lot to ask. To me, he needs to go to the Tom Glavine school of learning how to throw breaking balls for strikes early in counts. Birdsong will be one of my high breakout candidates across baseball next year. I think he could be a 14 or 15 game winner next year.
Ooh,
I really do.
Oh, you set the bar high.
I think Birdsong's an absolute stud.
4.37 ERA, 4.66 whip. I don't want to go there yet, but I do think he's a solid pitcher, and I do think he's ahead of Kyle Harrison. He is ahead of Kyle Harrison. I think he's got the stuff. Now he's got to figure out how to mix it up a little bit because people start sitting on his fastball. They start sitting on his off-speed stuff. And right now, he's a 5-inning pitcher. But I don't know if Kyle Harrison is even a 5-inning pitcher. He's not stretched out he's not stressed out like that.
Quietly, they, shut him down for the season.
Yeah, I know.
With the shoulder inflammation. They shut him down during the middle of the year. I told you he wasn't going to get to the end.
Well, no, I was worried. Remember I said put him in a bullpen. Yeah. I was not impressed. He was one of my more disappointing players. You asked me, and I was disappointed in him because of the expectations and the hype that was placed onto him. I want to get into some Farhan quotes before we pivot to the 49ers because I think that day is coming, Giants fans. I think the day is coming. One of the worst, you talk about having a Q rating so damn low. Is there anybody who's had a worse Q rating amongst their fans than Farhan Zaidi? We're going to get into some quotes he had yesterday. Shayna Rubin for this SF Chronicle. We should maybe get her on soon to talk about this, or I guess we'll have plenty of Giants talk next week because I think Farhan is God. I really do. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Eric Crocker, 720. Dave Fleming, 920. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Let's break. Talk a little Farhan on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, is that Mob Deep right there? Little Mob Deep. All right, Cam. By the way, if you're subscribed to Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, then you know it's the best podcast when it comes to Giants talk. Sam Lupp and Joe Shasky bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay, no matter what happens the rest of the season, good or bad. Subscribe today wherever you listen to your podcast. Before we move on to Niners, we got to get this Giants talk out, and we'll get it back on with Dave Fleming. But it is a Wednesday. We got to figure out where we're at with the sporting scene here in the Bay Area. And, of course, the Niners are installing their game plan for the New England Patriots. They'll be on the practice field later on today in Santa Clara. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan. We'll get an MRI update on Brock Purdy on that back. That is day-to-day. That's, boy, got to have Brock Purdy in this game, right? You have to. We'll see what's going on with the 49ers a little bit later, but we'll talk to Crocker at 7:20 about the Niners and their defense and how they can generate a pass rush here. But Farhan out of nowhere yesterday, Shasky, spoke to the press, I guess. And Shayna Rubin for the San Francisco Chronicle was in Phoenix. And, she wrote a story yesterday, and I guess Farhan's not feeling well enough to travel with the team after two visits to the hospital. And so he took time Tuesday to address where he thinks the team faltered, his future with the organization, and if ownership keeps him on for the last guaranteed year of his contract, and his vision for the future. And Shayna mentions that, hey, his seat is getting hot. They made the playoffs once during the 6-year tenure, and fans are getting very antsy about the dearth of compelling baseball. Zaidi wouldn't address his own view of his job security, but he understands that ownership is evaluating his status. And Farhan said, Shasky, it's my job to evaluate everything in my purview, and it's their job to evaluate everything in their purview, plus me. So I know that process is happening, and I understand it. Now, he talks about middle infield and getting another player, and talks about Marco Luciano. He mentions Blake Snell, how he's going to have a big table and that they're going to probably go into free agency, knowing that everybody's going to be bidding on Blake Snell. But these quotes came out of nowhere. I had no idea he was speaking. It was fascinating to me. And he spoke like a guy who's going to be around next season. Then he also spoke like a guy who knows that, boy, they're watching. They're checking every box to see if I'm worthy enough to be the president of baseball operations next season with the Giants.
Here's the quote that it got me right in the ribs. Quote unquote from Farhan. But I think it's my responsibility, and as an organization, we have to figure out our identity and not feel like just because the strategy is successful, it's the right thing for us, Zaidi said. So I think it's been a little bit of a learning process for me. And again, I think we've had a lot of discussions about that and are pretty well aligned. You don't know what your identity is?
6 years in.
Wait, you don't know what your identity is, and it's still a learning process? And then the part of, the strategy's been successful. No, it is not.
No, it's not.
It hasn't been successful on the field, and it hasn't been successful in terms of generating revenue and fan support. Yep. So, those are the kind of quotes where I look at it and I say, this guy it took you 6 years to realize we didn't like platoons.
Right.
We told you after 2021.
We didn't like platoons.
This to me, and I think that the Larry Bear situation, I've been thinking about this really long and hard, right? When Larry Bear had the situation where he was basically forced to kind of take a backseat, I think Farhan had carte blanche on doing whatever he wanted for a long time. And I think that he thought he could do no wrong, and I'm going to run it my way. And I think to a degree, it's probably the only way to do it. Like, if you were going to bring him in, you got to let him kind of do things his way. And I think it took him a long time to realize, why aren't you guys all in on this?
Right.
And it's like, bro, we like to win a certain way.
Yeah.
For example, I think about this all the time. To win in Philadelphia, you have to win a certain way.
Yep.
To win in New York, you have to win a certain way. To be the Niner coach, you have to win a certain way. The Warriors right now, there's a standard. How about the Lakers? Now, the Warriors didn't have one before, but they do now.
Right.
The Lakers, you could be successful, but you got to win a certain way.
You got to win with flash, with style, with swagger. And to your point about Farhan and winning a certain way, we have to win, but we have to win with some star power. This market, ever since they moved from New York City, and brought in Willie Mays to the city of San Francisco. They've basically had a star with a little stretch in the 70s, maybe late 70s, early 80s. But for the most part, this has been a star-driven market when it comes to the baseball team. You mentioned Matt Cain and Tim Lincecum and Madison Bumgarner and Buster Posey and Hunter Pitts and Pablo Sandoval, whether it's Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent, whether it's Rob Ned, whether it's Rod Beck, shooter, this market needs a star. And so to your point about winning a certain way, we need to win, and we need to have our guy, our Superman, our guy that say, yeah, we got our all-star. We have our all-pro Major League Baseball player.
Would Moneyball work in New York?
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
Yeah, Philadelphia. Go ahead, ask me. Would it work in Philadelphia?
No.
Boston?
Right. So, but that's what I'm saying. And I think that what ended up happening is, he thought he could win a certain way, and it would be okay. And well, they haven't won enough. That's to me, that's the overriding thing. Had you been a 90-win team every year and you were operating like the Brewers, I'd be like, hey man, the results speak for themselves.
Yep.
But you're not. And so when you're not winning a certain way and you're not winning at all, you leave yourself open for criticism. And what I believe is going to happen is I think the Giants are going to do one of two things. I think they're going to hire some sort of a head baseball ops, John Lynch, Jerry West face who's got a baseball background, who is a old school baseball guy. And I think that guy is going to hire a right-hand man who's a little more analytical, and you're going to see more of a blend.
Yeah, a little combination there,
Yeah,
a little
that's
analytical.
what I think is going to happen.
Also,
I do want to get David Sampson on, and I talked to Lubman about this. During the search, I'm fascinated as to how these searches go about, because you and I, we don't really know front offices around baseball.
Nobody does in baseball. Nobody knows front offices, who's a baseball guy, who's the guy. Like, it's different in basketball, football, right? We know these guys. They're out in front, you know who's who. Back to the Larry Bear angle here. Larry Bear they've basically shut the door on him in terms of like the big boy decisions, right? It's been Greg Johnson and Farhan, and Larry Bear has been on the other side. Now, Larry Bear has shown his face, but it feels like Larry Bear doesn't have that power that he once had, to your point, that Farhan's been able to run the show. And I believe that has been grinding Larry Bear. Larry Bear wants back in the mix. Now, I don't know if he'll ever be back in the mix, but I think when he sees Farhan running the show, and Larry Bear's in a showman, he wants to entertain, he wants to get sellout crowds, he wants to sell things to the public. I thought he was on the short list for a long time to be the commissioner of baseball. That's how highly I thought of Larry Bear for a while. And so when I think about Larry Bear and the panda hats and everything like that, he's looking at Farhan saying, dude, I can't even do what I do because of the way you're running the team.
Exactly.
So I need to bust in the door. And I think him getting shut out, I'm not saying he's leaking things, but I think it has led to leaks. So now there's a disconnect up there at 24 Willie Mays Plaza where guys are not on board. Do you really think Larry Bear is on the same page with Farhan Zaidi?
No.
You think he's on the same page with Greg Johnson right now? I don't think so.
Do you think Buster Posey, who clearly has influence on stuff that's going on right now, you think Buster Posey's happy with what's going on?
Absolutely. There's a lot of chaos happening within those walls that at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. So to your point about Larry Bear or Farhan and doing it, no, he doesn't get it. And to say that I'm just now figured out what the fans want. Well, that's part of the problem, too. If Flip has kind of touched on this. Flip has touched on this over the last month here on the Morning Roast. I've talked to, what did Flip say? I've talked to Farhan. I think you should talk more. You need to get out there more, and it's almost too late.
I know.
You went the first 3-4 years where you're kind of MIA. Sure, you did weekly radio appearances, but, you know, the guys are not going to press you when you get to GM. You're going to have a lot of fun. We know that. We talk to Bob Myers every week. You ask a couple hard-hitting questions. Other than that, you're going to have some fun with these guys because you don't make them feel uncomfortable. That's just the way it is. But the Flip's point about not being out there in the community, being personable, that's a sticky point, I think, too.
And the other thing is you have to understand the dynamics of a front office. So, for example, when I look at, the Warriors, if you are Dunleavy and you're going to take that job, you better empower the Lake-Ups or you're not going to get a lot of friends in that front office. And I don't think that's a negative. I think that's understanding, the reality of your situation. If you're John Lynch and you get into the situation that he is with Kyle Shanahan, you couldn't just run Parag Maratte off.
Oh, absolutely.
Parag has been a trusted agent of the Yorks for a long time, and he's made him a lot of money. So what did John Lynch do? Well, he empowered him. Now, is there a time where you got to rein that in a little? Absolutely. But you can't just shut that guy out because you have to understand the importance of what he means to the people who really matter, which are the higher-ups. If you don't think Larry Bear has look, he's shown and demonstrated his value to the organization.
Yep.
All right. You can't just shut him out. And I do believe he's been shut out for the last 5 years. And I think him and Bob Melvin and Buster, I think they're going to get their way.
Yeah, I do too. You mentioned John Lynch and Parag Marate. Marate is always in the suite with John Lynch. So to your point about empowerment, he's right there. Hey, come sit next to me at the game. We're hand in hand. This is what we're doing here. So 925 real quick. You think Snell, 925 Xfinity Mobile text line, do you think Snell would entertain the idea of opting in at all if Farhan is out? Maybe it's worth seeing what a new GM can build this offseason. It's a hell of a question. But my gut tells me that Snell's going to test the market.
I think he's going to stay on the West Coast. I think it's going to come down to this. Do you have $250 million in 6 years ready to give to him? And it's a huge risk, and I get all that, and I understand it. I'd do it, and I'll give you two reasons. Number one, I think he's really good. I think the first 3 years will be really good. I don't know about after that. I think Kyle Harrison needs it. This is a young lefty that could really use the understanding of how to pitch as a lefty in the bigs from one of the best aces in the game.
Right, no doubt. No doubt.
I'd do it.
Yeah, maybe that new GM does do it, because I got a feeling that Farhan, to come out here on a Tuesday night, speaking to the media, kind of incognitos, kind of came out of nowhere. All right, we're going to break here.
So weird.
It's so weird. It's so everything, but bizarre. One of the more bizarre seasons of Giants baseball in my lifetime, especially one of the most bizarre endings when it comes to Giants baseball. All right, let's pivot. We'll get to some Niners here. We got some Shanahan questions. What is the biggest issue? 888-957-9570, because Shanahan's getting a lot of heat. I hear it about it all the time, all day long. What's your biggest issue with Shanahan right now? If you have an issue with Shanahan, what is it? 888-957-9570, because I don't want the guy fired. I don't think the guy's on the hot seat. I think he's a damn good coach. But every time I turn around, it's blame Shanahan for this, blame Shanahan for that. Shanahan's overrated. Well, what don't you like about Shanahan? I want to know. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Trying to lose weight, but...
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Go figure, the Giants get eliminated. They're red hot right now. Well, the Niners, you're not going to win a Super Bowl in September. You're not going to win a playoff game in September. But if you don't start winning games in September, there will be no playoff games. Ask Cincinnati how they feel right now after an 0-3 start. Only 6 teams in NFL history have made the playoffs after starting 0-3. The last time that happened was the Houston Texans and Deshaun Watson. I think 2018, if I'm not mistaken. They started off 0-3, made the playoffs. But Niners, luckily, are not 0-3, but they are 1-2. And going to 1-3 before this 4-game stretch against the Cardinals, against the Seahawks in a short week in Seattle, and, of course, the Chiefs and the Dallas Cowboys before the bye week, it is imperative that you win this Sunday. You have to win this Sunday. It's one of those games, again, where it doesn't matter how it happens. You just got to win. You got to score one more point to the New England Patriots. And they've got injuries galore, Shasky. I was watching the tape again yesterday, one more time, just to get over the Rams game to see, am I too hard on the defense? Well, I'm convinced now. And I give Hufanga credit, and I give Travis Ward credit. And hell, even Nick Bosa, to a certain extent, credit for playing with the rib/oblique injury, because I'm hearing oblique. They should not have been on the field.
Well, Charvarius, one thing that I give McVay credit for is when you know a guy has a knee, ankle, calf, and quad, it was basically his whole lower leg, they just said, we don't think you can run with Tutu Atwell.
No.
And they exploited that over and over and over again.
Do we know on the route? I didn't see this until yesterday. I didn't see it. Demarcus Robinson ran an out and up, I believe. Or he's go right, I forget what it was, but he went down the field. They overshot him. Travis Ward just hit the turf and fell. Left the game, came back. And they saw that in the booth. It was like, oh, we're attacking this guy.
Exactly.
He should not have been playing in that football game. I commend him for trying to be a tough guy playing. He should not have been out there. Sometimes you're hurting your own team by being out there. Now, I get it. He's probably the best option. Isaac Yiadom was getting killed, and Renardo Green's a rookie. But Travis Ward should not have played. And then on that last play with Tutu Atwell, there's no way Talanoa Hufanga was going to get there coming off an ACL injury in his first game back.
No way. No way. Actually, I thought Talanoa played pretty good, given it's his first game action in about a year. When you watched it back again, and I don't want to go crazy on this, but 2 different people have called into this show bringing up them not going for it on the 4th down play.
After Jordan Mason got stuffed?
After they had gone for it earlier.
Yeah.
Watching it back, to me, I now see what they were saying. Because the aggressiveness was incongruent. Right? And he's done this before where hey, we'll go for it at a different spot on the field, but we won't go for it when it's a chip shot. I don't know. It was interesting. I now see it both ways. I don't know if it was right or wrong, but that 4th down, not going for it on 4th and 1 after getting stuffed on 3rd down, I hated that 3rd down call. With no Aiyuk and no Jennings on the field,
yeah.
I did not like the personnel grouping. I didn't like it at all.
We touched on that Monday, which when they ran that play as if they were going for it on 4th down. They went for it on 4th down the week before in Minnesota. They've been going for it on 4th down. They've been super aggressive. And so to get stuff right there, I said, okay, you get stuff. Maybe it's 4th down territory. Except the worst, you pinned the Rams deep, even though you weren't stopping them. But they kicked the field goal after that run play, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, I would like to see Brock Purdy have the ball in his hands. Let him make a play on 4th down. You can, you go up. Kicking the field goal is just kind of deflating after a drive like that. So is that the biggest issue with you? Situational football with Kyle Shanahan? 888-957-9570. Because right now, a lot of people, I'm stunned at how many folks, and it's not just Twitter, it's not just our YouTube audience, it's people you know, it's people I know. We talk to people. We grew up with Niner fans, for crying out loud. There's group texts galore every day. Shanahan this, Shanahan that, Shanahan this, Shanahan that. What I hear from other radio hosts in the market, what's up with Shanahan? Shanahan this, Shanahan that. Now, again, we're not saying he should be on the hot seat whatsoever. But there is something with Shanahan that has been polarizing. Now, one, he's a head coach, so I get it. But there is, something to blowing double-digit leads, inconsistency in terms of being aggressive, play calling. There's something with Shanahan that just triggers people, Shasky. It really does for a guy who's been highly successful with the 49ers. Why is that?
I don't know why that is. I think when you lose in high-profile ways, the way that they have, it just opens up the door for being second-guessed. You know, when you're mediocre or when you just get into the playoffs somehow and then maybe you lose by multiple touchdowns, there's not a lot to break down. The team's not good enough. We all agree that the team's really good, right? The other thing that I was thinking about, like, obviously I think he does a great job. We're talking about clock management. I think clock management is a blanket term people bring up.
Right.
But, like, in the last 2 years, he's gotten really good at understanding, let's score before half, and then we'll get the ball back and we'll score again, and it's doubling up. He's done a really good job there. I think fourth quarter clock management with 6 minutes to go leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
So, you know, after 4 or 5 years, he did fix the 2 minutes before half and then getting the ball back after half. He's done really well there. I think he's done really well there. I think he made huge strides.
Especially after Super Bowl 54.
Huge strides. I think he adjusts during games. Does he always? No, not always, but he does a good job adjusting mid-game. Like they've done a good job there. I can point out a lot of games where they've gotten stifled early and then come back and switch some stuff up and really move the ball well mid-second quarter or mid-third quarter or whatever. It's the 6 minutes to go, the 8 minutes to go, calculating how quickly your defense can get a stop or if they can get a stop or having a feel for what is rolling on offense. All of that gets encompassed into clock management, timeout usage. You know, I think a lot of their third quarter time usage has bled over into fourth quarter time usage. So you burn a timeout in the third quarter, and then you have one less in the fourth quarter when you really need it. So I think all of that's encompassing. It's just I'm a big Shanahan fan. I don't think that his clock management in the fourth quarter is brilliant. The other area that I think he leaves himself open with, when you're so rigid on your playbook, I think the learning curve for young players to get on the field becomes extremely high. And I look at Jordan Mason. I'm not going to have this conversation that had you used Jordan Mason, maybe CMC's not hurt. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair to Shanahan. I think that's a non-starter. That's not where I'm going. You couldn't give him 4 or 5 touches last year and just maybe he pops one in a Super Bowl game. You couldn't use Juwan Jennings outside of third down all last year. And maybe, you know, you use him a little more in the game plan for the Super Bowl. He was going to be one of the most impactful players. But because of injury, not because of design. You don't really know what you have until you have to break the glass of emergency. And I think that's the thing. I look at some of the personnel decisions and I say, like, gosh, how do you not know you have this on the roster?
Well, no, I'm going to defend him a little bit here with Jordan Mason. I think Jordan Mason has gotten a lot better. At this point, how can you go Jordan Mason over Elijah Mitchell when Elijah Mitchell, when he was on the field, was productive? Elijah Mitchell was running hard. He was running well, and he was backing up McCaffrey. A lot of those games, I went through the game logs here, where they would pull McCaffrey with 7 minutes, 8 minutes, and some of them, sometimes you sit there and it's like, why is he on the field? Why is he on the field? But I think Eli was the better player last year. And I'm going to trust your coaching staff on that. Bobby Turner is a long-time running back coach who's been with the Shanahans for a long, long time. I think Bobby's got the Shanahans here. And if Jordan Mason was ready to roll, I think Bobby Turner would have told Shanahan, like, hey, Mason's ahead of Eli. So I don't think maybe he was ahead of him. Now, Juwan Jennings, where was he at? I don't know, but Aiyuk was having a career year. Kittle was balling. McCaffrey was balling. So maybe there wasn't as much usage there. And let's see what Juwan Jennings. He had a monster game. Absolutely monster game. Is he a number one receiver?
No.
We shall see.
No.
We shall see how consistent he can be. So I'm going to trust the coaching staff on that. But there's something else with Shanahan, and then we're going to get to the calls, 888-957-9570. What is it that annoys you about Kyle Shanahan? He's a damn good coach. But obviously something is bothering a lot of the fans here when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. There's something that I think that we don't discuss enough because we're not down there every single day, and that's practice. I hear a lot of guys, Javon Hargrave last year, these practices are hard. They're so much harder than what I went through in Philadelphia. Tarvarius Ward has talked about the practices. a lot of people say the Niners have a reputation of practicing really, really, really hard. And so I get it. Practice is important. Practice matters, especially in the sport of football. But then you look at all the injuries they're suffering. And it happens yearly. The Niners have always dealing with injuries. Always. Always. It's nothing new. They've always got guys missing games here and there, hamstring injuries, soft tissue injuries. I just wonder if they're – I sound like a little kid here and it sound like a little whitey fan, but I just wonder if he needs to scale back practice a little bit because guys are getting hurt all the time, and they have a reputation of practicing so damn hard in a league that is scaled back on practice, in a league where it's so important to have your premium players playing in these football games and with an extra game in the regular season and only one bye week in the playoffs. Are we doing too much in practice? I think it's – I don't know. I think it's just a fair question.
Does McVay have a physical practice? I don't know. I'm asking.
I just hear the reputation around the league, and when it comes to Niner players, is that they practice extremely hard. Practice a lot harder than other places.
Well, because, McVay doesn't play any of his guys in the preseason, and they have a huge list of injuries. So I don't know if there's correlation or causation because you don't play in the preseason. Your body hasn't built up the callus. That I don't know. Are they going too hard? I can't speak on that. I'm not there. I don't know. But they play a physical brand of football. And I think when you have a lot of guys that run through people's faces, like George Kittle's not a I'm going to catch it and go down kind of a guy.
No doubt.
Debo Samuel's not a I'm just going to, step out of bounds. I'm going to do the Torrey Holt and go down. I think by nature, the guys they draft tend to be run through your face guys.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you.
So I don't know. Maybe they just
it's
the
a good
type
point.
of player that they draft is just a little more susceptible to that.
It's a good point, but back to the personnel situation about not playing these young guys. They play some young guys on defense here and there. Like we've seen Drake Greenlaw get opportunities as a rookie once guys went down. We see some secondary members get opportunities when guys go down. But offensively, go back to Brandon Aiyuk, who didn't get a lot of runway his first 2 years. First season and a half, I want to say, was in the quote-unquote doghouse. Elijah Mitchell now did get an opportunity to play a lot as a rookie. They ran him into the ground.
But they needed to because of injury.
Yeah,
that's kind of where we're at with Jordan Mason because of injury.
No doubt. So, but I know where this is going. A lot of people are asking for Jacob Cowing, especially after Rodney Bell dropped the pass.
Yeah.
We're going to see what Pearsall, if he can crack the field. You made the point about Juwan Jennings. A guy's not playing well. They've played rookies on the offensive line. It's just certain skill positions because Shanahan's system is so rigid. And everybody says, boy, it takes a while to get down. So maybe a wide receiver is a little behind the eight ball because think about what you got to do in this offense as a wide receiver. You've got to get down and dirty. You got to run block. It's a requirement. Now, I know it's not sexy, but you got to go down there. You got to chip block. You got to hit dudes. You got to hit linebackers. Do we know if Jacob Cowing's ready for that?
Look,
I'm just trying to play the other side. You know what I'm saying? Because I like Jacob Cowing a lot. We first saw the tape. I was like, wow, this guy looks legit coming out of Arizona. But is he able to play in this system on a consistent basis and do the things that are required at the wide receiver position? I don't know that yet.
I don't know. There's two ways to look at it. Like the first way is they're wildly successful doing what they're doing. So it's working. The other part of this is that I do see other people who, like, I'll use Xavier Worthy as an example. And it's not a perfect example, but Andy Reid knows, like, he can just run really fast.
Yep.
And I'm going to use him. And there are going to be some growing pains.
Yep.
And I'm not going to ask him to do some of the stuff he's not good at. And I'm just going to highlight what he does do well. Now, they also use him out of necessity because they truly don't have a number 2 or number 3 wide receiver.
Hollywood Brown is down. Yeah, they got a lot of injuries.
It's a lot out of necessity. But I would just say that, they clearly have had no problem playing rookie linemen. Now, they yanked one of their rookie linemen, but their center was a rookie starting. Pacheco was a rookie starting. So I guess it goes like two schools of thoughts. One is, can I make it as simple and easy as possible for people to just step in and contribute and try to minimize what they don't do well? Right. Or the other side is, no, I have standards here, and I'd rather go with the vet who's more limited, who understands the intricacies of the details because I'm so detail-oriented. I just think there are two totally different philosophies. And you can make the argument both are extremely successful.
They are.
The Andy way and the Shanahan way.
It has been successful. Now, the offensive line, the defensive line, and we're seeing Dominic Puni start right now. Hell, they went down to the LA Memorial Coliseum in 2019 with 2 rookie tackles. Won that football game 28-7. So Shanahan's not afraid to use young players if they're ready to roll. Like, I think any team in today's salary cap era or in the salary cap era would love to play youngsters who are cheap. You don't have to pay a lot and see them outperform their contracts.
Yeah, but coaches, a lot of coaches don't, because when you say young players, you also think of like, well, they do make mistakes.
Exactly.
Right? And there's a learning curve.
Shanahan can't handle that.
Well, I mean,
Shanahan can't handle that.
Here's what my counter to that would be. Well, some of your veterans, they may not make mental mistakes. They physically can't keep up.
Well,
Devondre Campbell's a great example.
Well, Devondre Campbell's not going to be playing much no more. Devondre Campbell is.
I'm just using him as
and I think they're doing. Honestly, I think D. Winters' injury right before the end of training camp hurt D. Winters. I think D. Winters would have already been in the lineup had he not got hurt. I mean, he in a few minutes that he played Sunday in that sofa, he was flying around like a missile. So I think it's just a matter of time before Devondre Campbell is pulled out of the lineup at the linebacker spot. Now, when it comes to offense, though, Ronnie Bell is a second-year player. He is a second-year player. Now, he hasn't made a play in a long, long time. And I get the patience for Ronnie Bell has worn thin, and people are wondering why he's not released right now. But he is a second-year player. So he gave a second-year player an opportunity to make a play with everybody down in SoFi Stadium, and the second-year player let him down. So he has played youngsters at the skill position spots. I guess the thing that annoys me the most about Shanahan is some of the clock management. It's situational football. Sometimes I just think he gets in his own head. And is that something that he's going to be able to debunk here in San Francisco and get over the hump? I don't know. He may need to change the scenery at some point. We're not at that point yet. But it does. It feels so similar to Andy Reid in Philadelphia. It's not even funny.
So I'm watching that game back, and I'm just going to throw this at you. I'm not saying that either one needs to go. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, so just hear what I'm getting at. I think if I asked this question to myself a year ago, the answer is so clear. It's Kyle Shanahan. All right, on the front. I'm going to say that on the front end. But like, who is more important to the franchise today and moving forward, Brock or Kyle? A year ago, the answer is not a doubt in my mind. It's Kyle. I feel like it's slowly starting to go toward Brock. No, I'm not running Kyle out. That's not what I'm doing. And I'm not saying that he's not valuable, and I'm not saying he's not important. But we all know the most important thing in this sport is an elite quarterback, okay? And I'm starting to now pivot toward, and not that Kyle's not important. Again, he's extremely important. But if I had to weigh the two in terms of importance for today and moving forward, watching the game, it's one game, but it's the body of work. And then it's like, wow, he has a back injury? I hope he's okay. If Brock goes down, my mind tells me the season feels done.
They go hand in hand.
Right? But I'm saying, like, I'm getting to the point where I'm ready to say I might be willing to admit Brock is more important to this organization and this team now and moving forward. And I can't believe I'm saying it. And I don't think it has anything to do with just Shanahan. I think it's more how good Brock's been to me. When I say that, what do you feel?
I feel like they go hand in hand.
Am I a little ahead of myself, you think?
I feel like they go hand in hand. I feel like they go hand in hand. Every great quarterback has a great head coach behind them, a great play caller behind them. Brady had McDaniels for a long, long time. Andy Reid obviously has Mahomes. McDermott's there in Buffalo, but also Joe Brady calling the plays, helping out Josh Allen. Ben Johnson with Detroit, Jared Goff. Yeah, I'm not there yet. I think Shanahan, like, as much as we nitpick on Shanahan, look at our roster. Look at the roster.
Oh, no. But I guess my question is, like, will this team evolve to, like, allow it to be Brock's team? Will Kyle allow it to kind of, I'm not saying take away everything that Kyle does well. I'm just saying, like, will they let him take the reins?
Well, in terms, you're talking about calling audibles at the line of scrimmage.
It's Brock's team. Just like come out like right now it's like it's felt like for the longest time it's Kyle's team, right? It's Kyle's team, it's Kyle's offense, it's Kyle's imprint, it's his design.
It's going to always be Kyle's team. So it had to be to say Josh McDaniels was a great coach, great offensive coordinator.
He was a great offensive coordinator. Yeah, that's not debatable. He was a great offensive coordinator.
But no, I still think it's going to be Shanahan's team because he doesn't want his quarterbacks to do too much. What does Brock Purdy look like without Kyle Shanahan?
I don't know. I think a lot of coaches would like to work with him, though. I do. I really do. I think a lot of people would like to work with Brock.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get to calls, man. We'll get Andre before Crocker. Then we'll get Crocker. Then we'll get Tia and Josh on 580. Interesting question, but I'm not there yet. I still think Brock runs the offense. He's the leader, right? Isn't he the leader?
Absolutely. But I think when you pay a guy, when they're going to pay him, whatever, 50 or 60 or $1 million, there's like a gradual shift in terms of importance. You become the highest paid player in the organization. You have more influence. Things kind of stop. I don't know.
Jimmy was the highest paid player at one point. Do you ever felt like it was his team?
It's a good counter. Jimmy was different than Brock, though.
He is, but
Brock feels like, not that he's like a self-made man, just the whole thing about Brock feels different. But it's a good It's a really good point.
He was the highest paid player. Let's pick this up on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area presented by Habba's Law. You've been wronged. Habba's Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habbaslaw.com. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls plus Crocker. We're going to get to everybody here on the Morning Roast. What is it about Shanahan that annoys you? And I see the calls. Andre's got some interesting points. Tia in Fort Worth, Texas. Want to hear what she's got to say, as well as Josh on 580. He wants to talk about the play calling. I can't wait to hear that here on the Roast.
Did you know when you purchase...
Shesky.
Fun little Wednesday here tonight at 7 p.m. Tonight at 7 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game, we will be airing a 2-hour special on mental health featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, and sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening is our 2-hour special spreading awareness about mental health and a message that talk saves lives. The show will be hosted by Carson Daly and available on the Odyssey app. For more information, visit imlistening.org. We got Crocker coming up in about 7 minutes. 7 minutes, Eric Crocker, right here on the River Islands guest line. Quick text here from the Xfinity mobile text line, and we'll get right to the call, Shasky. One of the main reasons people have an issue with Shanahan has nothing to do with football. They can't relate to him. He has the personality of a, well, I don't know, I don't want to read that. He's not especially likable. People connect with guys like Kerr, Bochy, Harbaugh, Dusty, the late John Madden, so they forgive their mistakes. You can't do that easily with Shanahan, which is very interesting. I think he's shown some personality at times.
I think he does have it, but if you were asking, like, is his personality more Dick Vermeil, Harbaugh, quirky, lovable? No. It's more Belichick.
Yeah, no doubt.
And Belichick has been wildly successful doing it his way. And I think that there's clearly more personality to Belichick, as we've learned. And I bet you, and that's why the players tell you what they think of Shanahan. And there is a contingent of, 8 to 10 guys that swear by him.
Hey, George Kittle joined the show last month. He swore by Shanahan. Let's get to the lines real quick before we get to Eric Crocker. Andre in East Palo Alto, we appreciate you holding. What is the issue you have with Shanahan? And we'll ask you another question. Whose team is it now? Is it Shanahan's or Brock team?
Hey, appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I hope you guys are the best in the Bay Area, man, for sure, all day. My stand with Shanahan is always what it's been, and it's always that little light of his management of the clock and situations. He's a great play caller. I give it to him. He's the greatest play caller. He lines it up. He draws it up, all that. I love it. But if you cannot manage the game in the NFL, you will lose games. There is no way the Rams should have even got that ball back when we had it. Mason ran on a play. He had like 8 or 9 yards on a run play. It was late in the quarter, and then we go and get up in shotgun and pass it. Like, come on, Shanahan, you have to run the football. We have the running backs. Run the ball. Use the clock. Management, timeouts, all that stuff. That matters, and he has been really bad at it. And in the beginning, I was like, okay, maybe he just needs to learn. But come on, Shanahan, you've been to how many Super Bowls? Come on, bro. You gotta tighten that up. That is important. Game management. And he did not manage the game very well. That's why we lost. Right there. And it's a matter of more things on why we lost. That's not it. But we're not physical. I don't know where this physical where we went. It went out the door. I don't see the physical 49ers that I usually see. It's something that's missing, and I don't like it. I don't like us getting bullied like we're getting bullied.
Well, what if I said to you,
like this, maybe hopefully.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but what if I said to you the reason they're getting physically bullied is because they're their guys that are their enforcers, Debo, Kittle, Greenlaw, like they're all out.
Mm-hmm. Right. No, but still though, you can still, it's still but Fred is out there.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
Come on, Fred is the most lightning guy in the world. And if I'm on offense and I see Fred on the floor and he's going bananas, that is going to enlighten me. Yeah. And another thing, and I don't want to get off topic, the reason why Trent and Aiyuk look the way they act because they set out of camp. Now, I get it. Trent, okay. Aiyuk, I'm upset with Aiyuk because, bro, you had the same money in the beginning and you wasted camp to get more and you took what was already there. So you really wasted. So really, he should be the gun right now. He should be prime. He should be killing right now. But he got greedy, and it bit him in the ass, and now we are suffering for it. And now it's going to take us during the season to pick it up, which we shouldn't be doing it in training camp. We should already be fine-tuned. We are a championship McCallagher team. We shouldn't be fine-tuning in the season. We should be dominating and fixing little mistakes, not getting bullied around, punching them out, having doubts, injuries. And, yeah, I know the practices are hard, but if you don't practice hard, how are you going to play hard in games?
Yeah. That's a good point, Andre. Hell of a call.
It's a really good call.
Hell of a call. There's a lot there that we could pick apart. We'll ask Crocky the same question. Tia, Fort Worth, Texas. Tia, what's happening? Then we'll get to John. And then, Josh, we're going to have to hold you for just a little bit here. But Tia, Fort Worth, Texas. What's going on, Tia?
Nothing. How you doing today?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I was just calling about the Paul Shanahan question. I think there's a little bit of favoritism towards, like you said, the certain 10 players. And I think those players like a Kittle, Debo, CMC, Trent Williams, those players, if they drop a pass or do something, it's not the same repercussions as other players like a Aiyuk or players on defense or Hanley or Callan. I think they put in the doghouse. If they make a mistake, drop a pass or anything, they're looked at differently versus when Debo, which we all saw in the Super Bowl, multiple passes get dropped, but yet we still go to him. So I think there is a little bit of favoritism, and I think the locker room sees that, especially during this offseason when the contract issue between BA and they went and paid CMC, no questions, no issues. He asked for money and they automatically gave it to him, even though he was hurt.
Fair, valid points.
Look, money has been a big topic for the Niners, internally, externally, who you pay, when you pay them. All these things are real and fair, and I think all these guys are cognizant. My favorite is, these guys know it's a business. Yeah, and everybody in there is like looking like, oh, well, he got paid this at this point in the year, and that means there's not a lot of cookies left for me in the cookie jar, and I want to get paid right now, and that guy on that team got that amount, and I think I'm worth this on this team, and you prioritize that guy, and look, there's a lot of feelings, and I think that this same thing bled over to the Golden State Warriors where there was a lot of feelings about money and pecking order and all of this. And this brings me back to the disease of me, which is, I believe, Pat Riley wrote it. Originated the whole quote. Right. And these teams that get fat and happy, but here's where I will give the Warriors a little. They cashed in on championships. Yep. And I think that the tolerance level for the fans is almost zero to hear about the disease of me when you didn't win the big one.
Yeah, you didn't win it, and now everybody's finger pointing and they know what's up. It's a good point there. Real quick, before we get to Crocker, and real quick, one quick text here because I don't want to just be all dumping on Shanahan or whatnot or read text, but 916, Xfinity Mobile text line, Niner fans are spoiled. It's as if they completely ignore the consistency with which the team gets to the postseason and make runs. They're so friggin' impatient. Look at how they did Harbaugh at 3 ended our playoff drought. He also got there consistently, gets them to the Super Bowl. And because they didn't win it all and suffered their first loss, they want to run them out of town. They seem to have forgotten how frustrating the ensuing losing seasons were until Shanahan got us back there. Hell, I'll never forget how bad things were. How bad things were after John Brody retired and going through Steve Spurrier and Steve DeBerg. So this is an old school Niner fan. He's telling everybody to be patient, be patient, be patient.
Can I just real quick? We act like, if you just hypothetically, you move off of this coach, you're going right back to Tom Sula, or you hire someone competent.
We'll see.
I mean, there's no guarantee that you do either. Like you could move off of someone and upgrade, and the Warriors moved off Mark Jackson and upgraded to Steve Kerr. You could easily, though, move off of someone and downgrade the way they did with Harbaugh and Tom Sula or something in between. Right. There's no guarantee in any direction.
Real quick, John in traffic on 680 before we lead to Crocker. John, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. We'll get to Crocker just after John here.
Hey, good morning, guys. I think we're looking in the wrong direction. I think that the problem with Shanahan is that he's not DeMeco Ryans and he's not Robert Saleh. If you look at these last two games, if I told you a week ago today we were going to hang 24 points on the Rams without Cooper Kupp and without Puka Nacua, would you have taken that as a win for the Niners, yes or no?
Well, the only reason I say no is because I saw the Arizona Cardinals drop 40-something on them.
41, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. There's no given. There's no guarantee. 24 is a lot of points, but they were scoring 30 last year. 6 points is a big difference.
It's a huge difference here. Let's bring in Crocker. Before we bring in Crocker, last year, this has been, we bring this up all the time because Eric Crocker was the first to say this, and he enlightened all of us here in the Bay Area. This is what Crocker said last September 25th. We're talking about the defense. Defense. Everybody was getting off Steve Wilks. Steve Wilks this, Steve Wilks that. And Crocker said this. It's a 45-second clip, and we'll bring in Crocker right after it. Oh, let's pot it up. Pot up our soundboard, Cam. Get that soundboard up here. And here we go.
I don't think he's doing anything different. I think he's doing the same thing they did and is listening to Kyle Shanahan. I think Kyle Shanahan is the real defensive coordinator here.
Really?
All right. I think Kyle's the defensive coordinator. Kyle brought in Wilks and said, this is the defense I want you to run. I want you to run it like that. That's the same thing he did with Robert Saleh. Like, he went, found Robert Saleh because he knew that defense. He went after one guy, couldn't get him, then said, okay, let's get Robert Saleh. Robert, this is the defense I want you to play. You know it. You understand it. Let's build a team around that. And then they have transitioned into more of a two-high team over the years. Mm-hmm. But when they went and got Wilkes, it was with the thought of, this is the type of defense I want you to run. If I'm not mistaken, he sits in on some of these meetings, gets guys to understand, hey, this is how I would attack it. This is what you should do, et cetera. I think he's kind of the key piece in how well the defense has been.
So let's bring in Eric Crocker, our good friend here from Lockdown 49ers podcast. He's one of the best out there doing it, covering the 49ers, former NFL player, of course, playing the Arena League by way of the 209 in Stockton, California. Crocker, long time no talk, man. Good to have you here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Is it the time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? We play that clip all the time, Crocky. All the time, because as we're roasting Nick Sorensen, we keep going back to that, well, actually, it's Shanahan's defense. So how do we fix the defense that Sorensen is running for Kyle Shanahan?
I think if you ask Kyle Shanahan, Sorensen just needs to get on the same page as where Shanahan is and how he sees it being ran. I mean, that was the thing, right? You know, think about last year and where some of the issues started to arise defensively. I think it was Wilkes, like, struggling to be in sync with how Kyle Shanahan wanted him to call plays. We saw it in the Super Bowl, right, where, for better or for worse, Kyle Shanahan was like, no, I don't want to like that. He called a timeout and kind of switched up the defense in a key moment. I think that what we're seeing here is a coordinator or somebody who has kind of come up under the 49ers over the last couple of years, still trying to get a grasp on exactly how to run it. And I'd say early in the season, too, you're still trying to figure out your personnel, who are going to be the right guys. Heck, I coach high school football in Stockton. We're still figuring out who are going to be the right guys in this week 4. That's not a great thing. But I think with the 49ers, you kind of bang this thing out early on. And over the next quarter of the season, I would like to see, has it improved at all? I think all the coordinators have kind of gone through this at some point or another, kind of a lull in the season, and they make their way out of it. Can Sorensen do it? That's going to be a big question.
Is the personnel good on defense?
I think healthy it is, but right now you're dealing with a lot of kind of moving around, moving pieces. You have guys sitting out, missing practices. Leonard Floyd was banged up for a little bit. You had Gross Models banged up for a little bit. You don't have Greenlaw out there with you. I really would love to have him on the field. Talanoa Hufanga is just now working his way back. Ward had to sit out some practice because of injuries. This team is really banged up on both sides of the ball. I think that heavy hitters on offense are overshadowing some of the guys that have been in and out of the lineup or in and out of practice for the defense.
What are you seeing from Nick Bosa? Because everybody wants more from him.
I think Bosa, that's the standard, right? We've been hearing a lot about Brandon Aiyuk and these drops that he's having. Once you start making money, it's like, nah, you got to be 1,000 every time you step on the field. And I think for, Nick Bosa, he does a good job. He's seeking a lot of attention, right? Like, who else are they going to give attention to on that defensive line? There's nobody to really take the heat off him, so we're going to double him. We're going to chip him. We're going to make sure that he doesn't get into his pass rush without feeling multiple bodies being thrown at him. And he's working. I think he still does a decent job of moving quarterbacks off of their spots. We saw him get multiple sacks against the Minnesota Vikings. But it's just a hard job when you're the guy. And that is the standard. You watch the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, watch how many pass rushes, what's the kid's name? Micah Parsons. Yeah. Watch how many pass rushes Micah Parsons gets without getting touched by multiple people. It doesn't happen. I mean, he's getting chipped, he's getting doubled. So when you're the guy like that, you just have to figure it out.
No doubt, $34 million a year to $120 million guaranteed. And you're right about Aiyuk. Every pass he gets thrown this year is going to be magnified. And if he drops it, oh my Lord, it's going to be, all hell's going to break loose. We're talking to Eric Crocker here on the River Islands Guest Line. So back to the defense here, because you obviously played corner. And I don't think Charvarius Ward should have played last week. He was obviously compromised, and the Rams knew that, and they attacked him relentlessly in the second half. How do you fix this defense with all the injuries? Is it a scheme thing? Should they blitz more? Hargrave is out now, Crocker, so now you don't got that pass rusher specialist inside. I don't know how you fill that void. Do you blitz more? Do you become more aggressive? How do you fix this defense here in the early going?
I think in a perfect world, most coordinators would tell you that they would love to rush 4 and play coverage. That's kind of the best way to do it. But if you can't get pressure with 4, and you're not moving the quarterback off of his spot with 4, and you have Nick Bosa getting double and triple teamed and everything they're doing him, you are going to have to send some blitzes. Or you're going to have to send some things that look like a blitz, whether you send a linebacker, drop it into coverage. I saw Nick Bosa do that last week. You might have to do more of that. Just give different looks or confuse them more on the back end. You think about the 49ers against the Minnesota Vikings. But that was probably the most confused I've ever seen Brock Purdy. Yeah. And it wasn't that they had to blitz a ton, but as long as we mix up our looks and you don't know what you're seeing post-snap, that's going to make the quarterback a little bit more hesitant to pull the trigger. And if you're more hesitant, what does that mean? More time to get to the quarterback. So, 49ers, maybe there's some things defensively that they could change up their looks. But are they being a little too simplistic? Are they just lining up and playing in the defense? Or are guys lining up, showing single high, rolling to a single two, to a two high? Are the defensive backs on the outside press bailing? Are the linebackers lining up like they're going to blitz and then they're dropping out, then another guy comes? Are there things that they can do to confuse these offenses a little bit and make them a little bit more hesitant to throw the ball? Because in the second half, especially the fourth quarter, Matthew Stafford was not hesitant with anything. He was on, he was dialed in, he was playing in rhythm, and you do not want to let Matthew Stafford play in rhythm.
Yeah, the amount of plays there, they bunched people and then did a rub route or a pick route off of that. I mean, it was just wide open, making 2-2 go across, and they did a really good job of that. You brought up Brock Purdy. A year ago, if I asked the question to myself, the answer is clearly Kyle Shanahan. I'm not running either guy out of town. I'm just asking in terms of importance because it feels like there's a shifting of the tide going on right now. Who's more important to the 49ers today and for the rest of this year moving forward? Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy?
Well, it's always going to be Kyle Shanahan because one thing that Brock Purdy does extremely well, he runs the hell out of this system. And every time we watch the 49ers get into like a sticky situation, I don't think it's because Brock just can't figure things out offensively. I think it's because of the simplicity of this play calling. It's very simple. It's, hey, we're going to run, we're going to do these things, and then their run game, that's where they spend a lot of their time. That's where they make sure that it's, hey, we're going to give these different looks, and we got these different blocks, and we're going to do it like this. And they are very creative in the run game. They are not as creative in the passing game and with the concepts. So once a team gets a read on what the 49ers do, I think it throws everything off. Like Brock Purdy knows this system inside and out. He knows exactly where to go with the ball post-snap. He plays in rhythm, like I said. I mean, this guy completes a very high completion percentage of his passes that he attempts. Brock does an amazing job with that. And we just learned one thing as well. He can do it no matter who's out there. Yeah. It's kind of a little bit plug and play, whether it's Debo, whether it's Aiyuk, whether it's Juwan Jennings. Heck, we saw Richie James one time go for 9 catches for 170 yards and a touchdown, right? Yep. Like these guys, as long as the receiver knows where to be, Brock is going to know exactly how to find him and how to get him the ball. But once teams are like, wait, well, Kyle's doing this. Okay, you got this look, and they're on to that. It almost feels like Kyle Shanahan has no change-up to that. Like, Kyle, what's your change-up to the passing game? And it's almost like he doesn't prepare to be behind. He prepares that, hey, our system, our scheme is so sound that no matter who we're playing against, we should be good. We can run it. This is what they like to do, boom, boom. But once they get a read on it, it gets him in a very tight, sticky situation. And I think it's on Kyle Shanahan to figure out how to adjust, not the quarterback. I think Brock does exactly what he's supposed to do very well. Once they get a beat on what Kyle's doing, that's when the 49ers find themselves in a little trouble. And it doesn't happen all the time, but we've seen it happen a couple of times now early on in this season.
Yeah, we've seen it happen in big games as well. Eric Crocker here on the River Islands guest line. So we asked the fans this other question too, because you're on X. And I'm sure you got your group chats with your friends, and you're doing a podcast with Peacock, and you're talking to Niner fans left and right. And the Q rating for Shanahan is down right now. Like, we go straight to Shanahan. He's such a polarizing figure. And we've been asking fans, what's your biggest issue with Shanahan? We don't think he should be fired. He's a hell of a coach. Like you said, his system works. He's won a lot of football games. But, Croc, if I had to ask you, what is your biggest issue with Shanahan as a head coach? Is it that changeup or the lack of a changeup and lack of adjustment if he does get behind in the passing game? What's the biggest issue you have with Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah, I think that there could be a little bit more creativity in the passing game. Now, I've kind of on X was going back and forth with JT O'Sullivan a little bit, and, he's great understanding the X's and O's and the offensive side of things. And he says, hey, these offensive coordinators, they're going to spend a whole lot of time on this or on this. There are some teams that spend more time on having a more expansive passing game and more difficult concepts, and those teams maybe aren't as creative in the run game. Kyle Shanahan is the opposite. So the thing I want him to change, I don't think it will ever change. I think the 49ers just, regardless of whatever situation it is, they just have to figure out a way to make it work and kind of be a little bit more perfect. Don't have the drops that they've had, right? We're talking about this right now, and if Ronnie Bell doesn't drop that ball late, we're not winning that game. And we're not talking about Kyle Shanahan. We're maybe talking still about the defense.
Right.
But we're not talking about Kyle and his ability or inability to fix things on the fly. So, it's part of it. The players have to take responsibility for it, making sure that they're executing. I trust Brock is going to execute. Are the other guys around him going to make sure that they do their job?
What about their special team issues? I mean, the special team issues have been just maddening as a Niner fan. It feels like in all their big losses at any point, outside of the Brock injury in Philadelphia a couple years back, you can point to multiple special teams gaffes. Like, how do they get that fixed?
Special teams, they're coordinators too. I think everybody thinks about the offensive coordinator. Everybody thinks about the defensive coordinator. Special teams coordinator has just as much impact on that unit as the other guys have on theirs. So when you see some of these things happen, some of it I have to put on the players, right? All right, the kid out of Wake Forest, the safety, you came down a little too tight, let the returner get outside of you. Yeah, I can coach you up on it, but in the moment, you got to make that play. You got to make that play. And now the special teams coordinator looks bad because you guys give up a long punt return. I think the way to fix that, you either have this guy fix it and he doesn't have that issue again, Mustafa, or you pull him out and figure out somebody else who can do the job there. I'm pretty sure that was a big conversation come this Monday when they went over the film. I think the special teams missed field goal. I don't know what the coordinator can do about that. Right. Like Moody, you were 6 for 6 week 1. You're making your field goals, week 2, whatever you attempt, and then you miss it with the game on the line. Like, the coordinator can't do anything about that. Like, you got to make your field goal kick. But when we talk about the special teams unit, we're going to lump the coordinator into that missed field goal as if it's his fault. It's not his fault. It's Moody's fault. So you just have to make it and hold them accountable. And I think that's the one thing he can do. Now, we're seeing consistent big returns, 49ers gunners not getting down there. Maybe they're not punting to the right side of the field. I'd say what I will put on him. Why did you kick it straight down the middle of the field when the Rams had no timeouts left with under a minute left? Like, now you want to put something on him that allowed the big return, it would be that, because that's his call. We're going to go strong left. We're going to go strong right. That's on the special teams coordinator. He tells them where to punt, and they punted it right down the middle of the field. So I will put that on him, and I'm pretty sure Kyle Shanahan will hold him accountable for that decision as well. And if you see it happen again, you probably find a new coordinator on the 49ers next season.
Croc, last one for you here. We appreciate the time this morning. You're on fire right now. Christian McCaffrey just went over to Germany. Achilles tendonitis. Shasky and I, we saw the Achilles pop up on the injury report. We're like, uh-oh. Then he misses the Jets game, and I was led to believe, hey, if they get anything from McCaffrey this season, it's a bonus. I don't expect anything from him off that Achilles tendonitis. We know what Achilles injuries mean. How do you view this injury? You've been in the game. You've been around guys who've torn Achilles or whatnot. What is he dealing with right now?
The crazy thing is Peacock and I on Locked on 49ers, we were talking about it prior to knowing that it was Achilles tendonitis. I'm actually dealing with Achilles tendonitis now. Now, I don't have around-the-clock rehab, like Christian McCaffrey's able to have. I'm not flying to Germany to get this, procedure done that he's getting done. I know another guy who did, I don't know him personally, but RIP Kobe Bryant, the late great, he went there to get that treatment done on his knee. So clearly this is something that's going to help expedite this injury situation. I know for me, the Achilles tendonitis that I'm dealing with, again, I don't have around-the-clock rehab going on and all these NFL trainers poking at me, but it hurts at different times. It hurts, sometimes I'm fine. I can go run 6 miles right now. And for the first half of the mile, I feel it a little bit. And then for the next, 5.5 miles, I'm pretty good. Might be a little bit sore later on, but you try to make sure you stretch, try to make sure you do the right things. I know the doctor told me, Croc, the only way to fix this and heal this is to stay off of it. And I said, stay off of it. Like, man, I coach high school football.
Right.
I'm trying to run this little Golden Gate Bridge marathon thing. Like, there's no way I can stay off of this Achilles. But that's the only way for me to heal it. I think for Christian McCaffrey, they probably told him the same thing. You got to stay off of it or you're going to end up in the boot. You got to let it heal. And he's like, nah, I got to figure something else out. Let me fly to Germany and see if they can help. So it doesn't sound good. Anytime you're dealing with something that's an Achilles injury, it always leads to something else. We've seen in the Bay Area, right?
Yeah.
Kevin Durant,
Yep.
he was having calf issues. And the next thing you know, boom, we're watching the finals and that thing ruptures, right? Did he come back too soon? Did somebody tell him to stay off of it and it wouldn't happen? I think Christian McCaffrey's probably having those same conversations.
Croc, always good to have you on, man. You're always spitting wisdom. Our audience loves you, man. Keep up the great work. Where are you coaching in Stockton again? You're not at St. Mary's, are you?
No, I'm not at St. Mary's, man. They're the evil cousins over there. I'm at Edison High School.
Okay,
on the south side.
All right.
Yeah.
I was gonna brag about the De La Salle win, but you're good. You're good in the hood, man. You're good in the hood.
I think they lost the De La Salle.
They did
lost
last
by
week.
3.
Last week, last Friday night. Yeah. I thought you were coaching over there, but no, you're doing a great job, man. Lockdown 49ers podcast with Brian Peacock. You guys do a great job, man. Croc, always thank you for the time, brother. Good stuff.
All right, thanks. Hey, go Lakers. Y'all see the shirt?
Yeah, I was going to comment on that. We were going to blur that out when we post this video out later, man. Come on, man. Get out of here. Take
a hike with that Lakers
Croc,
shirt.
good to see you, man.
Good stuff,
to hear
bro.
from you, man. We'll talk to you soon. Eric Crocker here on the Morning Roast on the River Islands guest line. A lot of good stuff there about the defense, about everything happening there. What's your big takeaway from Crocky?
Well, he was talking about how it's Shanahan's system, and then I go back to, it's about the defense, and then I go back to kind of what he did in the preseason where he didn't call any plays. And he took the headset of play caller off and just listened in on Sorensen.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm thinking to myself, well, like, okay, on some level, I get it. You're like the main guy, and you're the head coach, so the buck stops at you. But if you're having to really look at that guy and listen to every little call, because I think about this, right? During the game, there's so many things that the head coach is responsible for.
Mm-hmm.
You also, as the head play caller, need to be able to sit down on the chair every now and then, like Andy does every now and then, not all game, and sit there with your quarterback and go, all right, this is what I just saw on this last play. But you can't do that if you're worried about your DC and what he's calling. So to me, it's like, well, do you trust the guy or not?
Not only that,
you can't control everything. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. You're spot on, because I was going to add to that, Shasky.
Like,
this is where I think maybe taking something off of his plate. And we brought this up earlier this week. When you lose that many assistant coaches on a yearly basis, and they're becoming head coaches and offense coordinators, and losing front office guys, there's a lot of turnover here within this coaching staff. And you have to monitor the defense. You have to monitor special teams. You have to be a clock management guru. You have to call the plays. And because I try to watch him, see if he's talking to Brock between offensive and defensive possessions, and I don't see it a lot. It's kind of like Child's in his own world in his play sheet, maybe just talking to him through the headset. Maybe it's a lot more Brian Greasy talking to Brock Purdy.
Well, they showed Greasy during the broadcast sitting down with him.
He's always sitting down with Brock, always. But I do think that maybe taking a little off his plate, which is why a lot of fans, and he'll never do it. Kyle's going to call the plays all the time. Some people want Kyle to give up the play calling duties. He's going to call plays.
That's why you're paying him $20
million. He's going to call the plays because of his great play designs and play calling. He's been solid in that department, if not great. But it is something to say about him maybe taking something off his plate. When he went crazy in the Super Bowl and threw his headset and called the time, I was like, dude, the defense is why we're still in the game.
And now you wonder why he has clock issues. I mean, the guy's doing too many things. But I guess I would go back to, and I know the counter, before I even say it, is going to be, well, they tried. Well, like, you got to hire someone you trust to be your DC.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes down to that simple. Yep. And if you hire someone you trust, you let them do their job.
Yep.
I'm not saying you can't have overriding influence and situations where but if you're maniacally lording over someone, and that's just my assumption, but if that's what's happening, then you probably hired the wrong guy.
No doubt.
So now, the question becomes, after we've talked about all this, like, I think this is a fair one. Is Sorensen in over his head?
Yeah, maybe. Not only, and there's so much Croc said there. And 510 is kind of reminded me about this. 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Completely agree with Croc about Shanny's system. It's built to win from ahead. Same with our defensive scheme. Shanny loses his mind when playing from behind. And that is an element of football where it's like, you're not always going to be a front-running team. Can you come back and rally and win football games? That's what the great teams do. That's what they do. They come back with their passing game. And Crocky basically saying, dude, their passing game is simple. Simple concepts. You throw it here, I'm going to have to design it here. That's a problem in year number 8. The evolution of the passing game. After hearing everybody last week, Kirk Morrison, Patrick Peterson, Jay Gruden. Now you add Crocky to the mix. Everybody's getting on the Niners for the drop-back passing game. It's fascinating to me. Let's get to Josh on 580. Josh on 580, thank you for holding so much. Josh, the floor is yours, buddy.
Yes, sir. What's up, my dog?
What's up, Josh?
Yeah, Crocker was great, man. Y'all gotta get him on more often. I love the way he delivers the message. It's just very simple and down to earth, very easy to follow. But he had a lot to say what I'm going to say, man. Think about Kyle. I think he's done a great job in his 8 years here. But it's the play calling, man. He get that lemon booty in that fourth quarter when it's tough time, crunch situations, he tightens up. Where's the creative guy in the flat? The guy schemed open. We all love Kyle because he schemes it, right? It's a scheme. Guys are flying wide open, but where is that when it's clutch time? I think that's what I think about when I look at Kyle. It's like, oh, wait, it was fourth down. We could definitely go get it right here. Draw it up, Kyle, dial it up. I think it doesn't dial it up. You're running the ball straight ahead on guys, fourth down. You're not going for it. You're not getting the easy throws, and I think that's the frustrating part about Kyle. If you're supposed to be this offensive guru, you should be able to dial these calls up in the fourth quarter when it's time to win the game. And then to your other question, is it Kyle's team or is it Shanahan's team, right? Here's the thing about it. You got to evolve. If Brock is the guy you're going to give $55, $60 million to, it needs to become his team. Look at the Lions, right? They pay Goff. It's really not a Goff team. He's not that type of guy. I think Brock has the skill set of making plays, getting creative, getting out of the pocket, making the first guy miss, scramble when he needs to be that guy. You just got to give him the reins to go ahead and do it a little bit more and be a little bit more confident in him doing it. You know, we were a run-heavy team, relied on our defense. Now we have to transition because the defense isn't as good as we thought it was. So we're going to have to just put the ball in Purdy's hands and let him go make plays. Yeah. And then my last point is, go. No, my bad.
Keep going. You're cooking.
My last point is, I'm going to talk about Bosa because I watched the game on Sunday Ticket, right? I had the 4 screens up. I got all the games. And while I'm watching the game, I'm saying, where is Bosa going to make a play? When is he going to make a play? We need a big play. And what I see on the other screen, I see Aiden Hutchinson making a big play. I saw 2 times. He gets a solo shot. I'm calling these solo shots. When does the camera pan to you because you made a play? And Aiden Hutchinson's there. TJ Watt is always there. Myles Garrett, they're always getting screen time. And Bosa gets no screen time. Make a play. I need a strip sack, a fumble, a big play, something, Bosa. You have to be a game wrecker. Double team, single coverage, doesn't matter. I watched the Cardinals absolutely abuse that left tackle the week before, and you did absolutely nothing. Bosa's got to make a play. If the defense has any chance of being good, we got to get pressure, and it's all on him. I don't care about Malik Collins, Leonard Floyd, all those guys. Whatever they get is extra. I need my guy to make a play. Bosa, I'm looking at you. I'm calling for you, and that's what I got. Good morning, guys. Have a great show.
All right, Josh.
Great call.
Wow, hell of an ending.
So the Bosa thing we all agree with. I don't think there's a person on the planet who doesn't think like, come on, man, we got to see it, man. The Brock Shanahan question, so like I watched Jaden Daniels on Monday night. This is a rookie. Go to Cliff Kingsbury and Dan Quinn. Come on, let's go for it here. Let's go. And I'm thinking in my mind of when Lamar Jackson yelled at John Harbaugh, let's go, we're going for this. Yeah. And Harbaugh takes his headset down and he's looking at him. You want to go for it?
All right, Seattle, the Seattle game.
Yes, and remember he took his headset off.
He took his headset and said, all right, we're going to go for it. I trust you.
Yeah, exactly. And I think about when Aaron Rodgers didn't yell at LaFleur to go for it in that NFC Championship game against Tampa Bay. And Brady's like, I remember in the postgame, Brady's like, oh, if I was in that situation, I'm going for it. I'm not losing by giving the ball back to the other team. No. And I look, he's in his second or third year, right? Depending on how you view him. I just wonder if they'll ever get to the point where Brock can scream over to the sidelines, we're going for this. Case in point, that 4th and 1, right? That we were identifying earlier.
Troy Mason gets stuffed. They don't go for it. They kick the field goal.
I just have a hard time seeing the player empowerment to where Purdy or anyone on the team would be able to yell at Kyle, like not yell, but yell over, like, let's go for this. Come on, we're going to go for this. And he's like, all right, yeah. And it's an inclusionary decision, not no, this is, I'm deciding. Yeah. I'm not saying that's the end all be all. I'm just thinking about it in my head.
So Jaden Daniels just didn't do it on 4th and 1. That, saying, let's go for it. I love that. I think I may have been more impressed with Jaden Daniels when he's like, Hurry up and get the play in. Let's go. We got to go. Let's get the play in. Come on. He's clapping at Kingsbury relentlessly there. That to me, I was like, wow, this young man is a leader. He's commanding the huddle, and he's getting on his coordinator to hurry up and get the damn play in. He's clapping him. Come on, let's go, let's go. We're in the rhythm here. We're blowing it here. We got him on the ropes. Let's go, let's go, let's go. He did it over and over and over and over again. So to your question, because we asked people 2 questions today. The first question was, we all know Shanahan's a good coach, but what is your issue with him? Because all I hear about is issues with Shanahan. Issues this and Shanahan this and Shanahan that. So what is your biggest issue with Shanahan? But Shasky asked a question later on, whose team is it? Or whose team will it be in the foreseeable future? Is it a Brock Purdy-led team or is it a Kyle Shanahan-led team? And Crocky said, look, it's still Shanahan's baby because he's still dictating everything. Brock's going to run his system. He's going to do everything that Shanahan wants him to do. But until we see Brock audible at the line of scrimmage, until we see Brock clapping at Shanahan saying, hey, man, let's go. To hell with this. Then I think it's Shanahan's baby. There's got to be some friction here. Travis Kelce, forgot about him right in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. He's not getting the football. He bumps Andy Reid. Andy Reid bumps him back. There's friction. But guess what, though? Kelce went crazy in the second half.
No, he did. How about this one,
Deebo Samuel, the NFC Championship game, telling John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan in the locker room, get me the damn football in the second half. Let's go. And he gets 9 catches in the NFC Championship game. It goes off in the second half. Sometimes you may need that.
No,
that would be the shift to your point about this maybe being Brock's team instead of Kyle's team.
I don't think this is a wrong. This isn't some run one of them out of town conversations. I'm just saying I do think there needs to be an evolution and a philosophical shift. Like right now, I'm watching a guy when the chips were down play his heart out in Brock Purdy, and when we can identify a play here and a play there that he didn't make, we can go through a million games, even ones where he was flawless, and probably pick out throws he woulda, coulda, shoulda made. I'm just saying that there needs to be an acknowledgement that the system, dog, you got one of them quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's
we got to start leaning into it. We got one of them quarterbacks. We got to start leaning into it because if he goes down, and if you don't think like I'm thinking, I don't know what to tell you, but if he goes down, it feels season over.
Well, yeah, no, duh, right? His season will be over. But to this point, now I think about it, Jimmy Garoppolo. I know how we all feel about Jimmy Garoppolo. But how many times do we hear Jimmy Garoppolo say at a podium, boy, when I just get to freelance and we're just go, go, go. That's fun. We get to play. Jimmy didn't like their rigid system that Shanahan ran. He's like, dude, get me out of the box. Get me out of the box. Now, Jimmy may not be that good, but he's alluded to this multiple times saying, when I've been able to freelance and I don't know the playbook and, I know some things here, I get to just play. Look at how our offense functions. He was able to do things and be kind of that riverboat gambler that he wanted to be. Now, you got to run the system, obviously. And again, Jimmy may not be that good. But Jimmy has alluded to this multiple times. Shanahan's just a little too overbearing. So we'll get on that here. We got a lot of calls here. Mystic, Lisa. Oh, wow. Mystic has a take on Brock Purdy. I don't think this show's ready for it. I don't think we're ready for it. Injury report. All right, Niners turning their attention to the New England Patriots Sunday at Levi Stadium. They hope to have George Kittle back for that contest. He did not suit up on Sunday due to a hamstring injury, and we will see if he practices today. We will see. As the Niners hit the practice field, will he be on the field, or will he be limited, or will he be out? That is very important here. George Kittle, they need him back in this offense here. The expectation, though, is that he will be able to return to practice this week and be available against the New England Patriots. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerser, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Again, Lisa, BPA, and a take Mystic has. You don't want to miss it. It's a hell of a take. We're going to get to him at the top of the hour and all your phone calls. 888-957-9570. That'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises.
Have you been asking yourself, what's the secret to getting my excess weight off fast and easy like a lot of other people seem to be doing?
Baby, oh baby, we have our sleeves rolled up here, Shasky. We're dissecting 49er football. We'll get back to the Giants with Dave Fleming at 9:20. But we just had Eric Crocker on from the Lockdown 49ers podcast, and he said a lot about the San Francisco 49ers. One thing he said, players have to execute, right? Players do have to execute. Special teams, you got to execute. But Kyle can be stubborn. And his passing game has been talked about a lot over the last week. It's been discussed ad nauseum whether or not that passing game has evolved or not. So we're going to get into it here. We're going to take your calls. Wait till you hear what Mystic has to say. We're going to go to him in just a second here as you are listening to the Morning Roast. Shout out to YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, all the overnight dancers. Hopefully you up. Hopefully you had a great night. All the teachers, all the cops, all the students. We got Killer Cam on the board. He's like, overnight dancers. His jaw just dropped. Say, where? You were in bed, Cam. You're in bed. Don't worry. Save your money. Loveman's got to take Shasky. Save your money, Cam. He just got the promotion as our Warriors Network coordinator. You're not there yet, Cam. Stay away from the Go Club. No buffets for you. All right. That's my shtick on that.
You know it's real spicy in here when I go straight to the sugar vending machine and I eat a Kit Kat at the break at 7:58 in the morning.
It's not good. I'm trying to stay away from the Doritos, dog.
It's so hard.
I'm just drinking the Fritz Vanilla, whatever this is. Fritz Vanilla and the coffee machine. It's really,
the
really
Niners
good.
drive us crazy. They really do. They
all
just
these teams.
Win, lose, whatever. It drives us crazy. It's because we care. We all care so much. And I don't know. I find this to be a fascinating season for the 49ers. And it does feel like they're at, I wouldn't say crossroads. That's too dramatic. Maybe at some point they get to it, but it feels like they are at an inflection point for this season. You cannot lose to the Patriots at home.
Not losing to the Rams are bad. YouTube was exploding on Monday. The calls were exploding on Monday. You can't lose this game at home. You cannot lose this game at home on Sunday. So we'll see who's in the lineup. The Niners going to hit the practice field later today. We'll find out what's going on with Brock Purdy's back. Could you imagine if they had to go to Josh Dobbs or Brandon Allen in this game? Oh, my gosh. I haven't even thought about that because the back injury, you don't mess around with backs, right? We see back injury like, whoa. Like D'Anthony Melton's got a back. He had a back issue last year with Philadelphia. I'm a little worried about that, although he's looking good apparently in scrimmages, running a split action, playing with Kyle Anderson down at Chase Center. The Warriors will be back, and they got content. They're going to drive us crazy, right, at certain points of the season.
But
hopefully this MRI comes back clean.
Here's the thing on the back, and not to make light of it, but, when you're carrying a team, no wonder your back hurts.
I wonder when he injured it. When did he get hit?
Probably diving head first for a first down, evading a Colt McKivitz pressure.
Boy, everybody's nicked up. All right.
So let's hear this Mystic. It's not Mystical, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not Mystical.
And it's not Mystique from X-Men.
Mystical, no, we don't want to talk about him. Don't want to talk about him at all. But we want to talk to Mystic because he has a take on Brock Purdy.
All right, let me hear it.
We'll set this thing off. Mystic, you're on the roast. Good morning, Mystic.
Hey. Good morning, fellas. And please don't throw me in the mystical box, whatever you do. That's just I'm not that kind of guy. But, here's the thing. I don't want to come off weird. Brock Purdy is a good player. Brock Purdy is a good player. But I think we're overvaluing his ability when you say you need him to be able to challenge Shanahan and play outside of the structure. Brock Purdy reminds me very much of a Chad Pennington or a Brad Johnson. Brad Johnson especially, a guy who's kind of nimble and who's really good avoiding turnovers. But some guys, they need a structure so that it protects them from their own limitations. And to Brock's credit, I think he's good enough and smart enough not to try and play outside the structure. In other words, when you're Tom Brady and you're lacking experience at the beginning of your career, you're not going to look over to the sideline and say, I'm waving off this 7-yard dig. I want to go a 9 route deep down the sideline. As Tom Brady got experience, he was able to do that because his ability allowed him to do that, his physical ability on top of experience. Brock, he's got the experience in the system, so it's not a matter of experience that's holding him up. But he's not going to look at Shanahan and say, hey, forget the 7-yard crosser. I'm throwing the 40 yards down the field. Why? Because he can't consistently do it. So Shanahan's system actually is protecting Brock Purdy and getting the maximum out of him. I really don't think Brock Purdy would be very effective in another system anywhere else because of the physical limitations.
You don't think Ben Johnson, time out, I'm stopping you right here. You don't think Ben Johnson and what he's doing with Jared Goff, you don't think Brock would look good in that system? You don't think Kevin O'Connell would find a way to utilize him? You don't think Sean McVay, I'd even throw Sean Payton and Mike McCarthy into the same boat. You don't think that they would find a way to make Brock Purdy look pretty good?
Well, you basically just routed off 7 or 8 West Coast systems, so they can tailor it to bring it to shorter routes. But he's not going to do the Stafford and then throw the ball 50 yards down the field.
Yeah, there's only one Stafford.
Like they did to Tutu Atwell.
Okay, yeah, got it.
He threw one deep shot to Aiyuk. It was on the money. He got called defensive holding. It was a beautiful ball.
He has overridden.
How far down was that? But that was only about 35 yards.
No, that was 52. That was 50 yards.
50 yards.
That was 50 yards in the air. That was 50 yards in the air.
Can he do that? Can he do that consistently? Or
are you dropping back and throwing 50-yard bombs 25 times a game? The majority of NFL throws, the majority of NFL throws by the data tells you it's 0 to 10.
Hang on. I'm not knocking Brock Purdy. I'm saying that you know as well as I do, he does not have the most physical ability.
Neither did Joe Montana. Neither did Drew Brees. Neither did Peyton Manning. In fact, if you go back and look at Peyton Manning's career, I don't think he ever threw a 65-yard touchdown pass with a spiral. Ever.
Can I say something, Joe?
You've been talking and saying nothing,
so let me hear.
You're out here hating.
Why are you so
You're
mad?
coming with some trash.
Mystic.
Saying that he's a good quarterback is trash?
You're saying that he needs to throw 50-yard bombs. You maybe get an opportunity to throw a 30 or 40-yard bomb once or twice a game.
I'm not saying that.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that he's not. I'm saying that he has not and will not be successful throwing the ball deep down the boundary. He's going to. They funneled it deep. They funneled him to the middle of the field. That's where Shanahan wants him to operate because that's where he is at his best, and they're getting the maximum out of him. If you look at it, Brock Purdy's numbers and the way he's played the game, they're getting the absolute most out of him.
I'm going to stop you. How many percentage of throws for the NFL, for the whole league? You just shut up for a minute. It's our show. Shut up and listen to me. 25% of all NFL throws this year are at or behind the line of scrimmage. Do you know who is the least amount of throws at or behind the line of scrimmage in the NFL as a starter?
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy. Okay? The majority of NFL throws are between 0 and 17 yards, where he absolutely dominates. Okay? Dominates. If I wanted deep throws, I'd go get Anthony Richardson. And if I wanted to miss a lot of stuff over the middle. You know what I don't want? Anthony Richardson quarterbacking my team currently. Come on, man. Mystic, I gave you enough opportunity. You drowned yourself. Next caller. Jesus.
Oh, hey, when you said high level, when you said he's hating, we got high level loser, right? Who TC calls Shanahan a high level loser. So I got to say that's some high level hating. Brock Purdy's pretty damn good. He's getting, like, the Niners don't have the yak this year. Their wide receivers aren't getting a lot of separation. Brock Purdy right now, to me, is the least of your worries. He threw the deep ball good last year down the seams. I mean, last week.
How about the play where he yelled at, or Shanahan was like, well, that wasn't his first or second read. The throw to Aiyuk against the Seahawks.
Last year at Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Let's go to Lisa in Fresno.
Just waking up and choosing violence this morning.
Lisa in Fresno. I told
it drives me nuts.
I told you Mystic was going to set it off, right, Cam? I told you Mystic was going to set it off. We'll get the Lubman's take on Shanahan in just a second. Lisa in Fresno, what's happening?
Hi. I want to say something to Mystique first. If that is what you're saying about Brock Purdy, you really need to reassess your value or reassess yourself when it comes to quarterback rating, because you know nothing about quarterbacks if that's how you feel about Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is one of the best quarterbacks right now when it comes to deep passes. He is exceeding all the expectations already. But my main reason why I was calling today was because of everybody was saying Shanahan's play calling and everything. But when we were 4-1 and J.P. Mason got stuffed, it was not Kyle's play calling. It was a perfect call and everything. It was the execution. Braden Willis missed the block, or he didn't miss a block, but he didn't push hard enough, so he didn't push the gap, and his job was to push the gap even wider so that Trent Williams and they can go forward. And I was watching it because Johnny Dell, who I watch every week, he puts out like an all 22 breakdown of why we lost or why we won, and he breaks down the film. And so that was a 4th and 1, and because he didn't create the big enough gap, Jordan Mason didn't have anywhere to go, and he got stuffed. So I don't think it's necessarily his play calling.
It's execution.
Kyle's play calling. It's people's execution.
You know what? Lay this down the line. Lay this down the line because execution, Shaska and I were arguing about a timeout late in the fourth quarter or whatnot. Ronnie Bell catches the pass. Execution. They win the football game. So you're players got to make plays at the end of the day too. You're on it, Lisa.
It's wide open, Ronnie Bell. Just grab the freaking ball.
This is off the hook, boy. The train, as Guru would say, is off the damn tracks right now.
You know, it's just
football season is unbelievable,
but the
man.
people who evaluate, like, and I'm so glad she did help defend me, but like the people who evaluate quarterbacks who played the position at the highest level, Peyton Manning.
Right.
Okay, Dan Orlovsky, whatever you think, he knows football, right? JT O'Sullivan, who does the quarterback school that everybody loves, Brian Baldinger. Like, just go around the league and all the people that evaluate film, they all think that Brock Purdy's really good.
Yes, they do. They do. By the way, Brock Purdy, this is according to Jeff Deedy, Pro Football Focus. Brock Purdy has completed a league-leading 25 passes in an intermediate range. It's 10 to 19 yards down the field. The next closest quarterback is Lamar Jackson with 14 of those completions. So Brock Purdy's stretching the field a little bit. He's doing it more so than Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow, than all these guys.
I read you the data, and I'll say it again. This year, the NFL, the whole league, all quarterbacks are throwing the ball 25% at or behind the line of scrimmage. Okay, that's all quarterbacks in the league. Brock Purdy is at about 10%.
No doubt.
He is by far the least amount of throws at or behind the line of scrimmage. So, like, we could talk about he does this, he does that. I think that you're misinformed. I think you need to go back and check some of the data.
Boy, it is hot and heavy in here.
Well, it just ticks me off when you come with incorrect data.
Lubman, your take on Shanahan. You had a take on Shanahan. Because we're asking two different questions here. One, what's your issue with Shanahan? A lot of people have a problem with Kyle Shanahan. What is that problem? What is your problem with Kyle Shanahan right now? And two, whose team is it going to be? Who do you want to rock with moving forward, Shasky? I think you basically said, is it going to become a Brock Purdy-led team, or is it still going to be Kyle Shanahan's led team? Right now, I'll still defer to Kyle Shanahan because of how he wants his quarterbacks to play, but I want to get Lubman's take because Lubman, for a long time, ever since I've known him, he hasn't been the biggest fan of Kyle Shanahan. So I want to hear what your issue is when it comes to KS.
Yeah, no, my issue with Kyle Shanahan is just like, I feel like all the big losses are the same. Super Bowl 54, the NFC title game against the Rams. I'll leave out the Eagles loss because Brock got hurt in that one. The last Super Bowl loss. Heck, throw in this most recent Sunday's loss. I feel like all these losses are the same. When it comes to crunch time, you get the tepid play calling. It's like he's playing more to not lose the game than he is to win the game. He's not showing faith in his quarterback. And it's just like, if you're going to keep falling short and you're falling short in the same way, that tells me that you're not learning from your mistakes. Like, you're trying to force things to happen your way. And when it's not happening your way, you got to adjust. And he's just not doing that. And it gets to the point where it's just like, you can only lose the same way so many times, hoping that something different's going to happen, doing the same thing before people start banging their heads on the wall, just losing their minds over this. So I think that's for me, my issue with Shanahan. As far as who you're rocking with long-term, like, I would like to see this become more of a Brock Purdy team. I think before training camp, you guys remember when Brock Purdy was on the TK show, he said, what's kind of next in your development? And Brock's like, I want more faith from the coach. I want to be able to kind of make changes at the line of scrimmage and be able to be more creative out there on the field. That's my next step is earning that next level of trust. Like, Kyle, give Brock that trust. He's shown at every step that he can run your offense. He got you to a Super Bowl. Like, he has shown that he can do the job. And then we're seeing this past Sunday, he had Brandon Aiyuk wide open on that go route there, but he kind of hesitates there because Kyle doesn't want Brock doing too much. If it's not there, throw the ball away or run out of bounds or whatever Kyle said last week. And so it's small situations like that just it keeps happening over and over and over again. It's the same story. And at some point, it's like either change your ways or we're going to have to make a bigger change.
Oh, boy. Hopefully I don't think that's coming this year, but wow. What a take by Sam Lubman. Good stuff there. Let's go. The Shasky's favorite. I don't think you're going to tell this guy to shut up. It's Brian and Palo Alto. Brian and Palo Alto, what's happening? That was a great take. I love football season. I love it. Love it.
Well, we just before we go to BPA, it's just like we act like throwing 65-yard bombs is the whole game, and it's not. Actually, the game is from the neck up, not from the arm. It's all about, are you cerebral? Like, just look at. We could talk about Mahomes' elite throws. Right. He's actually not throwing it deep.
No, he's
like
not.
If you look at the data, he's not. Now, can he? Of course he can. Right, but like it's all the neck up. It's pre-snap, post-snap. Do you know what you're seeing? Like. The arm is just one element. And then if we're going to go arm and talk arm talent, what about accuracy and touch and layered throws? Yep. Do those not matter?
No doubt. And Mahomes is giving his wide receivers an opportunity to run after the catch, which makes the Niners so special. And what they're not doing so far this year is yards after the catch. Leading your wide receivers in a great position to where they can catch the ball and run in stride and make big-time plays down the football field. So ball placement issues. Phil Mike and Guru just had a big argument last Friday about that. If Phil Mike was coming out, Guru said, throwing the ball hard ain't everything.
It isn't.
You got to have touch, and Guru went nuts.
I mean, look at Kaepernick. Kaepernick had as much arm strength as anyone I've ever seen, right?
Jeff George.
He struggled with throwing touch passes.
Jeff George, who Baldy talked about.
Yeah.
Jeff George coming late to practice for the first time. His first ever practice, he's coming in late, but Jeff George throw it with the best of them.
Can you see the field?
But the neck up.
Exactly. Can you see the field? So let's go to BPA. Sorry, I lose my mind when we're just talking reckless.
Brian and Palo Alto, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 Game.
Yeah, that caller, I don't normally call it another caller, and I've certainly had some bad calls myself, but that's one of the worst calls I've ever heard on any form of medium in the media, and indicative that I'm pretty sure he does not watch the games because Brock Purdy makes a ton of plays out of structure and certainly more plays out of structure than Tom Brady ever did. So, yeah, that's just an all-time bad take. I think my issue with Shanahan, it's part of the conflict of him sort of having the trigger on all personnel, but all these guys he's giving big money to, most of them aren't showing up, and he protects them. Like, if you saw his comments on Javon Hargrave the other day, who's been, I think, just an abysmal bust as a 49er. They gave him a bunch of money, and he sucked. And what did he say about Javon Hargrave? Yeah, he was playing his best game, and, blah, blah. Just, come on. Like, hold your guys accountable. Like, and maybe he holds them accountable behind closed doors. I don't know. But what I see is Kyle protects his big money guys. The guys that don't make a ton of money are the guys that truly deserve, like Brock or Jennings or those guys. They're carrying Kyle right now. That's my take. Hold them accountable. Hold your coaches. Like, if Jim Wilkes was last in the NFL in yards per play, he'd be getting ripped right now by Kyle, likely in public.
Yeah.
Is Nick Sorensen getting ripped? No, nothing.
Well,
why? Because that was Kyle made a bet in Nick Sorensen, and so he's going to protect them, just like his special teams coordinator. And so, there's just an inherent conflict that Kyle's not willing to, take egg on his face sometimes, right, or own it. And he's just always protecting his own decisions. So that's my take.
Yeah,
miss you, BPA.
He called yesterday. Wait till my girl Tony calls in. You just wait. This topic is tailor-made for her, Sasky.
It's like Family Feud. You've got your callers. I've got mine.
Where's Ken Oper the Cow? I keep asking about him, man. I hope he's all right in St. Louis. I wonder about him in St. Louis, man. Is he alive, man? What the hell's going on with him? We just had a big heavyweight fight. Anthony Joshua just got smoked out there in Wembley Stadium by Dubois. Anyway, that's my boxing take. Kyle Shanahan, I've had a love-hate relationship with. At one point, I got a call from somebody with the Niners and a couple other people, and they thought I personally hated Shanahan. They said, it's personal with you. I said, no, it's not. I'm just critiquing him because we called him the next Bill Walsh. So I'm holding him up to that standard. I've gone back and forth with Kyle Shanahan. I think he's a hell of a coach. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't like the way he did Steve Wilkes last year. Now, I don't even think Steve Wilkes is all that good. But when he publicly blasted him and questioned him and didn't have his back, and he allowed the players to do that. JC in Sacramento called us a couple weeks ago, said the same thing, which he was right about it. The players just taking shots at Wilkes, Shanahan not policing them. And then when he threw his headset in the Super Bowl, remember in overtime, he was like, Shanahan's hot. And I said, who the hell is he to throw his headset and get mad at Steve Wilkes? Well, the only reason why the Niners are in this game is because of the damn defense. When his offense didn't show up, his offense didn't execute. Didn't he have a stretch in the third quarter? He passed the ball 7 or 8 straight times? Like, what are you doing? Get the damn ball to McCaffrey. He lost trust in McCaffrey in the Super Bowl. Then in the fourth quarter, it's like, oh, wait, I do have McCaffrey. I need to get him the ball back. So I do have, there's some things with Kyle that I'm just like, it makes me scratch my head as well. But the head league of Wilkes was not good. That was not good by him. He basically put him out there and let him get hung in the public eye, and everybody took shots at Wilkes. And now we look at Sorensen, to BPA's point. Are we worse off with Sorensen?
Well, we're going to find out. Because you can't let a Jacoby Brissett all run, no pass with one guy named Douglas on the outside that nobody's heard of, wide receiving for the Patriots. Like, you cannot allow this team to put up 25 or more on you.
You cannot let them run the ball down your throat. By the way, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. There you go. Got a couple minutes until the break. Let's go to Telmo. Telmo double dipping this week. What up, Telmo?
What's up, Telmo?
Yo, man, the kids started preschool, so I've been up super early in the morning.
There you go. There you go. Congrats to you, kid.
You get your life back.
No,
congratulations.
So, a couple things. Yeah, man, that caller, I won't even address the takes, but it's just more the general vibe of the Brock haters is like, every time they're like, oh, he can't make this throw, and you're like, actually, he had this many yards, more than, all these other quarterbacks. Well, he can't throw past this, and you're like, well, he actually led the league in yards over 20 yards. Well, he can't throw 50 yards. Actually, he threw 50 yards. Well, he can't do it 10 times a game. Well, you know what? Nobody does it 10 times a game. These are people like, and I've gotten on Guru, because Guru's the number one hype man for the deep ball. And I'm like, this isn't Madden. You can't throw it deep 3 times a drive like you do in Madden. Just go routes and throw 50 yards 3 times a drive. This is not how the NFL works. Brock has the single best quality for a quarterback that any coach desires, and that is his ability to process, his ability to think, his ability to see the play evolving, to see the play before it happens. And yes, he's still young. He's still is going to miss some things here and there. I really think on that Aiyuk play that everybody keeps talking about, he was so open. If you go watch it back from the end zone angle, from Brock's angle, he has Trent Williams. He has 3 linemen total in front of him. There's a DB cutting towards the Aiyuk's path. Now, he's not on him because he's ahead of him. But Aiyuk, instead of running straight on the go route, he makes a little adjustment and he starts cutting towards the middle of the field. And you can see from the other side of the field a DB breaking that one. So I got to think that Brock thought that the airtime under that ball in the direction that Aiyuk was going in, that there was a chance that the defender would get there. That's the thing I could think. But going back to Shanahan and Sorensen and Wilkes, yeah, I mean, you didn't want to see that last year, and people are like, oh, he doesn't hold his players accountable. I'm like, I run a business. You guys have been in businesses. You never publicly, a good boss or a good manager never, ever, ever publicly throws his employees under the bus. Right. That's something you do behind closed doors, and I'm sure he holds them accountable. With Sorensen, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do what he did to Wilkes 3 games into the season, even though we know he's terrible. If week 10, week 11, week 12, this is still happening, I guarantee the heat will be on Sorensen.
Oh, yeah. Well, the heat's already on. Good call, Telmo. To your point about the play, the only DB I thought could get to Brandon Aiyuk was Tre'Davious White. And Tre'Davious White was getting cooked. All right? Tre'Davious White was getting picked on left and right. I don't think he catches up to Brandon Aiyuk because the safety on that play, Shasky, was so far out of the play, there's no chance that safety gets back to Brandon Aiyuk. So It is what it is, man. It happens.
missed it.
But look, Mystic said the deep ball only went 35 yards. That first one, because I went back and watched.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that was a hell of a deep ball. It was a perfect spiral. It was about 50 yards in the air, 52 yards in the air. So
I'll take
it is
your
what
word
it is.
on that.
So it wasn't 30. But anyway, how about this? I just got this sent to me. There's nearly $105 million worth of 49er players that are injured right now.
Is that for this season?
Right now. Travis Ward, Hargrave, Bosa, Kittle, McCaffrey, Devo.
Is that guaranteed money or is that cap hit money?
Low. Marco Vince and Miley. Miley has a different take. Marco does as well. And he says there's something we're not talking enough about here on the roast. We're not talking about it enough. So we'll get to Marco here on the other side, as well as Vince and Miley. That'll be brought to you by Frontier Ford. The Inter Summer Sales event is on at Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek in Santa Clara. Now's the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV. So stop by or visit frontierford.com for incredible savings and drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or frontierford.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members, and as always, earn 4 times reward.
Most wanted tickets in the Bay Area are here. It's Hip Hop Made in the Bay. Starring Too Short, Ja Rule, Bone Thugs, and DJ Quick, Friday, November 1st at the SAP Center. Maybe I'll go. Maybe I'll get a permission slip to go by myself. I got no Warriors game. Get the wife and kids at home. We're going to go see DJ Quick and Too Short. Come on, Shasky.
You know where I'm going this fall?
Where you going?
Well, or spring. I'm going to go see my little cousin play. My little cousin, he's 6'6", lefty. He just committed. He's going to Arkansas.
Oh, wow.
The big lefty. SEC, baby.
SEC, let's go.
Woo pig. He just said, Joey Lorenzini out of Rockland. I would first like to thank my family and coaches for this opportunity. I am blessed to announce my commitment to play D1 baseball at the University of Arkansas.
Congratulations. That's
That is
awesome.
freaking awesome.
That's awesome.
Congrats, JoJo.
What do they do? Oh, pig, suey. Come on, Cam, you know it on. No? Come on, man. Step up your SEC knowledge. Let's go.
Definitely going out there
Bobby
to watch him play.
That crook, he's now offense coordinator again at Arkansas. Bobby Petrino, he got another life down there. But I remember when he left the Falcons and he sent the memo. He hung a memo in each locker. And the Falcons like, this dude didn't even have the gall to say, hey, I'm leaving the Falcons. He couldn't even look us eye to eye. A couple days later, he's at an Arkansas presser. Oh, pig suey.
With no neck brace.
No neck brace. Then he had the neck brace. Then he got fired. Now he's back in Arkansas. Isn't it funny how that works?
It really is. Good for my cousin,
awesome.
my cousin Joey and his son. He had Tommy John at like 15 years old. He came back. He's a pitcher. He's an absolute stud. He's got some connections over there. So, wow, I just found that out. That's freaking awesome.
And they've got a great baseball program. They haven't been able to get over the hump, but they've been like a top team in the College World Series for a couple years now. Drew Down kind of took it out of my thought here.
What's that?
Drew Down on YouTube. Shout out to YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Wow. Joe Shasky's going to leave the state?
What?
To go down to Arkansas.
I left the state multiple times.
You gonna leave a play? Get down to the south, the dirty.
Bring my golf clubs.
Going to the dirty in Arkansas? Hot Springs?
Knowing me, I'm probably going to make the trip to Tennessee when they play Tennessee.
Oh, you want to go to Nashville?
I want to go to Sweetens Cove with my golf clubs.
Oh, boy.
Go see Peyton Manning's golf course.
We got Walking Back Wednesday, 9 o'clock, Walking Back Wednesday. I don't know if I have anything to walk back. I've been on the money lately with a lot of takes.
Maybe I'll apologize to Mystic or Mystique or whatever his name is.
Mystic. Big Dog's wife, the lovely Candace, is from Arkansas.
Really?
Yeah, they went back. They go back to Arkansas every single year.
Really?
Her father had the sickest accent, the Arkansas accent, man. It was great. Meeting all their family from Arkansas down there at the wedding in New Orleans, man. So Big Dogs always talk about Arkansas. They were at Arkansas State or whatnot. They don't like the Hogs.
How's the real estate down there? Inexpensive?
Go out there and purchase something, man. Be living like a king. Living like a king. Speaking of which, man, I had to think about moving to Lathrop, man. See the house I was in? Van Egan night. Dude, they had the in-law spot. And we're going to get back to the Niners here. They had the in-law spot out there in Lathrop. Had its own washer and dryer, old kitchen, own little patio, own little living room. That's just an in-law spot. Then they had the big office, and I was already imagining myself like, ooh, I could put like trophies here. Well, I don't have any trophies.
Well, I was going to say, what trophies do you have?
Maybe
that
some
Marconi?
books. Maybe some book. I don't even have one of those. I haven't even been nominated yet. Not going to happen.
Britt swooping up all the TV trophies?
Not going to happen. Yeah, I saw Laura Britt sit down with Brandon Pajinski. Warriors. I'm like, wait a minute. What's going on? She's doing everything. Oregon, Big Ten football. Anyway, Lathrop, man, these houses. I'm imagining you could probably get something out there in Arkansas like that. I'm imagining. Now, you want to go live in Arkansas, Shasky? Work from home? Go for 49er football? Fly out every weekend?
I think the same thing can be said for both Kyle and Brock currently. They're really, really, really good. Okay? They're really good. They make sweet music together, right? Bill Walsh used to have a saying, we're going to practice perfection along the way, knowing we're never going to attain it, but we'll touch some greatness, right? That was his saying. He wanted to practice perfectly all the time, knowing that it was impossible to attain. You're never going to be perfect. There's never going to be a perfect coach. Bill Walsh had flaws. You know, he ran almost way too emotional, right? I think Bill Belichick was too emotionless at times. I also think that the personnel guy in him and the control freak kind of did him in at the end. Clearly, relationships with the quarterback at the end deteriorated. You know, Kyle's got some warts. He's really, really good. Like, is Brock Purdy the greatest football player ever lived? No. But I'm using this as a loose analogy. It would be like me saying, I can't enjoy Steph Curry because he's not Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
It's like, well, wait a minute. I can't enjoy Reggie Miller because he's not Michael Jordan. Well, like, you're missing out then. Like, I honestly feel bad for you if you're not willing to admit that some of these other guys are really good just because they're not Mahomes. Like, to me, you're missing out on the experience.
Well, you are missing out. You are. Well, I mentioned this the other day, and it leads me back to the Giants. I'm not talking Giants baseball, but a couple years ago, we had to cross over you, me, Willard, and Dibbs. And they were like 8 games over 500 going down to Atlanta. I was just like, it's not entertaining. They're not even fun. And what is that? Winning's not fun? It's like, it's not fun. And they fell off the face. And here we are 3 years later, and everybody said, well, the Giants are fun and not entertaining, right? They've been a little more entertaining this year.
Yes.
But the last couple of seasons, they haven't been entertaining. The one thing I took away from Sunday, despite everything with Brock Purdy, he made throws, pocket presence was excellent, he scrambled, he did everything. But I thought, watching it back the second time, and I said to myself, Shasky, he's fun to watch.
He's a gamer.
He's just, like, if he was on the Cleveland Browns and he was playing this way, I'd be like, man, this guy's fun to watch.
Cleveland would die to have him over Deshaun Watson.
If he was in Houston, if he was in Dallas, I don't like the Cowboys, but this guy's fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I think about likability, entertainment value, and can you make throws, Brock Purdy checks all the boxes.
Mm-hmm.
He's fun to watch. So, you know, the entertainment value's there. He's like Josh Allen. He's fun. Kirk Cousins makes a lot of throws, but it is Kirk Cousins.
I'm bored thoroughly.
You know what I'm
with
saying?
Him. Yes.
Dak, I like Dak. Kind of bored with Dak.
Yeah.
I'm kind of bored with Dak.
Yeah.
Not going to lie. Mahomes, can't stand the Chiefs. Damn, Mahomes is fun to watch.
He's must-watch.
He's
Lamar
must-watch.
Jackson is much-watch.
Lamar Jackson is Christmas Day. I'm like, holy smokes. Watching Lamar, it was different than Burrow. It was different than Mahomes. But the way he navigates the pocket, and once he got out the pocket, that's the worst I've ever seen Fred Warner look in open field, was against Lamar Jackson. It was special.
But there's a misnomer about Brock that he doesn't make plays outside of structure. It's like all the plays are made within structure. The touchdown where he rolled right and stepped up out of the pocket and then threw a lob pass to Juwan Jennings, that reminded me of the playoff game touchdown to George Kittle. He did the same exact thing.
Oh, the first touchdown?
I'm in the pocket, I get flushed out to the right, and I'm throwing on the run. That wasn't in structure.
Yeah, no doubt. And then just the way he holds the safety with his eyes on that first touchdown pass where Aiyuk is coming in on the slant, and he's staring down Aiyuk, and he keeps the safety there, knowing that I got Juwan Jennings on a little delay. He's going to go walk down the seam, and he's wide open, and then boom, hits Juwan Jennings. Out and up. The execution on that route was just unbelievable. So Brock Purdy's a lot of fun. You know, you can debate how good he is. You can debate how great he is, whether or not he's worth this or worth that. He's fun to watch, man. He really is. So let's go back out to the lines. We got Fleming, 920, River Islands Guest Line. We're going to walk back Wednesday at 9 o'clock. Let's go to, who's been on hold the longest? Let's go to Miley and Walnut Creek. Miley, what's happening?
What's up?
What's up, Miley?
Can I give 2 quick shout-outs?
Yep.
One's to, if I can, one's to Brian from Flowing Water. Knew him growing up, played ball with him.
Nice.
Played on the same softball team with the guy. His brothers are out of control.
Why do you say that?
Because they get in every basketball league we played in, every softball league we played in. He's got 3 other brothers. They get in fights. They got kicked out of every league.
Oh, so they got a little Shasky in them.
And then I've also played with some other guys who I would like to shout out his kids. One's a starting linebacker, De La Salle, Nico Baumgartner.
Nice.
And then his other son, starting D-tackle for Fresno State, Kavika Baumgartner.
Wow.
They played with my...
So Baumgartner's on the De La Salle team now?
Yeah, he's a starting linebacker, number 11.
Wow, he plays with my nephew. My sister Camille, her son is doing excellent. Camille's done a great job raising Jayden Jefferson. He had a 93-yard kickoff return last week against St. Mary's.
So I've been watching freshman, and that kid has grown a ton. He's made himself a great player.
Yep, no doubt. What you got on the Niners, Miley? Good stuff there on Flowing Water in De La Salle.
My point. I want to shout out Dre Greenlaw because Kyle in the offense, why are we even talking about all that? Like the offense put us in position in 2 different Super Bowls with leads going late into the game. It's the defense, the defense, the defense. As great as they play at times, they haven't played great when it mattered the most. And without that tone setter, Greenlaw, I mean, he sets the tone. Other teams coming in to play the Niners, when Warner and Greenlaw were going at their best, nobody wanted to play us. It was a physical nightmare.
Yep.
So without him, without that tone setter, you're seeing it now. There's no fear. There's no fear at all on the other team's offense. So to me, it's defense and their special teams.
Miley,
Kyle's biggest.
Go ahead, Miley.
Kyle
Keep
is-
cooking.
The other only thing about Kyle I want to say is he's very stubborn. His clock management sucks ass. And the special teams, I mean, what the hell, dude? Get somebody in. You know the Cowboys guy who I hate. I hate the guy in the Cowboys. But he's into it, and their special teams are always good. Do something.
Last week,
I love
Lisa at Fresno, and listen, the one thing about Greenlaw, for the first time since he's been out, and it's only been 3 games, but I really felt his absence Sunday against the Rams. I felt it. His energy, his spirit. The guy opposite of Fred Warner. Fred Warner struggled a little bit. He's allowed to have a down game here and there. We'll get to some Fred Warner cuts in a little bit. But I felt it for the first time all season. Even when they were winning, I said, boy, this defense misses Greenlaw's spirit, his energy. Like, we go back to that Super Bowl. He set a tone in that Super Bowl, Shasky. I thought he was going to get flagged 2 times for unnecessary roughness penalties. He was banging the helmet. He was barking. He was crawling. He was smacking dudes. The first time I felt his absence was Sunday against the LA Rams. Not so much against Minnesota, but this past Sunday at SoFi, I was like, boy, they missed Drake Greenlaw, and it didn't help that Devondre Campbell's out there pass coverage getting cooked up.
I'm going to give you a name, and you may not even know this name because it's very obscure, all right? Chuck Studley.
Chuck Studley.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Defensive coordinator for the Niners when they won their first Super Bowl.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you had Seifert as like a DB.
Seifert. Yeah, I thought Seifert was a DC.
No, he 83
wasn't
or
there
84.
yet. Yeah.
It was either the first Super Bowl year or the first Super Bowl year, he was like a DB coach of some sort.
Yeah, Chuck Studley.
This guy came over from the Cincinnati Bengals. Anyway, point being is they don't win that game. And I know everyone goes back to the NFC Championship game to catch. They made a turnover at midfield. All right. They stopped Drew Pearson with the horse collar tackle.
Eric Wright.
And then Danny White fumbles the ball and they recover it. That's what ended up sealing that game. They gave the ball back to Dallas after the score. Who knows if they end up kicking a field goal or whatever, or winning the game, but they got to stop. And then you go to the Super Bowl. And what happened in the Super Bowl, Bonte?
Goal line stand.
They had a goal line stand, right? So that starts everything for Bill Walsh. And I know that we think about them, the offense, and then that's the touchdown play, and but you got to have defense. And then I go to George Seifert, and I think about how much we've, I guess, revered Bill Belichick for what he did with the New York Giants. Like, George Seifert is one of the great defensive minds of the last 40 years no one ever brings up. It's Dick LeBeau, it's Belichick, it's all these different guys. Seifert was awesome. And if you look at all the years that they won it, they had a top 5, top 8 defense every single time. And their numbers in those Super Bowls, in those playoff games, I mean, they shut out teams like the Bears. They shut out they held down to 3 points the high potent Rams teams in the playoffs. Think of what they did in the Super Bowls themselves. So I don't know. I hear him on that. Like, we always do criticize the offense, but you got to have D.
You got to have defense. There's no doubt about it. You mentioned the Super Bowls, 10 points to Denver. 16 points to Cincinnati. Really shut them down. Boomer Esiason and company. They really only scored 9 points. 7 came on a kickoff return from Stanford Jennings. There in the Super Bowl at Joe Robbie Stadium in Super Bowl 23. So to your point about defense, you got to have some defense here. And that's why I always go back to Super Bowl 54. 3rd and 15.
Oh, jeez.
3rd and 15. 3rd and 15.
How much different would all this rhetoric be if they just would have cashed in one of these two?
3rd and 15.
God.
You hold down the Chiefs on 3rd and 15. And that's an incompletion to Tyreek Hill. They are punting the football with 7 minutes to change left, down 10. That game is over, Shasky. Over. So you do have to make critical defensive plays at critical situations. Hell, defense last year, we don't want to say it, but the Lions scored how many points in the second half?
Oh, they shut them down.
A garbage time touchdown?
And to be fair, There were some big drops by Reynolds.
Big drops. There was some big drops.
You got to get a little lucky.
Big drop. You do have to get a little lucky. We got lucky with Drew Pearson and Eric Wright with the horse collar tackler.
I mean, some of those.
Green Bay.
Watching that back on the receiver doc, I was like, that's right. Reynolds was wide.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I had no problem with Dan Campbell going for it on fourth down.
Wide
That's what they do, and he was wide open. Now, they should have ran the ball because at that point, they were averaging 7 yards a carry against that 49ers defense. Green Bay, they missed the field goal late in the game. It helps, right? So, we got to get Phil Simms on. You're right, 510. Phil Simms, we'll get him on in a couple weeks here. We'll get Phil Simms. Uncle Phil ain't doing nothing. He'll come on the show
I bet
soon.
you Phil Simms likes Brock Purdy.
Oh, he loves Brock Purdy. He loves Brock Purdy. You kidding me? Let's go to Vince in the city. Vince, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? First, I want to kind of, give some forgiveness to Brock because I was kind of coming for him after Minnesota's game because I thought he was just taking too many risks. But after watching the last game against the Rams, I mean, mind you, the weapons weren't there, but I feel like he just doesn't have a choice but to take risks. There isn't, I don't think there's necessarily one person or a unit on the offense that you can point at for lack of production. I just think they're not clicking and gelling together as a whole. Because, you've seen that the O-line can hold, but then the wide receivers can't get open. Or the wide receivers are open, but the line doesn't hold and Brock's got guys in his face trying to throw. Or you have both where the receivers aren't getting open and the line doesn't hold. The only real shine that I have right now for the offense is the zone scheme that they're running, and they can run block for sure. But when it comes to the passing game, it's just not gelling like it should. And I think the only thing that I can think of that attributes to that is the holdouts from this offseason. The last 3 years, the Niners have had long seasons, just like the Warriors did, which means you got a short offseason to get things back in track, get the new guys acclimated and get the system going again. But you had Trent Williams, who's your O-line leader, who wasn't there all offseason, and he's admitted that not being there in the offseason has kind of messed him up. And then BA, who knows what he was doing? I mean, bro, you're catching passes through a damn tree in your backyard. How is that going to help you? You're not I don't know if he was actually working out or not, but I feel like his lack of production is a result directly from not participating in the off season. And until the team chemistry starts to build and they actually gel, I don't see how our offense is going to, be any good. And how are they going to gel when all your stars are hurt right now?
Yeah.
It's looking like we're going to have to go into week 6, week 7 before we get everybody back and actually start working out and, playing together. And then to the last caller's point, just real quick, sorry. It was great to see Talanoa Hufanga back. I thought he played well in a game, like a warm-up game for him. Hopefully he continues to build from here, but our secondary still is atrocious. I will never understand how guys get over the top of you. And like you said, Dre Greenlaw, that was a huge hit because we lost the Super Bowl once he got hurt. Because Kelsey didn't do anything until he got hurt. He went for 8 catches or something for 108 yards and a touchdown.
Oren Burks.
After he got hurt.
Oren Burks.
He's like a fifth DB, really. If you watch how he plays, and then when they go nickel, you got 6 DBs because he can play pass coverage and he can stop the run.
No doubt. Good call,
Dre
Vince.
Greenlaw's a huge
call,
hurt.
Vince. Good call, Vince. Dre Greenlaw. Look, Devondre Campbell. Again, I learned this from my old broadcast partner back in the day, now the voice of the Niners. Like, Bonte, the other teams will tell you what your weakness is. I hadn't looked at it like that before, right? We would just look at our own team like, man, that's the weak point of our team. But the other teams will tell you what's your, like Antonio Langham when he was playing quarter for the Niners, or Mike Rumpf. How many teams came into the game and said, we're attacking that guy, and we're going to do it over and over and over again until you make an adjustment?
I mean, the whole modern NBA is let's make them switch to get the matchup we want.
Exactly.
And exploit it. And as ask any Little League team, hey, if they can't field a bunt, just keep bunting.
Just keep bunting to that side until they make a move.
So your point is well taken.
Right. Hufanga, I think it was solid, but he looked slow. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, it's his first game back.
It's his first game back, and you had to expect that. Free safety is going to be a problem, I believe, this season.
Here's one thing.
You don't have a lot of speed back there, but Tarvarius Ward, to Vince's point, he shouldn't have played. He fell straight down on the out and up. He fell out and went out the game. He should have played.
I think also the point about we don't know what Aiyuk was doing, but I think whether it's Blake Snell coming in late, right, and not looking good, whether it's the other players around the league like Jamar Chase, or whether it's Dallas Cowboys situation with their wide receiver CeeDee Lamb, or Aiyuk, Trent, like pick whoever you want. Bosa last year. I think from here on out, as an audience, as a community, practice is important.
It is important.
And I know that we've echoed this a variety of times here on this station, but to go with the band theory, they're playing a note off right now. It's a little out of rhythm. And when it's a little out of rhythm, it just doesn't hit right.
It doesn't.
It's not a perfectly well, orchestrated symphony.
I will say, though, Jamar Chase looks like he's back, though, Monday Night Football.
Yeah, but it took him a couple
weeks. Yeah, well, you know what? The Patriots game was bad.
But I'm telling you, you also have T. Higgins, who was out for a long time. T. Higgins was out. Well,
he was practicing, then he suffered a hamstring injury, which he always does. But I got to say, the Kansas City Chiefs did a good job of taking Jamar Chase away. They were doubling him all game long, knowing that T. Higgins wasn't there, which is why Mike Gesicki had a big game down at Arrowhead Stadium. The Bengals are 0-3. They're a mess right now. Let's go back out.
Practice is important.
Practice is important. I'm not disputing that whatsoever. My thing is, if you hold out, just know that when you play, there's no excuses.
Oh,
I don't care. You want to hold out?
Bosa, Aiyuk, whoever.
You want to hold in?
You're opening the door.
You want to hold in?
Yeah,
like I mentioned, I said, we were talking about Trent Williams. The same point. If Trent Williams misses that Jets game, this is the wrong fan base to piss off.
Well, he admitted apparently to, I don't know, it wasn't Lisa Salters, someone on the sideline. He's like, yeah, I'm really out of shape. And,
no, Christina Pink, Sunday.
There you go.
Because he needed an IV.
Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, what are you doing?
Yeah, we should have got
this. What are you doing?
I listened to that. I was
he's 3 for 3 on needing an IV during the game, isn't he?
Well, that's why I told you I want the back of his jersey to say Trent Williams the fourth, Trent Williams IV.
That's an IV.
But do you like that?
But George Kittle needed an IV. Remember that? He needed an IV against Minnesota.
Well, that's the other thing I'm hearing is that, Minnesota didn't turn on the AC in their stadium. Guys, I don't want to hear it.
Remember LeBron used that excuse that one time?
I don't want to hear it.
We've heard about the Super Bowl field and this and that.
I don't want to
hear it right now.
We sound like whiners.
But when you don't practice and you do hold in and hold out, we shouldn't be shocked that Aiyuk is getting the heat. I'm happy Aiyuk signed. I'm still an Aiyuk fan. I think he's going to get it together. But boy, when you hold in like that and you get that money, like I'm full disclosure, in Philadelphia, when he signed, did a little video on how I was amped up. Then I went over to Mark Willard. And Mark Willard, shout out to Mark Willard in the afternoon with Dibs. But I started watching him on YouTube while in Philadelphia to listen to what the reaction was because it broke during the show. And then you called in. Mark Willard had the energy of what a lot of fans have right now towards Brandon Aiyuk. You better ball out. We ain't happy at all. We're over you, but you better ball out. And what does he do Monday Night Football? He drops a pass. And then everybody seeing Peyton Manning go crazy on the Medicast about dropping a pass.
Well, I love that.
Now it's just lit the fire.
I mean,
so now every play.
Peyton, who got every penny at every turn.
Every
Peyton,
turn.
You better make that catch if you're going to hold it. Like, Peyton, you were the quarterback. You got paid every dollar.
Every dollar, dog.
On and off the field.
Yes. So if Peyton Manning's doing that, this fan base is hyper-focused. Like, Tre'Davious White, I thought he made a great play on the third down. Played through the ball. I didn't blame Aiyuk for that drop. But you know what? When you get the $30 million a year, when you get the big fat guarantee, you best not miss. You best not drop a pass. Because this fan base right now is on full tilt mode. We are rattled.
I thought Jordan Poole got crushed.
Oh, my gosh.
Niner fans are making Warrior fans look like they're at the kiddie table.
The kiddie table. I know where you got that from, the kiddie table.
Am I wrong?
We're all at the kiddie table at some point.
No, but I'm saying Warrior fans, like the way their vitriol toward Jordan Poole, like the vitriol is like, we're 3 games in on Brandon Aiyuk and people are ready to
Are you surprised?
No.
You're surprised?
No, I'm not surprised. I'm just saying that the NFL is king.
Wait till basketball season.
Like a 25-foot table.
Just wait till basketball season. You don't think Warrior fans are salivating? They're trying to figure out, okay, we lose this game, who's going to be the scapegoat? Is it Brandon Pajewski because we see him do all the interviews? Is it Jonathan Kaviga because he dyed his hair blonde? Like, just wait till Warrior season. And then you got Giants baseball. This is what happens, man. Hey, people want blood, man. Sports fans are insane. We're all insane. Let's listen to the show.
Did you see how smiley and happy Jimmy G was after that win when the cameras panned over to him?
I did not see Jimmy.
Oh, you didn't see that?
I didn't miss that.
Oh, yeah. I had
after
my
the
eyes
game?
on him. Oh, yeah.
They panned him after the game?
Anyway.
No way.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it.
I'm going to find it, too.
Yeah.
Because what's the game?
Well, he was in the scrum.
They did the whole lateral thing, and I turned the damn TV off.
No, this was at the end when everyone comes to the center.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy was smiling.
Jimmy had a strut.
Oh, my gosh. Jimmy G.
Can you blame him?
It never ends. But he was, a lot of our texters have said, Shanahan would throw Jimmy under the bus, and Jimmy would just say, I'm just running the plays that are called. And then we had the whole Denver gate where he threw the pick 8 in Denver, Mile High. The pick 8 heard around the world, where he stepped at the end zone. He threw the pick, and it was a pick 6, and it wasn't even the worst thing to happen because Trent Williams was on the ground with an ankle injury. It was like, what is going on here? And then remember, he came off the sideline, and we're all lip reading, and he goes, these plays suck, man.
Did you see there was a BYU play over the weekend where a guy took a safety and he threw the ball over his shoulders through the uprights as he was going down for the safety? And like the second mention was, well, at least their left tackle didn't get hurt also. And I swear it was a reference to Jimmy G and the Niners.
The pick 8. Dude,
the guy was going down. He got safetied. He was going down. And as he was falling, he threw the ball backwards and it went through the uprights. And then, like, the second comment, well, at least the left tackle didn't get hurt, too.
Oh, by the way, we're all watching K-State BYU. I don't think we'll be mentioning K-State anymore after they got their ass kicked in Provo, Utah. That little quarterback who's driving a purple convertible or whatnot did not look good in that game. Oh, Jimmy, man. We get through all the adversity that we're dealing with the 49ers. We can always go back to the pick 8 and have a little smile on our face.
Do you think, like, Purdy ever, like, picks up the phone and gives Jimmy a ring when he's frustrated with Kyle?
That's a great question.
You know? Like a text message.
What did Jimmy say last year when he was strutting this stuff after cooking the Niners in practice and they won the preseason game and Jimmy was feeling himself? Yeah, there's a lot of weird things that happens out there.
Who's Jimmy
Garoppolo?
I mean, who does he think he is?
Dude.
When his podcast drops in about 4 years, how funny will that be?
Oh, my God. Dude, he's got to have some things to say about Kyle.
See ya.
Jimmy G cast.
The Jimmy G cast.
Man. I can't believe the Jimmy saga.
The Jimmy G cast will have an empty chair because he won't show up for it.
Dude. Oh, my God. Jimmy throwing on the...
People are trying to book him for his show and he won't re-answer.
Oh, man. Dude, the Jimmy saga... Kyle Shanahan really had him on a baby field throwing practices because he wouldn't trade him.
I'm convinced.
Peter King's out here lying to us saying you can get 2 first-round picks for Jimmy. What?
I'm convinced Brady was talking about him.
Oh, no, yeah, there's no doubt.
You're going with that guy?
Well, Shanahan shouldn't have told Tim Kawakami. Brady called me. He wanted to come, but I thought Jimmy earned it. Wait, you didn't even trust Jimmy. Anyway, moving off of Jimmy, moving on Shanahan. Let's get to the calls. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's push back way back Wednesday to 9:40 after flip. We'll push back way back Wednesday, or walking back Wednesday at 9:40. 9:40, walking back Wednesday. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
Hey, guys. With Brock Purdy, I want to chime in on that. I think people are a little reluctant to give him credit, and it's no fault of Brock Purdy. I just think people got PTSD of Shanahan quarterbacks. You know, it's been weird. It's been Brian Hoyer, C.J. Beathard, C.J. Mullins has, made fun of Jimmy G. I just think people are reluctant to give him credit because it's just like, well, is this just another Kyle Shanahan quarterback? And I agree with you guys. He's playing great. You know what's crazy? This whole Shanahan regime, he's always had everything but the quarterback. Now we have the quarterback. Now everything is kind of going crazy. The defense, the offensive line, the playmakers. We got the quarterback. Before, it was like we had everything but the quarterback. So it's like we just got to get everything to click on all cylinders. I don't know if injuries, people coming back will fix that. But it is not Brock Purdy. He's not the problem. And I don't know if he'll ever get the credit because the head coach, he likes the attention. He likes to get the credit. He's kind of the face of the franchise right now. And he likes that, until you guys kind of touched on it earlier, until he gives up some of those, that shine a little bit and have more trust in him, people are going to have their thoughts on Brock. But, hey, he's a great kid. I love what I'm seeing, man. And like, I hopefully it can have a marriage like Brady and Belichick, where they can have a 50-50 relationship and, they can trust each other. But yeah, right now, Kyle, he's stubborn. And that's what rubs a lot of people the wrong way. He's just too stubborn and he's stuck in his ways, man. So,
no doubt.
Hey, that's my call, y'all.
No doubt. Vince in the City, who we gave 3 minutes to, he said he forgot to mention something. I think we are cursing against the Chiefs because we traded Joe Cool there. Just a fun take. But you know what?
It's like the Babe Ruth trade.
You know what? It may be something to that, dog. The curse. We traded Joe Cool there. Now we're going to lose to him in every single Super Bowl.
I mean, Joe won't even, wear any Niner garb anymore.
No,
so
he doesn't. He doesn't.
I wear all black. No one's paying me.
He was at the NFC Championship game in the suite behind our seats over there at Levi Stadium. May got a check for it here and there, but hey, Joe, get your money, man.
May have gotten a check.
Yeah, get your money.
So now Montana's holding out?
Hey, man. He has. He didn't come to the last game in Candlestick.
It's a hold-in.
By the way, I can't believe we were both off that show when Joe Montana came on the roast.
Of course we were.
Larry Krueger special.
Well, somebody tried to say, I think it was Rocket New Era. Oh, that was all Larry. It's like, actually, that interview was booked 2 weeks in advance.
It's wild how things shook out there.
Anyway, Brent Walnut Creek, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Love the show. I've been chuckling, laughing all morning. And first, let me just make a couple comments about Brock Purdy before I jump into the Shanahan. First and foremost, if I hear the word system quarterback again, I'm going to lose my lunch, and I haven't even had lunch yet. I mean,
Totally,
system quarterback. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody plays in what we call a system.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure he makes a lot of plays out of system. You see that play he made last week where he ran and then to the sideline, stuck out his right arm to make sure he got the first down and just got it by about a foot? That's not a system quarterback.
Yeah.
Or it is a system quarterback, but when it breaks down, he knows what to do. I mean, here's a stat about Brock that's pretty interesting. Since he started in the league, he's thrown 3 touchdowns and 0 interceptions in the time in a game 7 times. You know how many other quarterbacks have done that?
None.
0. So, and the reality is when we get down to who's making plays and who's not, that's really what the difference is. I mean, think about it. About 3 plays over the last couple of years, guys. This conversation we're having is a lot different. If we make a kick in the game against the Rams, if our guy Ronnie Bell can catch the ball, we're not talking about play calling. We're not talking about bad defense. We're not talking about injuries. We're talking about what a gritty performance that the Niners played. How about Juwan? How about the kick we made? If we don't have the ball bounce off our foot in the Super Bowl, or if we make a kick in the Super Bowl, if we hold them in the Super Bowl, I think it might have even been 4th and 15. So it comes down to the difference of a good play and a bad play is if you execute the play. So it's really easy when someone says, "Oh gosh, why'd you throw the ball there?" Well, he was wide open for a first down. We can now basically just run out the clock. That's a great call. But when he drops it, you say, "God, why aren't you running the ball?" When you run the ball 3 times in the middle of the line from the 2 and you get stopped, someone says, "How can you just run the ball 3 times in the middle of the line? What are you doing? Show some creativity." So creativity looks great when you execute the play. That's what it comes down to. The Chiefs were not the best team in the NFL last year, but they executed the play when they needed to make the play.
That's a good point. Good point, Brett. Good point, Brett. Good point. Good points. Execution. Players play, coaches coach, right? So what's the issue you have with Shanahan, and whose team is it moving forward? Is it becoming a Brock Purdy-led team, or is it still Shanahan's baby? Does Shanahan need to relent to Brock Purdy, say, "You know what? You take the reins. You want to audible at the line of scrimmage? Go ahead." But last week, Shanahan just said, Shasky, we don't ask Brock to do a lot.
Okay, so let's play this exercise out. The Kansas City Chiefs, the gold standard, is it Mahomes' team or Andy's team?
Feels like Mahomes' team.
Has it always been?
It's tough because Andy's got his fingerprints all over it.
No question.
All over it. And Pat Mahomes plays to Andy's personality.
Yes.
So he's the face. He's the exciting guy. Well, we all know without Andy, it doesn't all work.
Totally agree. But you think it's more Mahomes' team?
Absolutely.
Okay, what about Josh Allen?
There's no doubt that's his team.
Yeah, also
There's no
because
doubt.
he has a defensive guy as the head coach, so maybe it's a little different.
Right, but he's got full autonomy at the line of scrimmage. Josh Allen was put, like, Monday night when we did talk about him getting everybody, hey, get set right there. Get set. Hey, you motion over here. It was like a conductor at the orchestra.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy was at the line of scrimmage, just commanding the game, controlling it.
So I got 2 ones that I think can go in either direction. Brady with Belichick.
Early on, it was Belichick. Once the Seattle game happened, became Brady's baby. Although they did win the Super Bowl 13-3.
No doubt. And then what about Pete Carroll and Russ?
It was Pete's team, and Pete tried to give it to Russ. But to me, that was a Legion of Boom. And that was a defensive team. That was Richard Sherman, Earl Thomas's team.
Okay.
But I think that's where the disconnect came in Seattle, where they were held, but they're trying to make it Russell Wilson's team, and everybody wasn't on board with that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find examples of like.
No, I hear what you said.
Where the coach is the leader, like Big Ben and Tomlin.
Well, you need a leader on the field. You need a leader on the sideline.
Absolutely.
You know,
absolutely, like Big Ben and Tomlin.
At that point, it was Tomlin's. It was Big Ben's team because Tomlin was a new coach.
Yeah, he was established.
He was established already. But early on, the first Super Bowl, that was Cowher's team.
Yes.
And Dick LeBeau's team.
Yeah.
And that defense's team. So it all varies. Like Aaron Rodgers, even when Aaron Rodgers won that Super Bowl, I'm not quite sure if it was his team quite yet. I definitely don't think it was Mike McCarthy's team.
But Charles Woodson was a big part of that team.
That's where I was going. That's where I was going with that defense. So it's.
You see, I'm just saying, like, it goes in both directions.
No doubt.
I don't like when I think of the Colts teams, because of the personality of Peyton and the way that he played offense.
Right.
It always felt like Peyton's team.
Even when Mike Shanahan coached to John Elway, let's take it to the Shanahans.
Okay.
At that point, was it John Elway's team? Or was it Terrell Davis's team? And did Mike Shanahan empower the running game?
I always felt like it was Elway's team because he was such a big star.
He was.
So maybe I'm misremembering it.
He was. But they don't do what they do without Terrell Davis.
No doubt.
And that Shanahan game plan where we're going to run the ball. Terrell Davis won the damn Super Bowl MVP.
I know, but the image that's etched in my head is
the dive and Elway.
I mean,
this one's for John.
When the chips are on the line, you know, I mean, he's the one sacrificing his body as an old man.
I miss watching Elway play.
Elway was.
I think I was too young to appreciate it.
I got in a huge argument with Tommy Call, who knows his stuff. He was talking about Tommy used to work at this station, does a lot of prospect stuff, and he was like, Trevor Lawrence is a better prospect than John Elway. I go, no, he's not. John Elway? I go, John Elway was drafted by the Yankees.
I know.
He's one of the greatest prospects the game has ever seen.
Bill Walsh was ready to trade Joe Montana for John Elway.
Everyone in the
Coming
league
off of 2 Super Bowl wins.
Everybody in the league was trying to trade for John Elway. He's one of the greatest prospects to ever play. Could run like the wind, thick as a tree, and could throw a ball through a brick wall.
Dude, he played with him on Tecmo Ball. He throws the ball 90 yards.
Stanford intelligence.
Right.
He had the complete package.
Real quick, let's get to Bill and Pismo Beach, and then we'll break. We'll break right. Squeeze in Bill right before Fleming. All right. Lovin said no. Bill, hang tight, because I want to get down to Pismo Beach. Personally, I want to get down to Pismo. Pismo Beach is a lot of fun. You been down there, Cam? No? You got to get out the house, Cam. Got to get out the damn house. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Hotel, Santa Clara, for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com, and that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Safeway. Dave Fleming on the other side. That Philadelphia freeway, they're feeling it right now in Philly. Saquon Barkley. By the way, tonight at 7 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game, we'll be airing a 2-hour special on mental health featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, and sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening is our 2-hour special spreading awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. The show will be hosted by Carson Daly and available on the Odyssey app. For more information, visit imlistening.org. Shasky and I just during the break, we're just discussing that screenshot of when Ronnie Bell dropped that pass in the fourth quarter and the screenshot of the 49ers sideline where you got Shanahan with his arms up, bent over. The entire sideline's like, oh my, that screenshot lives on forever. It could be the image of the season. It might turn out to be the image of the season.
Hopefully not.
I hope it doesn't. But when we think back to the season and things go awry, the train goes off the track. Next thing you know, we're going to look back at the image and like, yep, kind of knew it.
Let me say pump the brakes for now, and I don't think that either of us is saying, jump off of a cliff or anything, but I look at the Houston Astros this year in baseball, and I'm going cross-sport analogy. We know the Niners have had rough starts to seasons and figured it out. At one point this year, everyone was ready to bury the Astros, and then you look up, because it's a long season, and they win the division again. All I'm saying is the Niners are pretty battle-tested. Mm-hmm. Let's not count them out.
No doubt.
I don't think you're doing that.
No doubt.
But they got to get a win against the Patriots in the worst way.
Now that's show Monday. There will be no pre-show call. There will be no text messages if they lose that game.
I might just start the show on 5 o'clock on Sunday.
Dude.
What, you think I'm joking?
No, I know you're not joking. I know you're not joking. You will get
dial me up on the Comrex. Get Grandy off of here.
It's just
keep that YouTube stream going.
And it's like, I want to go to this game. And I'm like, oh, boy, Patriots. Gonna go to this one.
Yeah, this is on the couch game.
Yeah, well, I don't think I could be on the couch for this one at 1-2. I need to see a win. I
gave him to my nephew. He's gonna go out with his buddies. I got to go to church. We're gonna go see the Lord on Sunday morning.
Somebody brought us up with church with me. Oh, before we get the bill, get this. Bring up church. I checked the mailbox yesterday. There's a letter. Bonte Hill or whoever currently lives here. It's a letter from a Jehovah's Witness. And he sent me this message about God. He goes, if you want more information, my card's there. Just call this number. I'm thinking, how the hell did the Jehovah's Witnesses get my address?
You should tell them, are you available between 1 and 4 o'clock every Sunday for the next 20 weeks?
I swear to God, it was the most perfect handwriting I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah?
It was perfect.
Yeah?
It's like, wow, look at this letter. All right, let's get the bill. I'm sorry, Lubman. I'm just saying, but is that a stress thing? What is Lubman doing? Oh, that's the phone. Oh, okay. I thought you had like one of those stress balls. It's like squeeze it left and right.
No, anyway. That's right here.
Oh, okay. All right. Bill and Pismo Beats. What's happening?
What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing? You there?
Yeah, we're here. So thanks for holding, Bill.
Hey, I heard Vontae say he wanted to be in Pismo Beach today. Today it's gloomy and you don't want to be here. It's like my mood since that game. So you don't want to be here.
Well, Bill, yeah, they have that clam chowder spot where they throw like all the bacon and the cheese. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, Splash Cafe.
Yeah. Oh man, it's so good.
He knew exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, no, man, yes,
hey, Bill,
I can smell it, man.
Yeah, you're like me. We love our food.
Yeah. Hey, getting back, and probably Shasky could help me out here with this. Everybody's making a big deal about 3rd and down with Mason. I don't know. I go back and look at where that ball was. Why isn't that a quarterback sneak? What's Brock, like 99 out of 100 on sneaks? I mean, that's half a yard. And if you're thinking 4-down territory, I didn't see it. He'd been successful a couple times before, and I don't get what the call to Mason running to the left. That was a sneak. Get the first down and keep going. I don't know. Your thoughts?
No, it's a good point. And I think when they fumbled on the one that got overturned, but it looked like Aaron Banks like kind of kicked it out. I think they got a little scared, but they went right back to the sneak on the very next play. I don't know. I don't know why they didn't get it. Look, spotting of the ball is a big issue for me just in general in all these games. And the difference between a 2nd down run that goes for a first and a 3rd and 1, it does end up being the game late in games.
I thought Shanahan was going to go for it.
I just didn't like the personnel grouping.
I I just thought it was the way he ran that third down play. I was under the assumption that he was going to go for it on fourth down, but it is what it is. We got Dave Fleming here on the River Islands guest line. All gas out 95.7 the game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? A good place to live, no doubt about that. Dave Fleming, of course, one of the many great voices of the San Francisco Giants, also college football, college basketball. We'll get to Provo, Utah, because, boy, we're wrong about Kansas State in our assessment there. They got waxed in Provo. But right now, the Giants on the diamond are doing all the waxing. I mean, where does it come from? They get eliminated. They win 2 or 3 in Baltimore. They sweep the Royals, smoke the Royals over the weekend. Now they're smashing the ball all over Phoenix, Arizona. What has gotten these Giants, Fleming? Good morning.
I'm not used to this. It's been weeks and weeks of angst when I come on with you, like you're grilling me about what's wrong with everything. We gotta. Can we find something to nitpick here before we get started?
Give me a second.
There's nothing.
The lineups.
There's
the
nothing.
lineups. Why is Chapman batting fourth and not second?
there's
I'm
nothing.
kidding. I'm kidding. There is nothing to nitpick. It's just too little, too late.
Well, it is, but I mean, I make the argument all the time that this isn't, this is pro sports at the highest level. These guys are still, the paychecks are still coming in. Fans are still coming to the ballpark, having paid a lot of money to come watch you. Like, the part of the job is all the way through to the end to be a pro. And so, it is too little too late for the playoffs, but they're doing what you're supposed to do. When you're at this level, this is what you're supposed to do. You give your best effort all the way to the end of the year. And so they deserve a little bit of credit for that. And they have played really, really well. And it's exciting to watch some of the younger guys look more and more comfortable. So, hey, I'm willing to enjoy the victories and the nights like the last many nights, even when the overall season has been a disappointment.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I've really enjoyed the last couple of weeks. I don't know where it came from, but I love it. And I'm looking at Matt Chapman, and this is going to sound hyperbolic, but I think if you peel it back and you think about it, I think this is one of the best seasons anyone's had in a Giants uniform, everyday player, in about a decade. Brandon Crawford had a monster 2021. Belt got hurt, but he was on his way to a monster 2021. And we know Posey had a really good bounce back. I mean, you're looking at a guy it's going to come up on 80 RBIs, almost 30 home runs, elite defense, batting around 250, going to lead the team in home runs, stolen bases, walks, like a variety of categories. I just think he's had one of the really, really good Giants seasons in a decade. Like I don't even know if there's a question in there, Flem. I love watching this guy play.
I don't think there's any debate about that. Yeah, he's been fantastic, and he's not slowing down. Like he looks as good as he's looked all year. And that's what I think, to me, one of the most exciting things about his season. Because if you look back, it probably like mid-May, he was really scuffling at the plate. Now, his defense was great from the start, but he was scuffling at the plate. And, I think a lot of that is a couple of things. One, anytime you come to a new team, period, there's just an adjustment. It's really hard to hit the ground running. It happens sometimes, but it's hard to do. It's more common what happened to him. And number two, with what happened in free agency, how much he wanted to be here, how much he wanted to prove to the Giants that he deserved to be here. He was putting a ton of pressure on himself early. And, if you get to know Matt Chapman, which we all have this year, like he always came across to me like he's this intense player, but I always thought, man, that's a guy who just loves playing the game. He just plays it so natural and free and easy. And he's an amazingly instinctive player. But I think he does put a lot of pressure on himself. Like it's not as free and easy for him as it is for some other guys mentally. He is a grinder and really hard on himself. And so I think that all added up to a slow start. And since he kind of found that comfort zone, and now the Giants have signed him to this deal, and he's been as good as he's been all year, it gives you, to me, it gives me the sense that, man, I think the best could still be to come from him. And I really believe next year you're going to see a guy right from the outset who feels comfortable, and confident here. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, he's got a chance to hit 30 home runs, Flem. Who knew after that, what you just mentioned there, the slumps in the middle of the season here. Chapman, what a season for him. He's probably going to win a Willie Mack Award for crying out loud because of his play and his performance defensively, offensively here. But when I think about next year, obviously a lot of guys, they're not going to the playoffs, but I do think these games are important for guys like Fitzgerald, for Ramos, and how you end the season. Hayden Birdsong, 2 solid starts here, going 5 innings, but 2-0 in his last 2 starts. I do think it's important for some of these young guys to have that momentum carry over. Now, is that a stretch there to know that, hey, we're going to have a few months off, they go back to spring training? Does that matter with these players, with ending the season well, coming back to spring training, feeling good about yourself?
I think it matters with those guys. I do. I think, every data point you get as a player gives you more info to take into the offseason, where you get a chance to, A, rest up and recuperate, but B, start to really hone your game and work on the stuff you need to work on. And so I think every rep for those guys is valuable in that way. But I think, in terms of confidence and feeling of belonging, like I deserve to be a part of this team. I fit here. Having the attitude of coming to camp next year, not with entitlement, but the confidence of I'm not giving up this job. I think that's really important for those guys. And you hear coaches sometimes use it's like a sports cliche, like build up calluses. I also think for all of these young players, it's impossible for us to understand what a grind 162 is on these guys, just physical bodies. And I think learning how to build those calluses, push through incredible fatigue. These guys have hit the wall long ago, but they've never experienced this before. And to push through that and feel what that feels like, and maybe get a second wind and some extra energy and figure out how to, okay, I need more sleep, I need more this, I need more that, so that you can have some success even through all that. Like, those are really, really valuable learning experiences for these guys.
Yeah, and obviously Fitz and Ramos and those guys, it's a monster year for some young players. I'm looking at the pitching staff. I think Ryan Walker's just flown under the radar all year and has been outstanding, and I'm really excited to see what he could have in store next year. I'm looking at Logan Webb, another 200-plus innings this year, and then I'm looking at Hayden Birdsong, and Dave, I know the numbers are going to be very similar to Kyle Harrison in terms of the raw data. I'm going eyeball here, and I'm not trying to rip Kyle Harrison. I just think Birdsong right now, like he's a more polished player. I think sky's the limit for him next year. I think he's going to be an upper echelon player for this team in the staff for years to come.
Well, I think the difference between the two right now, in my mind, and you don't have to have this to be successful. There are a lot of pitchers who are 2-pitch or 3-pitch starters, but Hayden's got 4 big league pitches, 4. And the weakest one is the one that pops out first, the fastball. He's throwing 97. That's the one that he really needs to do more work on. But he's got 4 true big league weapons. I think all 4 of them are major league caliber, and in some instances plus pitches. And I'm excited about Birdsong because I think the fastball is the one where he can, we hear about these pitching labs and all this tech that pitchers use. Like, the Giants need to grind this out. They need whoever their best, pitching, and whether it's Brian Price leading the way or maybe somebody on the minor league side who just is really good at refining and finding the right, you hear this term shape. Like, Hayden's got to find the right fastball to complement the rest of his repertoire and develop some consistency with that. If he does that, I mean, I'm not kidding when I say he's got the potential to win a Cy Young. That's the kind of stuff he has. But the fastball has to get better. He's not going to be able to get to his ultimate ceiling without improving the fastball. He can do it though, and they can help him do it. And I can't wait to see his future. I'm like you. I'm really, really excited about him.
Now I got to do with Joe Shasky. See, I told you, Bonte, he's going to win 15 games next season. He said that earlier today. Well, I like Birdsong. He does have a lot of good stuff, major league talent, no doubt about that. There, but Shasky, you're on it with Hayden Birdsong. Real quick, Shasky brought up Ryan Walker, 1.94 ERA and a 0.84 WHIP. He's been phenomenal this season, phenomenal. but I can't help but think about what happened to Camilo Duval this season. Is he fixable? What have you seen from Duval during the season? Because we haven't talked much about him over the last couple months, but I thought he had the potential to be the best Giants closer in the history of the franchise. He was that electric, and everything has gone wrong for him this season. Flem, is he fixable? What's going on with him?
Everything's gone wrong. He needs a reset. He needs a break. Things have spiraled on him. He's definitely fixable. I guess I want to make one point about Camilo, because it's easy to focus on the stuff that has frustrated me and has frustrated a lot of people watching him. Like, he's got to pay better attention to the details. And, whether that's holding runners on, covering first base, no pitch clock violations, warming up in a different way, being ready to go from pitch one, all that stuff. It drives you crazy watching this guy. Like, he's got so much ability, and those things are so controllable. All the other stuff is so hard. Sometimes it's the easy stuff for him that's the hardest. And I get that frustration, and I feel it myself. However, the point I want to make is the stuff has gone backwards this year, and that's what has to get fixed. Like, all those issues are on the periphery, and those issues, frankly, were there when he was dominating, and he worked around it because his stuff was so good. His stuff has not been that good this year. The cutter's not cutting. The slider is not consistently sliding. He doesn't use the sinker very much. The movement profiles of his pitches is way different than it has been in the past. And that is on the Giants and him together. That is on them to help him fix that, because he's not hurt. This is not an injury thing. This is a mechanics and grip and pitch model issue, and they have to get this figured out. He's too good and too valuable not to do it. Now, maybe it's ultimately up to the player, and if the player's not listening to you and helping, implement what you're suggesting, then I guess that's a different issue. But the Giants have to take some ownership on this with him. As many great positive developments as there have been this year with some of the young guys, he's a guy they have to get fixed.
Yeah, I would agree. He had a nice there was a pause in the game actually the other day, and an error made, and he still got out of the inning, and I was like, wow, it's good to see him be resilient there, because he hasn't shown a lot of resiliency this year. Big picture.
But even that, just as a quick follow-up, so he said after the game, okay, I found, I used those practice pitches and I found it. Find it permanently.
Totally.
You gotta lock it in. The ability is there. Why is this roller coaster ride in terms of his stuff happening so frequently? Got to get that issue fixed.
I'm looking at the media landscape, the sports landscape of right now. It's been a bad year, and I'll get to what I want to ask you in a second, but the Warriors are in a weird spot. The Niners obviously are juggernauts, but they're in a difficult spot. Yep. The Giants have a chance here. They have a chance here. I think they can do some shaking up this offseason and be real compelling and real popular real quick. They've got a nucleus. Fitz looks like a player. Ramos looks like a player. It's good to see Bailey hit a home run last night. I feel like they've got some pitching. They got some guys in the minors.
Bryce Eldridge, go ahead, say it.
I'm going to say it. Bryce is going to be here at some point. You know where I'm at on Bryce. But they've got some pieces that they could move. Maybe they develop, whatever. I think they're a couple of moves away, whether it's free agency, bull trade. They could be right in this. But I'm looking at just this year and what they've done. They spent a lot of money. ESPN ranked all the teams in baseball, and they said, here's the letter grade for this year. And within this year, they got rated a D. Now, I get that because they didn't make the playoffs. Am I crazy to think that they're not that far off, though? I know the ultimate goal of making the playoffs leaves us all frustrated and pissed. So, where do you go from here, Dave, I guess is the question.
I don't think this year's D. I don't. It's been a D for disappointment, because it has been. Because when you load up like they did and have expectations like they did and don't get to the playoffs, and really, frankly, for the last month of the year weren't really in the playoff race, that is a disappointment. To me, how early they were basically out of it is the biggest disappointment of this year. And so, you can't give the Giants a great grade for this year, but there's no way it's and the reason it's not is because there've been so many peripheral positives, like the young guys, the young core they have, maybe not superstar core, But I think I was looking at a list the other day, like only maybe the Brewers and Cleveland have gotten more out of players with 2 years of service time or less than the Giants, like across all of baseball. So that's basically young players contributing to major league wins. Only a couple teams have gotten more than the Giants have. Like, that's a massive positive development. So, yeah, I just think it's hard to grade the year and be anything but disappointed, but they are set up to be better going forward. There's a big question about Blake Snell because, part of what has happened here is Snell has covered up some other stuff with how unbelievably brilliant he's been. And if he's not coming back, which I'm not saying he's not, but there's going to be intense competition for him. Like, how do you account for that? They've got lots of young arms, but I think one of the main challenges for this franchise going forward is, next year is your rotation Webb, Ray, Harrison, Birdsong. Is it Hicks? Is it Roop? Is it? There's lots of possibilities. What's Keaton Wynn's role? All these guys that you have sort of thrown in the mix there. How do you allocate those guys? Because I think for me, one of the lessons of this year has been too much uncertainty early in the year, too big of a reliance on like, okay, we're going to figure it out on the fly. We're going to let things play out early, and then you dig yourself a hole and nobody's really got their roles pinned down and you're playing catch up the whole year. And so I think it's an awkward position to be in where you have a lot of these young players that you really like, but you're trying to figure out how do we put those players in a position to be really successful from day one. That will be a challenge going into next year.
Dave Fleming here on the River Islands guest line. Giants trying to make it. They're hot on this road trip, man. Beating up on the Arizona Diamondbacks 2-3 in Baltimore. Of course, sweeping the Kansas City Royals. But obviously the big $1 million question is a lot of fans. And I can't recall a president of baseball operations or any GM in this market, whether it's the Warriors, Niners, or Giants, has had a Q rating as low as Farhan Zaidi. Now, I have no idea. We have no idea whether or not this strong finish to the season will have any impact on Farhan Zaidi's future. But how would that work? Because you've been around this game for a long time, Fleming. Does an organization make their decision if they know they want to move off of a guy? When do they typically make that decision? Is it a snap judgment right after the season? Do they think about it beginning in September where it's like, oh, we're not really in a race when they get eliminated? How does that process work? Because I have a hard time imagining that if the Giants did want to move on with Farhan or move forward with Farhan, I don't think that decision has been made based off of this current road trip, Flem.
I sure hope not. Yeah. You can't, you have to think about this way in advance, because I think for all teams, like, this is just a generality. When the off season begins, you have to have a plan in place. Like, the decision has to have been made by now, because you got to act fast, because there's so much to do if you bring a new person in any sport, in terms of planning and roster shaping, getting to know an organization. So that decision would have to have been made already, I would think. And look, that's not me saying one way or the other, what I think should or shouldn't happen. But I think if you haven't made up your mind by now, you're not doing it right.
Where are you going to be this weekend, Flem?
Back in the great state of Utah. I'll be at Rice-Eccles Stadium for the Utes and the Arizona Wildcats. That's late night slot. So
Utah's playing some good football. Play some good football out there in Utah, Salt Lake City. By the way, Kansas State didn't look good. Didn't look good out there, Provo.
Well, it was one of the weirdest games I've ever seen. I mean, Kansas State was totally dominating the game, and then in the span of 2 minutes, they were getting dominated. Like, I can't really remember a faster turnaround in a game, and it snowballed on them. And give those fans credit, man. That was a cool scene. It's funny, like, these late night college football games, everybody complains about the late night, and but they're so cool, and for the fans now, the Pac-12 fans in the old days would bitch about, every week we're in the late night slot and we don't get to tailgate in the afternoon, and I get some of that, but the scene is pretty cool when you get a stadium like we had on Saturday night, and we'll probably get it again this Saturday.
Yeah, we love Pac-12 after dark. Shask and I love the late night college games.
Well, the one I'm going to next week.
Are you going to that?
I'm going to go.
Are you going? Miami Cal?
Miami Cal, 7:30. We're going to get a babysitter. We're going. Are you going to be doing that game, Dave?
I don't know yet. I hope so. I mean, that's been our slot, but sometimes people at ESPN get greedy over teams like Miami, so it's possible we get sent somewhere else. But and we've already had Cal twice, our crew, so I do think there is a tendency to let's not make Fleming the Cal guy. But I hope so. I'm rooting for us to have that game.
God, no, Lubbock's got his tickets. He attended the University of Miami. I can't believe Shasky's going. I haven't got my permission slip signed yet, but I have a feeling I'll be out there at Berkeley for that one too.
I love Tightwad Hill on a Saturday night. It's so much fun.
And it's the Hurricanes coming to the West Coast.
I can't believe that Cal lost that game to Florida State. Like they are the better team. They should have won that game. If they'd won that game, maybe College Game Day comes out. But all that said, the new era of college football, one loss doesn't sink you. And if they beat Miami, which they are definitely capable of doing, they are capable of beating Miami. It would all be in front of Cal. How about that?
Cam Ward, baby.
I'm not going to be mad at my Florida State Seminoles for bucking up and stealing one against Cal, but that's typical Cal, Flem. They always lose the ones you don't expect them to lose. That's been their history.
I can't comment on that. I can't. I'm going to get in trouble.
I know. I'm not going to set you up. Eddie, you're right. I put
it already drives them crazy that I'm on these games.
Tell Roxy to chill out.
Yeah, but by the way,
tell Roxy Bernstein to chill.
I know you guys got to move on, but there's a true story about years ago. I did the first Pac-12 network telecast was Cal and Nevada, and Cal lost the game. There was a disaster loss for Tedford and Cal. And
wasn't that on a Friday night? That was on a Friday night, right?
It was a Saturday.
Okay.
It was a Saturday afternoon, morning time game. And so Cal has this amazingly terrible loss. It was the first game at the renovated Memorial Stadium. And so the chaos for the program, and the quarterback was suspended and whatnot. And I got a phone call from Sandy Barber, who was the athletic director at the time, complaining to me that I had some red in my necktie. And
you got to be kidding.
And I was intentionally antagonizing their fans by wearing a tie that had some red in it.
Oh my God.
And I hung up the phone thinking that seriously, that's what people are spending their time worrying about, with $500 million of stadium debt and a quarterback who didn't show up on time and got suspended, and you lose to Nevada without Colin Kaepernick, and they're worried about my tie. So I'm keeping my mouth shut on all issues in case Sandy is listening somewhere. She might have a complaint about the tone of my voice or something.
Oh, man, that's too good. That's too good. It's not surprising. Flip, we'll talk to you next week. We'll preview the baseball playoffs and put a ball in this Giant season.
Let's do it. Can't wait.
All right, Flip. Good stuff, man, here on the River Islands Guest Line. That's a hell of a story. That's why when it comes to losses and stuff like that, and we'll do a quick Walking Back Wednesday. We'll do a quick rendition before.
And I have breaking news.
Oh, Kevin Knox signed with the Warriors. You like that?
I love that.
Come on now. The Warriors,
I love that.
Come on. Quentin Post, two-way. They're going to bring Daquan Plowden back for training camp. Things are percolating with the Golden State Warriors. They're coming back in our lives,
Look how happy you are.
No, one of them checks are
Kevin Knox.
Kevin Knox. And guess who's back in our lives, baby? Draymond Green.
No. What?
Steph Curry.
Kevin Knox, come on down to the podcast.
It's going to be crazy to see the Warriors without Klay Thompson. That's about to hit us in the face.
I think they're going to survive. I mean, this is a team that did get knocked out in the play-in. Can't get much worse.
We can't talk about that play game. Stafford beating Syracuse up in Carrier Dome. That was impressive Friday night in their first ever ACC game. That is crazy because I believe that. Sandy Barber, you had too much red in your tie. Well, when a bad loss happens, there's all this chaos happening with their organization. If the Niners lose the game on Sunday against the Patriots, which I don't see happening, but you never know. We will get some stadium talk on Monday. When in doubt, play the stadium. You know it. You know it. We'll find something to blame. Real quick.
So when the Warriors suck, it's Lacob's meddling. It's Chase should have never moved to San Francisco.
We got it last year. It's just never been the same since they left Oracle. It's the curse of Chase, even though they won a championship there. You know that happens.
Kevin Knox.
Welcome back Wednesday, real quick.
Oh, boy. Ugh.
Oh man, walking back Wednesday. What you got, Shasky? What do you have for me today?
You know, there was a point in my life where I was death rowed out, Tupac to the fullest, and I didn't like Diddy, and I didn't like Biggie. Now I still like Biggie. I went around and I switched over, and you know, I'll bump some Biggie, but I allowed myself a moment to enjoy some of the P. Diddy collection.
Oh, boy.
I'm walking it all back. I'm walking it all back. I am not a bad boy for life. I want no affiliation with Puff, P. Diddy, Sean Combs, whatever the hell he's going by now. The Diddler. I don't know what his nickname is now.
Boy.
All right? All I know is this. If at any point I ever played any of Puffy's individual music, I apologize. I'm walking it back. I am now in the trash bin that's set on fire like I'm a New York bum. I have put all of the R. Kelly stuff with all of the P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, the Diddler stuff in the it's one of the great nicknames.
Diddler,
it's just hilarious.
I don't even
Puff
want to
Daddy,
touch it.
whatever he's going by now.
So you're not going to do the Harlem Shake no more?
No. And somewhere Shine is going, see, I told you, he threw me under the bus.
I'll walk back this real quick.
I'm walking back all Puffy love at all. I never really did have
I'll walk back this. I was the leader of the hype train when it came to the Chicago Bears. I was telling everybody to bet the over. Now, they still may hit the over. But it does not look pretty offensively for the Chicago Bears. I did not think that offensive line was that. When I saw them run a speed option on fourth down. When I saw him throw the ball, it wasn't throwing the ball, it was pitching a ball, a speed option on fourth down against the coast to go. I had that game on the quad box because in my pick'em league, I was like, I need the Bears to win. They ran a speed option to the short side of the field, and not one offensive lineman made a block. It was unbelievably bad. They lost like 5 yards. I'm walking back my hype on the Chicago Bears. They're a year away from being a year away. That's my walk back.
Well, I'll tell you, we were at a wedding on Saturday, and guys, I tell you, we brought up someone, not us, brought up the Puffy thing, and people couldn't stop talking about it. It lit up the table.
No, the girl at the table was like, I've been waiting to get into that. She goes, I've been waiting to get into that. It was like the icebreaker. Nothing from London and Cam. Nothing.
Fast Five.
No, Fast Five. All right, let's go. Fast Five. The Diddy conversation happened, and it felt like I was back on the roast because I couldn't get no airtime. Shasky rolled up his sleeves, and he pulled up the table.
I became the expert of the trial. We're going to go to our Puff Daddy correspondent on the trial, Joe Shasky.
That girl, I forget her name, she probably goes, I've been waiting to get into that. And I saw Shasky pull up his table, and he had his arm out like on the table.
I was like, let's go.
And he's trying to get it worded. I said, I'm going to just shut the hell up with
This is what you said, and this is my final thought. Bonte goes, I just hope. I go, what do you hope? I'm thinking, where's he going with this? I just hope Jay-Z doesn't get caught up in this because I really enjoy his music. And the last thing I want to do is turn Jay-Z into R. Kelly. You gotta laugh because it's so heinous.
It's so heinous. It's so bad.
It's so bad.
The poor Justin Bieber videos.
Everybody, poor everybody. Anyone who ever wanted in the music industry.
The Twitter detectives found out that Usher deleted every tweet. It's unreal.
If I had to do the elevator pitch on what's going on with Puffy, it's the hip hop Epstein with lots of baby oil. So much baby oil. Just so much baby oil.
Oh, it's so strange.
And a lot of cameras. A lot of cameras. A lot of cameras. There's so many cameras. Tremendous cameras. A lot of cameras.
HD cameras. Cameras in 4K.
They said we thought you had good cameras 20 years ago, but they're so much better today. Best shape these cameras have ever been in.
HD cameras, 4K cameras, cameras
so
all over the place.
Oil.
Candid cameras.
Thousands of bottles of baby oil.
I'm crying here. Hey, my final thought is. Poor
Bieber.
My final thought is. What is Shanahan going to say at the podium today about Brock Purdy's back and the injury report with the 49ers? Because we could laugh it off today, but situation is critical. And you're right. Austin de San Jose is right. Radich always said, boy, the best show is after a loss. I don't want to do a show after a loss to the New England Patriots. We cannot do a show after a loss to the New England Patriots. The Niners have to win this game. It's a must-win game. Cam, love me. Real quick. Come on. Let's go. No final thought, Cam?
Okay.
Cam's
My
just
final
chilling.
thought is, my final thought is also my walk back. I'm walking back my love of fantasy football. I hate it. I don't want to play anymore. I quit. I'm in 3 leagues. I'm 1-8 across those 3 leagues. In one league, the 2 losses I have, I'm 1-2 in one league. The 2 losses were against the highest scoring team of the week, and I was the second highest scoring team of that week. I hate it. There's another league where I had Christian McCaffrey with the number 1 overall pick. It's a miserable, stupid game. It's broken me. I'm done. I never want to play again. I'll be playing again next year, though.
Yeah, you will be. I'm feeling good about fantasy. I'm 3-0 in one league, 2-1 in my big money league with two high scores so far in the first 3 weeks. I feel good. And then we had the league with the SF. We had this with your baseball team.
Oh, yeah. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
You see my team name? Charlie's Gritty?
No, that's pretty good. Wait till you hear about the podcast that never will get released between me and Guru on current events in the pop culture world.
Oh, no.
You know that's going to be liquid hot fire.
Oh, no. That's Fast Five brought to you by Cindy. I don't want to go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Who's getting canceled today? Later with the 49ers, man. Who's the scapegoat? Oh, man, what a fun show. This was a fun show. Fun Wednesday
The
here.
only way this could get worse is if Nick Sorensen was at some of them puffy parties.
Oh, no.
It's a joke.
I'm gone.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
Great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, and don't say a word. Don't
I don't
say
want to hear
word.
a single syllable about Daryl the Guru Johnson today.
No goo today. He's got some issues that we're wishing him well on.
Yeah.
For sure. So
Give me your thoughts.
You know Evan Giddings well, and he will be in for the next 4 hours. So welcome to everybody.
I'm looking forward to having some fun today, Steiny.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're going to have fun. There's no doubt about it. But you brought something to my attention that's kind of starting to hit home. And I want you to tell people who you talked to yesterday about Christian McCaffrey, if you don't mind, because I think we all maybe sense this, but it's kind of, I don't want to say official, but go ahead.
Well, I just think there's reason to believe that Christian McCaffrey is not going to be with the 49ers for probably the first half, if not longer, of this season. And I had a chance to speak yesterday with Dr. David Chow, and you guys actually met him in Las Vegas. He came over during Radio Row. So you guys have met him as well. And of course, he's been a team doctor in the NFL for nearly 2 decades. He knows his stuff, and just reached out to him, had a conversation, and he basically was like, I think there's been a lot of, questions around what exactly McCaffrey is doing in Germany. Everyone knows he's in Munich. Everyone assumes that he's going to get some sort of procedure done. So I just straight up asked him, I was like, what does this mean? I think there's the Kobe comparison, but that was for a knee. The only 2 countries I believe you're allowed to engage in this, it's like a platelet-rich enriching procedure. You spin blood, and then you reinsert it back into the injury area. I don't want to get too specific, but it means that you're going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks once you get that procedure done.
Right.
So if Christian McCaffrey gets this procedure done today,
right,
he will be out through the end of October. That means, in my mind, optimistically, the first time we'll see Christian McCaffrey is after the bye week in week 10. And so while that might not come across as great news or even breaking news, to me, it just begs the question, can the 49ers survive until that point? Can they survive the first 9 weeks of this regular season and put themselves in a position to have McCaffrey, if and when he's back, to hit the ground running and help this football team?
And that was a big reason why a lot of fans thought it would really behoove the 49ers to get off to a good start. And if McCaffrey's, and they have 8 games, and then week 9 is the bye, and then they have a game on November 10th, which, if you're right, and I believe you are, that would probably be the earliest we would see McCaffrey, November 10th, which would be the 49ers' 9th game of the season.
And that also doesn't ensure that he will be at 100% once he returns.
Right.
Because he's going to need to ramp up, and they're going to have to be careful because he's got Achilles tendonitis, and you don't want to make it worse. So Christian McCaffrey is probably, I think best case scenario is he finds a way to be 100% towards the end of the season come postseason time. But with the way things are looking, you got to get there first.
Yeah. And
I was listening to Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and I do agree with Dibbs. 10 wins for this team right now at this point is a victory. A 10-7 season as it currently stands for the 49ers, I think that's where you want to be. Aiming at 11 or 12 to me is out of the cards right now.
Yeah, I think maybe you don't think about the record at all at this point, and I'm probably sure they don't, but it's about hanging. I think it might just be about hanging in there right now. They don't have McCaffrey this weekend. They don't have Deebo Samuel this weekend. Obviously, Javon Hargrave is hurt. But, the one thing I'm thinking is, if you want to look at the optimistic side, maybe we're looking at a scenario in which week 10 or week 11, the Niners are 6-4, and now here comes McCaffrey, and here comes Dre Greenlaw, and maybe that starts to change things. I will say this. This team right now looks like it's going to be in survival mode for the next 5-6 weeks. By the same token, they could get this right if their defense comes up with a couple big games in the process. And I think that's right now the biggest concern of this team. What's going on defensively, and why have they not been able to get the opposing team off the field on third down? And if they get that rectified, or if they make an improvement there, I think things will look a lot better, obviously.
Oh, but that's one of the issues with the defense right now, is it looks like it's eroding. Javon Hargrave is out for the season, and I realize that a lot of people have not been happy with the kind of money that he makes and the production that he's given, but you're now thinner on your defensive line. You're thinner in the middle. And this is a defense signing that has given up 6.1 yards per play. That's abhorrent. That's objectively bad. Like, that is the 28th ranked yard per play defense in the NFL right now. And not a lot of it has been because they're just continually getting gashed, but they're giving up chunk plays. They're giving up explosive plays. And this is a defense that, at least I feel like, is talented enough on the back end to not get burnt as much as they've been burnt the first 3 weeks, particularly the last 2 weeks of this season.
Yeah, if you were to ask me, like, what's been the most disappointing part of the 49ers start, it's just they don't look cohesive. And I'm not. Kyle Shanahan's a great coach. All right, he's an excellent coach. Let's not use the word great, but he's a very good coach. He's great. He's excellent. He's very good. By the end of my sentence, he'll be average. But no, but they don't look like a well-coached team right now. They look like every other team in the NFL during a year where the Niners seem to excel. I just, when I watch the Niners in the Kyle Shanahan era, I just always feel like they have some kind of advantage. And they make the big plays when they need to and all that stuff. It just feels like more and more these 50-50 plays where they need to make a play, they just haven't been able to make it. And I wonder if it's a sign that there's a lot going on with this defense, or it's just a matter of a couple more big plays and you're back on track. So that's what we're getting into today on 95.7 The Game. We're also going to get into some other sports today. There's some other news, obviously, with baseball. The San Francisco Giants, they won their fifth in a row last night, right? Longest winning streak of the season.
Huh? What's it?
Yeah. And we got action over it.
I'm glad they decided to turn it on right when it mattered.
Well, better late than never. And we'll get into the A's. Last game tomorrow at the Coliseum. I got to tell you something about this. I'll do it on the other side, but it's actually starting to hit me about the Oakland A's, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. We'll also be talking about the Warriors. There's some Warrior nuggets out there that we're going to get into, but it's the 49ers on the other side. We're going to get into some of their issues defensively and what is going on with them right now and whether they can get this thing back on track. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Lucky California.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. Goo's got some stuff going on. We wish him the best as always. Hey, you know what? I didn't tell you I was going to ask you this, but I'm gonna ask you this.
Hit me, Steiny.
How the fake punt? Were you surprised watching the game when they pulled off the fake punt, the Rams?
Yes.
I really was. I was surprised. And the more I thought, and forget Kyle Shanahan saying they knew it, but they didn't stop it. It was more that, I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking about that play. And if you can only do that if you're kind of a certain kind of coach. Like, that's the kind of play where if you don't pull it off, I don't want to say that gets you fired, but if you're a young coach, and I know he's young, but if you don't have a lot of experience and you're doing stuff like that, I don't know that you're going to – I think a younger coach without the pedigree might look at that game and say, okay, we're down 14-0. We're a long shot to win this game anyway. Let's just punt this away so things don't get out of hand in a hurry. And I just thought it was a great time for it because I wasn't thinking it. I don't know what 49er fans were thinking. Maybe there were some fans thinking before the play, they're going to fake. But I did not see it coming, and obviously that's the best time to do it.
Well, yeah, like you're obviously not expecting a fake punt. But I will say this, and for a lot of people out there that did feel like it could be coming, the situation was probably like the probability of a fake punt was higher than most because the position they were on the field is like you're not going to fake a punt inside your own 30-yard line. They were somewhere between the 30 and midfield.
True.
It was also at a point in the game where you kind of have nothing to lose. You're down 14-0. If you give them the ball back, the game might be over if they go down and score because you're getting rolled. So it is a back up against the wall type of situation. And from that perspective, I can see why Shanahan said we expected it. The one thing I don't think he expected, usually a fake punt's a pass. They ran it. And so there was great execution on that side by the Rams. I think they also saw that there was only a few players on that side of the field for the Niners, and one of them that was supposed to seal the edge was Chris Conley, who's a wide receiver. So maybe there was something from the special teams coordinator that he saw that, they audibled into it. But as far as, timing, position on field, and situation, I can hear Shanahan saying, yeah, we saw that coming.
Yeah, 650's kind of disagreeing a little bit. No, we all screamed it at the watch party. The guy on the Niners didn't contain on that side. That should never happen. Yeah, I didn't see it coming. And here's what I mean by maybe a younger coach as opposed to a guy who's already won a Super Bowl. But if you don't make that, the game's over. The game's essentially over. I'm being a little overly dramatic, but you're giving the ball back. So if that doesn't work, like that's a big risk. It doesn't work and you get down 21-0. Well, now it's a fait accompli. And I think to me, it was one of those things where after the fact, after the fake punt, then I looked at all of it and said, oh man, what a perfect time for it. Once I, assessed where they were, their injury situation, trying to get a spark from somewhere. But I wasn't thinking all those things before the play. I was thinking, they're just going to kick it down there. But then that's the other thing. I feel like McVay was thinking, if we kick it down there to the 10, they're just going to maybe not drive the field for a touchdown, but they're going to have the ball. And that fake punt accomplished so much because it effectively kept the 49ers from getting the ball the rest of the half, except for that last minute. And it just was a game changer. It was a gutsy call. It worked. And I'm not sure every coach tries to pull that out at that point.
Well, that along with some of the other gaffes, I think highlight just how important special teams are. Yeah. It's one of those facets of the game where you don't notice it until there's a major, like just a cataclysmic F up. Okay, so there was the fake punt that they got. If you want to throw in Jake Moody's 55-yard missed field goal to seal the game, that's technically a part of special teams. The week before, they had a blocked punt against Minnesota. They've had 3 or 4 Of course, the final drive for the Rams, a missed tackle on a punt ends up getting to the 50-yard line. They go down and win the game. Like, those are plays that stand out that cost you that football game. And if they correct any single one of them, I think they have a very good chance at winning. So, I mean, to me, it just highlights the fact that this team isn't buttoned up.
Right.
Like, they're not a detail-oriented team. And I don't know if they've ever necessarily been on special teams, because you can go back through the Shanahan era and pick out a couple of special teams, mishaps or whatever. But I just, they clearly don't care about that facet of the game enough, or that phase, and it came back to bite them in the ass against the Rams.
Yeah, and my question is, and let's talk about the defense for a sec. So they're not playing well after 3 games. I guess my question to 49er fans would be, I mean, do you expect this? Do you expect the defense to be an issue this season? Is that going to be the issue of this team? Or do you think it's something that will get straightened out? And I guess my question would be, well, how does it get straightened out? Is it simply that the guys who are really good players are going to start playing really well again? Is it going to be a case where they're going to struggle and hopefully they get Greenlaw back week 9 or 10 and then things start clicking? How much confidence do 49er fans have that this defense will eventually show itself? Because that's the part I can't figure out. I was reading Matt Barrow's story in The Athletic today, and he, not Matt Barrow's, but it was in The Athletic, and it was Diana Rossini. And she had this little nugget that said she talked to an LA Rams coach after the game, and he said something to the effect of, this has nothing to do with Brock Purdy. The 49ers defense, it's just not the same. And I wonder if that's something that's going to hold true for most of the season, or if it's something that is correctable. I'll throw that one out there at 888-957-9570. Where do you come down on that? And Nick Sorensen and Kenny do stuff to impact the game a little bit more?
Well, I think his job just got a lot more difficult with Hargrave being out.
Yeah, you know what? Can I address that?
Sure.
I may have understated just a little bit, but
well, it's okay. You haven't noticed him much, and
I haven't
been. It can't grind on the all 22 all the time.
No,
you were focused on Bosa, focused on Floyd, who, by the way, has been underwhelming.
Yeah,
really since just a couple moments in week 1, Floyd has not really done much. And that's, I guess that's my reason for concern about the defense. And I'm not sure. I'm sure Sorensen's trying, but I'm not really sure what he's going to be able to do long term, because there are more weaknesses on this defense than we thought there was going to be. So on the defensive line, now you have a hole with Hargrave out. Leonard Floyd doesn't look like the second edge rusher that he was supposed to be. Devondre Campbell is the entire limelight is on him anytime he's on the field. He hasn't been as great against the run as people assumed, and he sure as hell can't guard anybody. On the back end, Isaac Yiadom, I think they went 5 of 5 against him, the Rams did, when he was outside.
Right.
So, they have holes, and they have holes that good play callers like Sean McVay and Kevin O'Connell for the Minnesota Rams will exploit. And that's, I think, their biggest issue right now is how do they cover up those weaknesses? And at least through 3 weeks, the Jets are kind of a different situation, but the last 2 weeks they haven't been able to do it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this is an interesting thing, because one of the things about football that seems to always happen is you have an impression of a player, and then the stats don't back up your impression. And so I'm reading Matt Barrow's mailbag. He did a mailbag, Evan.
He's better than that.
And it says, here's the question. Watching Nick Bosa, he's been very pedestrian compared to the players of his ilk, like TJ Watt and Max Crosby. What gives? He's constantly doing the same, blah, 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 blah. Okay, listen to this. Sacks, quarterback hits, quarterback pressures. 3 numbers.
Mm-hmm.
J.J. Watt, 3 sacks, 5 hits.
TJ.
I'm sorry. What'd I say?
JJ.
T.J. Watt.
He's on the screen right now.
Yes. Yes, he is. Okay. Watt, 3 sacks, 5 quarterback hits, 8 pressures. Max Crosby, 3 quarterback sacks, 2 quarterback hits, 11 total pressures. Nick Bosa, 2 sacks, 3 hits, 12 quarterback pressures. And what's written here is Bosa off to a burning hot start? No, but he's not lagging either. So that, I don't know if that's cause for concern, but it sure feels like I haven't noticed him like I have in past years. He does seem just a little less dominant. Well, and I don't think you've noticed him in the moments where you expect to notice him. I guess that's probably the way to put it.
I mean, TJ Watt, I don't know about all 3 of his sacks, but I know that one of them was on a 3rd down in the Chargers game. Like, that's a moment where you want your edge rusher to get to the quarterback and get that team off the field. He was able to do that. Max Crosby in the Baltimore game had a couple of big plays to help the Raiders win that football game. I'm not saying that Nick Bosa's 2 sacks don't count, but they came in a game in which they got pretty much dominated by the Minnesota Vikings. You know, he didn't make a big play in the Rams game. The one thing I will give him credit for, because Bosa doesn't do this often and he's going to have to continue to do it, he played 100% of the snaps on Sunday at the Rams. Now, does that mean he might be a little more gassed and isn't necessarily going to be as effective because the Niners generally like to rotate their linemen in? Perhaps. But that's something that he has not done very often. And so I do think he gets credit for being on the field and available for, 60 snaps on defense. Right. So, okay, if he's going to play 100% of the snaps, which, by the way, Max Crosby also does, TJ Watt does not, but then you're going to have to keep that level because he's now more important than ever to this defensive line. And really, that's one thing that's been glaring is that I don't think they've gotten enough pressure when they've needed to. The Vikings were incredible on 3rd down. The Rams weren't better than the Niners on 3rd down on Sunday, but they were better on 3rd down when they needed to be down the stretch of that football game. And that's where you need those kind of star players, the players that make an ungodly sum of money to help you out. And neither Nick Bosa nor Brandon Aiyuk were able to do that. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is this Niners defense going to get better? And if so, how much better are they going to get over the course of the season? Or do you guys think that this may be something that we're going to have to be worried about for much of this season? 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Frankie Eyelashes. Frankie Eyelashes. Oh, my God. What's up, Frankie?
What's up, kid? I haven't talked to you in a while, but you know what? I'm a big Raiders fan. I told you I gamble, I bet futures. Sure. And the 49ers didn't lose to a bad team. They lost to a Super Bowl contender, to a quarterback that throws bullets. Kyle Shanahan, and I've been saying it for years, it's his play calling in crucial games.
You know what? You know what, Frank? We got a bad connection.
Was he talking about the Vikings?
I think he was talking about the Rams. Oh. Frankie, this has been a couple times. Frankie's phone stinks. His phone stinks.
Metro, I don't know.
I don't know either. We will go to the coach, though. The coach is in Vallejo. What's up, Coach? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing well.
And, Steiny, great. We don't always agree, but we do kind of think alike sometimes. And I got to chuckle. Out when you said that you talked about Shanahan and you said, by the end of the conversation, you'll be an average coach. I got to chuckle out of that because that's exactly what Dak Prescott is. Throws for 1 million yards during the regular season. Fantasy football type of guy. You're going to get big points with Dak Prescott. But both Shanahan and Prescott come up short in the big games and in the playoffs. And I like to reserve greatness for someone winning championships. Fair. And Shanahan hasn't done, that. Now, they show him on the sideline. He's sucking his lollipop. He got the baseball cap on, but what has he actually done? Nothing. In 8 years over here in San Francisco, he has done nothing. So Prescott and then Shanahan, I kind of say they're kind of similar, All
right.
What do you think?
Oh, wow.
Well, I don't think you can say Kyle Shanahan's done nothing.
I also don't think you can call him Dak Prescott. And I think Goo would tell you the exact same thing.
Right. Well, the other thing this is one of those things that is a topic for me forever. And it's always, just because a guy hasn't gotten it done doesn't mean he'll never get it done. And I'm always fascinated why would people say Kyle Shanahan will never get it done? To me, well, what happens if they find their way to another Super Bowl and they just blow the other team out? That could happen, and then Kyle Shanahan doesn't have to make any crucial decisions. And I'm not saying that would be the only way they want it, but how do people determine the people and the players and the coaches who'll never win it with the players and the coaches who just haven't won it yet?
Well, literally speaking, no Super Bowl coach that's lost twice has ever won. Like, you haven't, a coach that has gotten to a Super Bowl 2 times and lost their first 2 times has never won a Super Bowl. So there's that. But I don't think I don't think that's what they mean. To me, it's just, you've had, relatively speaking, he's had a lot of chances.
Yeah.
It's not just the head coach of the 49ers. I think people hold the 28-3 Patriots comeback against him as the play caller for the Falcons. He's been in a position in multiple locations to win a Super Bowl, and he hasn't done it. And a lot of people don't get 2, or even, if you want to throw 3 chances in there, a lot of people just get 1.
Right.
And you got to cash in. And he hasn't been able to do that. And we're starting to find out this season just how rare it is to just all of a sudden run it back and get back to an NFC Championship game, or look like you have the ability to, because injuries can happen, or maybe players don't perform like they did the year before, or I don't know, your coaching staff gets picked apart by other teams, and so they have to figure out stuff. Like, yeah, I don't think it's gotten to a 2020 point yet, Steiny, but we're another injury away from feeling like it is.
2020, mean the year what were they, 6-10 or something like that?
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL, Nick Bosa got hurt, everyone was done. The season felt over by week 4.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the one thing I will say is I think as long as they got, I can't believe I'm saying, as long as they got Purdy, they'll probably win enough games to, I think they're going to be able to, if McCaffrey comes back midseason and Greenlaw comes back, let's say week 10 or 11, I do think they're going to have enough wins to be in it at that point. I just can't see this team being 3-7 after 10 games. I still see this team as worst case scenario 5-5, let's say, after 10 games. But I don't see this team, I just don't see this team crashing in a big way.
Well, I certainly hope they don't, but I also think that we learned this weekend that a damn near perfect Purdy game was not good enough to help you win. This isn't an indictment of Brock. As Dino Rossini said, it wasn't his fault. I totally agree with that. But he played as close to a perfect football. That might have been his best individual performance in the regular season of his career. And they lost the game. And they didn't lose because of Brock. They lost because their defense didn't make plays. They lost because their special teams got taken advantage of. They lost because of coaching, because of scheming, because of production from players that are expected to be stars that weren't. They didn't lose because of Brock Purdy. But there might also be some games where Brock isn't as good where he was on Sunday. And he's going to need to be as good as he was against the Rams, I think, if they're going to survive the next 6 or 7 weeks.
It doesn't feel like, I was talking to Shasky before the show, and I just said, it just doesn't feel like, it just feels like something's wrong. Like, and I'm not saying it's just one thing. It just doesn't feel like they're together right now. And if you feel that way, then you start to think, well, what could it be? And I don't know. Kyle Shanahan is in his 8th year. A coach's voice sometimes loses a little of its oomph over time. Is there any chance that, I don't want to say he's losing the locker room, but is he losing his voice a little among the players in the locker room? And then you can't help but think more about the Aiyuk situation and what is going on there. And the funny thing is it feels, I think everybody acknowledges something's going on, even if it's the very least of all the big worries, which would be, still rusty. But it feels like it's more than that with Brandon Aiyuk. It kind of feels like it's more than that with all their issues. Christian McCaffrey. Well, he could play if it's a regular season game. Well, now he's on the injured list. Now he's probably going to miss half the season. So it just feels like a lot of things right now are snowballing. And I don't know. Do you have confidence that it's going to stop? And I'm not just talking about the injuries. You can't do anything about the injuries. But, what does this team have to do with the personnel it has right now to be a better football team?
What can it do?
Yeah.
Play better.
No doubt.
I mean, it's not like they don't have players. It's not like they don't have talent. I just don't think the last couple of weeks they've been disciplined and buttoned up. And I think they probably took their opponent for granted last week. I don't know about the Vikings. The Vikings look like a good group, but that Rams team, it looked like to me watching that game, especially after the first two drives where they just marched right down the field and went up 14-0, that they thought because of the names on their back that the Rams were just going to roll over. That they just expected because they're in front of a 75% 49ers crowd on the road. They're up 14 points. That's the game the Niners last year run away with by 30 points. Like that's the game last year that they take every single knockout punch and just deliver it blow after blow after blow. And that's what I took away from that game on Sunday, and Brock Purdy said it. This team's different than last year.
Yeah.
They might have some of the same parts, but this is a very different football team.
And it's a different year. And last year's success doesn't guarantee anything this year. 888-957-9570 is the number. I also want to get into this. They're a veteran team. And in football, when is veteran code for old? Is this becoming an older team right before our eyes? We can talk about that on the other side at 888-957-9570. All right, at 7 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game, we will be airing a 2-hour special on mental health featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, and sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening is our 2-hour special spreading awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. The show will be hosted by Carson Daly, and it's available on the Odyssey app. For more info, visit imlistening.org.
This is a special alert to anyone owing the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes.
I don't think you're soft, man, but I do think you miss Goo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're talking 49er football. They play the Patriots, 105 at Levi Stadium. We're still looking back a little at that Rams loss, 27-24, before we turn the page. And here's another thing I was thinking about, and it's this. Is there a difference between a bad football team and a team that early in the season just hasn't made enough plays? So I'm looking at my Philadelphia Eagles right now. They're 2-1.
Wait.
No, I'm just doing that for effect.
Okay.
So they're 2-1. I mean, they're 3 plays away from being either 3-0 or 0-3. It's just unbelievable. The Packers in week 1 had a chance to win that game late. They didn't. Then the following week, the Eagles look like they got a win in hand, and Barkley drops the ball on a questionable play call. They lose. Then against the Saints, they're fortunate to get a win there. Their coach didn't make a lot of good decisions, and yet they still come out of there with a win. And the difference between 2-1 and 1-2 obviously is incredible. But I'm willing to give the 49ers the benefit of the doubt because of their history and not think this isn't a very good football team, and instead think, you know what? They should be 2-1. They didn't make 2 plays late in the game that you normally make, and so let's not make a mountain out of a molehill. I guess that would be my question to 49er fans. Are we making a mountain out of a molehill right now, just 3 games into the season, when we know this team hasn't had the best training camp, and when we know they're a little banged up right now, obviously on the offense?
Yeah, but you could also look at those as excuses.
Yep.
And so the Niners are 1-2. The team that they lost to in the Super Bowl last year, the Chiefs, they have a scoring differential of 13. They've won games by 7 points, by 5 points, and by 1 point.
Right. Exactly.
They're 3-0. And they have not played very good football by their standards.
Yep.
Their running back is out for 6 to 8 weeks, and Isaiah Pacheco. I don't see any excuses being made for the defending champs.
Well, but that's kind of what I'm saying is, to me, are the Chiefs just, they're like, the Chiefs got a big call in that game against Atlanta. A huge pass interference that wasn't called.
Yeah, they're also a shoe size away from potentially losing the Ravens game.
Exactly. And so that's what I always battle with that, especially in football, when a few plays make such a dramatic difference. Like, if the Chiefs were sitting at 1-2 but played the exact same football, we would be saying, boy, they're in trouble. Well, they're the same team that played 98% of the plays the same way. The 2% didn't go their way, and they got beat. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out whether we are overreacting with the San Francisco 49ers. How do you tell when a team 3 games into a year's got some issues that may linger, as opposed to, you know what, we're 1-2. We made a couple costly mistakes to blow that Rams game, but that's a 1-game thing. It's not a season-long thing. I'm asking 49er fans, how do you tell the difference right now at 888-957-9570, Evan, or there's no way to tell it? You just have to wait till you stack up more games.
I mean, whenever a team loses or their season comes to a close, it's very apparent why. I mean, when a team loses a football game, you can see why.
Yeah.
Did I expect the Niners to lose to the Vikings? No, but as the game unfolded, it was very clear as to why they were going to lose that football game. But I'm not going to say that the Niners still can't be one of the best teams in the NFC. It's week 3, but their ability to storm back and win the division might be a little more impacted. Right now, I think their goal is to get healthy.
Yeah.
But as far as, systemic issues that they have, I mean, special teams have been an issue across the entire Shanahan era. It's not as if this is all of a sudden something that has popped up in regards to either a muff punt or a missed tackle on special teams or a missed field goal in a big moment or a punt block. These aren't things that have not happened before. So is the defense correctable? Perhaps. I think that has to do with some personnel. The offense obviously needs to get healthy. But it's funny because, like you mentioned, all right, well, a couple plays here, a couple plays there. It also just could be the thing that concerns me about the 49ers is this is supposed to be a soft portion of their schedule. So, like, let's take the Seahawks, for example.
Okay.
Week 1, they beat a Denver team that was starting its quarterback, first game ever in the NFL. The rookies generally don't win those games. Week 2, they go to New England and barely scrape by the Patriots in overtime, but they win the game. And then last week, they play the Dolphins, who are supposed to be good, but they're missing the starting quarterback and played a guy who was literally the worst quarterback across week 3 in the NFL. Okay, so they're 3-0, but that 3-0 is a little, like, people are probably overreacting to that 3-0.
Yeah.
Just the way we might be overreacting to the Niners being 1-2. The thing that I struggle with the 49ers is, like, some of these things I'm not sure they are correctable.
Yeah, my question is, and you brought this up earlier, I find it interesting. Right now, if you're a Niner fan, would you take 10-7 and a wild card? Believe it or not, if I were a Niner fan, I'm not ready to take that yet.
You still think you can get to 11 or 12?
Yeah, I think they could get to 11. I'm not super confident in that, but I'm not convinced that their problems are as big as maybe we're making them out to be at this point of the season. Now, talk to me in a couple weeks if they're 2-3 or 2-4. I just don't think I think they're capable of winning enough games the first 8 to 10 to keep them in it, and then to see where guys are injury-wise. I mean, if they don't get McCaffrey back at all, that hurts. What's Dre Greenlaw going to be when he gets back? I mean, he's a killer when he's healthy. Is he going to be that same player?
Well, and it's not just him being back, but it's not having to play Devontae Campbell. Like, it's that he's the guy who's being replaced.
Right.
I love George Odom, but he hasn't been good enough, and so someone like Mustafa's playing. And I don't know if you noticed, but I think it was on Kyron Williams' second rushing touchdown. Mustafa has a clear shot at the running back, completely whiffs. That's a rookie. That's a mistake, and that's a missed tackle. But that missed tackle cost you a touchdown. And there are just a lot of those things right now that, I don't know. The 49ers can't, look, they have room to get better, but they need their stars to step up, and so far they have not done that enough.
Yeah. This from the Xfinity Mobile text line from the 650. Of course I would take 10-7 at this point, considering all the injuries and defensive and special team woes. 10-7 would be a dream at this point. Here's why I wouldn't take it right now, is because even though it looks dire, there's still a path to McCaffrey playing this year. Deebo Samuel having a great year. Dre Greenlaw coming back. Nick Bosa reestablishing himself. I mean, the one thing that it feels like we can count on is they got a damn good quarterback. And I don't know if he can win him. He can't win him games by himself. I don't think any quarterback can. But I still wait on 10-7. Now, if they lose to the Patriots, yeah, then I'm going to change my prediction, my guess there. But
I'm assuming they're just that's a gimme game. Like that is a get right game. You better win that game because Arizona's coming in next week.
Okay, I hate that in the NFL.
What?
Like, there's just no sure things in the NFL. You know what I mean?
Like, someone could get hurt, but like
5 games a week, there's an upset, right? Or a team that's not favored wins.
I think
the game.
all of the biggest upsets won last weekend. Like Denver against Tampa, Washington against Cincy, I think was the biggest line.
Rams Niners was a 7-point line, I think.
Yep.
Right. And so I just try to figure out how serious things are right now, or whether it's just, you can get a couple breaks. And I know if you say, well, they just didn't get a couple breaks, you're operating a lot on hope. But I also think when you've had 4 of the last 5 years like the Niners have had, you have to respect the track record. That's all. Mike's in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
How you doing, guys?
Doing well.
Hey, first off, good. First off, I got to say, love that you're using my drop at the beginning whenever Goo's out. So, got to say that for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, that's me. The one that says you're not soft, but you do miss Goo. So.
Yeah, okay, I got you. I was trying to figure it out because they change that up sometimes. Yeah, you're a star.
Yeah. Yeah, I already had my 15 minutes. So, hey, the reason I was calling, guys, I wanted to talk about just the coaching staff. I'm not about to bash Kyle. He's already got enough bashing in as it is. But I just want to say, though, that, I just feel like some of the ego and the arrogance, there's never an issue of having some ego as a head coach, but I just feel like the arrogance and the ego is a little too much right now in regards to not taking accountability with things that have gone wrong in the losses on the head coaching side of things. I just want to see a little bit more accountability from Kyle on why it went down, specifically, on the losses, especially this last Rams one, and not pointing fingers at people. And he's always had a history of doing that. The other thing I wanted to talk about was Sorensen and the defense. I just feel like that the defense itself is being way too passive with their play calling. Steve Wilkes, he was a blitz caller like no other. I want to see more blitzing. And quite frankly, I know it's not just on the play caller and on the defensive side, but the players, I want to see some passion and pride behind, your playing as well, unless your name is Fred Warner. He's the only one that is really stepping up and doing anything on that defense. I need to see something, especially out of Bosa. Just put some pride and passion behind your pass rush, man. Like everyone's saying, they're seeing Hutchinson, they're seeing Watt, etc., Myles Garrett. They're seeing these guys get to the quarterback. Where are you, Bosa? That's all I got to say, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. It's about impact plays, and it doesn't feel like he's made a lot of impact plays. This from the 415. Get off the fence, Steiny. So many ifs in your argument. This team is aging, and gaskets are blowing up.
Well, number one, if you listened to the show before. Second of all, not everything is combusting. The season is not dead yet. It just definitely has not got off to the start that people thought.
Yeah, but I wonder, are there fans out there that think this team's in trouble? Do you think I'll ask you, are the Niners in trouble? And my feeling is you can't say that after 3 games. However, if they don't have a good year, I realize people can say to me, dude, this was start to finish. Like, they didn't play well the first 3 games, but we thought they would correct it. I do think they'd correct it. I'm banking on their track record.
Well, that's all you have to bank on. It's a little bit.
And we might be talking about the same thing, but they've also got players who have been proven in the league. So they do have, it's not like they're starting some young players.
Yeah, and some of those players are no longer on the field. The one thing that does give me hope for this season is number 13. It's Brock Purdy. Because if there's been one piece of their franchise that has been, I think, just even keel, that has given you what you expected, it's been the quarterback. And I think it's ironic that for so many years, the one thing that's been unstable about this organization is the quarterback. And the thing that has been the most stable about this season thus far is the quarterback.
Yeah.
So Brock Purdy's been fantastic, and that feels, at least for me as a viewer, great to know what I'm going to get at that position each and every week. But at the end of the day, it is about stacking W's and not L's, and through 3 weeks, they haven't done that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The one thing I do think is going to be the case this year, and I'm not sure that I've changed my opinion on it, but I think it is going to be tougher. It's going to be more of a grind. They're coming back for their 6th year where their expectations are to go deep into the playoffs, and never more than now, do they have to win a Super Bowl, or is it expected or not expected? But this is one of their last best chances to win a Super Bowl, and that I think they're going to play better as the season goes along, because I absolutely think there's something to knowing how long this season is, and it's just got them, I wouldn't say a malaise, but they're just not maybe as enthusiastic coming out to start a season because they know how long it's going to take to get to where they want to go in terms of games, months, and games, weeks, and months.
Well, I don't mean to be this guy, but they knew how long last season was going to be. That was coming off a trip to an NFC Championship game in which they felt like they got robbed.
But they had a little bit of a grudge. You know what I mean? Like,
why would they not have a grudge this year? They lost the Super Bowl in overtime.
That's kind of why, believe it or not. Like, I feel like when they lost to the Eagles, they felt like they got cheated by the injury, and not cheated as in hosed, but just they didn't get their fair crack at the Eagles that day. And so then the next year, I feel like they said, all right, we're going to the Super Bowl, and we're going to win the Super Bowl. And they went to the Super Bowl, and they got beat late. And that's why I believe, to my way of thinking, that's maybe why it's been harder to come out guns blazing, because that loss did sting. I think it's still maybe in their minds a little bit, but over the course of the season, I think it'll gradually dissipate. That's just my thought.
No, I think that's fair, but I could also take Debo's words. If he believes that this team has been the most talented group in the NFL for however long, whether they are or aren't, doesn't really matter. I do think he has reason to believe that the Niners played a better football game than the Chiefs. But again, like the Rams game, they didn't make enough plays in the biggest moments to warrant besting Patrick Mahomes. But I think that they firmly believe they were the better team last year. Just like they believe they were the better team than the Philadelphia Eagles the year before. Now, while they got beat as opposed to not having a chance to prove it, to me that's kind of apples to apples. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't have as much motivation coming into this season as last season. What I think they've run into is this war of attrition that they're beginning to lose from going to so many games and through so many seasons. Like, one thing the Chiefs have done, and I realize that they're 3-0, and it's been because of a couple plays and all the rest, but they got Travis Kelce on a pitch count. Travis Kelce's 35 years old. He's a Hall of Fame tight end, one of the greatest of all time. They know when they need him, but they also realize they can still win games if he's not on the field all the time. He's playing less than half the snaps, but the snaps that he's playing are in big spots. And they also have trust in other players to go out and make those plays. I mean, they brought in Hollywood Brown, who may not be as good as he once was, but he's expected to be a big part of this receiving core. He's not there. Their starting running back is now out. But they're still finding ways to cobble together victories against, frankly, better opponents than the Niners have played.
Yeah.
So I hear what you're saying. It is very hard. I do believe in a quote-unquote Super Bowl hangover. But that Super Bowl hangover is not an excuse to be losing to inferior teams like the Rams.
888-957-9570 is the number. I'm still of the opinion that things are going to get better for the Niners. And we may, if I had to make a bet, we'll look back at these 3 games and say, yeah, that wasn't who we were. And now we're in week 12 or 13 and we're proving it. That's what I would, if I had to bet, that's what I would bet on. What about you guys? What about you 49er fans? Let's go out to Waterman in Corte Madera. Hey, Waterman, what's going on?
What up, gentlemen? How are we doing today?
Doing well.
So, I mean, I know you guys, I know I call a lot, and I probably tend to lean towards the negative. I still think the Niners are going to be. I still think they're going to be 10-7 this year.
Okay.
I kind of predicted that early in the year. So, yeah, they're going to probably give away a game or two in the Rams fashion. It's just, I think, just the way this season's going to go. I think Matt Taiteo said it best. He didn't see the energy in this team. They seemed depleted early in the year when he was interviewed. The Niners right now are experiencing Super Bowl hangover. They've gone through yet another Super Bowl against the Chiefs making it through that grind and losing in a dramatic fashion again. Having a lead and having it watch it go away. And I'm telling you, that has a mental grind on you, because it's I guarantee you most of those players are saying, like, what do we have to do to get over this hump? And yes, okay, I get it. They're $1 million paid athletes, and we all think they should be robotic and just go out and make plays. But right now, they're playing with no swagger. They're playing with no high energy emotion. They don't have they're a big emotional leader in Dre Greenlaw, on the defensive side. It's not the same team as last year, too. Regardless of how we felt about Eric Armstead, how we felt about Kinlaw, it's not the same team. So this is a new thing. It's a new defensive coordinator, which, let's face it, the book's still out on him. But right now, just to use the Chiefs as an example, they are playing as a team that is the Super Bowl defending champion with all the swagger. There's 2 games this year I've watched where they had no business winning those games, and they found a way to pull it out because they're playing with confidence. They're playing with swagger. Okay, we can use the excuse of, they've gotten bailed out on some major non-calls. But the Atlanta game, for example, with the Chiefs, we forget Atlanta did get the ball back, and the Chiefs got 3 or 4 penalties on that last drive Atlanta got. But when Atlanta needed to get 1 yard, they couldn't come up with 1 yard, and the Chiefs defense stifled them. So they have an amazing core group of coaches. Their staff has been solid at all the right places. They're probably not more talented than the Niners on paper, but the guys are doing and working together and playing with swagger. And right now, unfortunately, the Niners aren't. It's a drag as a fan, and I do think they're gonna turn it around and win some games. I'm hoping for 4-4 by the bye week. I'm not anticipating the Niners beating the Chiefs this year at all when they play them, but right now the Niners they need a little perk up, and I thought they had it with the Rams with the way Purdy played and Jennings, but unfortunately it slipped away. It got slipped away, and it's not from those guys' fault. It's from making stupid plays, at the wrong time. Allowing a terrible punt return. Like, what are we doing here? It was just like, talk about a momentum shift. We got to see it on Sunday with the Rams, guys.
Yeah, no doubt about that. No doubt about that. Very rare do you have a game in which you can point to the exact moment it all switched. But that game on Sunday changed in a monster way midway through the second quarter when Sean McVay went for that 4th down and got it on the punt.
But again, let's say that opened the door.
Yeah.
There were still 17 chances for the Niners to kick the door back shut.
And you know what? You're right. That touchdown made it 14-7. They went back up 21-7 after that. So,
and they also had a chance right before the half. It's funny because Guru will bring up a McCaffrey fumbled in the Super Bowl.
Right.
Or people will point to Jalen Hurts who fumbled for a pick 6 in the Super Bowl. So if I think Brock Purdy played maybe his best regular season game in his career.
Okay.
Fumbled the ball before the half. So are people mad about that? To me, those aren't things to just look at and say, well, that's why they lost. But again, when you go back and stack up the different reasons why, that is a part of it. The Rams needed a lot of things to go their way after digging themselves a 14-0 hole, a 21-7 hole in the second half. And then the Niners basically gave them the shovel or a ladder.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It's a good point. All right, 888-957-9570. I see callers lining up. We'll get to you all on the other side. San Francisco 49ers, now 1-2. I guess the way I feel is I think things are going to even out a little bit. You know what I mean? I think there are games that the Chiefs maybe didn't deserve to win a game, and they got to win. It'll even out in the end, and I kind of feel like that loss, I feel like the loss of the Rams is a little bit of an outlier.
No, and that's why I think that this game is going to be a get-right game for the Niners.
Yep.
I don't know if it's going to calm all the concerns of fans, but, the reason why you should feel optimistic about this group is It is the names on the back of their jerseys. Like, you've seen them do this before. And if Kittle's back this weekend, Debo comes back next week, you can get this thing right. There is still a lot of time left, but right. I think you've stolen this line before a couple times. It can get early late.
Oh, I like that line. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with my main man, Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas, live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
What are they talking about?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know what, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Maybe we need to change our approach to the 49ers this season.
Like a 7-foot putt.
Yeah, in this way. Maybe they're not the team that... Maybe we just have to start judging this team only on this year. And here's what I mean. If they beat the Patriots, it will be ho-hum. They will not get much, if any, credit for beating the Patriots at home and raising their record to 2-2. Like, this fan base, after the last 5 years, absolutely expects to win that game. And the 49ers should win that game. But what I'm saying is...
Would you like to guess the line?
When they win it,
yeah,
I think they deserve credit for winning the game because we know this year's going to be a grind. And it's just not going to be as easy as the last few years where they just kind of roll to 12 wins or whatever they get. It's, this year's about scratching and clawing, maybe to get into the postseason, and then coming together at that time with a veteran team that knows how to get it done or at least get to the Super Bowl. But I do think we got to start looking at this team maybe a little differently this particular year. What's the spread?
10 points.
Oh my God.
You better win that game. That's the largest spread of the NFL season so far.
Well, let me see if I can get this.
I'm not saying you have to cover, but you better win. I could totally see
I agree with that. They
backdoor cover for the Patriots. Final
win.
Drive touchdown. Jacoby Brissett goes in for 6.
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan's in Redwood City. What's up, Ryan? How you doing?
I'm all right. How are y'all today?
We're good, man. Thank you. Well, I am.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. So normally that last caller, I would agree about Shanahan and, lack of accountability and this and that and everything. But I don't know. The kicker misses a field goal. And I don't know the name of the player that dropped the ball.
Ronnie Bell.
That, both hands hit the ball. And come on. So you make that catch, you get one. I don't know. Players didn't execute. I don't know how you put that on to Shanahan. If I was him, I'd point fingers too. I mean, they're getting paid to do a job. They didn't do it. I did mine this time. Now, other times, we can look at him, I think, in, accountability or lack of it, but not that last game. They should have won that. That game should have been a wrap.
Gotcha. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate the call. I don't know if this is right, Evan, but it's from the 415. According to him, the largest underdog by spread has won the game straight up every week this season. And then he says,
that is true.
Feel free to check what the largest spread is in week 4. So the biggest underdog in each of the first 3 weeks has won.
Yeah, I think it was the Patriots over the Bengals week 1, which, by the way, I called. Week 2 would have been, was it Saints over Cowboys? Forget who week 2 was. And then week 3 was Washington over Cincy or the Niners losing to the Rams, one of the two.
The Saints were the biggest underdogs in week 2?
They were like 6.5 point dogs at Dallas. I don't know if there was a larger one off the top of my head. Oh, I thought you were going to read the 510 from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Sonny, I thought Goo was your main man. He still is.
Yeah, I got 2 main men. And you knew what Evan meant.
But I'm glad the caller brought up Shanahan because I actually didn't get the feeling like Shanahan was that perturbed by the loss.
Really?
Yeah. Listening to him post-game after the rain, I feel like games that go that way, he's usually very defensive. He's kind of aggressive towards the media. He's short. Sometimes he'll throw people under the bus, a la Minnesota last year and Steve Wilkes. He talked about special teams not being very good. Now, he didn't take the blame necessarily. He didn't put it all on him. But I actually thought he was pretty even keel for a dude that saw his team collapse in front of his eyes.
Interesting.
Maybe I'm the only one that got that vibe from Shanahan, but I was expecting him to be a lot more hot and fiery at the podium than he was.
I feel like with those kind of losses, those are killers because they're the kind of games where you look back and, I've said this 5 times this week, but God, 1 out of 6 plays goes your way, and you probably end up winning that game. Like from the fourth quarter on, they didn't make a play. And on the one hand, that would drive me nuts because you start spending all your time saying, oh, the bell drop, the punt return, the fake punt, all the stuff that went, Tutu getting behind, all the stuff that went wrong. But maybe, I don't know, after 7 or 8 years of coaching, Shanahan maybe knows that maybe you have one of those every year, just one of those games that slips away and there's no explaining it and you didn't make any plays down the stretch and let's go beat the Patriots. But
well, I think it also, to your point, could be Shanahan just feeling defeated. I mean, maybe he ripped his team and just expended so much energy in the locker room talking about how bad they played in crucial, stretches that he just didn't have enough for the media. I don't know. But I just thought it was interesting. Like, I thought he would have been hot. I thought he would have been defensive. And he's been defensive even sometimes when they've won games. So the fact that he was a little more balanced, I don't know if people rate it as good or bad. I just took note of it because I expected a different tone.
Right. This is from the 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Very fair. Bottom line is our aces are hurt. We need to stop overreacting. The only issue with that is the aces aren't really hurt on defense. That's the issue, and defense seems to be the big issue. I'll go with you that way on the offensive side of the ball, but this is essentially who they're going to be defensively, right?
Yeah, especially that Hargrave's out for the entire regular season now. I mean, you'll get Greenlaw back, and I think there was an update yesterday from Shanahan that they expect him back middle of the season.
Yeah, he's saying mid-season.
I mean, all right, so let me put it to you like this then, because we also started off the show talking about how McCaffrey's procedure in Germany will probably keep him out 4 to 6 weeks. If I told you right now that the San Francisco 49ers after the bye week, week 10, first week of November, will get Dre Greenlaw and Christian McCaffrey back, what is the record they need to be at heading into week 10 for you to feel good about their season?
Oh, boy, that's a tough question because...
I know we're jumping pretty far down the line, but it's like, if I told you get Greenlaw and McCaffrey back week 10, does it matter what their record is?
If Greenlaw and McCaffrey are actually Greenlaw and McCaffrey,
sure.
I think if they're 4 and 5 at that point, they're fine.
Okay.
Not fine, but they can still get it done at 4 and 5. But
the Buffalo Bills were 6-6 last year and ended up winning the division. They won 5 games in a row to finish the regular season. So it's not as if you can't be a 500 team even late in the year and still go on a run to make the postseason.
Right. And that is the other unknown is if and when McCaffrey comes back, is he going to be Christian McCaffrey? Is Dre Greenlaw coming off that injury going to be Dre Greenlaw?
I think even just the presence on the field would be massive for this football team because even if McCaffrey is not 100% or the All-Pro he was last year, you still have to account for him every time he steps onto the gridiron. Greenlaw is someone that, at the very least, even if he's not playing like Dre Greenlaw, I just think his presence and his leadership in that huddle is something that impacts everyone.
415 says they'll probably be 3 and 6. I would take that bet. You think the Niners are going to go 2 and 4 in their next 6? I don't see it.
If they lose this weekend, I could see 3 and 6, but I don't see them losing to the Patriots.
Oh, by the way, thank you, 925. I think this is going to be right. It was the Raiders in week 2 against Baltimore that might have been the biggest dog.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Well, but that's the thing. There's been a ton of underdog upsets.
I know it.
I mean, this weekend, I think the Rams and the Commanders were big, but also I don't think Denver was anything less than a 5 or 6 point road dog in Tampa, who was 2-0.
And was Carolina favored against the Raiders?
No chance. It was on the road.
Yeah, exactly. So there's another one. Alex is in Oakland. What's up, Alex? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. What's up?
Hey, how are you?
I just want to say, because I'm not a Niner fan, but I am a football fan. And for what I can see what's going on with the 49ers is I think Shanahan has lost the room because you can only tell players that you've got a genius head coach, but none of the stuff the genius head coach does is winning you Super Bowls. Then on top of that, you let your defensive coordinator go to help you get to the Super Bowl. Now you come out and everybody's flat. You can only tell me you're a genius so many times before I start questioning you. And I think that's what's going. I think that's what's going on. And he already don't like Brandon Aiyuk to even start with. And you mean to tell me you're not targeting that guy? It's like, I don't get it. And I just think it's just the arrogance.
Appreciate the call. I mean, we're hearing a little more and more of that maybe Shanahan is losing, I'm going to say his voice rather than the locker room. Because to me, when you lose the locker room, it's over. And I'm not convinced it's over. But when you lose your voice, then I think the veterans are still going to be able to perform, but maybe the young guys aren't improving or getting the experience they need. It's one of these things. There's probably a million different things, and nobody really knows what the specific reason is. There's a million of them.
I would also push back on the Aiyuk part of it. I think Kyle Shanahan is notorious for being difficult on wide receivers in general, not just his best ones. So I do think there might be something to the negotiations impacting the working relationship, maybe Aiyuk's relationship with the front office. But there was also the Jay Glazer report that Kyle literally sprinted upstairs to try and prevent them from trading Brandon Aiyuk. Like, I don't think somebody that was pissed off at BA would do something like that. So, I mean, I don't think Shanahan has lost anything yet, but by the end of the year, that could be a different story. At the end of the day, it comes down to winning and losing. And one of the reasons why Shanahan is as respected as he is sure, he's whatever people label him, a genius, or he's creative. And, as far as play calling is concerned and modern offense, he's at the forefront and blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, it's because he wins games. Like, he's respected as a head coach because he has won, I think in terms of regular season, he's won almost as many games as Andy Reid. So, at least in the time that he's had to be there.
Right.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding. While Kyle Shanahan does not have a Super Bowl, there have not been very many head coaches that have done what he's done.
That's what,
it is funny, though, that the guy who beat him this weekend is also someone who has a Super Bowl.
Yeah, remember when Kramer started working for the company, but he wasn't really working? He wasn't employed, but he was showing up and doing stuff, and the guy had to fire him. And then Kramer goes, well, I don't really work here. I don't even work here. And the guy goes, that's what makes this so difficult. That's what I thought of when you said Kyle Shanahan hasn't won the big one, but man, no, very few other coaches have had the success he has had the last 5 years. And it's like, yeah, that's what makes this all so hard. I mean, you're right.
Isn't it interesting, though, that
it's fascinating.
As long as you're connected to a Super Bowl in some way, shape, or form, that you kind of get a pass no matter what. Like, for example, John Lynch is not a Super Bowl winning executive.
Right.
But he won it as a player. So all of a sudden he gets credit for that Super Bowl now that he's wearing a suit.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, no, I got you. Let's go to Will's in the East Bay. I'm going to be loving this call. Go ahead, Will.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
No, it is.
Talk to you guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dig your show. Hey, listen, just to close the book on that game against the Rams, that team played with a sense of urgency. We're talking about a team that's missing their two best receivers. Their offensive line is decimated. Joey Bosa is out. Aaron Donald is retired. They're down 2 scores at a time where the Niners could have stomped on their head. And that coach, Sean McVay, you could see the sense of urgency. You could see it, how animated, but you could see people around him taking orders. He really got that team engaged, and he really inspired them. And, we could sit there and nitpick this play. A missed block on the special teams play, the guy got around it, whatever. But you know what? For every screw-up, there's a great play on the other side that we don't always talk about. that allowed that play to break open. Okay, and we can go through this a lot. And by the way, don't give up on Ronnie Bell. Okay.
Okay.
Mahomes did not give up on those receivers. Okay, he never pointed a finger or whatever, and they still got to the Super Bowl. There were more drops on the Chiefs than any other team. And my last thought, I know I'm taking some time here, but you have a multi-tool player that's out in Germany, might not come back. I think Shanahan's going to have to do some real creative improvising on that offense. And the whole thing in general is this team needs to play with a sense of urgency across the board. They need to play like their quarterback.
Good call, Will. Appreciate it. And the reason I was looking forward to Will's call is because the title of his call, we have a comment for what every caller wants to call about, and it said, McVay outcoached Shanahan. Okay, this is one of my pet peeves. Anytime a team wins, it doesn't mean the coach outcoached the other guy. And I just think it's the easiest thing to say. Oh, you got outcoached. However, I'm with Will on this game on Sunday. It felt, as I was watching the game, like, yes, Shanahan was getting outcoached. Not just because he got the fake punt, but because of what he did psychologically to the Rams team. Somehow, that team was down 14-0 and 21-7, and he still has them thinking they can win the game. The other thing is, I'm just looking at the way the Rams offense went in the second half, and I just can't remember Stafford being pressured. I can't remember anything other than the Rams offense clicking. And so what I'm getting at is I do think he might have been outcoached on Sunday, even though I do hate to say that. But that is what it kind of looked like to me. The Rams, he got the Rams to play a great game without a lot of his key players, and somehow instilled into that team that they could beat the 49ers, and nobody really thought they could.
No, I sure didn't.
Yeah, I didn't either.
But again, it's interesting. Kyle Shanahan's not calling plays on defense. His offense is not playing against a Sean McVay called defense. So did Kyle Shanahan lose to Sean McVay, or did he lose to Chris Shula, who, by the way, is their defense coordinator? Did Sean McVay beat Kyle Shanahan, or did he beat Nick Sorensen? I mean, if you want to go just literally, like, that's kind of what happened. My thing is, at the end of the day, Kyle Shanahan was outcoached, and to me, it's because of what happened on special teams. To me, special teams are always a reflection of the head coach. You rarely see mistakes on special teams from Baltimore, even though Justin Tucker can't hit a 50-yard field goal, apparently. But you rarely see mistakes on punts or on kickoffs from the Pittsburgh Steelers. You rarely see mistakes from what used to be, I don't know, head coaches that don't necessarily call specific. I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head, but you get my point. Tomlin and Harbaugh, those teams are buttoned up. Kyle Shanahan seems to have issues with whoever's calling his special teams. And it's not just a problem this year. It's not been a problem. It has been a problem in the previous years. That is on the head coach. Your job is to get your team buttoned up, and they have not been that. And it's not just when they were down in the dumps at 1-2. So I think that's fair to say that Shanahan got outcoached by McVay. But I also expect Kyle Shanahan to respond and help them win a football game this Sunday.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Here's another one from the let's jump out to the Central Valley. Let's talk to Jason. Hey Jason, what's going on, man?
Hey, thanks again for taking my call today.
Sure.
Maybe I want to take the time to throw in the Central Valley plug. I am calling from Lathrop, by the way, so I give you your River Island plug right there if you want to throw that in.
Yeah. You know what? Hey, sit tight. I'll do it. Jason from the Central Valley. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. All you.
I actually live in the community next to River Island, which is HOA list type of living. So just want to throw that out there as well. Moving forward from here, I do agree with you what you said earlier, a bit earlier, Steiny, where I think we should alter our expectations of this team moving forward and take it game by game. Like you said earlier, we're also missing a bunch of our aces, and Christian McCaffrey has a lot to do with this offense, and I think Shanahan is still trying to find some adjustments moving forward with the offense with that, especially with the Aiyuk that was never around during camp. Trent wasn't around during camp. There's a lot of adjustments that need to be made, and as a fan of this team moving forward, I'm no longer just thinking this team is just going to win the division easily or even be NFC or Super Bowl favorites. It's more so of a game-by-game type of expectation. Still believe in this team, still believe they can turn it around in a positive way. Not sure exactly what that looks like towards the end of the season. However, I am still optimistic McCaffrey comes back and can return. But I still think we should take it game by game, and hopefully everything works out in the end. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, Jace. This is from the 510, Evan. Steiny, can you expand on the analysis and apply it to the fact that Shanahan has lost so many fourth quarters? Is there something about his coaching style that allows other teams to claw back at the end? Well, I just want to talk about the Rams game for now. And all I can tell you is while I was watching that game and they were up 14-7 and 21-7, I just felt like, in a way, Kyle Shanahan, it doesn't seem like sometimes it's good enough for Kyle Shanahan to win the game. That he wants to win it his way. And that's the way I kind of felt against the Rams. For example, you're missing McCaffrey, who catches passes. You're missing Deebo Samuel. You're missing George Kittle. Brandon Aiyuk's not 100%. And can I prove this? No. But it feels like Kyle Shanahan is so into the game within a game that he went into that game saying, you know what? They think we don't have our receivers, and they think we're going to rely on Mason. And you know what? We're going to throw the ball today. And I'm going to win this game with Jennings and an Aiyuk who's still a little rusty, and it's kind of an I'll show him. I do think he does have some of that in him. And I know that's a kind of a vague and a general thing, but I just think it's important that he not only wins, but wins in his image.
Well,
or what he sees before the game, he's going to try to make sure that's what happens and is the reason why they win.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so his way is also giving you 10 wins, 13 wins, and 12 wins the last 3 seasons. So
no doubt.
It's not as if he doesn't know what he's doing. You know, how he wants to win is what he philosophically believes is how football, at least offensively, I don't know about his defensive values, but offensively, that's the way it should be played. You know, the first drive when they marched down the field, I actually felt like it's because they're running the football really well.
Right.
And that first touchdown pass that Purdy threw was because everyone was inside the box or paying attention to Aiyuk. Juwan Jennings was wide open. You know, the second drive, they marched right down the field. And sure, you know, maybe some weeks he wants to throw it more. Some weeks he wants to probably run it more. It has to do with the strengths of the opposing team. You know, I just... They've lost back-to-back games. One team I thought was better than them. The Rams, I do not think were better than them. I still don't think they're better than them. And that's probably what eats Shanahan. But the one thing that I was very encouraged by, and maybe we can dig into on the other side, is the fact that the level of play from his quarterback didn't wane. It didn't dip. No matter how many pieces were out, no matter how much Jake Brendel couldn't keep a single guy out of the backfield, no matter how much Colton McKivitz couldn't keep his feet in front of a defensive end, Brock Purdy played well. And he played well enough for them to win that football game.
No, that I agree with you on wholeheartedly. All right, what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Fremont Bank, celebrating how many years? 60. 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at
Guru does that every day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Goo taking care of some business. We always wish him the best.
Yeah, love you, Goo.
How long do you think this phrase has been around?
Oh, boy.
Because I have just heard it recently. Situational stops.
Probably some time.
Okay. I feel like
maybe they're called something different, but a situational stop is like a third down,
right,
or fourth down, or red zone defense, or probably those three things.
Yeah, that's the name of the game in football. Like, who cares if they start at the 15, get 60 yards, and then you hold them and they have to punt? It's like those are 50. I don't want to say meaningless yards, but that's really what. Like, you can give up a lot of yards. You just get to stop at the right time.
Well, that was, I felt, always the beauty of Belichick's defenses is it never really felt like they gave up a ton of touchdowns.
Right.
Or when they needed to hold a team, they could get it done. I don't know if you keep an ace in the hole kind of deal. A lot of people believe that, like Steve Spagnuolo for the Chiefs, like he saves a lot of his, more disguised blitzes for the tail end of games.
Right.
Brian Flores for the Vikings, you'll see him disguise a lot more stuff on third down than, say, first or second down. That's the hallmark of a great defensive play caller. But in general, it might have been the Super Bowl a couple of years ago for the Eagles when they lost to the Chiefs. And their first couple of drives, they marched right down the field. And then after not the Super Bowl. Last year against the 49ers, they had two opening drives, I believe, in which they marched right down the field and got 2 field goals. And you're looking up, and the Eagles have dominated the first quarter, but it's 6-0.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, an avalanche just hits them, and the Niners just roll. But it's like, that was your chance to win the game.
Yeah.
Just like the Niners had their chance when they're up 14-0. If they stop that fake punt, or if they hold them on that drive maybe to 3 points after a fake punt. But instead, the Rams swung the momentum back in their favor by scoring a touchdown.
Yeah, and by the way, Spagnuolo, how old is he about?
He's actually pretty old.
50, 60?
In his 60s, I think.
Careful. Yeah, he got that from my dad.
Steiny's got a birthday coming up.
He got that from my dad.
I'm not going to say which day.
My dad.
But it's soon.
And I've said this a million times. My dad always said, son, if you can steal the ball from a guy, don't do it in the first quarter.
Is this what you told Gary Payton II?
Yeah, I might have. I like to share my wealth of information, even with the pros.
I just remember he had a big grin on his face.
He's a great guy. I hope he's healthy this year, by the way.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Yeah, me too. I'm going to have another 6'2" power forward.
We'll get into the Warriors in a minute. Training camp's on Monday for the Warriors. By the way, you mentioned Bill Belichick. We got we'll have a little present. What did I say? All right.
What'd you say?
He said media day on Monday. Now, I'm going to stick it to Ken here. Ken said media day on Monday. I guess I said training camp on Monday. But do you know why? Do you know why media day is so abbreviated this year?
Yeah, because they're flying to training camp.
Thank you.
But they don't start training camp until Tuesday.
Media day is always informally considered. What did I say?
It's Tuesday.
Media day is Monday. You said training camp. We're going to, the Warriors start training camp on Monday.
They do.
Not really.
They do. Organized team activities.
Can we put the rat on the table?
Yeah,
brought to you by Adco Pest Control, please. NBA training camp's a joke.
Well, that's a fact.
I mean, seriously.
It's like 4 days.
It's not even training camp. They play 3 or 4 preseason games against the same team. They played the Sacramento Kings 4 times last year in the preseason. They're going to fly to Hawaii and, I don't know, schmutz around and grab some mahi. I don't know what they're going to do out there, but the last thing they're going to have, they're not there to. They've already been right, or they aren't going to get right. But 4 days is not enough. NFL training camp is months. MLB spring training is months. You can't put training camp into 4 days and call it training camp.
Well, especially, so I'm looking.
Thank you, Loco Moco. It's just camp.
I'm looking at the internet, and I saw a headline that said J.J. Redick, who's the coach of the Lakers, J.J. Redick announced his starting five. It's like, how can you announce your starting five? You haven't even gotten to camp yet.
Did he do it on his podcast?
I don't know.
What if instead of press conferences this year, they're just live podcasts? He should start doing them with LeBron and AD and LeBron usually do their press conferences together. But J.J. Redick should just, dial that thing up, throw it onto Apple or Spotify, and call himself the first podcasting head coach.
Well, all coaches who love to communicate must answer to Doug Gottlieb because he is a coach and still has his radio show,
which is also
incredible.
That's a joke.
I can't disagree with you there. I can't. Let's go to Big D. Big D's in the hospital. He usually listens to us over his lunch break. What's up, Big D? How you doing?
Oh, not much. Haven't talked to you guys in a while.
Yeah.
Tell Guru I said Gufu. I said hi.
Will do.
Oh, man.
Hey, I just want to hold a couple players for the Niners accountable, and I don't want to see their face or their number again. Is Ronnie Bell. You got to go. You got to go, man. Hey, the kicker and special teams, take them out, shake them up, take them out back, and you know what I mean? Read them their rights. But that's what blew the game for us for me. I knew we had players. They had players out. Hey, we kept up with them, let them, hey, you know what? We let them steal that game, and I seen it happen. If I can pick which plays the Niners are playing, because I'm a faithful watcher, why don't you think the Rams defense can't figure that shit out too? Oh, all right,
man, that's going to hurt us.
Shanahan needs to change.
All right. We got it. Night-night. He wants Ronnie Bell cut. The 49ers are going to have a decision to make when Pearsall does come back. I don't know what they're going to do. But obviously Ronnie Bell didn't do himself any favors with that drop.
Yeah, probably not. But at the same time, okay, so if Jacob Cowing can't get on the field and people have been clamoring for Cowing, then why all of a sudden would he jump Ronnie Bell? I'm not saying Ronnie Bell should or shouldn't be on this team. I mean, it was very disappointing that ball hit him in the worst place, which was the hands, and he couldn't come down with it. But if Cowing wasn't on the field in that situation, and I think he might have even rotated out for Chris Conley, then why all of a sudden when Ricky Pearsall comes back is Ronnie Bell the guy to the practice squad? I'm not so sure. At the end of the day, we're talking about a fourth receiver here. And I know it's because a couple of guys are out and banged up. But if you're putting everything on the fourth receiver of a football team, we got bigger problems. I'm sorry. Just like if we're going to be worrying about how Jordan Elliott plays now that he's got to step in and fill in for Hargrave. Like if he's the guy that you're just pointing at and saying, all right, we got bigger problems. I think the 49ers are good enough around these, quote unquote weaknesses to still win football games and keep themselves afloat until they get whole and get healthy. And the big reason I think that is because of how consistent their quarterback play has been. Has Brock Purdy been perfect? No, but statistically speaking, he's been one of the better quarterbacks in the league. And actually, one thing that did hit me as I was taking Bart in today was Brock Purdy has a better chance to win MVP this year than last season, even if their record isn't as good. Like, Brock Purdy's MVP case starts now. And if you're looking for someone that, if you're a gambler, I mean, plus 2,500 right now are fantastic odds to get in on the Purdy camp.
What did he do? Where did he finish last year?
I believe he finished either 5th or 6th.
Okay.
McCaffrey was 3rd. And it doesn't necessarily mean that Purdy is the best quarterback in football.
No.
But a lot of times the MVP is based around storylines and situations. That's the reason why Josh Allen's the leader in the clubhouse right now, because he lost his number one wide receiver and has helped this team be 3-0. It's why Sam Darnold, his stock is rocketing up. Derek Carr has been a name. Those guys aren't, Josh Allen might be. Carr and Darnold aren't the best quarterbacks in football, far from it.
Right.
But Brock Purdy has a legitimate case to being a top 10 or better quarterback. And now, if he continues to play at a high level, and if the 49ers find a way to win some football games, he's going to be in the conversation.
No, and I think it, like when I think of Purdy and McCaffrey and the most valuable player, I do think a little bit about Curry and Durant in that, how do you pick who's the MVP? So with McCaffrey going to miss some time, yeah, he's out of the picture in terms of the MVP this season, you would think. And we've just gotten this text, Evan, and I'm going to use this text to update everybody as to what's going on. The 510 says, any news on Christian McCaffrey and his Germany visit? I saw reports saying the soonest is December. Evan Giddings did a podcast yesterday with Dr. Norman Chow.
David.
And I should know because I met him. Why don't you do it since you talked to him?
Shout out Norm Chow. Didn't think we were getting a Norm Chow mention.
Oh, that's the guy from USC.
And Hawaii.
Oh, see, you know what? That makes me feel better when I do something like that.
What, mess up?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, at least they didn't say Harry Chow, and there is no Harry Chow. You know what I'm saying?
Or the dog Chow Chow.
Easy.
The dog Chow. That's true. But no, he basically said that with the procedure that McCaffrey's looking at, and it's only available in Germany, I think in Panama. Basically, it's a platelet enrichment injection that they put into a specific part of your body. Kobe famously got one for his knee back in the day. And from the time you get that injection, your timeline or getting back on the field is roughly 4 to 6 weeks. And that doesn't mean you're going to be 100% once you hit the field. So I don't think we see McCaffrey before the bye. And that might be optimistic. Week 10 would be the week that I would pencil Christian McCaffrey back in.
Yeah.
Optimistically.
Yeah. If everything goes well, I would say. Loco Moco on the YouTube chat. I'll take it. He said, Norm is not David. Steiny with the little T. That's a little T. That's a perfect little T. You get 2 little T's, though, you get thrown out of the game.
Oh, I was also wrong. Purdy was 4th last year, right behind McCaffrey.
Oh.
For MVP.
Yeah, there you go.
Finished slightly ahead of Josh Allen. But to my point, though, I don't think anybody last year would tell you that Dak Prescott he might have been better statistically, but I don't think he's a better quarterback than Brock. Well, he finished second at MVP. Because he had less of a situation than Purdy did. And also he doesn't have to split votes with his running back.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. And plus Cowboys have, they won 12 games. It's a regular season award. So they won 12 games last year, the Cowboys did. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. And one of the things I'm throwing out there is, things have gotten off to a rocky start. Would you take 10-7 right now? Evan would take it with all things considered. I'm not quite there yet because I still believe the window's open to this team getting healthy midway through the season and then getting on a little bit of a roll. I don't know if I'd predict it, but that's why wouldn't take 10-7 just yet. How about you guys at 888-957-9570? And as you know, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I don't feel like without McCaffrey, their Super Bowl chances are dead, though. And isn't that a credit to the 49ers and Shanahan? Because McCaffrey was third in MVP voting. Usually you lose your top offensive player, a player that everybody thinks is your top offensive player or top 2, that you're in big trouble. But I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility that even without McCaffrey, they can have a great season.
Well, it's going to be difficult if your offensive line isn't blocking anybody, and you're not able to get Samuel back to 100%, and Kittle might have a nagging hamstring the whole year. Like the fortunate part, and kind of similar to last year, is at this point they only have, I think, one glaring season-ending injury, and that's Hargrave. Last year was Hufanga. Though they had guys that missed games, there was nothing that they couldn't overcome. McCaffrey had dealt with the calf in the playoffs, and Debo with the shoulder and all the rest, but the guys were on the field. That's where they need to stay. Okay, so Kittle misses last week. All right, can he get back this week? And can he play the next few weeks to help you win some of those football games? Debo's not going to be available probably this week. Can you get him back for Arizona? That's a good Cardinals team you'll probably need him against. Is Talanoa Hufanga First game back, I don't expect it to be his best, but can he make one of those Hufanga-like first-team All-Pro plays that he did a couple of years ago as he gets back into the swing of things? That's where I think they need to sort of, again, just cobble these next few weeks together while they get healthy and get whole. But at the end of the day, it is about winning football games. And that's where the Rams game does hurt, because that's a game you expect to win. You know, the Niners are playing a first-place schedule. They're playing all the best teams around the rest of the NFL, and they have yet to get to them. So are those teams going to be cakewalks? No. And the Niners, look, there's also no excuses for this season. There's no excuses for this team because they're expected to compete for a Super Bowl. I know you made the point about looking at this year as its own, and while that's fair, we can't just dismiss the fact that this was a team that didn't have aspirations to get to where it was last year. And right now, I think that's why people are in panic mode or are worried about this team, because it doesn't look like they have what they had last season.
Yeah. Hey, you want to do a little experiment?
Yeah, sure. Do I need to get test tubes or
no,
a volcano?
It's more of an oral experiment. Get your minds out of the gutter. Okay, so Guru's been doing something recently. Not recently. He always does it. But lately, I've just had a lot of trouble responding. He has this habit of asking me stuff that I have no idea how to answer. I have no idea where to go with it.
I'll let you finish.
So I'm going to let... So I just want to throw you a question that Guru would throw at me. See how you handle it, and maybe this can be a teachable moment. Are you ready?
I'm waiting.
Evan, what if Jordan Mason gets hurt?
Oh, that sucks.
Evan, what if McCaffrey's out for the year?
So the reason why you can hear my smile through the radio is because...
See, it's hard, isn't it?
You do that all the time.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Goo. What if Curry only plays 40 games this year?
That's different.
What if the Warriors get hurt? I mean, what?
No, I expect the Warriors to get hurt.
Klay Thompson's getting older. He's on the decline.
No,
there's no way you can expect him to shoot like that this season. And you might be right. But the point is, you also ask unanswerable questions.
Is that true, listeners?
About things 4 months in advance that I cannot answer. So that's why I'm smiling through my mic right now.
No, see, I'm going to take exception to this. See, I think, let's say, as it relates to the Warriors' age and injuries, I think...
But Goo!
I think it'd be more likely that I'm like, Goo, you can't expect these guys to play the whole year. That's different than Evan. What about Purdy's back? What if Purdy's back serious?
Well, I don't think it is. That's how I would answer that. But I don't think that Jordan Mason can run the ball 30 times for 17 straight weeks. I think that, if you're looking at what is that? 400 and...
So he's got 70 touches right now.
Oh boy.
So 70 times. We're almost at the end of quadrant 1.
So 70, let's just say times 6. I don't know. So we carry the 4. It's a lot. It's a lot is what we're talking about here. So, yeah, I think that's going to be a problem long term. But I also assume that McCaffrey's going to be back. And so, maybe actually you do just run Jordan Mason into the ground, because you can do that for 10 weeks. 30 touches, 10 weeks, 300 touches, carry the 4. McCaffrey's going to be back. Well, then we'll just give him the 30 touches. Maybe... This is a stable of horses. Like, you ever been to RIP, Golden Gate Fields?
Yeah, Dollar Sundays.
No, not anymore, unfortunately.
RIP.
But it was my favorite day of the week, and not because of church. The thing was, you run those horses into the ground. I mean, the moment they get hurt, their careers are done, and, you euthanize them or whatever they decide to do. But for as long as they stand upright and as fast as they can run, you just let them loose. And so... I guess that's kind of a cruel comparison, but that's Kyle Shanahan's track record with running backs. He just runs them until he can't run them anymore.
Oh, that's the other thing that I was thinking about last night.
But yeah, if Jordan Mason gets hurt, he's not going to get paid.
Well, that is such a crime. It's unbelievable. I hate that about the NFL. I was thinking about this the other day. It's like Jordan Mason may never get paid. He might not ever get paid.
Well, he'll get paid, just not like a middling wide receiver.
True, but
like if I had to bet, okay, so Juwan Jennings right now is, I think, one of the best values in the NFL. Like he makes $7.5 million.
Juwan Jennings,
yeah,
yep.
He can step in, be this guy, be that guy. He does whatever you want him to do. Jordan Mason, in all likelihood, will never make $7.5 million in a single season in his career. And that's not I don't think that's a hot take. But he will touch the ball infinitely more times this season than Juwan Jennings will.
Yeah.
Who's more important right now? Well, I guess Jennings looks like he's more important because Brandon Aiyuk can't get open or can't catch balls. But in a perfect world, Juwan Jennings is, like week one, Juwan Jennings was not nearly as important as Jordan Mason was.
Right.
When the Niners were winning a football game, unlike the last 2 weeks.
This is from the 510. Absolutely. Steiny always asks unanswerable hypothetical questions. It's infuriating. That's Chris A. from Oakland. Hey, Chris A., you're done. You're done now.
I think I met Chris A. last year at it was after a Warriors game, I believe. He can correct me if I'm wrong, but at Dumpling Time in Thrive City. Dude, they got some great food over there.
Oh, that's the restaurant over there.
I'll take you on Monday for the start of training camp.
I see what you're doing there. I see. Jonathan in San Leandro. What's up, Jonathan? How you doing, man?
Hey, good afternoon, Steiny. I just wanted to let you know, and you can take this with a grain of salt, but you and Goo sound like two brothers who would go, I don't sound like that. I don't do that. And you both are two birds of the same feather, and I mean that with all respect. I love you both, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But, Steiny, you got to hear it. It's there, buddy. You and Goo are two of the same, brother.
Appreciate it, Jonathan. Go ahead, yeah. All you.
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to scratch your head on this, Steiny. What if Shanahan's pulling a page out of the Warriors book and saying, hey, there's a good chance we'll reach playoffs, and like Draymond says, playoffs are at the end of the season. So during the, how they had this track record of, being accused of not taking certain games too serious, and if they win, and they know which games they have to go out there, and I know that that's probably not true, but that's something I thought about. I said, hey, we're an injury-prone team. And also, I wanted to ask you about Christian McCaffrey. Before coming to the I had a couple of good seasons with him.
Jonathan, you're that's too much. And I think I saw Lucas in the back. Lucas is one of these guys. Is that Lucas back there?
That's the director of sports we're talking to.
Director of sports. Lucas is one of the, let me tell you what Lucas is big on.
The USC Trojans.
Well, yeah.
And Zach Chow, or whatever his name is.
And I've mentioned this.
Thanks, Luke.
I've mentioned this before. When somebody calls in with a suspect connection, I tend to give them a chance. Will it work out? Lucas comes with a hammer. Right off the bat, he's like, get him off. Get him off. And that's, you want to talk about great coaching. That comes straight from the boss. The boss, maybe Shanahan can learn something there. The boss relays that message to the director of sports, and then the director of sports carries out that task.
Are you insinuating that this is a buttoned-up organization?
Absolutely.
A buttoned-up show?
I like the kind of ship Nahegan runs.
My shirt is literally unbuttoned.
By the way, got some comments on that shirt.
Yeah, now I look like Ace Ventura. I'm feeling myself today, Steiny.
Here's my feeling on Hawaiian shirts. I like them. In Hawaii. In Hawaii.
That's fair. I love them any time of day. Any place, anytime.
I have style.
All right. I'm sure you do. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, you know what? I've noticed. Great job on these, by the way, Evan. You're starting to finally conserve paper and use both sides. I love it. Love it.
Took me 3 years.
Yeah, I did that back in high school. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Terms and conditions apply. For full details.
Steiny, he overthrew Emmanuel Sanders.
Then Steiny signed the contract. He a grown-ass man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You guys really are children.
I know, it's great. It's great. You know what? The one thing I do...
Keeps you young.
As old as I am, I still view myself through the lens of a 17-year-old punk. You know what I mean?
Please explain.
No, my mindset is still like a child. What are we having for dinner? What are we having for dinner? We get a chocolate cake for dessert? Chocolate cake?
Well,
when are we going out and partying again? This weekend? When? Tonight? Let's do that. Yeah, okay. Just work. I don't really care. It's just let's go have fun. That's what. Study? No need to study. No need to study. Let's go to the fraternity. Let's get to the fraternity and have fun. That's what I mean.
Well, I did notice one of our coworkers asking, like, Steiny, what do you eat for breakfast? And you're like, well, Susan usually prepares something, and so I haven't really been eating anything in the morning lately.
Yeah.
That's sometimes you just like you are a grown up in a lot of areas.
Yeah.
Just not all of them.
I
still like my cartoons.
I'm super fortunate. I've got a woman at home that loves to cook. She loves it. She also, I hope I'm not talking out of turn here, but she says that's her love language. And so she's always been passionate about cooking, especially for the kids. But now that there's no kids there, she does it for Steiny.
Yeah, so?
You gonna be home for dinner?
There's a lot of love.
I'll have something about 6:30. What are you making me? Thai meatballs. Yes.
What do you think Guru's love language is? I kind of want to break it down while he's not here.
Guru's love language.
So he can't get mad at me. Guru's love language.
Oh, no.
Wedding invitations?
Words of affirmation, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Absolutely. That is true. He does have a big heart.
He does.
He loves hard.
You know what? He's got a monster heart, Guru. And I don't mean he's a monster. I mean his heart's that big.
Not all the time.
Hey, just to give our listeners a general outline of how we go about things week in and week out here, especially during football season. The 49ers will play a game on a Sunday, and Mondays, obviously, talk about the game. Tuesday, you go a little bit deeper into the game. And then Wednesday's a little bit of a transition day where you look back a little bit, but then you start thinking about the game upcoming. And that's the Patriots. But we call it halftime here at the station. So
what did we miss Wednesday?
That's right. So what did we miss? I saw something today that leads me, and maybe I'm late to the party, but I do think the Giants are in a little bit of trouble.
A little bit. They've won 5 in a row. What do you mean?
I know, but if you haven't read the stories today, the Giants are in Phoenix right now playing the Diamondbacks. And Farhan Zaidi did an interview with the beat writers yesterday. And he didn't essentially say it. He said it. He said he has no idea if he's coming back or not, nor has the organization has told him nothing, and he has asked the organization nothing in terms of his status. So here we are in the last week of the regular season, and we don't know what's going to happen to Farhan Zaidi. That is never good. Don't you want to know? Do you think the Giants brass knows right now what they're doing with Farhan Zaidi?
I don't think they're in complete unison. Like, I think I would imagine the majority probably wants him gone. But my thing is, if you're expecting to compete for a postseason position, you generally don't completely remake your front office the year before. Like the Giants, I think, you could say bad luck, injuries, subpar performances, or whatever excuses you want to use for the way that this season has gone. you could say that that's the reason why, and next year we'll correct everything and we're going to be a postseason team like we should have been this year. Okay, so why would you then let go of your president of baseball operations? Why would you, I mean, maybe a manager, but why would you change managers after one season? You know, if they want to go and just rebuild this thing from the bottom, I completely understand. But then it does also beg the question why you just inked a player to a 6-year deal and invested a significant sum of money. There's a lot of conflicting actions by the Giants that leads me to believe that there is not a unified front, whether it's with the board or other members of the front office. I think some people want Farhan here. A lot of people want him gone. But they're in a position that is, it's not good. Like right now as they stand, they're closer to the Colorado Rockies. And I don't just mean in terms of record, but like as a franchise, they're closer to where the Colorado Rockies are than where the San Diego Padres are. That's a problem.
No, I get that. For some reason, I don't, if you ask me what do you think is going to happen, I think, and I've said this, I think what's going to happen is kind of what Scott Osler said he thought was going to happen last week, was that Farhan's not going anywhere, but they're going to support him, or they're going to give him more, give him another voice or two in the room. I think that's kind of the path of least resistance, and that's what I think they're going to end up doing.
I don't think that's a poor idea, but the big issue I have is that if you remove Zaidi from the equation, who are you getting? Like, right. You're not getting anybody that, number one, a lot of fans have heard of, because that's kind of the way that baseball operates. Like, I can run down a list of AGMs for Baltimore, or who's been another successful one, Cleveland. You can go pluck people off of those trees of successful franchises, but that's basically what you did with Farhan Zaidi. I mean, the reason why they went and got him is because of his association with the Los Angeles Dodgers. And before that, maybe the Oakland A's, who they had some respect for. I don't know. But nobody that's coming in is all of a sudden going to blow your socks off. Like, there isn't a Buster Posey equivalent of a president of baseball ops that's going to come in and save this franchise. So they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And in a way, I almost do think I would give Zaidi another year to see if these quote-unquote young players that have popped and have gotten a lot better are actually for real. Because that's the only way that they're going to get out of this mess, in my opinion. I don't think another big free agent is coming. I don't think that they're even going to be able to re-sign Blake Snell. I think that some of the parts of this team are going to be back next season, and they're basically just going to try and hope that the problems correct themselves. That's not a great plan, but I don't see how remaking and reforming your entire front office gets you any closer to the playoffs next year.
Well, and I also think if you make a change, then what invariably happens is the new GM comes in the first year and doesn't do much. He wants to get a lay of the land. And I just don't know how far or how close the San Francisco Giants are. I mean, is this a good sign or a bad sign? Or does it mean anything at all that on the day they were eliminated, they started a 5-game winning streak, which is their longest winning streak of the season? I mean, in a way, that's a bad look.
I mean, it's a bad look, but it's also, I mean, they're playing without pressure.
That's true.
They're playing without any expectation. Yeah. I mean, who knows? Maybe they also be trying to, I mean, they can play spoiler. Like Arizona losing hurts.
Right.
They're in a postseason race. So maybe they want to stick it to one of their division rivals. But, the thing is, if you look around the league, there's a lot of teams that have, I don't want to say made quick choices, because moving off of Zaidi wouldn't be a quick decision, but it's not as if things just turn around magically. Like, for example, the Boston Red Sox, they fired Chaim Bloom, their president of baseball operations, or like COO of baseball, whatever they call it over there, and they hired Craig Breslow, who on paper is actually just what I think the Giants would try to get, which is a former player. He's a Yale grad, and he pitched in the league for a decade, and he embraces analytics, but he's a former player. He's a pitcher. and he's been involved with organizations before. So like that checks every single box. Well, look at the Red Sox. They're 500.
Right.
Like they aren't significantly better than they were a year ago. And if they were going to be, it's because they've been able to retain their best players, and those players have played well. So just because you get someone else in here doesn't mean you're going to get what you want, which is, of course, winning more baseball games.
Yeah. No, I just think they're in a pickle. They're in a pickle. Steve's in the city. What's going on, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I think Farhan's had his chance. And if I owned the Giants, I'd be on the phone to Theo Epstein. I don't know where he is or what he's doing right now, but it'd be a pretty simple question, which would be, what position and how much money do you want to come in here and run things? Theo has turned around and won championships at the two most snake-bitten franchises in baseball history. And I'd say, look, if it takes 5 years, that's what it takes. But let's get someone in here who really knows how to do it.
Appreciate the call. Why do I just not think that's their MO?
Oh, the Giants would get Theo Epstein if he was available. And I'm sorry, I don't mean this in a degrading tone towards the caller. Theo Epstein ain't sniffing the Giants. Why would Theo Epstein ever take a job with the San Francisco Giants? With his resume, with what he's currently doing, which, by the way, is a part owner of the Boston Red Sox and the Fenway Group. He's involved with Liverpool in the Premier League. And he also does work with the front office of Major League Baseball. He's on track to be the commissioner of Major League Baseball if he wants.
Is he really?
Yes. Theo Epstein doesn't want to deal with day-to-day operations anymore, especially for a team that can't help itself. And that is disrespectful. No disrespect, but Theo Epstein is bigger than the San Francisco Giants.
Is there anybody like him out there?
No. That's why everyone wants him. I'm sure he could take an offer with any team. I mean, if he could remake the Giants, why wouldn't he go and, I don't know, why wouldn't he have taken the Baltimore Orioles job a couple of years,
No, I got you. Why
wouldn't he come back to Boston and help resurrect that franchise? Why wouldn't he help the Mets? I'm sure Steve Cohen, who's got coffers that are deeper than, I don't know, some basin, he could just pay him whatever he wanted.
Yeah, no, I just meant in general, I don't see the Giants ownership group bringing a guy like that, even if there are other examples of people similar to him, where they're going to write a monster check for a GM.
Well, you're looking for Theo Epstein's also 50 now, but you are looking for the next Theo Epstein. That's what every team is looking for. You're looking for a young, bright, analytic, driven mind that can come in and basically apply their philosophies to an organization that has been a bit behind. I mean, that's what Farhan was supposed to be.
Right.
So, one thing that I also take note of is the Giants cleaning house on their scouting department. They fired, I think it's 4 old-time baseball scouts. Okay, so that signals that they're moving in more of a modern direction. I don't know if it's good or bad yet, but that is noticeable to me because a lot of teams around Major League Baseball don't have, kind of these long-time tenured scouts anymore. Either they will use consultant companies, analytic-driven models. They'll basically pawn off scouting to other places because they can use data from college. They can use data from the minor leagues. You don't actually have to have people on the ground looking at these players every single day to figure out what you need to be successful. So maybe that's where Farhan is going to get some more help this offseason from outside sources. Maybe the Giants don't just want his fingerprints on this franchise anymore. They want other people. But either way, if Farhan gets let go at the end of this season, I don't think that'd be a shock. But I would be very surprised if he's the lone person making all future baseball decisions for the Giants.
Do you? We're assuming that Buster Posey doesn't want to be the GM. Are we so sure about that?
I feel pretty positive. I also, to be honest, I think he'd be a little bit in over his head.
Do you really?
Yeah. I mean, when you're the president of baseball ops, at least from my understanding, Like you
got to be a manager.
Deal with everything.
Right.
From rookie ball to your best player on your major league team. You deal with everything. And is Buster Posey going to be down in up in Sacramento looking at Reggie Crawford? I personally don't want him to do that. Now, if Buster Posey is side by side with Zaidi and is helping him make those choices, to me, that's a far better role for him. And something, honestly, I think that suits him more because as much as Posey he's a great and he's a figure and he's someone that is synonymous with Giants baseball, I don't really think he likes to do the dance with the media or the fans, and that's never really been him to me. He speaks by his actions.
Yeah, and yet by the same token, when he speaks, he carries a lot of weight. Obviously, and like I said last week, it was a week ago. Yeah, a week ago today, I went down the street to Sam's Grill, and Buster Posey was there with Larry Bear for a couple hours. Wonder what they're talking about. I don't know.
I also can't recall a player as great as him ever taking up the mantle of GM. Manager, yes. Players have been in Hall of Fame players have been involved. Well, I guess no, but Joe Torre was a manager, and he was never in the Yankees front office. I can't recall a player of his stature ever just taking over an organization, at least publicly.
All right, here's the other thing that we missed a little bit this week is it's the penultimate Oakland A's game at the Coliseum. Now you went last night, you're going tonight.
Yep.
And you're going tomorrow.
Yep.
What was the atmosphere there last night? I didn't even look. How many, big crowd or?
Yeah, I mean, for the Coliseum, it had a big crowd. It's, I don't know, it's kind of, it's melancholy, but I think everyone's kind of at peace with it. It hits people at different times, I was walking around the parking lot yesterday with a pop and was just kind of, I was honestly searching for trinkets. I was kind of looking for collectibles and memorabilia that I could
pick up a piece of grass or something like that, like they do after the World Series.
No, like they're selling Matt Stairs jerseys and they're selling, Bash Brothers posters and they're selling bobbleheads, Mark Ellis bobble. Like they're selling things that I would personally like. I know they might not mean much to you, but
no, but go ahead. I'll tell you in a minute.
Well, but there are people who were taking pictures. There were people who were barbecuing and having fun. There were people, I saw a couple people that were crying. Like there's just a wide range of emotion right now. And, I had a chance to take my brother yesterday. We're going tonight and tomorrow. And it's just a chance to kind of say goodbye to a place that, honestly, I fell in love with baseball at.
Yeah. And I take it you saw John Fisher's letter to the Oakland A's fans.
Yeah, there was a typo.
Was there?
Yeah.
What was it?
I mean, it's just a small thing, but
missed a comma,
something like that. But it's appropriate, He overlooked. He overlooked it.
People, hey, he tried. Put it on the tombstone. That's gonna be his legacy. No. We tried. Here's what has been hitting me about the A's, and I got it. It's kind of hitting me now a little bit. Let me ask you if you could do this, and how a guy of Fisher's stature views things as opposed to somebody like you and me.
Okay.
All I can do is put myself in Fisher's position. If I owned the Oakland A's and I had the money John Fisher had or has, I don't know how I would move a franchise and not sell it. Like are these guys in such a bubble? Are they so elite and aloof and out of the public eye that he doesn't think twice about stranding a fan base or moving a team? I know it's easy for me to say, really? You're going to move the team instead of selling it to someone who would keep it here? Like, that's a level of cold, hard business that I must not even understand a sliver of, because I think it would be hard to go through the rest of your life, quite frankly. But maybe he doesn't have to see people because he lives somewhere where isn't accessible to Joe Fan.
Well, I'm going to misquote Goo here, but what does he say all the time? It's like money can't buy you happiness, can it buy you a hell of a time? I mean, like, what if I told you that if you moved your team in 4 years, their net worth is double?
Okay.
So you're going to pull in an extra few $1 billion. And I know it's easy for us to say, oh, well, you know, you already got a few billion. Why not have just a few billion more?
No doubt.
It's the whole bigger boat complex. Like if you've ever been to Miami and you see all these massive cruise ships, or well, not cruise ships, but like, you know, massive boats that people drive around. There's always someone with a bigger boat. You can always go get a bigger boat. You can always make more money. And that's the selfish part about it is, no, he doesn't care. Like he clearly doesn't. He doesn't care what people think of him. He doesn't care about displacing a team or, I don't know, stabbing fans in the proverbial cardiac muscle. Like, he doesn't care.
I get that, but, you know, I always said this about Barry Zito, okay? Barry Zito signed that monster deal with the Giants.
Hell of a country singer, by the way.
$126 million? Wasn't that what it was?
It was the largest contract given out to a pitcher, I believe, at the time.
And obviously, he was a major disappointment. And everybody said, well, yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's got the money. You know what? He couldn't walk around the Bay Area with his head held high. He really couldn't. I don't care if he made all that money. He became somebody that was associated with one of the biggest underachievers or biggest disappointments in baseball. And it's like, that had to take a toll on him. And the idea that John Fisher is willing to go, like, he's going to live in infamy. He's going to be Art Modell. You know what I mean? He's going to be the guy who moved the team. And like that will be the top line of his obituary. And I get it. He'll be dead. He won't care. But in the meantime, maybe it's just my naivete, but why not just sell the team? It's not like does he really think he's going to go to another city and now he's going to be able to operate like a regular baseball team? Do you think if and when the A's move that all of a sudden they're going to start spending money? Because I don't.
Not necessarily, but once they get a new owner, they will. I hope. But, I mean, you never know. Like, I mean, there are notoriously cheap owners across all sports. It's just in baseball, there's no salary cap. Like, I was reading this article a couple weeks ago about these insurance policies that NFL teams will take out on specific players. So if a player goes down with a season-ending injury, the team recoups some of that money. And it actually provides cap relief, and there's other reasons that they do it. But the Cincinnati Bengals, I don't know if anybody, they're a notoriously cheap franchise.
Right.
And even though they've paid Burrow, it's like that, but that's under the salary cap. Okay, they don't put out insurance policies on their players. They don't have an expansive scouting department. There used to be this running joke that for a long time that you could just watch the college football national championship game and you'd see 6 future Bengals. Because like they would just watch the games on television and then take whoever's the best player on one of those big name programs in the first round. I'm not sure if it's the same case now, but like there are cheap franchises. The only reason they might still be in Cincinnati is because they built them a stadium and it's publicly funded, which is what Fisher is looking for and could not be provided in Oakland. And so whether it's selling the team or not selling the team, if someone's going to pay for him to go to Las Vegas, he's going to be, I'm out. Or Sacramento first, I guess. Whoever gets stuck in purgatory.
Yeah, we can talk more about this on the other side. If anybody wants to jump in, we can do that. It's halftime of the week. That's what we're calling it. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with one of my main men, Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas. They come on live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
Low testosterone forcing you to ride the bench? Get back in the game in the gym.
Damn right, I'm finna check you.
Yeah, Steiny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and we are rolling through a Wednesday.
Woo!
Yeah, having a little bit of fun. It's moving.
I've seen you smile a couple times.
Yeah, wish the best for Guru. Hopefully he gets some stuff. We wish him well. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. We're just talking about the A's moving. Final homestand of all time, apparently, is coming up tomorrow. They play tonight and then tomorrow.
Yeah, the one thing I would encourage people to do is not vandalize the Coliseum. And this isn't like respect it or whatever. It's like it's still going to be used in the future. So I saw people ripping seats out of the ground yesterday and stuff. It's like the Oakland Roots are still going to play there. There's still going to be things happening at the Coliseum. So I would encourage people to just not do that.
That's fair.
As much as they can. I mean, I know a lot of people are pretty pissed and angry.
Right.
And there's certainly reason to be frustrated. And not a lot of people have an outlet to discuss it like we get to, but please just don't vandalize the Coliseum.
That's fair. Let's go to Fred. Fred's in Belmont. Hey, Fred, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, thanks for kind of taking my call. I hopped in here after I heard you, Steiny, talk about why doesn't he just sell the team.
Yeah.
I used to be upset with Manfred, but this is squarely on the owners. So I got two things. One, the owners could have went to Manfred and said, hey, let's do him like Donald Sterling. Let's get him a buyer. Let's get him a price and say, you are no longer a part of the club because of what you've done to this team. It's an abomination. The A's are a classic franchise. We ain't the Marlins. We ain't the Rockies. We've had all kind of amazing historical players. We've been involved in historical World Series. It is an abomination how this is happening to the franchise. That's one. And two, this may have been mentioned before, but if it has, I'm going to mention it again. I don't see the A's leaving Sacramento. They don't have money for the stadium in Vegas. They're already about to tear the Tropicana down in Vegas in the next, I believe, 6 to 9 months. They want to open, 2028, I believe. He doesn't have any funding for that. There's no kind of way in the world Vegas is going to have a big empty hole on the Strip while he fumbles around and fiddles around with how to get money to build a stadium when I believe he's the fourth richest owner in Major League Baseball. And with that being said, in Sacramento, he's got a willing sucker and Vivek Ranadive, who he can go ahead and help have him buy into the team. Up there, they can figure out how to build whatever type of stadium on some cheaper land, and he still would have access to the Bay Area TV market. And I was talking with someone the other day, and they was like, well, the Giants got to approve that. I can easily see that being done. So, again, I don't see the A's moving to Vegas. I see him staying in Sac. Thank you for letting me get on and share my opinion.
Absolutely, Fred. Thank you. I wouldn't bet on the A's ending up in Vegas. I just wouldn't.
Look, to me, it doesn't matter. The whole point is that they're not going to be playing in Oakland. I mean,
that's true. It doesn't matter.
Where they play in Sac, they play in Vegas, they could play in Saskatchewan, New York. Like, it doesn't matter. Like,
I don't know the answer to this.
I mean, people are just, people are sad.
Can Sacramento, could Sacramento have a Major League Baseball team that support it?
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
then I could see something happening there.
I might not be a big fan of Vivek in the way that he's kind of used this opening to get into Major League Baseball, but at the same time, he's a big reason the Sacramento Kings are still in Sacramento as opposed to Seattle. They almost left.
True. That's true.
He's got a lot of money, and he's put his money where his mouth is. So from that standpoint, yeah, and there's a large NorCal fan base that I think generally supports the Giants. A lot of my friends from Sacramento are Giants fans.
Okay.
But I don't see why they wouldn't try and embrace the A's if they actually got a local team. I don't know.
The one thing I learned about owners if you're the 32 Major League Baseball owners, is the one thing that's not going to happen is 31 owners alienating or ostracizing or kicking out one owner, unless it's something like Donald Sterling, where it affects the bottom line of an entire league. Like, the way the owners think is, we can't do this to John Fisher because they could do it in Pittsburgh next or Tampa Bay. And unfortunately, it's their company. He owns it.
Well, all right. You ever seen the movie The Natural?
Yeah. Robert Redford?
Yeah. Yeah, Robert Redford. Was it Robert Duvall?
Gina Davis?
That's League of Their Own. But but in The Natural, the owner of the team,
right?
He sits in this dark room with the shade down. It's theatrical, but that's essentially what every owner is. Like, they're in their dark room by themselves, and they don't interact with the normal folk, and they own their team. They're not going to go against one of their own unless it's like absolutely last chance, unless it's going to hurt their bottom line. And I know John Fisher stinks in every sense of the word, but the bottom line has gone up in recent memory across Major League Baseball. Teams are making more money than ever. Business is good.
Right.
It doesn't matter about the popularity of the game or how people feel here in Oakland. They're making money hand over fist, and as long as that continues, they have no reason to exercise one of their own. That's just the reality of the situation, and it sucks because, to be honest, if they were going to kick John Fisher out of their ranks, they would have done it years ago. Like,
that's true.
I mean, this isn't a new problem. It just is coming to a head because the lease at the Coliseum is finally up at the end of 2024, and they got to find a new place to play.
If you build a baseball stadium in Sac, it's got to be domed, right? Got to be a dome.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Really?
Well, it should, but it doesn't have to be, and that's why that's not the only issue that's going on in Sac.
Oh, what else?
They don't have a clubhouse that connects to the field.
That doesn't sound very major league.
They don't have offices. They're basically, like, I don't know if you ever had in middle school when they're like redoing, the buildings or whatever, and you got to be in these, trailers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically going to be the A's front office next year, from my understanding.
I got you. Well, speaking of something like that, I was watching my Tulane Green Wave this past weekend.
Oh yeah,
they won. They're now 2-2. We're about to get on a roll, by the way.
Okay.
They played Louisiana.
They started the AAC yet?
Not yet. No. Okay. They played Louisiana last week, formerly Louisiana Lafayette, and the stadium's under construction. So the stadium on the one side had all this brick, and nobody sat there, and they were all sitting on the other side, for whatever that's worth. I just thought that was interesting. Tulane's pretty good. They're going to be all right.
How come they don't want to join the Pac?
I don't know.
The new Pac-12.
I don't know. Maybe because they've got certain academic standards at Tulane, and they don't want the Pac-12 dragging them down.
That's the reason.
That might be the reason. I don't know.
I always wonder if it's like, I don't know, if you worry about, I don't even think it has to do with competition. Usually it doesn't have to do with just money. Maybe the deal wasn't good enough for them. Like, for example, Gonzaga is getting an equal revenue share of the Pac-12, I don't know, whatever split, but they don't have a football team. Like, I think that's how the Pac-12 enticed Gonzaga to bring their basketball program in and say, it doesn't matter that you don't have football, you don't have to compete, we'll still give you an equal share because your basketball program is that dominant and we want an affiliation with you. Which also has now opened up the door for, just an Ottoman Empire-like reign for St. Mary's College in the WCC. Once the Gonzaga Bulldogs are out, watch out.
Randy Banner? All right, let's get back to a little football.
Let's do it. Portables. Thank you, Dante.
Should we take it? He's starting to make a name for himself out here.
Is this our boy in Boston?
Yeah. I full disclosure. It says J-Dog in Boston, parentheses. If you don't want to take it, you don't have to. Let's go, J-Dog. I'll give you a forum. I'm not about censorship here. What's up, J-Dog? Go ahead. Rip him.
First of all, I appreciate you taking my call, this great show, this great station. But just please, just for the callers in the East Coast, just lay off the baseball talk. Baseball sucks. And more importantly, Giants baseball is snooze fest radio. Okay?
But you know what? J-Dog, as long as I have you on the phone, I mean, come on. You're not putting yourself in our shoes. It'd be like if the Red Sox left. And even though you don't like baseball, come on. That hurts.
No, I get you. I'm sorry. I apologize. Barry Bonds is my favorite player of all time, but I do apologize. I'm sensitive. Now, let's just talk meat and potatoes, Steiny. Okay. I know you think I'm just this irrational Kyle Shanahan hater.
No, not necessarily.
No matter what, I just want to ask him, and it's just this. But it's just, I'm looking around the NFL, and I'm seeing all these coaches at the top of the NFL, the Super Bowl contenders. And what are they doing? They're playing a lot of their young guys. Why is it that Shanahan doesn't play the young guys unless he has to? I mean, realistically, we probably wouldn't even see Jordan Mason if Christian McCaffrey wasn't hurt. He probably would have ran Christian McCaffrey into the ground just like he did last year. And now we see Jordan Mason, what is he, probably top 3 or number 1 leading the league in rushing. You know what I mean? So when you have this team that has these years and years of deep playoff runs, it's beneficial to you. Get some of these guys playing time early that have been in camp all year, and they can take the beating, they can take the pounding, and then you can ease in your Debo and your Aiyuks and everybody like that at the during the year. You know what I mean? This is what I see what these great coaches doing. You know what I mean? And when you look at a guy like Sean McVay, he's playing these young guys. These young guys on the offensive line are getting great reps, guys that have been in camp. And guess what? Now you got a guy like Cooper Kupp, Puka Nakata that got hurt, and they could kind of come back and ease their way in. I think Sean McVay just does a hell of a job. It's like he took Kyle's playbook and Kyle's whatever Kyle does and just took it to another level. And I'm just so sick of the fact that it's almost like Kyle can literally hand the ball to the other team, and you guys, Kyle Shanahan supporters, still don't care. You don't look at the obvious. You know what I mean? Like, you sign Kyle Shanahan, you sign off on the Armstead release or whatever, and that's coming. You got all these bums. You got Collins and Gross Matos and the other stiff we got from Cleveland, and they don't even amount to one Eric Armstead. That was a mistake. We're not even going to go back to the DeForest Buckner stuff and all of that.
Right.
But it's just like you go into the season with Colt McKivitz after you got 4 quarterbacks killed 2 years prior.
All right. I'll tell you what, J-Dog. J-Dog, you know this. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, I can't argue with the main premise that if you're getting to be a more veteran team, you probably should work in some youngsters, but is there a parallel, Evan, to be made? And I know that the 49ers haven't won a Super Bowl, but is there a similarity between Steve Kerr and Kyle Shanahan? They prefer veterans in a big way. They just trust them.
I also don't think that's a Niners-specific team, and we get siloed in here, but look, I'm just looking up and down at the rookies from this most recent class.
Yep.
The one that's played the biggest role for a team that is, well, we'll say has the same expectation as the Niners is probably Xavier Worthy, for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's been getting some run, but Jacob Cowing is a 4th-round pick. Isaac Guerrero is a later pick. Ricky Pearsall, unfortunately, was injured. Hasn't had a chance to play. But if you look at the receiving leaders among rookies, Malik Neighbors was the 6th overall pick. Right. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the 4th overall pick. Brock Bowers, 13th overall pick. Brian Thomas, 23rd overall pick. Rumba Dunes, a 9th overall pick. McConkey, an early 2nd. And if you just go through the running backs, the rookie who is leading all first-year players in rushing yards is Jaden Daniels. He's a quarterback. Bucky Irving's a backup running back for Tampa Bay. It's not as if across the league coaches just throw rookies into the fire and they immediately succeed. So I don't think Shanahan, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm defending him. I think he makes mistakes like every head coach, but guys just don't let rookies run roughshod. That's not how it works. So, the fact that they have a starting right guard who's a rookie this year is growth from Kyle Shanahan. And Dominic Puni has been probably one of the few guys on that line who hasn't been in the bullseye mark of PFF.
Right.
It's been Brendel. It's been McKivitz. It's been basically everybody around him. So sure, can Kyle Shanahan trust his younger players more? Probably. But he's not the only one that doesn't do it.
No, and I mean, unfortunately, if you look at what happened Sunday against the Rams, Mustafa had a chance to make a play, and he didn't make it. And maybe the next time he makes it. I also think it does have something to do with where the 49ers are. If it is truly, at the end of their run, if this is their last best chance to win it, well, then the direction he's going to go in. He's going to go with the veterans. Now, the question is, if you look at a guy like, let's say, Puni, or let's even say Guerrero, or, I mean...
Like, what have I told you Renardo Green's going to start this week? Because Isaac Yiadom has been absolutely abysmal on the outside. I would say,
let's give him a try.
Okay, so that's putting trust in a rookie. He's your second-round pick as your corner.
But I think what people quibble about is, like, Isaac Guerrero is getting carries because McCaffrey's out. So I think what people believe is that the only time he goes to a young player, it's always more out of necessity than maybe lengthening the careers of the veteran players, or at least taking a load off the veteran players to give them a better chance later in the season.
I'm trying to win football games.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm not saying that I adhere to that, because for the longest time when we talked about the Warriors and their young players, I just simply always asked, how are they going to play? I mean, they're not good enough to play on this team right now.
Or the players, again, it's out of necessity. For example, Devondre Campbell is, not very good last week. He brought in D. Winters to replace him, and then D. Winters got hurt. Okay, so you got to go back to the vet. Like, young players, it takes time. They're not just going to step in, and you're not going to have, like, not every player can just be basically a Jaden Daniels who's going to come in and transform your franchise. It's not how it works, especially when you're picking at the place that the Niners are. I thought they had a really good draft this year. And sure, Jordan Mason has been buried, I guess, but that's also because up until this year, you had Elijah Mitchell. Like, we might have not seen Jordan Mason if Elijah Mitchell was healthy this season. And he's out for the year with a hammy, but that's, I don't know. Like, I feel like that's how football works. You play your best players, and the only time that you go to your depth or your young guys is when those best players are out.
I do wonder about something the caller said about he said, the only reason Jordan Mason has gotten these touches, or at least the number of them, is because McCaffrey's hurt. Do you think, like, let me ask you this, and I know he's not healthy, but if McCaffrey came into this year after 2 seasons of heavy usage and he were ready for game 1, do you believe that Christian McCaffrey would have accumulated over 300 touches again this year if he stayed healthy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
100%.
I do too. And I just think that's the way Kyle Shanahan coaches. If you're available, he's going to use you. And, like, I don't believe for example, if McCaffrey weren't hurt, I don't think there's any part of Kyle Shanahan who would say, you know what, let's start limiting McCaffrey because he's 28. He just had 2 big years, and we got Jordan Mason. Let's make sure to get Jordan Mason some reps and take a little bit of the load off McCaffrey. I don't think that's the way Shanahan thinks.
Well, I think Mason got some burn during the postseason last year, down the stretch of the Detroit game.
Did he?
It was either him or Mitchell. I mean, either or, and the 5-0 brings up a fair point. We're not asking him to let the man play 40 snaps, 4 or 5 snaps a game just to see what he got. I don't know about you, Steiny, but I feel like that's like asking Kerr to play a rookie for 5 minutes. That's unfair to the player to come in and just expect to be full bore for those 5 plays when you don't have any sort of rhythm. You know, in a way, I feel like the running back position, and people have talked about this, the running back position is a position in which you kind of build momentum over time. I mean, I remember listening to, I think it was LaDainian Tomlinson talk about sometimes he didn't feel like he was into the rhythm of a game before he got 10 touches. Like, so just to expect a guy to come in and give you 5 yards of pop off the pine, in a perfect world, that's great.
Right.
But a lot of players can't just immediately be inserted into the game and be at their best. That's why the moment that, so let's go back to the Jets week 1.
All right.
Sauce Gardner's off the field for, I don't know, some reason that Saleh talked. He wasn't hurt, but he just was off the field for a series. I don't think it's any coincidence that Brock Purdy started dialing up through the air on that series.
Right.
Because the entire secondary shifts when their best player's not on the field. So it's the same reason why if you see a veteran quarterback identify a rookie corner or a backup corner, the moment that guy steps on the field, they're going after him. It's the same reason why Matthew Stafford saw Devondre Campbell on the outside against the tight end, threw that ball up to him, because you pick out weaknesses.
Purdy did that to somebody on the Rams defense, too. The Rams lost one of their defensive backs, and he went right to somebody.
And that's a savvy play.
Yeah. I'm looking at some of Mason's numbers. So he carried the ball 40 times last year, 43 the year before, and now he's already up to 67. As far as the playoffs go,
maybe it was Mitchell.
Yeah, I think you were thinking of Mitchell. Jordan Mason he had 2 rushing attempts in the 2022 playoffs. No rushing attempts last year. But yeah, I don't know what the answer to that question is about how he would have used Mason if Christian McCaffrey were healthy this year. But I do think Kyle's the kind of guy who says...
Yeah, hey, Elijah Mitchell had the last touchdown of the NFC Championship game.
Okay. So, yeah, I do think that he looks at McCaffrey and says, McCaffrey can go. I'm going to play him. And what's he made his name on in this league? 25 touches a game. So that's what we're gonna give him.
I mean, do you not want Christian McCaffrey to... Well, like, if you're saying, okay, he's going to get hurt, then, yeah, of course you want to limit him.
Right.
But I want my best player touching the ball as much as humanly possible because that gives me the best chance to win the game.
I mean, yes. I mean, the problem with McCaffrey is he's so good out of the backfield that he's always going to play on third down. So he's always going to play every down, essentially, on offense. Even Jordan Mason comes off the field a little bit here and there. I mean, yeah, in a perfect world, you get McCaffrey 16 touches or 16 runs and Mason 8. But you can't always do that because all that stuff depends on the way the game's going. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. This is the What Did We Miss hour, I guess, because I'm going to come back and maybe talk a little Warriors. There's a couple little things we need to tell you about. And like I said, Media Day coming up on Monday on 95.7 The Game.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
I don't think you're soft, man, but I do think you miss Goo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the end of summer sales event is on at Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek in Santa Clara. Now's the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV. So stop by for a visit, frontierford.com, for incredible savings, and drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or frontierford.com. Also, big event this weekend at Friedman's in Concord. I will be there, Evan. I will be there. The Friedman's Fall Clearance Sales Event is the best time to save on new appliances for your home. Friedman's Appliance, 2304 Monument Boulevard in Pleasant Hill, Friday, September 27th from 10 to 7, and then Saturday and Sunday from 10 to 5. You can take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. You can save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. And we will be there on Saturday. 95.7 The Game will. Joe Spadoni and Sam Lubman. They're going to do a live broadcast from 12 to 3. Jim Kozimor is going to be a part of it. And you know who else is? Yours truly, Matt Steinmetz. I'll be out there from 12 to 2. And I'll be checking out those live working vignettes, and basically I'll have the run of the place, and I look forward to meeting anybody who wants to pop out there. Come by and say hi.
Well, and I know it's genuine because when I was out there last year with Mark Grandy, you also showed up, and that was not for an appearance. You hopped on for a little bit and, talked some Warriors fans off the ledge and all the rest, as you do every single season. And it was just very nice of you to pull up with Dana, and also but this is the thing too. It's not just about the shows, of course, but it really, really, genuinely, just completely blew my expectations out of the water. Like it's hard to describe almost because there's so many different, I don't know, like kitchens and laundry setups and barbecue pits, and it really, I've never owned a home, but it had me thinking about what I would do if I did, because there's so many different avenues you can move down. There's also like barbecue and tacos out front. They got food. They got libations, which I was a big fan of. And it's a fantastic place to go.
So you're right about it's hard to paint a picture of it if you've never been there. So last time I was there, there's no lie. So I'm in the front and I'm talking to people, and that's where we were broadcasting from. And I'm walking around the store, and it's immense. It's big, but it doesn't feel overly big because of the vignettes. Anyway, I'm there for about an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm walking around, and then I notice there's another area with live working vignettes. And I go back to back of the store, and they had a band playing.
They did.
They had a band playing. It's unbelievable. Friedman's Appliance.
It's kind of unsuspecting when you drive past it on the freeway. It just looks like, kind of just a normal department store. And then you go in, you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, and this
it's like walking through the closet of Narnia.
Yeah, and on a day like Saturday or Sunday or even Friday, you'll be able to tell where the store is because they'll have all kinds of food setups and barbecues, et cetera, et cetera. So there you go, Friedman's Appliance. Trust me. It's a big boy store. All right. Let's get into a little Warriors. Have a little fun with the Warriors right now.
Okay.
So here's what's going on with the Warriors, at least as far as I'm concerned. So Tim Kawakami, now the San Francisco Standard. San Francisco Standard, not the Athletic. He's changed jobs. He did an interview with Steve Kerr earlier this week. And Jonathan Kuminga, he's somebody we talked a lot about over the years.
He's blonde.
He is eligible for a contract extension. And there have been players in his draft class who have gotten paid a lot of money. But it, to me, maybe I'm wrong, and you can disagree with me, it does not sound like he is going to get an extension before the October 31st deadline. And here's why I say that. Listen to this quote from Steve Kerr. I think the hardest part for Jonathan, he doesn't have an extension yet. And he's seen some of the guys in the same draft get extensions. But he understands the business. He still has some things to prove, and he's committed to going out and doing them. And I'm going to help him every step. I didn't hear Steve Kerr say, well, we'll see how it plays out. You know what I mean? I almost feel like that's kind of, maybe I'm being too strong here, but I feel like, yeah, he's not getting an extension. He knows it now. And so Steve Kerr is flipping it a little and saying, but I am going to help him get paid next year.
Well, with all due respect to JK, why would he get an extension?
Because, well, just
like I understand
maybe you could lock him in at a number now that you can't lock him into next year.
And I don't think that he would take that number.
Might not.
Because according to reports, he and his agent believe that he's a max player like other player in his class. And that's what Kerr's referring to. So I think it behooves both sides to not get a deal done before October 21st or 23rd, whatever the deadline is. Because Jonathan can make himself a ton of money this upcoming season. The Warriors also might save themselves a ton of money this upcoming season. And he's still a restricted free agent. They can match whatever.
Yep.
And so if he proves that he really is a max player, well, I mean, I don't know what that looks like, but I think the Warriors would reward him. In the meantime, he hasn't done enough for me, Steiny, to feel confident in giving him the bag that he seemingly wants.
Right. No, it just doesn't feel like it. And I guess we'll wait and see about Moody. What do you think about this quote from Steve Kerr? I think that's the exciting thing about training camp this year. It's that I can legitimately tell guys that spots are available and mean it. So there's only 2 starting spots, I think, that are locked up on this team right now. Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And people kind of assumed Pods was going to start, but the way he talked about DeAnthony Melton in this story, I'm talking about Steve Kerr, I could see Melton starting. And I also think he's sending a message to Andrew Wiggins saying, you don't have a spot either. And then it's going to be up to who? Looney or Trace Jackson Davis to claim the center spot. You don't like it.
No, I'm going to go full goo. I don't like any of it. Or maybe that's Aikman. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't. Could the Warriors have a good season? Sure. Could they put this together and, I don't know, meet their potential? I'm not going to rob them of that. But the West had 5 50-win teams last year, and I think all 5 of them pretty much knew what their starting 5 was going to be. So I guess I'm just not a fan of a professional team basically having tryouts. Like, that's not... I'm not a big fan of that, especially for more than half of your starting lineup. So while the sentiment might be perceived as positive because guys have to earn it and you need the best foot forward from Wiggins and you're trying to extract the most out of JK and, Trace Jackson Davis could take a leap and Pajemski could be a sophomore sensation and all these things together, that's great. But I'm going to need to see it first because the fact that you don't know who 3 potentially of your 5 starters are going to be come day one, that doesn't sound like a team that's contending. And I don't know, maybe people don't expect them to contend, but if I'm looking at all the best teams in the West, OKC, I know what their 5 looks like. Denver, they got to replace their shooting guard. KCP's in Orlando now, but I know what their 5 generally is going to be. Minnesota, I know what their 5 is going to be. The Clippers, well, I guess Leonard had a offseason knee procedure, but you pretty much know what their 5 is going to look like. Dallas, you know what their 5 is going to look like. The Warriors don't even know what 3 of their 5 is going to look like. That's how I read it.
Fair enough. That's fair. They like their depth, obviously, and they probably do have more quality depth than in other years. But this is, to me, the goal of this season. This is Steve Kerr talking about, by the way, if we had any doubt, and I did, this is still Steph Curry's team, and Steve Kerr basically makes it official. We still have to do everything we can to put the best team around Steph Curry. So that's one of the philosophies of this team. But this is to me very interesting, and that's Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy are committed to. That's what they attempted to do all summer, trying to get another star. Couldn't do it. We ended up spending money for 3 really good role players to come in and solidify our team and give us a lot of options going forward, a lot of flexibility with some contracts. You put it exactly, I thought, perfectly when you said they are going to try to make take a big swing this year at some point. If it's tomorrow, it's tomorrow. If it's in December, it's in December. But I do, when we talked in the past about the Warriors trying to pull off a big deal for a star, I've always been skeptical because of their payroll and just looking at how much guys made and how valuable they were and just the numerical portion of figuring out the contracts. If you look at their roster right now and the payroll, they have so many players who you could aggregate and make a trade. Like, I do think they will have an opportunity to take a big swing again, even though it didn't work out with Paul George and Lauri Markkanen. They are set up to do something, and if it's the right move, we'll see. But I think that's the goal this year, is to make the kind of move that can change the outlook of their team.
Until I see different, though, I still feel like they're in assessment mode, and that's also because they don't know a lot about their starting 5. I think they're trying to figure out who this group is, and so I think we will see at the deadline. I think we'd see a big move if they determine that they have a chance. But if they don't, why would they take a big swing? If this is again, last year they were in 12th place more days than they were a top 8 seed. That kind of season to me does not scream big move at the deadline because it just doesn't make any sense. But I do think that they position themselves to pounce if they deem it appropriate. And that's different than last year. I think last year they were just trying to, again, like get off contracts, or they're trying to figure out what they're going to do with Clay. There's a lot of monetary problems that stem from the contracts they gave out after the championship season. They have less of those problems now, so they're in more of a position to strike. I hear the word try. They're in a position to try. And so far, trying has not really gotten you anywhere.
Right.
And you need 2 to tango. So
no, I hear you. I just think the one thing that I find just compelling is how things have changed in 2 years, even though we know why they've changed in 2 years. Because 2 years ago, this team won a title, and last year they didn't make the playoffs. But I do find it fascinating that 2 years ago, they paid Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. And then the following year, they paid Draymond Green. And this past offseason, they did not pay Klay Thompson, and he left. And it doesn't look like they're going to pay Kuminga, who essentially is in the exact same position Poole was in when they gave him the $125 million contract or whatever it was.
Same place in his career. But
Same
the team
year.
was in a very different position.
Exactly. The team's in a very different position. And they're no longer champions. So I'm...
No, look...
Did you like my statement about the Warriors? What I thought was going to happen this year?
Was this before the show?
I said it without thinking. Here it is, Warrior fans. You ready? Take it to the bank on September 25th. I'll tell you what. I think the Warriors could be better than last year. They could be worse, too.
I think that's how everyone feels.
I really do feel that way. I mean, the 3 guys they got in here are all pretty proven. I think Melton's an interesting... Here's what I love. I love when the Warriors acquire players that we think we know because we saw them play 10 or 12 times, but now we get to see them play 82 games. And I am I hope DeAnthony Melton can stay healthy because I don't know a lot about his game. I've seen him play a little bit here and there. I know what he's supposed to be strong at. And if he's exactly the kind of player that people are describing, he's going to help. He's going to help in a big way. And I also think Kyle Anderson, slow-mo, to me, he is going to be the player that Steve Kerr just trusts without any doubt.
You also know what that means, right?
I think Kyle Anderson's going to play a lot on this team.
Yeah, but that also means, as far as the fans are concerned, he's going to be public enemy number one.
You think? I think he's too good to be.
It feels like the player that Steve Kerr picks as his favorite always becomes the one that just the fans cannot stand.
Who are you talking about? Like an Anthony Lamb?
Yeah.
Or...
I think Slomo's better than anything.
Oh, God, yeah.
But, look, on the Timberwolves, I think he played 23 minutes a game last year.
Yeah.
So if you're bumping that up to 25, closer to 30.
I actually think Kyle Anderson is going to be good enough that people won't say that. They'll be like, yeah, he's got to play. And to me, he's going to fit perfectly on this team because he can play multiple positions. He's smart. Like my vision of Slow-Mo and the impression I have as a player is pretty high. Like I really like him. But am I going to like him more when I see him 80 times or less?
Well, the point is someone like Kyle Anderson is going to take minutes away from someone like Moses Moody.
Or Kuminga.
And so it's not necessarily that he's a bad player and that people dislike him, but they dislike who he's preventing from playing. That's where the equation to Anthony Lamb comes from. Last year, I don't know, it might have been Kerr's favoritism of Saric at the beginning of the year. And then he eventually fell out of the rotation.
By the way, they don't have Saric. They lost. Oh,
he's going to help Denver. Never going to play easier basketball.
That's where. That's right. That's where he ended up.
But to your original statement and your strong stance on them being better or worse, I honestly think that's reflective of the fan base. It feels like everyone I talk to, it's, oh God, what are they doing? Like how is this season going to get better? And then there's other people that feel like, well, if you actually take a look at some of these metrics, 3 guys for 2, Paul's, on the back end of his career, Clay was on his way. Like, I think they're going to be better this year. So they're in a very unique position, but I also think that the expectations from Warriors fans have lowered to the place where, all right, let's just kind of wait and see. I'm not going to rob them of the chance to be good, but I'm also not expecting them to be a top 4 seed, maybe like some people unrealistically had them in last year. Meanwhile, that's the interesting comparison to the Niners, because I do think the Niners are also running into a position where they're not as good, but the expectation is still just as high as it's ever been. And so that's why people are so disappointed in the Niners, but they're willing to give the benefit of the doubt to this Warriors team.
No, I agree. I think also the Warriors are a little further removed from like their greatness than the Niners are. Yeah. Because the Niners just went to the Super Bowl last year. And I get it. I get the difference in winning 4 titles and just knocking on the door. But I completely agree with your larger point. I would say this. I mean, if you asked me if they can stay relatively healthy, I actually would expect them to win more games, because I get that their acquisitions aren't overly sexy, but I like them. I like their acquisitions. These guys are veteran players. They know how to play. They're not going to wow you. Buddy Hield might a little bit with his shooting. He's another guy. I cannot wait to watch him play.
I feel like you're going to hate Buddy Hield.
I may. I don't like him right now. I know that.
Well, I'm not saying Buddy Hield's a bad player, but he's just the kind of guy, from having gotten to know you over the last 3 years, I don't think you're going to like him.
They need somebody who can shoot 40% from 3.
Yeah, but not a volume guy that's a chucker. I don't know.
No, I know.
Although Clay was that.
Well, and I hate to say this about Clay, because I do think he's going to help.
Last year.
Yeah, I do think he's going to help Dallas, but that could be a little addition by subtraction. And I know the numbers came around a little bit, and if you look at them, they don't look bad at all, but the way you hear the way you hear the Warrior players talk now, clearly they all knew something was going on with Clay, and he was getting less and less connected with the team, and they all knew it, and I think it affected their season.
Yeah, and now he's playing with apparently a new buddy of his in Kyrie, who he was texting during the finals with. So, hopefully it works out for both sides.
It's going to be interesting.
I'm rooting for Clay. I hope he has a bounce-back season.
Definitely. You know what's funny is when I think of Clay as a player, I always think of a guy who's really good without the ball. Is he just going to be standing in the corner for that team? I don't know.
He's probably going to get a lot more open threes than he did on the Warriors last year.
You would think.
Between Doncic and Kyrie?
Yeah, you would think.
Even if one of them's off the floor, he doesn't have to. I mean, just the amount of unnecessary dribbles that Clay can take out of his bag this year. Or you would think. I don't know. I mean, might have brought that upon himself. But, yeah, look, I think the Warriors are going to be interesting. Do I think they're going to be extremely good very quickly? I have my doubts.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And why are we talking about the Warriors? Because we got Media Day coming up on Monday, and then the Warriors fly to Hawaii for training camp.
Turtle Bay. That's another part of this, too. Like, okay, are they going to figure out their starting 5 in 4 days?
Oh, it's going to be a big competition. Yeah, they're going to be going at it in the North Shore.
I just imagine like my freshman basketball tryouts over the course of 3 days to determine who's on this team and who's getting the starting spot. Like, I mean, seriously, they're not going to figure out. This starting 5, I think, is going to change a lot this year.
I could see that. You ever been to where they're training, Turtle Bay? Probably not.
Which island's that?
Hold on.
I've only been to Honolulu and familiar with Maui and the Big Island.
Let's see. Hold on. I should know this. I think it's in the same place that Honolulu is, whatever that island is. Yeah, Honolulu. That's the island of Hawaii, I believe.
Oahu.
Oh, that's Oahu.
Yeah, Oahu.
So they're going to Oahu. But anyway,
Coast, probably what, North Shore? Or
yes, they're like where this training camp is. I was there a few years back covering the Warriors, and it is out there. It is secluded. It is unbelievably nice. It is this incredible hotel. It's near where a college you probably never heard of is, and that is BYU, Hawaii. The Seasiders. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm more of a Rainbow Warriors fan.
I wish they'd never taken the rainbow out. All right, coming up next, we've got Crossover Time with Willard and Dibbs. That segment brought to you by Frontier Ford.
This is a special alert to anyone owing the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes.
It's more of an oral experiment.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is time to pick up the pieces. That's what the name of this song is.
We're playing Jenga?
There you go.
I thought you destroyed everything during your show.
Pick up the pieces.
Is that what we're tasked with doing now?
What do you mean?
Picking up the pieces of 95.7 The Game after the last 4 hours?
Please do.
We had a good show.
Yeah, you did. You did. I heard all of it.
You really did.
You did. You did the darn thing.
Just to let you know what Dibbs walked in on. Dibbs and Will are joining us on 95.7 The Game. Dibbs walked in just as I was saying, if you assume every fruit is at its best, what's your favorite fruit? And Dibbs and Evan agreed a strawberry.
I didn't know that was Evan's answer.
Yeah.
Normally, I would try to curry favor with Evan and go against you just as a default, but I thought about it. The banana's up there because when you get at just the right ripeness, and it's different for every individual, your melon can be good and sweet. We have a cantaloupe right now that is elite, but I went strawberry.
I'd argue that when a banana is perfect is different depending on what you're planning to do with it.
Fair, and it's also subjective based on.
Hold on a second. Yeah, you don't want it. You don't want any firmness in the banana if you're making banana bread.
It's true.
You don't want that. You
want it almost molding.
Now, and if it gets past, like, I'm going to eat a banana or banana bread, well, now we've got smoothie time.
Yeah,
it's true.
Cut that thing up, put it in the freezer.
I'm talking about the peel it and eat it banana, and different people like it at a different level of freckling.
Yes,
Is that what it's called?
I like it.
Spotting.
Because the longer you let it go, also the sweeter it becomes. So
Is that true?
Pretty sure.
It's not,
yes.
See, I like it just when all the green's done. Like, I like it pretty firm.
Pre-freckles.
Yes.
Pre-spots.
Yeah. I don't like mushy.
It's basically a monkey.
You're right. We are picking up the pieces
There
after
you
the
go.
last 4 hours.
We're picking up the
all right.
we're picking up the banana peel.
Yeah.
is what we're
How
doing.
many blown fourth quarter leads for the banana?
Dibbs, you came in with answers.
What a transition.
It's funny because I heard you guys, and it was either you or a caller talking about, why does Kyle Shanahan blow all these fourth quarter leads? And I thought to myself,
Not enough bananas.
There have been a few high profile ones, and we can put aside whether he's blowing them or not for the sake of my research. But I did the homework. I looked at every loss in the Kyle Shanahan era, because if it was a blown lead, it would have had to result in a loss.
And a blown lead is defined by any fourth quarter lead?
Entering the fourth quarter with the lead or having the lead in the fourth quarter.
At some point in the fourth
Correct.
quarter.
Okay. I'm going to ask for
Regular and postseason?
Correct.
Okay, can you at least give us his total number of losses? Would that give a little bit of
That would. And I don't have that in front of me.
Like his
but
career record, essentially.
Mid-50s? Right.
Mid-50s, I think.
Okay.
And this is now in his 7th year as a coach in the National Football League.
I'm going to say, I'll start the guessing.
Grandy, can we get some game show music, please, for the
I
set
think
the
this is his
mood?
8th year, but I don't want to get
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I count 7.
7.
I'm on
This is
7.
Yeah, it's definitely year 7.
You're
I don't
off
know
to
what
an
difference that would make. You have
auspicious
55
start.
losses.
Hold on. I could have sworn I saw he and McVay are both in their 8th season. Somebody else start the guessing, please.
All right, I will go with of the mid-50s.
He's got 53 regular season losses, and in the post, he would have
4 losses.
4. Okay,
4,
so
right.
57 losses.
57
I'll
losses.
say 28.
28.
Just basically take half.
quarter.
Oh, God. Give me
blown leads.
Put everything I own on the under.
Well, you don't get to play over under.
No, put it all on the under.
What's your guess? What's your number? And you did see me kind of scratching out the list, but you didn't see how far I went. Because I went all the way back now.
I'm going to say, like, for instance, just so I'm understanding, like, take Cleveland last year. That would count, right? Because they led at 1 point in the fourth quarter?
They led at 2 points in the fourth quarter.
Okay, so that counts.
It sure does,
All
Mark.
right, I'm going to go 12.
12. Steiny.
I'm going to go under that. I'm
Under
going to
12.
say 9. But I think what's more important right now is this is Kyle's 8th season.
It is?
Yeah. He was hired February 6, 2017. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22,
23. Yeah, okay.
Well, then my list is incomplete. Well, because I didn't go all the way back to 2017. So.
Oh shoot!
No, well, there's like 16 losses in there.
Quickly.
Well, they lost 10 games in 2017.
They actually never had a lead in 2017. So the answer is 0.
Well, it's funny you say that because the year after, when they were dreadful, they actually blew 4 fourth quarter leads. Up to 2018, the answer was 17. And I did the research in light of your conversation, but also thinking about the Ram game where you had a 24-14 lead with 12 minutes left, and they blew that game last Sunday, and everyone now is outraged about these blown leads. So pending my research in 2017, and I apologize, Steiny, for impugning you and your deep knowledge about all things football, but yeah, 17, including twice in the Super Bowl and an NFC Championship game.
Oh, boy.
All right, so let's throw the first year out. So in 7 years, it's 17. So he's averaging 2.2 blown leads a year.
So he just got one out of the way. Yeah.
Okay.
And all blown leads are not created equally because, and I'm thinking about this one actually tickled me. They led at Denver 7-5 with 15 minutes to go. But they also led 10-5 with 5 minutes left.
And then Jimmy G game.
I got an issue with the whole idea of using the word blown leads, using the phrase blown leads, and that covers all leads. To me, to blow a game, you probably got to be up by 2 scores.
I kind of agree with that.
If you're up by 4 going into the fourth quarter and the other team scores, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that being a blown game. Like the other team scored. That, you know what I mean?
Well, I found another one. 2017. They were up 9-6 against Seattle.
That's great.
They lost 12-9.
They should have been
closer.
I'll say this, though. It felt like you know, like you were. Yes, but it sounded a little harsh, and I'll tell you why.
I did?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Right. One of the things I learned in Catholic school was there's a difference between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. So Dibley was giving you a stat that it's accurate. It was the letter of the law. But I do agree, the spirit of the law is different, and I'm with you there.
Okay, thank you, first of all, for joining my TED Talk. And secondly, I don't know that it was the letter of the law because blown lead is not a definable, that's an emotional.
Oh, now I'm with you, Dibs.
Right?
Oh, boy.
No, but
this
I'm right.
Guy.
But am I not right?
No, technically, if it's 7-6 entering the fourth quarter and you lose, you blew a lead.
No, like you can't, that's not in the dictionary. That's not, like, what does that mean?
Well, you know what else is also not in the dictionary?
What?
And you are hammering this guy all week so far, is the idea of a drop. So we want to say Brandon Aiyuk has 4 drops because we think.
Because he does, in my opinion.
And again, this is where the subjectivity plays in because the official drop stat, which is, by the way, an unofficial drop stat, they have him with 2 drops.
Right.
And, you know, people want to say that those were drops against the Rams. I watched it now for a 3rd time, and you'd be hard-pressed to call those drops.
Well, the one looked like it might have only been tipped. Go ahead.
Listen, I would argue, especially, this conversation was born out of someone coming on our show and saying this is a $30 million receiver. You need to just feed him, force it to him. All right, if that's the premise, then I'm going to ask you to make the tougher catch.
That's fair.
That's all. That's all.
How about this?
By the way, Sean McVay had that legendary stat about leading at half, right? Like he just didn't blow second half leads or lose or lose second half leads.
There you go. I like that better.
45 in a row. Like that is pretty incredible.
Sure.
I think that's. And then it ended up being like 50-1, or because Shanahan ended up getting him the last week of 2021 or something like that. So I think it's fair to say, like, if you're going to give credit to him for never losing a second half lead, then
it's just hard. I think like you go into a great game, any great game, I would argue there's a lead change in the fourth quarter, which then means whoever lost blew the game.
No, I agree with that.
That's hard. That's hard. You know, Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. Did someone blow the lead?
Yeah.
Well, 13 seconds left.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
but I don't like
everybody blew the game 4 times.
I mean, if it's I don't know. Chiefs Bills 14-10 entering the fourth quarter. It's like, okay, you'd realize the team with 10 could win. You know what I mean?
Every time Tom Brady did it, the other team blew it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and here's one where you look at Shanahan, and it's 2021 against Green Bay, and they lead 28-27 with 37 seconds left, and you lose by 3.
Yeah. That's when Rodgers did something.
Yeah, he went Devontae Spike,
That's
and then
right.
Mason
Field goal.
Crosby from 50-something. Now, is it Kyle's fault because he left too much meat on the bone? Maybe, but every blown lead is not created equally. And I found 2 so far in 2017. So hopefully by the end here, I'll have the exact number. And Evan, you might actually be closer.
Did you write them down to know how large the blown lead was?
Yes, I have score and time and final score.
How many 2 scores?
2020, they were up 16-6 against Seattle.
Yeah, all on pad and pencil.
After 3, and I sharpened it this morning.
Ticonderoga.
They lost that one by 3. Super Bowl in 2020,
you're
up by 10.
The 3 we know real well, which is the 2 Super Bowls and the NFC Championship.
2018, you were beating Arizona 15-3 with 13 minutes to go.
Wow.
And you choked that one away. 18-15 was the loss.
Okay.
And that so far is the collection of...
So 5?
Of 10-point games. Yeah, but when you're up 7-5, Mark, you got to be able to close.
All right.
You got Jimmy Garoppolo.
Thank you.
Well,
and he'd already sashayed out of the back of the end zone at that point.
Saved himself from actually losing the lead.
See, I'm more interested in Mark Willard saying something about Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah.
Because I'm fascinated with literal and figurative.
Okay.
We're now, and where do you come down on this? We're now calling Brandon Aiyuk a $30 million receiver. He got a 4-year, $120 million deal. But he's not really making 30 a year.
Not yet.
He's making 24 this year.
Actually, he's making 14 this year.
No, they added 10 to it.
If you want to, okay.
Well,
the
my
signing bonus.
Yeah.
But with the signing bonus was based on the extension. But yes, go ahead.
Well, I want to ask this question too, is ordinarily when you extend a guy like Aiyuk, it kicks in next year, right? He would have played like Amon-Ra,
they all do, except for there is a portion that is quote due at signing.
Okay, so
that's what
I got you.
You know what I mean.
But
like,
his making
salary this year is still 14.
He got paid.
Yeah,
gotcha. But he's really only making like 27.
I mean, yeah, these are labels that, and this is coming off a conversation that we had with his personal coach, TJ Hushmanzada, who kept referring to him. Right, as a $30 million receiver.
Yeah,
it's more sort of emotional even than factual. All NFL contracts are. You know what I mean?
Doubt.
No one's necessarily making what we've all said that they're going to make, and in some cases they're making more. Some cases they'll make a whole lot less. So I think everyone gets what we're talking about, though. And if that's what we're going to say, you can use this from 2 sides, which is. And this is what TJ was doing, which is if you're going to pay this guy, then play him the way you pay him.
Yeah,
and then my response would be, then he needs to perform that way as well. So there's a push-pull there.
The interesting part for me is having gone through every one of his targets today, he actually was used like a $30 million receiver because 2 of his targets never showed up because of penalty. On their second drive, they targeted him 7 times on the drive. Yeah. And the interesting thing, and I haven't seen the all 22, but the Rams did start to give him more attention in the second half, which is why he only got 3 targets. They took him away after halftime now. Is it up to Shanahan to make sure he doesn't get taken away? Maybe, but if I refer you to my previous list, you found your way to scheme your way to a 10-point lead with 12 minutes to go, even though Aiyuk didn't do much in the second half. So that for me is not on Aiyuk or Shanahan, really.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You know, there also might be somewhat of an adjustment period for Aiyuk now being the sole number 1 receiver, which he never really had to deal with in the true term, which is you're out there and nobody else is going to give you any help. Like, you don't have a Debo or a Kittle or a McCaffrey to draw attention, which is what he's been playing with for the past 2 seasons. So, I mean, again, it's an excuse, but at the same time, you know, I think the fact that he didn't have training camp, which is his fault, I expect him to receive, double-digit targets like he did last weekend, and hopefully find a way to come down with some. I don't think Tre'Davious White is like a shutdown corner anymore.
Not anymore.
For the Rams.
And he did get help. I know what you're saying, which is that the defense may not have been guarding the 49ers as if he had any help, but that ends up being a good thing, doesn't it? He got help. He got the form of Juwan Jennings for 179 yards and 3 scores.
Believe it or not,
that's help.
That's kind of the way I look at it. I don't look at it as one receiver and another receiver. I kind of throw them together as a package. Because if you're telling me that Brandon Aiyuk's getting double teamed, and that's why he has 5 catches for 50 yards, but because he's getting double teamed, Juwan Jennings gets 10 for 170, who cares? Like he's obviously getting those numbers because of how they're defending Aiyuk to some extent.
To a degree, sure. I mean, that's the way, I agree with you. I have all kinds of Brandon Aiyuk frustration. I have no Brandon Aiyuk concerns. The only concern I have is and this is a larger than Brandon thing, which is what I said the other day, which is I just think the wide receiver market is out of whack. And it's not, I would not put that much resources into wide receivers. The Niners are paying 2 of them. And one of the reasons is, for instance, what's happening to the Dolphins right now, where $58 million are tied up into 2 useless players because you don't have anybody who can get them the ball. So, I don't think wide receivers are that tied to winning to where they should get that much of your cap. That's me. But that's the macro. The micro on Brandon, he'll get better. He'll get better, and we can be as frustrated as long as each one of us want to be. But yeah, I don't have any concerns that he stinks now or something like that. I don't think that at all.
The one thing I do, the one thing I do wonder with Aiyuk, because you're hearing whispers of it. Do you believe there's anything more going on with Aiyuk than simply off to a slow start because he's a little rusty?
That's all it is.
Okay.
And, having gone over the tape now multiple times, he's going to have a monster game on Sunday against New England. Mark my words. And I think the biggest issue right now with Aiyuk is that he and Brock are not on the same page. A couple of the incompletes, he either didn't run a crisp enough route or Brock thought he was going to be somewhere where he wasn't. The 2 drops, one was well covered in kind of a juggle ball, and the other one was just a little bit behind him. And I don't think that he and Brock are totally on the same page yet.
I would argue at least my eyes are out for what might be a little bit of a mental struggle for Brandon right now. I do think that there's probably something going on for a couple of reasons. One, this whole thing has to have shaken his branches a little bit. He's getting talked about 18 times more than ever before. The microscope is hotter. There was a lot of controversy now for a lot of months. And then Debo and George get hurt. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, do it right now. And he's dropped balls. And so is he putting pressure on himself? Sure. Look at the way he handled the offseason when there was a big thing. It was social media, TikTok, podcast, Jaden Daniels, poop emojis, all of these things. So Brandon has already proven himself to be somebody who I think starts to feel mentally unsettled when things around him aren't going well. So I bet there's some of that.
I mean, I think it's as simple as he's a wide receiver too who makes elite wide receiver money. I mean, if you put him on a team with a clear-cut $30 million receiver, he's not getting more targets than Tyreek. He's not going to get more targets than CD. I don't think he gets more targets than maybe even Amon-Ra if he's on the Lions. I know there's different positions that they play, but if you stack him up with the players that he is paid in the same region, he's a step below those players. And that doesn't mean that he's not a really good wide receiver. It doesn't mean that he can't put up good numbers and he can't have a bounce-back game this week against a lowly Patriots team that the Niners should take care of. But I think that's what people are now frustrated with, is that he makes the kind of money that players in a particular stratosphere make, and he's not that level of player. I don't think he's that elite.
Well, he'll never be that level of player. Yeah, because they don't ask him to do that. So I just look at this last game, and he got over the top.
Well, but now they are asking him to do that.
Oh, with the guys injured.
Yeah, with guys hurt, they are asking him to do that.
They're not asking him to go out there and have 18 targets, though, and absolutely carry the team. They're just asking him to be the best version of himself within the construct of this offense. And I look at the game against the Rams where he beats his defender over the top and Brock throws it 50 yards down and it's a yard too far and he got held on the play. And then later in that drive, he beats his man and it's pass interference. So he was making plays to get open and drawing flags, but he's yet to have that impactful breakout game like Jawan Jennings had.
I think what you're talking about is focal point. Like, I think both of you with what you just said are correct. Like Brandon Aiyuk, it's not, and I don't even look at it as he's necessarily a lesser player. You can have that opinion. He's lesser than Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's not the focal point for the 49ers that some of those other players are within their offense. And I think that's what TJ was asking for yesterday. Like, absolutely make the 49er offense the identity of it, at least in this vacuum with no Christian, no George, no Debo. The identity of this offense should be Brandon. And I don't think Kyle operates that way. I don't think he's interested in that right now.
He doesn't do focal point. And think about last year in the pass game, he and Debo and George and Christian, they had almost identical targets over the course of the season. I think Brandon had the most, 105, right, was the number of targets. But Shanahan doesn't want anyone to be the, quote, focal point over the course of a whole season.
I've always been fascinating with that in any sport, like pecking orders. Mm-hmm. Would you, basketball, if you score 100 points, you want all your starters to score 20? Or do you want one guy to score 30, one guy to score 25, and three guys to score 15 and 10?
In a perfect world, yes, but it's not as if Kyle Shanahan hasn't worked with great wide receivers before. Like that are clearly a step above.
Julio Jones,
Andre Johnson in Houston, even who's my guy who smoked weed in Cleveland? Josh Gordon. So, but like, it isn't as if. Sorry,
did more than smoke weed.
And he smoked in more places than Cleveland. But point taken. It's just go ahead. That was great.
And certainly he wasn't the only person who smoked in Cleveland.
No, he was not. My point is that he has found ways to get the balls to the people that need the balls to get to. And Brandon Aiyuk that's why, in my opinion, he's just not one of those players.
And that's fine. That's also something I was trying to access from TJ yesterday, because at times he sounded kind of like what you just said, which was Kyle's got to get him the ball. And I was trying to ask him, like, well, except for we always compliment Brock Purdy for going through progressions. So I don't think it's this A to B where it's like, come on, coach, get him the ball. Well, you can call play for someone and you may end up going to option 2. You may end up going to option 3. Who's open out there? The whole thing is just a blend of all of that information. And I'd argue that that's kind of just the way that it went last weekend. Jawan's not going for over 100 every game. Like, that's not...
Steiny kind of hopes he does on his fantasy team.
Yeah, well, I'm playing you this week, so hopefully not. Although I got him in another league. So anyway, maybe. You know what I'm saying? But we're not doing 3 tuds and $180 every week.
Of course not.
That's not... Yeah. That probably, honestly, will probably never happen again.
But I would say that, and you made this point yesterday, like when Debo does come back, what do you do about your receivers? Because as you know, Steiny, they do run a lot of 21 personnel with the 2 receivers. So do you just go to more 11 personnel, and then Kyle Juszczyk is kind of relegated to the bench? It's going to be Kittle and Mason, and then you go 3 receivers, and so Juszczyk plays less?
I think you go right back to who you were. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Kyle's going to get wooed by, suddenly we found Jawan Jennings. Now we'll let him cook at the expense of 2 $25+ million receivers. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's going to go that way. It only goes that way if Brandon keeps this up. Well, if this play from Brandon never gets better, then you can start looking at the lineup.
What's Pearsall's role going to be if he can play? I'm not saying. Yeah. I mean, he's got to play, but if he's halfway, if he's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's the Ronnie Bell role, and that's what I was saying on Monday. Like, you can't cut Ronnie Bell yet because you need a body right now, and he plays more than Chris Conley, and you can say he probably shouldn't, but right now you've got 4 healthy receivers, not counting Jacob Cowing, who is not seen as a wide receiver yet by Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I guess that'd be the reason why he would usurp Ronnie Bell, is just because he returns punts, but I don't know. I mean, people are clamoring for Cowing. It's like, again, it's the back end of your wide receiving core. I don't know. Look, you got to catch that ball, but at the same time, I'm not going to put blame at the feet of somebody that on an ideal day is not even in the game. I don't know.
I will. He's getting a paycheck and he's got a uniform. That's the whole point. Like, I love sometimes we do this professional sports. I don't care if you're third, fourth, or fifth. You're pretty amazing. You're on the 49ers. I don't think it's hard to ask a wide receiver to catch a ball, even if he's on the practice squad.
It is, but he also could have been picked up by somebody else, or Brock Purdy on a 3rd and 10, because that wasn't the end of the drive. Could have made a play. Like, he couldn't pick up his team, and his team couldn't pick him up.
Who?
Ronnie Bell.
Ronnie?
Yeah.
I'd argue that, we got to go pretty far down the list because Brock actually made a brilliant play to get into field goal range, and then the kicker missed. But
So are we going to kill Jake Moody too?
No one's killing anybody. You know what I mean? Like this is it was a collective failure on a bunch of fronts. I do think this. I wonder what you guys think about this because we're going to ask callers this here pretty quick. I think it's funny when we come out of a game like that. You know what percentage share I'd love to hear? How much talk has there been about the offense and Kyle versus the defense?
And Nick Sorensen. Because this, to me, it's not even close right now in terms of what the Niners' problem is. But we have a habit in this town, which is when the Niners lose, we talk about Kyle Shanahan. And then Brock Purdy some too. And I'd argue that, like, the offensive side of the ball, to me, especially missing 3 of its top players, looked outstanding. Yes, there were individual problems, Ronnie Bell, etc. There were problems, but the offense did fine. And what was the drive chart? What do we got? 2 punts? Yeah.
2 punts, and one of them was caused by a penalty, and the other one was caused by Ronnie Bell's drop.
2 punts and a fumble.
2 punts and a
2
fumble.
punts and a fumble.
So the offense is fine. The defense and the special teams lost this football game. And I would argue was the worst side. I know people will go, but 17 points. I'd argue was the bigger problem against Minnesota too.
Yeah. I'll just say this before you go, Steiny.
Sure.
That if Steve Kerr was the head coach of the 49ers, they wouldn't have lost that game. You know why?
Why?
Because he hates young players. He wouldn't have had these youngsters on the field. Mustafa missing the tackle on a punt coverage, and Ronnie Bell inexperienced with the big time drop, and Dominic Pooney, who all of a sudden after 1 week, he's off to Canton. And now 2 games later, I don't know about that.
The other one was, I can't. The young player. Oh, Garendo.
Oh,
Garendo
yeah.
Looked a little better.
He looked a lot better.
Yeah, he was good.
No doubt.
That's good. What I was trying to say. All right, guys.
Where were you trying to say it?
I was trying to say it on one of the... No, I'm going to make it the best sports talk radio show in the land. 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
LFG. All right. Players or coaches? Who's to blame? I'm not wasting any time. Open them up. Let's go. That's all I hear. 888-957-9570. Like, a lot of talk. And if I boil down the comments and the questions I've heard since the loss against the Rams, that's what we want to know. Who do you put this on? Players or coaches?
Really, it's a close call. Because if you want to look at and we'll just say the 6 biggest plays in the game that were negative, a fake punt, that's on the coaching. You knew it was coming. You didn't stop it with a timeout, or you have your base defense out there. Yes, players need to make a tackle, and like Kyle said, they got our edge and stuff, and we can't let that happen and stuff. That for me is coaching. Mooney Ward getting cooked on a 50-yard deep pass play. That's on the players.
You think he's hurt?
I do think he's hurt, and I can't confirm it, but he's been dealing with a couple
he missed some practice last week.
He's been dealing with a couple of little injuries. I don't think that Kyle mentioned him today off the top, and we'll get into the Shanahan comments
he
coming up.
Yeah, full participant.
And, you talk about the punt coverage that was blown, 38-yard return for a guy who'd never touched the football in his life. That's probably a combo platter, part coaching, part players. So for me, that's a very difficult question because coaches coach, but players make plays to win football games. Ultimately, it's on the players.
Well, I mean, look, this is probably the answer to almost every either-or question that we ask. You know what I mean? The answer's both, right?
Yeah.
Is Brandon Aiyuk just out of practice, or is he in his head a little bit? Both. That's what I think. Is Trent Williams getting older, or did he just miss camp? Both.
Devondre Campbell staggers into Parkinson for a 25-yard PI. Well, that's on the player, but honestly, that's on the coach for even having him on the field at that point.
Okay, but so that one's a tough one for me because I've heard that a few times. It's not just Devondre Campbell. That one has really been brought up this week with Ronnie Bell. Why are you have him on the field? And then ... Why do you even have him on the team? So now we're going to Kyle and John Lynch and Parag and all talent evaluators. I think that's getting pretty far down into the weeds. Everybody's roster has weaker points than stronger points. Niners have pretty good strong points. I think that you could have a healthy conversation as to whether or not the Niner roster's too top-heavy. Like, is it too star-laden? Because what happens when the stars are out? Your depth gets challenged, and we're seeing that right away. But look, this debate that we're sort of starting here, if you will, started back at the Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
Spencer Burford went the wrong way. Whose fault is that?
Yeah.
Well,
it's Spencer Burford's fault.
I think so.
And I'd look at, the Ronnie Bell play. That is on the player because the coach designed a great play. And Brock Purdy's looking his way the entire time. He was the primary. He ran a double move, and he was open. So if you're Shanahan and that beautiful laminated play sheet, you're marking that with green check, as you like to say. That's a play that works. And my favorite and also the painstaking part of it, and I showed you the freeze yesterday of the replay, where Bell goes up and he drops it, and you see Shanahan at the bottom of the screen.
Got his hands up.
He's doing the double Iguodala.
All the way up.
Yeah, all the way up. Exasperated. It was an exasperation sensation what it was. I don't want to say both coaching and the players, but I'm leaning more toward the players.
Me too. And I think that's well said. Fine, don't say both. Let's take it off the table. Obviously, it's everybody. Nobody is going to spend any time today removing all blame, all frustration from anybody's plate. If you're on the team, you get some. Even the ones who are fantastic. Even Brock, right? You didn't see Brandon down the seam. Okay, fine.
You fumbled.
You fumbled. Everybody shares in this. Take that as the premise, and then where do you go next? And the bottom line is, I think people who are spending all of this time on Kyle Shanahan, even I guess the defensive side is a little bit more fuzzy to me, but the special teams, Nick Sorensen on the defense, Steve Wilkes last year, at a certain point, are you the type of people that get home from work and blame someone else because the dinner isn't cooked exactly the way you like it? That's what it feels like to me. If you're pointing to the coaching over the players on some of these. I took this from Kyle today. I listened to his full press conference, and Kyle talked about the special teams problems, and he pulled them apart. And what it sounded like to me, he put the fake punt on the coaches.
Right.
He put that on the staff. He goes, we were not in the right set. We did not do now, as far as the punt return, as far as the missed field goal, as far as the blocked punt in Minnesota the week before. That's on the players. All a coach can do is scheme it up. Go out there. This is what we're doing. I'm going to put you in your best position to succeed. If you trip and fall, what do you tell your kids? You got to get up.
Right.
You got to get up and have some personal responsibility here.
Agreed, but And I'm going to change my answer in this debate and say it's on the coaching. It's on the coaching more than the players.
Why'd
because
you just change?
As we're walking through these biggest plays of the game, and the fake punt might have been the biggest one, and Kyle's right, that is on the coaches, and that's on Kyle for not seeing that they're in the wrong set, knowing that they're going to fake punt, and that's what Kyle said. We knew and stuff that they were going to run the fake, and so he knows they're going to run the fake, and he sees that they're probably in a bad set, and he let it play out anyway. He let it happen. So that for me is on him, and it's on Schneider, the special teams coach, and the punt coverage. You can say, the guy was not in his contain lane, so once Mustafa misses the first tackle, he's able to get around the outside. That's on the coaches too, because you got to coach your guys to be more disciplined. Yeah, players have to make plays, but that for me is as much on the coaches.
Wow, that's tough. That's tough.
And
hold on. Spotlight that sentence you just said. You have to coach your guys to be more disciplined. You and I have talked about this a million times. You have 3 kids. They go do everything you coach them to do?
No.
Okay.
But in the big moments, I would hope that they do it. Like, for example, crossing the street.
I promise you they often won't. You didn't see what they were doing in high school when you weren't looking, brother.
Well, believe me.
You didn't see.
I knew what they were doing. Their homework is what they were doing.
And they were doing a lot more.
Not my kids.
Well, maybe a bad example.
Yeah.
Anyway, you know what I'm saying?
I do.
Like, you cannot make sports just solely about what a coach told a player to go do.
I agree, but you have to put your players, and you have to put the right players in position to make the right plays at the right time. And I look at that punt coverage team that was replete with rookies and inexperienced guys. So if that is what your situation is, then you've got to spend more time on special teams so that these players don't make these mistakes.
That's what every team's special teams are. Special teams is all the guys who aren't good enough to be on the regular teams. That's why they're called special.
Well, here's the thing.
They're not ready.
You and I have been to practice many times, and they do 12 periods of about 8 to 10 minutes apiece, and usually one of them in the middle is a throwaway, let's take a water break for everyone else, 7-minute special teams sesh where Moody gets about 9 kicks, you punt a few, you cover a few, and that's it. Well, here's an idea. When your special teams are looking bad through 2 games, spend more time on it. Get better players on the field and avoid these disasters.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a fair commentary. I'd have to go to actually more practices to know the way coaches are, and more teams, not just the Niners, like to see how do you break out the time? You know what I mean? How much time do you spend on this, that, and the other? Again, I'm going to go back to my premise. Nobody is clearing anyone from this pie, if you will. Everybody gets a piece. But at the end of it all, if I'm looking at a football team and I know that you've got a system in place, a staff in place, and a culture in place that has been succeeding for a long period of time, I am definitely going to lean more than 50% in the direction of when we see certain plays, Ronnie Bell dropping a ball or somebody being in the wrong spot, an offensive lineman going the wrong way, or flat out an offensive lineman, McKivitz, who just isn't playing well. Like, you're just not playing well. I don't know how to put that on the coach. The coach is in charge of everything.
Yeah.
So if mostly over a long period of time things are going well, that speaks well of the coach. If the culture is in place, that speaks well of the coach. When we start spotlighting one play and somebody runs the wrong way or drops a ball, I don't know, man. To me, that's the player.
Depending,
that's the player.
If you put the player in a position to fail, like you did with Campbell, Devondre Campbell, so now you've got the Rams get the ball at the 50 after a punt return, and you pretty much know they're going to throw it, and yet you're going to have a guy on the field who can't cover, and you're going to put him in a spot where now he has to cover in a big spot, and he just runs through a Rams offensive player, and now it's game over. I mean, that for me is coaching.
Okay.
You put a guy in position where he was going to fail. I mean, even our beloved Grandy and Lucas, all they've been talking about all year is Devondre Campbell, get him off the field. Biggest play of the game, and you got him in coverage?
They can't get him off the field. They don't have any other answers.
Play the dime.
I mean, We're sponsored by Safeway. Okay, your turn. Let's go. Let's talk this out. 888-957-9570. The 49ers are 1-2. You all have a series of plays in your head that stand out as, quote unquote, the problems. Do you put this more on the coaches or do you put it on the players? Let's take your calls. 888-957-9570. Greg Cosell's a half hour away. It is Willard and Dibs.
This week for these digital deals for members. Honeycrisp or Envy apple.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
Here we go. Greg Cosell in 45 minutes. What's up, everyone? It's Willie and Dibby.
I cannot wait to talk to Greg. I've got questions about many, many things, including what is he seeing from this Niners milquetoast defense? Because Matthew Stafford saw it, and he's getting to the line of scrimmage, and he's changing it, kill, and he's either going from run to pass or pass to run, and every single snap for the Rams in the second half was a win for the Rams, virtually.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big question. That's a very, very big question. And you said Nick Sorensen will speak publicly tomorrow for the 49ers, and I would argue that this will be the biggest press conference of his young career. We'll see what he has to say. I will share this. This came from the Kyle Shanahan press conference. I'm not going to say that this got testy. It was not testy, and I don't know. Was it Kawakami, Lucas? Someone asked Kyle about Brandon Staley, and if you could see his role evolving through the year. And I would argue that was a very, not by the way, not a bad question.
Loaded.
But it was loaded.
Like a good baked potato.
He was basically saying, so, the defense keeps stinking. You think maybe Brandon Staley will be your defensive coordinator and not Nick Sorensen? And Kyle did not bite. Kyle basically went into an answer that was kind of like, well, I don't know what you mean by evolve, but, the coaches are doing what the coaches do, and everybody's working their butt off, and no, I don't.
You want to hear his answer?
Yes, that's better than me just making things up as I go along.
Add in some ums and stuffs.
Yeah.
I thought I was the Kyle guy.
Here's the answer.
So Kawakami's question essentially, can you see his role? It was Kawakami. Okay. Can you see his role changing this season or evolving as the season goes forward?
No, he does. He works like all the other coaches do, and he's the same as all the other coaches. He's not here to do anything extra than that. That's what you're asking.
No, that's not what he was asking.
One follow-up. Is Sorensen getting fired and Staley's getting his gig?
And Kyle?
Possibly.
Kyle is Kyle, so I don't for any second believe that Kyle actually thought that Tim wasn't asking that question. He knows exactly what Tim was asking, and he's like, I'm not answering that. So I'm going to give you a, no, it's not going to evolve. He's a coach, and I still see him coaching throughout the year.
Exactly.
I don't think I'm going to reassign him to the food room or anything like that. I do not foresee that if that's what you're asking, Tim.
But he knows exactly what Tim was asking.
Of course he does.
And that's partly why.
3 games. Yes. They're not changing the coordinators yet.
Right. And Tim, he doesn't have to ask it, but it's a fair question.
Sure it is.
Another question, which is a little bit more direct, which is probably equally unfair, would be, what's your assessment of Nick Sorensen so far through 3 games?
Do you know what I would like to ask that I think people don't know? Kyle, could you explain how the two of them are working together? Who has the lead? Who doesn't? What are the specific responsibilities of each of these two coaches? I'd like to ask that. I don't think we know that Nick is, quote, the lead.
Yeah, and he's on the sideline.
What is that? Right.
And Brandon's
is
up
upstairs.
Top. Yeah.
So it's kind of like you took the 2 pieces of Steve Wilkes last year and made it 2 people. Okay, so what does that mean? How does the operation work throughout the week and in the game?
In the moment is what I'd be interested to find out because, the green dot, Fred Warner, you've got until, 15 seconds left on the play clock to communicate. So is Brandon giving the calls to Nick? Are they collaborating? Sorry, I got stuck on that. I was going corroborating, but collaborating.
You know what that would be?
It would be a collaboration sensation. But I don't even know if they are collaborating. So that would be an interesting question, absolutely, to wonder and find out just how that relationship is working.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, again, we put this out to you right now, based on the struggles of the 49ers. Do you put this on the players or the coaches? 888-957-957. And we want to reference a few things that happened on the show yesterday. Some of you might have been listening in the 4:30 to 5:15, somewhere neighborhood kind of a thing. We had a caller named Daryl who called in, and he was none too pleased with a lot of my Brandon Aiyuk opinions, at least in the day, in the weeks. I don't know. Likened it to Nick Bosa. We had a very energetic back and forth.
Oh, it was spirited.
Which the two of us just found out before the show today was over 5 minutes long.
Yeah, it didn't seem that long. It was great.
The reason we bring it up
is because you got served.
No, that's not why. I do love getting served. I really do.
I thought it was an even back and forth.
Yeah, like
a split decision.
I'd like to go to dinner tonight and get served, but anyway,
fair.
Like we bring it up because there are a lot of emotions around the 49ers right now, and we want to make sure that you are invited to share those. Okay, like if you're hot on something going on with the team that you see. If you're hot on something Dibs said, if you're hot on something I'm saying, like there's plenty of room here. That we've actually done a lot of work to create that. There are 4 of these hours, and we fill very few of them with other voices. We are mostly interested in yours. So if you got something, we will create the room. We will make more space at the table, and let's go. Because I actually did, and I know some people were like, wow, that got a little hot. I'm like, that was, to me, that felt like being at home having mom's meatballs.
Yeah.
Like that was, I loved that.
Yeah.
I loved that.
And Daryl was great, and he was making good points, and it was back and forth, and it was all, I don't know about pleasant, but it was a good, solid exchange of ideas.
Energetic, but it was nothing against. Like he thinks it's one way, I thought it was another way.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And if he would have done 2 more minutes, he would have been added to the payroll.
That's right.
I mean,
the union reps would be calling. All right, so let's go to you. 888-957-9570. Benzo in Napa. Hi, Benzo. Thanks for calling.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
This has been not much. I mean, a lot, though. So it's like all of the fans for 49ers are like, it's a point finger party because no one's expected this, right? We got all the injuries and everything else, but everybody's wondering what's going on. My point that I want to bring up, I've got a couple thoughts and then, a couple comments, but the whole thing about the preseason makes a big difference. I think in the Warrior situation too, the Golden State, like you've got problems in the preseason. What happens in the season? There's problems in the season. I think a lot of the stuff that's going on right now is psychological. We don't want to really talk about it because it's hard to quantify. So everybody's like, maybe, maybe not. But I think a lot of this is morale. I think you're seeing the players resolve here. Who can put it forth? Who can actually get through it? And who's kind of stuck on it? Like, like when you got a buddy, when you're all going to Vegas or something like that, and then you add a couple people to the list, and one guy's like, yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to go anymore. And it kind of changes the vibe. And I think we're overlooking it. I think, look at the teams that had contract issues running up to the season this year. They're struggling in the beginning.
Well, who else would that be, Benzo? I'd love to know who you're comparing. The Bengals?
The Cowboys?
The Jets?
Yeah.
Okay.
You took the words out of my mouth.
All right.
No, exactly. It's just like a stutter start. Like, you know what I'm saying? I want to hear your thoughts on that, but I know it's hard to talk about because no one can put stats to it. No one can put, you can't. We're the Vitruvian man of finger pointing right now as Niner fans. Everybody wants to say coach or players. I just don't think they're all on the same page right now because they don't feel good about being with one another because they're worried about something's going on behind their back. It's kind of a psychological thing that gets overlooked in the land of social media and what people do on and off the field, court, whatever we're talking about. There's a pattern here that I think we're seeing. You've got this team struggling to figure out. We're like, why isn't the defense working well? We're overqualified for how bad we're playing. And Brock Purdy's standing tall. That's like an anomaly right now. So those are the things I'm talking about. I think, look, we're overlooking that, but I know it's hard to talk about, so I don't expect you guys to talk about it. By the way, go Sharks. They're looking better this year. I'm an NHL.
Well, the Sharks looking phenomenal when things haven't started yet. So, Benzo, thank you. But I I don't think it's that hard to talk about at all. We're in the opinion business. We don't need numbers and data behind everything that we say at all.
It's hard to judge psychology, though, through a TV screen.
Yes, of course. Although it's a little bit more than a TV screen. I mean, you and I, not a lot, but we're down there.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's, put it this way. I think you might be onto something, but not necessarily for the reasons that you think you're onto something. I don't think that the 49ers are not on the same page because there were contractual holdouts. I don't think that. Contractual holdout, I mean, there were contractual holdouts last year, and they went to the Super Bowl. There was a contractual holdout, much shorter, but the year before that, and they went to the NFC title game. So I don't think just holdouts equal not on the same page. I do think that when you get to rock star status, and whether that makes people mad or not, that's a fact. I'm not saying they were the best team. I'm simply saying that they have been the most high-profile team in the NFL the last few years, in my opinion, outside of Taylor Swift and stuff like that. This is about as high-profile as it gets, the traveling fan base, the big names, all of that. It's no different than how hard it is for your favorite rock band to stay together through the years. There becomes all of these external pressures on you. And so what each individual does with that is kind of up to them, and not everybody handles it well. That's why I do see a little something with Brandon right now. I do think Brandon is probably uncomfortable with just whether it's the attention, the discussion around him. And so it's not just about contractual holdouts. It's about the fact that they've got to battle all of the attention, all of the opinions, and complacency. They think they're amazing. And so it's very difficult to want it as badly as these other teams who have not tasted the late playoffs every year.
See, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing complacency. I think you make a fair point about Brandon Aiyuk, and for me, it's more that he's anxious to put all of this behind him, and in order to do that, he has to go out there and have a big game or a series of big games, and he got 10 targets on Sunday, 12 if you count plays that didn't count because of penalties, and he had 5 catches, but he didn't get a touchdown. And then you watch Juwan Jennings go off with 3 touchdowns and have himself a monster game. So I do think that there's a little bit of anxiousness, not anxiety, anxiousness for Brandon Aiyuk because he wants to do well and put this all behind him.
Sure.
But what I really see is he and Brock Purdy, for whatever reason, are not in sync yet. Brock Purdy had 3 incomplete passes not thrown to Brandon Aiyuk, 2 Ronnie Bell drops, and 1 to Juwan Jennings that was incomplete. So he was 5 of 10 throwing to Brandon Aiyuk, and a couple of them, he was kind of open, and the pass just wasn't there. He had time to throw it. Aiyuk didn't run the route he thought, or he didn't throw it where he thought Brandon would be. Those 2 are not in sync yet. I don't think it has anything to do with emotions of the holdout. I just think it's 3 games into the year, and they're just getting back to know each other again.
So I think it's a little bit of both, but you make a fair point because it's the only connection on the field right now that doesn't look right. Like Brock throwing to everybody else looks different than Brock throwing to Brandon.
Jordan Mason hitting the hole.
Yeah.
He's ferocious getting after it.
Dylan in Santa Clara. Hi, Dylan. Thank you for calling.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
All right, so I don't know if it's the players, I don't know if it's the coaches, but I do know I'm blaming this last loss, at least, on one man and one man only. And Willard, I think you know who this is.
Let's go.
This man goes by the name of Dan Dibley for picking the Niners and Fade the Dibbers last week. So, Dib, do us all a favor.
Yeah.
Take the Niners off your selection sheet for the rest of the season.
I appreciate, and thank you for playing along.
That's a great call, Dylan.
Fade the Dibbers. I'm now 6-4 after a Mr. Monday Night 2-game sweep, and I already have decided what my pick is going to be. The pick is in.
But it's not really the point.
The pick is in.
No, that's fine. I think his point is not like whether or not you have the capabilities of picking a game. You have not done well with the Niner games. And when you have picked the Niners, you picked them again.
I had the Niners in the opener win.
you had a laugher against Minnesota. You're like, I watched the tape.
Oh.
This is an -6. This is going to be a total walkover.
I believe I locked it up. So I'm 1-2 on Niner games.
So are they.
5-2 in the rest of the league.
So they mirror you. So stop doing that.
Okay. Well, the pick is already in for Sunday, and I'll hold it until Friday. I got a Thursday night lock to give out tomorrow. But yeah, I'll take my share of the blame.
The spread is huge.
For Sunday?
Yeah, it's absurd.
10.5, right? Or 10. I've seen it both places.
Double-digit spreads in the NFL. Like, I'm not saying they won't cover. They just make me laugh. That's hilarious.
Steiny said earlier today that the biggest underdog in all 3 weeks so far has won outright in each of the 3 weeks.
That's probably true,
Yeah.
and I'd argue that it's not even just one. Like, if you go into each particular week and grab, like, the top 3 to 5 favorites, absolutely more of those underdogs have won the game. They've won the game. You know, last week we thought that the Niners were among the biggest favorites. They were. They lost. Guess who actually had the biggest spread of the weekend? It was Monday night, Cincinnati Bengals. How'd that do? You know, Tampa Bay Bucks, they were 6.5. They were next. How'd that do? Got blown off the field. Cleveland Browns, 5-point favorite. New York Giants, how'd they do? They all lost. All of them. It's stunning right now what has happened in 3 weeks. And I know I mentioned it a lot. If you're in survivor pools, you're down to like, dude, I'm in one that does a second chance pool once they get down to like, okay, we're down to single-digit people. Every year it's like week 9 or 10. I got the email Monday. They're down to 4 people.
4 people?
In 3 weeks.
That's bananas.
This is hundreds of people. Everybody lost.
Yeah.
So it ain't just the Niners.
Minnesota and Pittsburgh, the only teams undefeated against the spread. Minnesota
and
Pittsburgh.
And Minnesota's been a dog the last 2 weekends. At home, both times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt.
They were a dog against the Niners, and they were a 1 or 2 point dog against the Texans. And they easily won that game.
They were 1-point favorites against the New York Giants.
1 point.
And they were 1.5 dogs against Houston.
Oh, gosh. Pierce in Redwood City. Hi, Pierce. What's up?
Hi, Mark. Hi, Dan. How you guys doing?
Hi, Pierce. It's very formal.
I like it.
Okay.
Just curious about a remark you made earlier, because you were saying that wide receivers, are making like the market burst, or the bubble's going to burst. Yeah. I'm very curious your thoughts on how you would ask or say how Sam Darnold is doing right now. Would you say that that's the product of the talent around him, or would you say that's the scheme that he's in? And then my second statement would be, yes, I know I'm usually one of the people who is really, really hard on Purdy. I don't think he's that great. Mm-hmm. I will say he performed very well this last week, but to be fair, that was the least amount of points the Rams have given up all year, and that was the most points the Rams have scored all year. If I remember correctly, I think Kyler Murray went 17 of 21, I want to say, for like 266 and 3 touchdowns. I'm not saying he didn't have a good game. I'm just saying that was the Rams' best performance this year, and their defense is terrible. So that's all. That's all I would say. I want to hear your comments off the air.
A little bit of a disingenuous stat that you gave there, Pierce, in that the Lions beat the Rams week 1 and had an extra quarter to get to 26. They scored 23 in regulation and then won the football game, and also did it in a come-from-behind fashion where I think they only had about 13 points going into the fourth quarter. That's why I don't, 3 weeks into the season, make statements like that, where you're like, this is the worst thing they've done all season. You mean when comparing it to 2 other performances? Yeah. It's too early to do that. Not that your point is not well taken. I get it. You're not going to change my opinion. The 49er offense was fine. Brock Purdy was brilliant. So was Juwan Jennings. It was the defense that was much worse. The other question he asked is about Sam Darnold and whether I think that that is a product of the people around him or a product of the system. Hard one to answer. First of all, Sam Darnold has never been an awful player. That has, like, if you want to call him a product of the system, then I get to use that for his first stops too. Like, he was with the Jets and the Panthers.
And I thought we already agreed that every quarterback is a product of the system.
Absolutely. And while Sam is playing very well this year, he's got a 68% completion percentage. He's got 8 touchdowns against 2 picks, though I think 4 of those came against the Texans just last week. His quarterback rating is 117.3. Sam is playing very well. Sam has always been capable of a few good games. I think the world of Kevin O'Connell. I think he's a phenomenal coach. And like, if you're asking me though, if I think he's the product of having Justin Jefferson, no, I do not. I know he had a very nice 93-yard touchdown against the 49ers. He's also played a number of quarters this year without Justin Jefferson, and he's played without Jordan Addison almost the entire time. So Sam is somebody who is now getting protection, has a smart offensive mind around him, and he is delivering a football. He's always been able to do that.
Right, and this team is winning based on its defense. And if you look at what they've done offensively, outside of the big throw to Justin Jefferson against the Niners, they haven't done a ton through the air. He's got 219 yards a game, and that includes a 97-yard throw to Justin Jefferson. So if you take that number off the board, he's at 560 yards through 3 games, which is about 185 a game.
I mean, I think somewhere tucked into that question was like actually a Brock Purdy point, which is if you're going to say Sam's a product of the system, is Brock a product? Again.
Yeah, they all are.
Nobody's arguing that Brock's not in a great place. No, and I think we've said this a bunch of times this week. I don't care how Brock would look as a Panther.
Exactly.
Not interested, don't care, it's irrelevant. He's here. He's got a good system, a good coach. He's got good players around him. And guess what? His players have a good quarterback.
Right.
And so does their coach.
And Sam Darnold's able to do what he's done, which is just keep the ball because their defense has given up 30 points in 3 games.
And Sam Darnold's 3-0. Let's not act like he's been at least to the NFC title game every year of his career like Brock has. I guess that's the only way that I can answer it at this point. We're 3 games in. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Absolutely sticking with your calls next. 888-957-9570. And then the deep dive. Greg Cosell, 20 minutes away. NFL Films on Willard and Dibbs.
Now it's time for the
Bigfoot and Libs.
On 95.7 The Game.
Kyle Shanahan talked today. We'll have it in an hour. Greg Cosell's going to talk today. It hasn't happened yet because it happens here.
In 15. I'm looking forward to it. A lot of questions for Greg Cosell.
Well, I think that you ought to pitch to him the idea that you threw out there on Monday, which is that we overrate this roster.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
Throw it to him.
Yeah.
See what he does.
Yeah, and it's hard because if you look at the top line marquee names and you can get 8 or 9 deep and think, wow, all pros, and they have 8 guys in the NFL.com top 100, and then you get further down from there, and I think that's where it starts to get a little bit dicey. The right side of your offensive line, your other linebacker, your secondary depth, that to me is where you start to have some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Depth is a big question, and I also think this, real quick before we go back to the phones, 888-957-9570, you blaming the players or the coaches right now for the 49ers situation? I think that when you're a fan of a team that is succeeding, here's what, you say we overrate the roster. Here's what I'm going to respond with. We underrate the changes. We have a thought in our head that the roster's the same. So you should come back and you should look the same. They're not the same. There's no Dre Greenlaw. There's no Eric Armstead. There was no Talanoa Hufanga to start the season. He just got back to play. And then you can go even more intricate. I'm just talking defense now. You have a new coach. You have players that might not be of the same health that they were at the end of last year, Charvarius Ward. That trickles down to mean that everybody else needs to maybe do more, do less, do it differently. Hargrave is now hurt. You're going to have to fill in for that. And then we look at him and go, look the same as you did last year. Well, it's not the same.
It's not the same, but I'm just talking about this roster, not related to last year. And yeah, Dre Greenlaw being out is a big deal. And they had all offseason to find a second linebacker because teams play nickel a bunch. And so you really only need 2 linebackers. And when you have Fred and Dre, you're more than good. You're probably the best in football when you go to a 2 linebacker set. And yet you went with Campbell as your guy. And I know Greg Cosell has said, don't worry about him. And I wonder if he's still in the don't worry camp after some of the plays we saw him not make on Sunday.
We find out. Coming up here in about 12 minutes. But let's keep going with you. 888-957-9570. This a player issue, a coach issue? And again, our premise is yes, the answer is obviously sort of both. But where does your mind go first? Players or coaches with some of the mistakes that you've seen out there? Let's go to Anant in Saratoga. Hey, Anant, thanks for calling.
Hey, folks. Good to hear from you. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Thank you for calling.
Yeah. I think that it's actually a really healthy balance of both.
Or maybe an unhealthy balance of both.
I don't mean to hedge. I think that if you just watch that fourth quarter specifically, and I had to suck it up and watch it back the other day just because I was shocked when it happened. But I think key third down executions that had happened earlier in the game just randomly fell apart there. So whatever you want to attribute that to, coaches, players, I personally thought it was specifically a defensive issue. Then I think you can place the blame there. I just think it's a similar feeling to the Denver game 2 years ago where they went 1-2 and it was the house is on fire. I think that everyone just needs to take a chill pill, and I think they'll figure this thing out. They got too many good coaches and a lot of good karma built up until this point. So I think they'll figure it out.
I'm largely with you. I have not lost a whole lot of my optimism. I'm frustrated, but I haven't lost optimism for the season at this point. Let's further this conversation, though, too. Just because a play went bad or just because a game got lost does not automatically mean that there's a problem or there's someone to blame. It is healthy and important to remember that the other team is also paid, and they're allowed to be good. They're allowed to make plays, too. So that's not excusing all of it. What I'm saying, though, is that when something goes bad, I'm going to select certain plays, not all plays, not all negative plays, certain plays where I go, let's talk about that. Is that a player issue or a coach issue? okay? When the fake punt is successful.
Yeah.
Player or coach. When Ronnie Bell drops a ball. Player or coach. When Brock Purdy fumbles a ball. Colton McKivitz is whiffing on people. Player or coach. When Jake Moody misses a kick. You know what I mean? I remember we sort of had this conversation after the Cleveland game last year. Oh, Kyle, you just should have driven it further down the field. And it's like, so now a 41-yard field goal is too long? Like, I'm sorry. For me, that as an example, that's on Jake. Now, he was only in his 6th game as a pro.
Yeah, 41 is on the kicker. 55, we can have a discussion about it.
Well, but I'd argue 41 in the outdoors rain and 55 in the indoor SoFi aren't really that different.
They're pretty different. I mean, they're not dramatically different based on conditions, but 55-yarder indoor, 55 is still a long kick.
I wonder what a kicker would say about that.
41 outdoor weather.
You got to win a game. Give me windy, rainy, outdoors 41 or perfect conditions 55. I wonder. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at just how windy, because I believe the rain had stopped by then.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what I'm
Wet
saying.
Field.
This is a weather day.
I get it, but 41-yarder, and that's where you get paid to make that kick. And he kicked at Michigan, did he not?
Correct.
So, I mean, that for him is nothing. That's a spring day.
He should make both.
Right. Well, 55 is getting to the range where it's not really a should. I did mention before, 50-plus yard field goals this year, 72%.
72%, and this is indoors.
But this is 55, and I don't know. I'd have to look at 55 if the number goes down dramatically or just down a little bit.
Right. I hear you. Look, I mean, you and I grew up in an age where 55 wasn't even tried. But yeah, like now, that's a should make.
Yeah.
That's a should make.
And as we're looking at player or coach, I'm just looking at the Rams drive where they eat up a lot of clock and they get a field goal, and I'm looking at all these plays where they won almost every play. And yeah, that's on the players because you have to go out there and get a stop, but the defensive scheme and Nick Sorensen, the coordinator, he got out-schemed all day long by the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah, absolutely. Are they in a feeling out period? Is he in over his head? TBD.
Yeah, that's one thing I do want to ask Greg Cosell coming up in 10 minutes about just what he sees on the film.
Yep.
And is it just as bland looking as what I'm seeing?
Vanilla ice cream.
Totally.
I love the flavor of vanilla. I put it in my coffee every day. But if you just stick a bowl of vanilla ice cream in front of me, first thing I'm going to do is start looking around and see what I can put in there with it.
Well, it's even like beyond that, it's diabetic vanilla ice cream.
Ooh.
I don't know if you've ever had diabetic candy. It's candy, but there's no sugar. So it's really not candy.
It's not candy.
It's called fruit.
Yeah, that's called lipstick on a pig, I believe is what they call it.
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Yeah, I'm out.
What it
I'm
is.
out. It's like non-alcoholic beer. What are we doing?
Totally.
What are we doing over here?
Heineken Zero, not bad.
I'm out. Rolando in Napa. Hi, Rolando. What's shaking?
Hey, nothing much. Just enjoying the beautiful weather here in Napa. Listen to you guys, and I love listening to you guys. And you guys make my day. You're dealing with this Bay Area traffic, so you guys are doing a great job. So,
well, thank you, Rolando. You're making our day. What's up, man?
Hey, listen. I was watching the Monday night game, and I've been thinking for the past couple weeks and months, man. But you know, everybody says about this Brock Purdy. He's a product of a system. Then why is it that all these these quarterbacks who like no top high blue chip prospects, like I'll put Tua, Bryce Young, Trevor Lawrence, especially Monday night.
Ooh.
Why these guys get drafted so high? But then again, I say to myself, okay, were they just a product of the system because look all the talent around them? Because I'm sorry, but like I'll put the round table. I'd rather have Brock Purdy than any of those guys. And if you guys saw Monday night, Trevor Lawrence is a bad quarterback.
Well, there's no question you'd rather have Brock Purdy right now. Anybody who says otherwise is not really following what's going on. Rolando, thank you very much. I'd also add this, though, about Trevor Lawrence. These 3 games are the worst of his career in terms of evaluating who he is. Trevor has had coaching problems, and it's very Alex Smith-ish, where the start of his career has been marred by, we're going to give you this coach. Nope, just kidding. How about this coach? Now we're going to run this system. That's very hard on a young player, and he has largely been successful, did win a division, took a team to the playoffs. But now Now you've kind of got the guy. Remember what we said about 10, 11 games into the year? It's like, okay, Urban Meyer's gone, and you can see it. Trevor Lawrence now is cooking, and you're going to get the best of him. And then C.J. Stroud flew right by him, stole the playoff spot from him, and now Trevor looks lost with a Super Bowl winning offensive-style head coach. I don't get it. I don't know what's going on with Trevor.
Struggling.
But he makes $55 million, and if I'm Brock's agent, that's Exhibit A.
Right.
Exhibit A.
Well, and you can't even use him as a comp because he's playing so badly, and his last win as the starting quarterback was against the aforementioned Houston Texans last year in November.
Jeez.
And they won a game with C.J. Beathard, or Beathard if you prefer, last year. The only win that they had in their final 6 was when Trevor was out. So tough times down there in Jacksonville.
You know who Trevor Lawrence plays this weekend, don't you?
No, refresh.
Same team, Houston Texans.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I'm starting C.J. Stroud in the fantasy. He's going to eat against Jacksonville.
Yeah, probably go well.
Yeah.
Probably go well. But then again, what's been happening for 3 weeks? Those ones that look easy, mysteriously are not so easy.
I just saw a stat that teams who are 5.5-point dogs or greater, 12-3 against the spread.
And what about outright?
It's not quite that good, but it's very good.
It's unbelievable. It's incredible what's happened so far. 888-957-9570. We're circling back to your calls soon. But coming up next, the executive producer of NFL Films. Is the Niner roster overrated? Is Brandon Aiyuk actually getting open? What about Purdy's play? What about Juwan Jennings? And sure, we'll get all the way to Devondre Campbell. All of that with the absolute master of film, Greg Cosell, next on Willard and Dips.
This is a special alert to anyone owing the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or with unfiled tax return.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Ready for one of our favorite conversations of the week?
Probably my favorite time of the week because we look back, but we also look forward.
Yeah, I don't know if the listeners know that. We look at this as halftime. This is halftime for us. Take a breath, take a look at what happened, flush it, and then look ahead to what the Niners are going to do to Ramondre Stevenson, for example, with the New England Patriots. So that's what we're going to do, and we do that with our very, very good friend, the executive producer, NFL Films, joining us on the River Islands guest line. It is Greg Cosell. Hey, Greg, what's going on this week?
Mark, what's happening? How you doing, buddy?
We are fantastic, and you should know, you probably already do, this fan base, for the better part of 6 weeks, is all turned up about Brandon Aiyuk. So, he got like 10 to 12 targets. Some were called back by penalties.
Right.
I think what people are interested, though, in is he actually playing well? Like, how's his route running and openness look to you?
I think he looks okay. I mean, the guy didn't play for a long time, and now, he's trying to get back in the groove, and I think that takes time. So we'll see. I mean, look, the guy's been in the league now for a number of years. He's been a good receiver. He didn't lose all of his ability. So it's just a matter of taking time and getting back into it, and I think that'll happen. That's one of those speculation questions because there's no way to know the answer to that question. We're not there every day. Like I said, I did a deep dive on him last summer where I watched every one of his targets. And he's a quality NFL receiver. I wouldn't put him in the top probably 5 or 6. I'm sure he wanted to be paid the same way Jefferson is, but that didn't happen. But he's a really good receiver, and it'll happen. I mean, it takes time.
Yeah, and time it's not running out, but you'd love that time.
No, it's not running out.
You'd love that time to come on Sunday, not only for him individually, but for the team as well. When you look at the film and you see 12 targets for Juwan and 10 for Brandon, did the Rams pay more attention to Brandon? Because I haven't seen the all-22, but it seems like on a lot of his routes where he didn't get the ball, they had coverage over the top on him.
Well, I mean, the Rams play a lot of too high shell coverage. So there's always going to look like there's a safety over the top. That's just built into a too high coverage. So that's not specific to what Brandon Aiyuk is. That's the way they play coverage. That's foundationally how they play. They're more of a too high coverage team than they are of a single high safety team. So they'll always look like there's someone over the top. So they didn't do that just for Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, I know a lot of people said that on the first touchdown to Jennings, which I think was that was the 13-yarder, I believe.
Yes.
That was the first touchdown
correct.
that ended. Yeah, I mean, the play design was to Aiyuk. But Durant did a great job with physical press disrupting his release because it was a slant route. And a slant route is a pure timing route. And they did it off toss action to the other side of the field, to the boundary. Aiyuk had a plus split to the field. So Purdy looked there because that was the design of the play. So that moved the safety over there. And so I'm sure a lot of people who saw that probably thought, oh, well, the safety's cheating toward Aiyuk. No, he wasn't. He was reacting to Brock Purdy. And actually, the toss run action really impacted the second-level defenders, and that's why Jennings was wide open. But that had nothing to do with the fact that the Rams came out of the huddle and said, let's focus on Aiyuk. It's the way it played out because Purdy looked there. That was the design of the play.
Greg, I guess how much would you say that was the case with Jennings' entire day? Like how much of it was the plan versus things ended up that way based on the defense?
It's probably a combination of both because, that's another one of those questions, just being honest, because we don't know what the approach was during the week. I mean, obviously, they're a team that works in the middle of the field. That's where, they run their routes. And Jennings works very well in the middle of the field.
Yeah, and he was terrific in the middle of the field. And the throw that Purdy made for the second touchdown, just the lob throw where Jennings was able to break free. What did you see on that play?
You're talking about the 34-yarder on 2nd and 15?
Right, when he was just, really all alone down the left sideline. Looked like the design of that play was brilliant.
Yeah, now that play came off conventional play action. By conventional play action, what I mean is Purdy is under center, not in the gun, which they don't do as much as they used to, although they did it a decent amount in this game. Bell motioned across the formation. Jennings had what we call a reduced split, meaning he was closer to the tackle and to the formation. He wasn't split out wide. So he had a reduced split. He ran what's essentially an inside skinny. And the Rams were in a two-shell coverage, just like I said, and that means the middle is open. This was Purdy at his absolute best. It was great timing by Purdy, hitting his back foot, transferring his weight, delivering, putting the ball right on Jennings' hands. A really, really good play design against what was, I'm sure, an anticipated two-shell zone coverage. That's why it was a reduced split by Jennings, so that when he ran what was, like I said, essentially a skinny post or a bang eight, he was working more like a seam route, whereas if he had run that from out wide, he wouldn't have been working in the open middle, which you get an open middle when there's two high safeties. So that was just a beautifully designed play and great execution by both Jennings and particularly by Purdy.
Greg Cosell with us on Willard and Dibs every single Wednesday here, 95.7 The Game. Greg, it was the first time that we got to get a look at Talanoa Hufanga since his injury. How did he look on tape?
Yeah, I mean, he's a very physical downhill player. He plays on the back end as well. But he's a certain kind of player. He's a kind of a tempo setter when he's at his best because he comes downhill with velocity, with speed. He's a hitter. He'll continue to get more and more snaps. He'll be the starter with Brown, he'll play both on the back end. I mean, Brown and Hufanga are basically interchangeable safeties. They can both play on the back end, and they can both play in the box. They can be overhang players just outside the formation. So that gives them a lot of versatility on the back end with their safeties.
How concerned should we be by the tape that was put out there by the cornerbacks? Isaac Yiadom gave up a 48-yard PI, and Mooney Ward gave up the big 50-yard bomb to Tutu Atwell. Where were the breakdowns on those plays?
Well, it's funny you say that because the 50-yarder to Atwell was actually the exact same concept as a 32-yarder to Robinson earlier in the fourth quarter, without going into the weeds and breaking down the whole play because people can't see it, but it was the exact same concept by the Rams. But Ward's a good player. See, the thing you always have to be careful of is it's the NFL. Guys are going to get beat, corners in particular. So that doesn't mean they're bad players. What happened was Atwell motioned across the formation on the 50-yarder, so he had free access into his route, and Ward was playing with outside leverage. And Atwell is fast. I think he's a sub 440 guy. So he just got on top of Ward, who may not have been, I don't know what's in his head, but my guess is he may not have been expecting that route. So, he just got behind him, and Stafford made a great throw. But Ward's a good player. The question is really on the other side because Yiadom is a guy that's been with a lot of teams. You can line him up. There's no question. He can play in the league. But, I think that's one reason why they drafted Green, who got some time, obviously had the holding penalty in the end zone. But we'll see if, as time goes on, if Green is able to win that job. Because Green he's a physical, competitive, feisty kind of corner who played a ton of press man in college at Florida State. But for now, he may not be ready. So they're going with the veteran Yiadom, who's, like I said, he's played a lot of snaps in this league.
Greg, there's a lot of angst out here about Devondre Campbell. Part of that is just because he for the moment is replacing who we've come to know as a phenomenal player in Dre Greenlaw. But we talked about him last week, and you seem to sort of ring the bell of like, this is a good player, give it time. And he struggled again, particularly with the pass interference there in the fourth quarter. What are you seeing from him right now, specifically in the pass game?
Well, here, let me ask you this. This is not true, by the way, but what if I said he played a great game except for two plays? Would you say, oh, man, well, because he had pass interference, that means he had a lousy game? I think you always have to be careful about one or two plays in a game defining a game and a player. And again, I'm not studying him in great detail on every single play. He's not as good a player as Greenlaw, who I think is a really good player. I remember watching Greenlaw coming out of college, and I believe it was Arkansas, and I really liked him. And a lot of people said he was too small. And I thought, no, this guy plays really, really physically and competitively. So Greenlaw is a better player than Campbell. Campbell's closer to the end of his career. Campbell's always been a good linebacker with a lot of length, because 6'4" is a trait. But, he's just not as good a player as Greenlaw. But you can't just look at the one play and then say, well, that means he's not a good player. There's a lot of plays in games. And don't forget, there's a lot of plays where guys don't play well, and it doesn't impact the overall play, but you don't know the guy didn't play well on that play. So that just happened to really impact the game, and he got beat on that, and he committed a pass interference. And because of the nature of the game, it turned out to be one of those plays that we magnify and probably spend too much time focusing on.
That's a fair defense of the defense on the play, but I have a question for you about the scheme, Greg, because I'm seeing a blitz rate of 14.1% for the Niners, second lowest in football. And,
yep.
By my amateur eye, a pretty milquetoast or vanilla defensive approach. What have you seen through 3 games as far as the exotic or plain nature of this defense?
Well, I think the thought was, and it might have to change with Hargrave now, I think the thought was that they have a really good pass rush D-line. And if you feel you can rush the quarterback with 4 and impact the quarterback, then you want to rush with 4 because that gives you 7 in coverage. That's the way a lot of coaches think. Now, not every coach does, but now you're getting into a philosophy, and there's no right or wrong about philosophy. Philosophy is often based on your personnel. And I'm sure they thought that they could create meaningful pressure on quarterbacks in those critical high leverage situations, third downs, important plays in games. But now with Hargrave gone, and I assume for the year, they may have to reassess that. And we'll see if they do or they don't. But I would imagine that that's a conversation they're having this week, because Hargrave's a very, very good inside pass rusher. He was a really strong bull rusher who drove offensive guards and centers back into the pocket. They don't have that guy now. So now we'll see if they feel that they have to turn up the heat and create some more pressure with blitz concepts. So now we'll wait and see. But the mere fact that they have a low rate of blitz does not automatically mean it's wrong.
Greg, you've always, with your look at the film, you've always, I felt, been impressed by Brock Purdy. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. It's impossible not to be impressed by Purdy because he knows how to play the quarterback position.
And the reason I want to go back to him is because this particular game, you had a lot of talk out there about, well, now Brock without a lot of his weapons, what's this going to look like? And it looked pretty darn good, at least to the naked eye. I'd love to go on a little bit of a deeper dive in terms of what you saw and what you think it means for his abilities at that position.
Well, the way I'd answer that is I don't think there was any difference in Brock Purdy. I think he plays the same way all the time. I think Brock Purdy is a quarterback that understands exactly what he's seeing pre-snap to post-snap. He's asked in this offense, and this is Kyle's offense, to make a lot of difficult throws between the numbers. It requires absolutely precise timing, absolutely precise ball location. This is who he is. This is how he plays. He plays the same way every week. Numbers become numbers. That's dependent on a given game, how a defense plays you. There's all. Look, if Bell doesn't drop that ball, he has better numbers. Games play out certain ways. But Brock Purdy, and I think this is one of the most impressive things about him, is he plays the same way all the time. You don't have to worry about what you're getting when you line up with Purdy. And like I said, I think the first time we spoke, when I started with you guys, is he's so good at recognizing defense from pre-snap to post-snap. He just has a really innate, natural feel for anticipation throws, like that Jennings 34-yard touchdown. He's just a really good quarterback. It's because he's not physically imposing and he doesn't have a gun. When I hear people say things like, well, this is a game where we have to find out about Brock Purdy, I don't really understand that. I think, given that I've watched every snap of his, and I actually watched 3 years of his college tape, and I'll be the first to admit I did not love him coming out because a lot of the traits he's shown in the NFL did not show up on his college tape because that's not the way the college game is played. But there's no problem with Brock Purdy, and we don't need to decide each week whether, this is the game we find out about Brock Purdy. I mean, you could almost argue he really hasn't had a game where you went, oh my God, this is a really bad game. Has he had bad throws? Sure, every quarterback in the league has bad throws, but Purdy has not had a stinker of a game.
Do you remember Christmas last year? And does that qualify? 4 picks against Baltimore?
And I remember one of them against Hamilton was a really bad read.
Yeah.
And that was a really, really bad read. Weren't a couple of them tips?
Yeah, two of them actually.
Yes, they were.
Two of them were.
I remember the first half. I tell you what, now I do remember that game. In the first half of that game, the 49ers marched up and down the field.
Yep, that's true.
And then the game got away from them for various reasons. So no, I didn't. When I can't remember in detail every play from that game. It was a while ago.
Sure.
But I do remember they marched up and down the field in the first half. But like I said, he made a really bad read on the Hamilton interception. And you know what? That's going to happen. He's going to make, he could come out this week and make a bad read. That's going to happen. But, I don't think, like I said, I think we're past the point of deciding whether Brock Purdy is a really good quarterback.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because my partner and I are constantly telling callers that very thing. I want to go back to the Ronnie Bell play for a couple reasons. One, to just tip the cap to the masterclass of a play call because it was well designed and the route was well run, but Ronnie Bell couldn't make the catch, and it had me thinking about the Niners roster overall. And I'm wondering, Greg, if we overrate the roster top to bottom when we say that this roster is the best in football.
Oh, well, I mean, best in football, that's a superlative. I don't know if, I'd have to think about everybody's roster. I mean, look, I don't know if I'd say that about the 49ers roster. I think that when everyone's healthy, and I think there's now a serious question as to whether McCaffrey even plays this season. And again, I'm not a doctor, but, just the news is not necessarily great. No, I don't know if I'd say that overall they have the best roster in football. I think they have a very good roster, and I think at key positions they have players who can impact games. But if you're talking about an overall roster, again, that's hard for me to answer because I'm not looking at every team's roster right now. But, I think that there are probably some areas where you'd say that they have players you kind of get by with, but you'd love to be better at those positions.
Greg Cosell with us, the executive producer of NFL Films, dives into the tape like no other with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game every single Wednesday. Okay, Greg, let's look ahead. The New England Patriots are coming off of a Thursday night, at least offensively, a total stinker. So what do they sort of offer offensively that could potentially challenge the 49er defense in its current state?
Well, they can only play one way offensively and be effective. They can only be a running first football team and then have the hope that Jacoby Brissett can make some plays here and there. That's the only way they can play and be effective. I think it was week 1 when they ran for whatever it was. Stevenson had the great game. They won week 1. So they have to be a running football team and a defensive football team. And on defense, they do have some good players, and they're not an easy defense to play against. But as far as offensively, there's only one way they can really play. Now, having said that, it is the NFL. Jacoby Brissett's played in the league a long time. Can he make a play? Of course he can. But overall, they're not going to come out and ask Brissett to throw the ball 40 times by choice. That's not going to happen. Now, if the Niners are able to go ahead 24-3, then obviously the whole game changes. But the Patriots can only play one way and be effective, and they can only play in a certain kind of game if they hope to have a chance to win.
Yeah, they're going to have
unless crazy things happen like fumbles,
right.
Sure. Yeah, those things you can't predict.
Yeah, they're a team that needs to front run without an explosive offense, and their defense is one that could potentially keep them in the game. Where's their strength defensively? Is it primarily against the run?
I don't know, who's injured and who's not, but I can tell you that they've got players on their defensive front that are really difficult. They've got Dietrich Wise, who's been in the league for a while, number 91. He plays D-tackle and D-end, really good player, very overlooked, from a media perspective. They've got Keon White, the second-year player from Georgia Tech, number 99, another guy that can play inside and outside. He's becoming a dominant force. They've got Gottschall, who's a really nice player on the inside. They've got Jelani Tavai, who's a really good multi-dimensional linebacker. They've got a secondary. They've got Christian Gonzalez, the second-year corner, who missed most of his rookie season. You guys, I'm sure, know him from what was once the Pac-12. Really good player. Has length, speed, really good corner. Kyle Duggar is another multi-dimensional player. Peppers. They've got a lot of these multi-dimensional players that can line up in different spots depending on their defensive calls. So defensively, it's a challenge.
I don't know if the Niners are going to see him on Sunday. He got in at the very end on Thursday. What was your thought on Drake May coming out of college?
I thought he was the toolsiest of all the quarterbacks coming out of college. He's 6'4", 225. I actually stood next to him at the combine on the floor of the dome, and he's a big freaking dude. So I really liked Drake May. I know some of the coaching staff down in North Carolina, and I was told in no uncertain terms that there is no bust factor with Drake May, that the kind of kid that he is, the way he works, the way people gravitate toward him. Now, again, if he does get to play, he's a rookie quarterback. I mean, look what's happened, with Caleb Williams. Look what's happened with Bo Nix. Jaden Daniels has played very, very well, but when you watch the tape, you understand why and how they're treating him. Rookie quarterbacks, for the most part, there's always an exception. Certainly C.J. Stroud was an exception a year ago, but for the most part, rookie quarterbacks have a lot of ups and downs. So I imagine if he gets into games early, particularly since he's aggressive in the way in which he plays, that he'll make some mistakes because he'll see things that he hasn't seen before and that he won't recognize.
That was incredible. You gave us toolsiest and big frickin' dude. Now
I like that.
That's some scouting now, dude. Greg.
That is a trait. A lot of people don't realize that. Because quarterbacks have gotten shorter. They've gotten shorter and more athletic. So now we accept, as part of the equation, that a quarterback could be 6 feet a half inch and still be a really good NFL quarterback. Whereas back in the day, as you guys remember, if a guy wasn't 6'3" or 6'4", people didn't even really consider him to be an NFL quarterback. So May looks like one of those old school guys.
Greg, we love it. We look forward to next week, starting right now.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
All right, there he goes. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. He said there is no bust factor. Does that exist? Like no bust factor?
Well,
none?
I mean, there is a bust factor, but he thinks that the toolsy nature of him would keep him from being a bust.
Would you enjoy being called toolsy?
I don't know. He's a toolsy player.
Yeah.
He's toolsy.
Toolsiest.
Yeah, and especially if you're a big freaking dude and you've got tools, so that would lead you to maybe not be bust possible.
888-957-9570 is the number.
He likes Devondre Campbell.
Yeah, he likes him. Yeah. One bad play, Tibbs.
You have two.
No, he did say, he goes, I'm not saying this is true, but we got to guard against doing that.
Fair.
I will say, it's not like we were calling out his name all day. We called out his name in that play.
Right.
I don't think we're calling his name out for good reasons either, but yeah.
Well, what defensive player were we calling out for good reasons?
Nobody. Not even Fred in this game. Not even Fred in this game. Speaking of Fred, you're going to want to hear something he said today. And that's next, along with your phone calls. You got something? You hot on something? Let's go. 888-957-9570 in the conversation we're having today. The Niners situation at 1-2. Is it more a player thing or a coach thing? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking, celebrating 60 years, in fact, of full service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these.
I thought he was the toolsiest.
So we're talking about a tool here. All right, tool. I got another idea for you.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, Greg's an information guy, somebody who can help us understand things at a higher level. It's not always that conversations with Greg get hot like that.
Yeah.
Conceptual, emotional.
Yeah, and earlier he was talking about a bang 8. And I was like,
he was.
All right, Greg.
I mean,
you better be careful.
Greg
His words, not mine.
No, Greg has a talent. This is truly a gift because let's be real. There are certain things he's saying that all of you, self-included, you got no idea what the hell he's saying. A bang 8?
It's a route, Mark.
I understand that. But like when Greg is really rocking it at the core, there are people driving around out there in Nissans and Subarus just nodding. You got no clue what the hell that man's saying. But for some reason, it all kind of makes sense and resonates at a larger level. I could listen to him all day.
Me too.
But I also know that there's a healthy percentage of what he's saying. I have no clue what the hell he's saying.
I do think he is getting better and better at explaining when he drops a thing like reduce splits, what that means. And it's like, okay, I get that. It means he's lining up closer to the tackle. He reduces his splits, and then he it wasn't a skinny post, but he called it a something skinny.
Yeah, whatever.
Like a skinny margarita.
Skinny latte.
He ran the skinny marg, and Brock Purdy, that great throw and the third touchdown. And he does a good job of breaking it down at a high level, but also making it so you can understand it.
Like, listen, I fight the urge to do this because y'all know where I stand. Dibbs, we all know where you stand. And we're never going to get everybody on our side. But will you please, those of you who are still out there, will you take note of a human being who is beyond objective? Literally flirts with the word robotic with the way that he looks at football. He thinks the idea that Brock Purdy is not really good is laughable. And that's coming from a guy who thought the same thing you did when he was coming out of college, which is, I don't think there's much there. And I commend Greg because he's one of the few people that I've really heard do that kind of an about face. Plenty of people will compliment Brock, but they weren't in on Brock sucks at Iowa State. They didn't even know who the hell Brock Purdy was or they weren't watching. But Greg does it for a job. He said, I'm not big on what I see here, and now he's watched 2.5 years of Brock Purdy starting at the NFL level, and you can hear in his voice, you can hear in the noises he makes when we bring up his name. He thinks Brock Purdy's phenomenal, and that is from a voice who's got no dog in any fight at all. That's all. Just take note of it. This conversation, I know and you know it's not over, but it should be.
Right, and you think it'll never be over, and you're probably closer to being right than me, who thinks that it will be over someday. If he hoists the Lombardi, then all the haters have to go away, unless they win it 17-14, and he throws for $160, and everyone, see, they won despite him.
What's wrong with that? Tom Brady did that a couple times.
Well, that's Tommy. He won a Super Bowl 13-3 one time.
Exactly, and he won his first one 20-17 with a field goal at the buzzer.
Exactly, Vinatieri. So you're right that the haters and the doubters will always be there, but when you watch a game like Sunday where he is great, and then he's one part Tom Brady and one part Michael Vick, and he's running around going crazy, and there's so many plays from that game that I love from Brock Purdy, but my favorite was probably the one where he pumped, and then he pumped again, and then he did the Superman dive on third down to pick up the first down yardage. That was not only athleticism, but it was heads up and guile in the moment where he had to pump fake the defender twice to get him a little off balance to get the corner. And do you realize how many times he's actually able to get to the corner? That's the thing about Brock that is continuing to amaze me, is his ability to get outside and find that extra yard and get away from defensive ends around the corner.
Yeah. I like, for me, I don't really, I do, but I don't. Like, we can coin draftism, we can get into all of that, but at this point, I do sort of, I don't understand really kind of where it's coming from. Boy, Shasky undressed someone this morning about it.
Like verbally?
Yeah.
Not literally.
No, well, I mean, I wasn't here, so I couldn't see if he was, if it got hot in her.
Took it to him,
and he was taking his clothes off. I don't know. But yeah, like that whole sort of like argument of like, I know what you guys think you're watching, but Brock's not actually
that's the word.
That good.
Brock's not actually
that good. Look, everybody's entitled to your opinion. I don't understand where you're coming from. I don't understand what you see. And most of the time when people are coming with that argument, they can't really say it either. What you're really saying is that you have a hard time kind of grasping or believing what you're seeing. So you're looking for other reasons why what you want to be true is true. It's kind of like what everybody does in politics now.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you think Brock's not good, you're one of the people at 6 o'clock at night that turns on a TV station so that they can tell you exactly what you want to hear. And then you go, exactly. There you go. Despite evidence of everything else everywhere all over the place. And then the rinse, repeat.
It's confirmation bias is what it is. So you believe something. If you believe that Shanahan is a choker, and they've blown 19 fourth quarter leads in his 7+ years as head coach, including the Super Bowl, as a coordinator in Atlanta. So if you believe these things about Shanahan, then you're going to look at the game yesterday, and we talked about who do you blame, players or coaches, and you're going to say Shanahan. His coaches aren't ready, his team wasn't ready, and all the rest of it. And if you think that Shanahan is awesome, then you would look at other reasons why they lost the game. It's confirmation bias, and we all do it all the time, especially when it comes to sports.
Speaking of Shanahan, we're going to let you hear his full press conference from today, literally in about 3 to 4 minutes, okay? And there's some good stuff in there and injury updates for the Niners. We'll let you hear all of that coming up in just a few minutes. Wanted you to hear this as well, especially because I think it applies to the whole player versus coach conversation. Listen to Fred Warner today with regard to kind of what he sees as the problem.
Yeah, no, not at all. I think it's just a matter of everybody doing their job just a little bit better than what we're doing right now. It's not huge changes that need to be made or glaring issues. It's just little things that need to be cleaned up, and that's why I'm excited to get back to work today to fix those things.
Everybody just needs to do their job a little bit better. Now, you could argue he's talking about the coaches too, and maybe he is. You could also argue that's Fred Warner, and Fred will never throw anybody under the bus because he is, for my money, the best leader in the National Football League, if not one of the best players in the National League. How about both? So, and those things are fair. I think those things are fair. Those things are true. But I also think what he's saying to a degree is leaning in the direction of this is a little bit more on the players than the coaches. I think Fred sees that there are very key mistakes happening at key times that have twisted games, even if like you should be up by 21, but you're only up by 10 or whatever. You would have eked at least the Rams game out if you didn't conduct a comedy of errors that Fred is suggesting are things that can be cleaned up.
I don't know if he'd use the word comedy, but I know that's the expression. And yeah, if you're a Ram fan, it probably was a comedy of errors. And you look at the use check hold on 1st and 10 when you've got the lead, and all you need to do really is march down and put that game away. You're up 7, and you don't hold. You're 10 yards away from an easy field goal. You hold, you settle for a long field goal, you miss it. Mooney gets cooked for 50 yards over the top, and Greg Cosell with a good breakdown of that.
Yep.
You know, he had outside leverage, and he got beat straight over the top, and he didn't think that route was coming, and good players get beat at times. And then the other comedy of errors that happen from then on, and I think Fred's right in many ways, and if any one of those plays doesn't happen, the Niners probably win that game.
Totally. It was a parlay. It was an absolute, it was the kind of parlay that you can't hit. 7-teamer.
Yeah, basically.
8-teamer. If anyone, don't you think and we can go back to the first half with the fake punt, but especially down toward the end.
Yeah.
From the Ronnie Bell drop to the Jake Moody miss to the special teams miss on the punt return to the ball over Charvarius's head to we could do that about 7 or 8 times.
Devondre Campbell and the PI.
If any one of them doesn't happen, the Niners probably come out on top.
Yeah. Yeah, or at least get to overtime.
At least get to overtime.
Which,
At least get to overtime. All right. We can react a little bit more after you hear from Kyle Shanahan, which we're going to do here in just a matter of seconds. And then I got something for you after that as well to kind of further the discussion on the 49ers. So stay right where you are. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Here is Kyle Shanahan today, and he opened up his discussion by talking about the team's injuries.
Javon Hargrave, triceps will not practice. Debo, calf, won't practice. D. Winters, ankle, won't practice. Trent Williams is sick, won't practice. George Kittle, hamstring, limited.
Brock Purdy's full go?
Full
everything?
go, yep.
Any update from Christian on his trip? Was it helpful?
No update. I'm going to talk to him.
Is there a chance he won't play this season?
Not that I know of.
I know that you're a big fan of analytics. There's
sometimes
an analytic out there about separation win rate for receivers, and Brandon Aiyuk is at the top of that list. I'm just wondering whether you're sort of saying the same thing, that he is separating like he's done in the past.
You're saying top is in separating a lot? Yeah, I definitely think he is. We played a lot of zone coverage here in the last couple weeks. Usually when it's zone, there's not many people around the guys. There's just people underneath. It's about throwing over people. And he's done a good job of man covers too.
How do you think it's going defensively? Obviously, the stats aren't there. You mentioned guys are getting open deep. We asked you then, is there something structurally that's going wrong here, or how do you circle what's been happening on?
I think all 3 levels have had an issue at times. I think that we played good at times too. I didn't say a lot of guys are getting deep on us. Both of them. It's been twice in 3 games, which were big ones. But when you have the PIs, those are 2 big penalties too. But 2 guys have gone by our defense. One just caught us sleeping a little bit, and the other one, I think, was basically yelling 500 and bombing it, and had him in double coverage, and the guy made a hell of a play. But nothing structurally wrong with that, but 2 plays that you would love to have back. But I just think, we've had some new guys in there. We've had moments where we've been strong. But we're not playing up to how we usually do, and we got to make sure to get back to playing that way.
Brandon Staley's role been in these first few games, and could you see this evolving as the season goes?
Evolving in what? His?
Doing more things, doing different things?
No, he does. He works like all the other coaches do, and he's the same as all the other coaches. He's not here to do anything extra than that. That's what you're asking.
for so long, you guys you relied on your front four to generate most of your pass rush. Without Javon now, especially, do you feel like you have enough there to do that, or do you see maybe adjustments having to be made in terms of?
I mean, you got to have plans for that, and we do when Javon's here. I mean, you would love to always get there with front four. That's the goal. Getting there with four and having 7 guys in coverage makes it a lot harder for the offense. But if you can't do that, you got to mix it up. We mixed it up throughout the year. I thought our D-line last week affected the quarterback the most that they had in their 3 games. I thought they had one of their better games. But it's a huge loss losing Javon. Guys going to have to step it up, and when you don't have the rush, then you got to turn to other things schematically.
What does Mayo's defense look like? What's that challenge going to be this week?
It looks very similar to how it's always looked in New England. I mean, there are multiple looks, multiple fronts. They play the run very physically. I mean, I think they're top 5 this year, and last year I think they were top 2. So the way they stop it with their front 7, the way their front players 2-gap, how good their safeties are in tackling, and when they do play man coverage, where they do quite a bit, their secondary is as good as there is at it.
You described in great detail Monday about that busted coverage. Is there enough time in the day for you and the offense to go through all the scenarios on any given play, not only what their defense, what to do against a particular defense, but what to do if there is a bust and how they bust it?
That makes no sense. I'm sorry. You don't go through when people mess up what to do. That's off schedule is what people call it. And when it happens, you hope people see it. But you don't sit there and make up stuff all week and go through it. Hey, if I make this up, I want to prepare you for what you need to make up at the time. So that would be something that no one would ever do. But
you did mention that I did the right thing.
Yeah.
You have general rules in place for that kind of stuff?
Yeah, when no one's there, like just if they had 10 people on the field and no one lined up over the receiver, we don't want him to just sit there and run a slant. I hope he puts his hand up and runs the go route so he walks into the end zone, and I hope the quarterback's looking that way and sees it. And be the same thing. When a corner's supposed to play deep half and he sits at the line of scrimmage and they have 2 people and you're going to run your route and no one's there, you look up and do the same thing. But that's something that happens in football a lot. Happens throughout the games, and that was a big one because it happened at the end, but we just didn't fall into it the right way.
Is that feel on off-schedule play something that you would develop in training camp and that?
No, the other 10 plays that Brock scrambled on and did, those are off-schedule plays like that we did throughout the game. But what you guys are getting at a busted coverage is just, sorry, but it's way off. Like that's not really part of something it's off-schedule plays that, I think Brock's done a really good job of finding those guys. He didn't find them there.
On Friday, I think John Lynch said that maybe Jacob Cowing is getting ready to get in some action, maybe time to see some of the things he can do. Was that sort of the plan? Do you have a general idea, okay, let's get a younger player into the game, and then why didn't it happen on Sunday?
Because it wasn't the plan. If there would have been an injury, he would have, but he wasn't ready to do that yet, and so we kept him at punt returner. But you have 5 guys up, so if someone did get hurt, he had to be ready, and then he would have got those reps.
Getting close to being ready for that?
We'll see this week. Nothing's happened here in the last few days. We got practice today, and we'll see how he does. I hope so.
Do you have any sense of where Ricky is psychologically, emotionally, and whether he would be a viable possibility to play after this week?
I'm not exactly sure the timeline, but I know he's getting a lot healthier. Seems great when I talk to him, but that's something you could ask him.
What are you emphasizing with the special teams units this week, and are you going to pay closer attention to them?
I got a lot of confidence in Brian. He's sick about some of these plays that have happened here this last couple of weeks. We're just trying to be on every detail, like we try to every week. But yeah, we can't have these 2 mistakes. I thought we were in a bad, I didn't think we had the right look on the fake punt. But as far as with the block punt and stuff, it's just going back to technique, coaching guys up on that better, who are in that for the first time, and making sure they can continue to get better so it doesn't happen again.
Kyle, do you sleep a little bit easier this week knowing Bill Belichick isn't on the opposing sideline when the Patriots are here?
I don't really think about that stuff much. Just watching them on tape, they look like a real good team, and I know we're going to have a huge challenge for us.
Well, I know Kyle Juszczyk is a big part of your offense, but what does he bring that maybe we don't see?
Just the threat of a fullback out there all the time. We're in a lot of 11 formations, so people like to go nickel defense to defend one-back formations. But when you have a fullback on the field at any time, there's a threat of I formation. So defense have to account for that, and there's some things that you do in one-back that aren't very sound versus two-back. So sometimes it can limit the looks we get and things like that.
It's been asked by analysts and discussed by former players, analysts, that
can the Niners right the ship and kind of survive with all the injuries that you have right now? I just want to know, what are you kind of talking to the team about it? Is that an overarching feeling between the guys? Can we survive with all of these injuries, or are you guys kind of...
I mean, every time you have injuries, everyone knows that makes it tougher, but people have injuries throughout the league, and you got to be able to overcome those. I felt we had every chance to win on Sunday, despite some of our injuries. So I felt we should have been 2-1. But we found a way to lose that, which is completely on us. And when you lose games that you believe you should have won, it makes it that much harder. Injuries or no injuries. So I don't look into that to really why we lost. We had every opportunity to win that, and we made some mistakes that cost us, and that's what I hope we learn from. Not thinking about who we were missing. I thought we did some things that was good enough to win, but doing things that just good enough to win doesn't always guarantee you win, and you got to make sure you do it all the way to the end, and sometimes it's who can do right longer, and we didn't finish that to the end, and I don't think that has anything to do with injuries.
Talked about the run defense specifically, and where does Javon's injury kind of fall into that? Who do you need to see step up on the inside?
It makes it tougher. I mean, when you have 4 inside guys up, on your roster, and then you go down to 3, it always makes it tougher to stop the run. But we got guys on practice squad that we need. We'll see how that works out as this week goes. And you got to think of other fronts too and stuff that we got to do at times. So a lot of stuff plays into that. And Javon, whether it's run game or pass game, it makes it harder.
Brock had 10 runs. I realized at least two of those were quarterback sneaks. But is that, usually doesn't scramble that much. Is that probably a couple reasons for it? But is it partly a function of him not having all his guys, normal guys out there?
No, I think you got a lot of 3-man rushes. When you have a 3-man rush, usually that's the number one thing. You stay in the pocket and try to buy time. And once they eventually get you out of the pocket, you have 8 guys looking at you, and you break to get someone to come up to open people up. And if they stay in coverage, then you take what you can get. A couple times, he jumped the cadence a couple times, and he had to just get up in there and break out. But I think, with the number being so high, I think it had to do with a few quarterback sneaks and a number of 3-man rushes. And then the typical 3 times that it happens other plays. All right, guys.
All right, guys. There it
you
is.
have it,
From
yeah.
Kyle Shanahan. Anything stand out to you?
Well, a lot. Partly, not that he's throwing the special teams coordinator under the bus, but there are things that need to get shored up, and younger players on the unit, and they have to be coached up to know that you can't get outflanked on that 4th and 6. And you see the formation of the punt team that the Rams ran a fake out of, and there's no other way they would have faked it. There was no way they were going to throw it. You had a running back as the up man, and if it was going to be a fake, that was the fake they were going to run, which was basically student body left, and you got outflanked.
You know what I heard is the answer that you, in particular, have been waiting for, which is I heard in answering a question, I heard him suggest that if the front 4 is not going to get home, it's time to start trying something else.
Right.
And so I wonder if you experiment with that a little bit in this particular game, or do you try to hold over a little bit more because you're not nearly as afraid of Jacoby Brissett beating you with some elite throws over the top as you are with Matt Stafford. I don't know. And I don't know much about the Patriots offensive line, but it was interesting to hear Greg Cosell talk about that particular matchup and how the Patriots can succeed at an NFL level, which means they need Ramondre Stevenson to do a lot in the run game. And if they get that, then they can function a little bit and you can grind out your 20-17 win. It's kind of the same game that they had twice, and they were able to hold off Cincinnati. Then at home, they were not able to hold off Seattle. They lost 23-20 in overtime. But if you do stuff those holes and stop Ramondre Stevenson, you get what you got from the Jets last Thursday night, which is an offense that flat out can't function. So I don't know. The Niners might be able to go vanilla again, and that might be enough in this one.
They might, and if it means you stop the run, that would be something that they struggled to do against Kyron Williams and the Rams in the second half. And when you lose your big boy up front, Javon Hargrave, gone for the year, and Kyle said that, now maybe you do have to look at some different things and stuff, because ideally you'd be able to do it with 4 and cover with 7, and that makes it hard on the offenses and stuff.
Yeah, it ain't ideal and stuff right now, though.
No.
We're sponsored by Frontier Ford. Glad you're with us. Okay, if you got anything, We're here for you. We got space for you. 888-957-9570. I also got this, though, coming up next. I hear a lot of the criticisms. I know what we talk about when the 49ers lose. I'd argue we're largely talking about the wrong thing. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
In the meantime, I have a question for you.
the iPhone 16 Pro. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. Hey, not last place Luke. That's the name of his fantasy team.
Yeah, he's in with the boss right now.
Is?
Yeah, it's a high-level meeting that I actually can't talk about. I was just in on it.
Oh.
I'll tell you off air.
You can talk to me about it.
Off the air, I can, sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Are we moving to overnights?
No, yeah, midnight to 4.
Yeah. I'm available.
Yeah.
I'm available at that hour.
You probably have another job at that time.
Yeah,
You got so many
sometimes
jobs.
I do. Yeah. What is it, Grandy? Do you know what this is that he sent us? This adjusted EPA quarterback leaderboard. There's colors all over the place, a lot of numbers and fancy stuff. Do you know what this is?
There's raw EPA per play, which is expected points added per play, generally speaking. And higher the number, the better that player is.
Okay.
And then this one specifically is adjusted EPA. So it factors in a number of other things, including how your offensive line is protecting.
Pressure. Okay.
Down the distance,
Also drops from your receivers.
Okay.
And what this statistical chart is showing is that Brock Purdy has the highest jump, or one of the highest jumps, from raw EPA per play to adjusted EPA per play, which means, I don't know if unlucky is the best way to characterize it, but generally he is better than his EPA per play numbers suggest, because maybe everyone else isn't performing up to the level or the standards that he is.
So what you're saying is all of the other 49ers are a product of Brock Purdy.
You could interpret it that way, I suppose. But his adjusted EPA per play,
I'm just trying to be playful.
According to this, is the highest in the NFL.
An even better way to describe it would be when S breaks down around him, he does good things.
Really good.
That would be the
Really
simple way. And you look at this game where and I'm looking at it just in the second half, Purdy scrambles for 4, Purdy dives for the first down, Purdy scrambled for 8. There was a sequence on their final field goal drive where the fourth quarter starts and it's Purdy sneak, Purdy scramble. 3 straight plays. And it was a lot of that Purdy scramble, which can only help your adjusted EPA.
So, I mean, it's fascinating because, again, this is such, I don't think Brock Purdy's career anymore is a small sample, but I do think this season is. This season is a small sample. We're dealing with 3 games. Some of the names on this list, we're dealing with even less than that. Number 12 on this list right now is Andy Dalton. He's played a game. A game. So that's kind of tough. But, and Malik Willis is number 7 on here. He's played 2 games. He's won them both, surprisingly. But Brock Purdy, number 1, Josh Allen, number 2, Derek Carr, number 3, Kyler Murray, number 4, and then Matt Stafford, number 5. Jaden Daniels is number 6. That's kind of interesting. And Jaden Daniels, I saw some people throw this out there earlier today. This is an interesting one that will play out over time, but people wondering if this is a repeat of last year's quarterback class where we went whoopsie-daisy there with our first pick and then found the stud at number 2, C.J. Stroud, over Bryce Young. Caleb Williams to Jaden Daniels, too early.
Yes.
But not too early to wonder about it. I mean,
Jaden Daniels did have the highest PFF grade for quarterbacks in week 3.
Dude, he was fantastic.
He
and
sure
I've been
was.
telling you for 3 weeks because I do have him on a squad, and therefore I do pay very close attention to what he's doing. What did I tell you after week 1? I came in that next morning, I'm like, he looks like Lamar. He plays like Lamar. He's so under control. He's got good decisions. He needs to grow and get the ball to wide receivers. All of a sudden, now we're getting the ball to Terry McLaurin. So, again, only 3 games. But if I'm looking at body language, I'm looking at presence, I'm looking at how you go about deciding what you're going to do with a football, one of these cats does not look like the others.
Right.
He looks fantastic.
And the other cats, as you call them, Caleb Williams, it's a little scary if you're a Bears fan. Bo Nix, I think, has quietly gotten better game.
Yeah, it was a good game. That was a good game last week.
He's looked better each successive game, so there's that.
Yeah, and Drake May hasn't really played yet, and obviously J.J. McCarthy is hurt.
Exactly, and Michael Penix hasn't played either.
Michael Penix doesn't play, right. So, yeah. Early. Very, very early.
Very, very early.
I just love the way Jaden Daniels looks. He looks very, very calm.
It doesn't look like the moment's too big.
Right.
And that game, Washington is another team where maybe they're better and a surprisingly better team than what we would have thought.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, maybe. I do like, and I remember thinking this before the year started, I like the direction they're going. Like they look like they finally have kind of like brain activity and not just Daniel Snyderish all over the place.
Yeah,
like,
good call.
I mean, for the last 5 or 6 years, Washington's been more about the back page than the front. It's like, what the hell's going on up there? What are you guys doing? Are you committing crimes? Like, what are you doing up there? And then I believe that stuff filters down. And the players weren't comfortable. Trent Williams is like, get me out of here. Like, this is a total mess. They've got all that figured out. I don't know how quickly they start like competing for a divisional championship, but who knows? Maybe this year, but I think soon. Like they look like they know what they're doing for the first time in a while.
And they have a nice two-headed monster at running back with Eckler doing a lot of the catching and my guy Brian Robinson doing the running and the goal line red zone stuff. So suddenly they don't look like such a joke. And I gave you the stat earlier, and I have the other part of it, where teams that are 5.5-point dogs or higher are 13-2 against the spread, and they're 9-6 outright. 9-6. If you're a big dog,
that's why your survivor pool's almost over. Mm-hmm. Did you say that again?
Teams that are underdogs by 5.5 points or more, 9-6 straight up
outright. So forget the spread. 9 of the 15 biggest favorites of the year have lost the game.
Yeah. That's
absurd.
Just, right?
You a bleeping dog.
Including the Rams over the Niners. They were 7-point dogs.
And including the Niners over the Vikings. We're 6-point favorites. So there's 2 of those.
Yeah.
The Niners were 6-point favorites against the Vikings.
Tomorrow night, you've got the Giants getting 5.5 against Dallas. So there's another one of those games.
I'm not going to ruin Fade the Dibbers. I have some thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
I have thoughts on that already.
I do, too. I've already made my picks in my pick and pool, so we'll save that for tomorrow.
You know about what they did, them home dogs on prime time.
And the Niners are 10.5-point favorites over New England, so that's a little disturbing when you think about 13-2 underdogs covering and 9-6 underdogs winning outright.
Look, the Niners are going to be favored in a lot of their games until this lasts for a while. And I don't necessarily know if it'll last for a while. Here's one thing I did want to I want to get out there today. And so 888-957-9570. Let's talk about this. I sort of reference this stat that y'all threw over here, not so that we can spend another half hour talking about how good I think Brock Purdy is. I don't even know if we need to say it anymore. He is. It's not an opinion anymore. Brock Purdy is a really, really good NFL quarterback. So lay that as the foundation. I think that there's a recognizability to a lot of the characters that are associated with the 49er offense. When we talk about this roster, everything that happens on the defensive side of the ball essentially has 2 television characters. 2 lead players, Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. That's about it. I know you Niner fans could name the whole defense, but like Steve Wilkes is gone and Dre Greenlaw is hurt, yada, yada, yada. It's Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. Those are the 2 big names. But if you go over to the offensive side of the football, we can go everywhere. We can go from Christian McCaffrey to Brock Purdy to Trent Williams to Brandon Aiyuk to Deebo Samuel to, of course, Kyle Shanahan, to Kyle Juszczyk and his wife, and Christian's wife, and.
George's wife.
Thank you. I didn't even mention George.
Deebo's kid.
Perfect. This is an absolute roadshow, this offense. So, when things don't go well for the 49ers, that's where a lot of you go. We go to the 49ers on offense. And we talk about Kyle Shanahan and Brock missed Brandon and Brandon's dropping balls. And we keep going and we start breaking all of this down. I'm here for it. They're the stars. I get it. I like talking about them too. But if you want to get deep into what's wrong with the 49ers right now, nothing is happening on that side of the ball that's stopping them. And you can come at me with 17 points in Minnesota. Fine. I'm not here to tell you they're perfect. I'm here to tell you they're not the problem. The 49ers offense is ready for the Super Bowl. The 49er defense, I don't even know if they're ready for the playoffs. That's how I see these first 3 games. 9 straight scoring drives against the Jets. Defense made some plays. Okay. But like, if you look at this whole thing, we can spotlight a play, or we can spotlight, Brock threw this pick, this sack fumble. Sure, negative plays. Nothing is perfect. But the offense, to me, looks like last year's offense. They look the same. They run the ball, they throw the ball, they move the ball. The defense and the special teams, I know there aren't the television characters to talk about, but I'm sorry, folks, that's your problem. And those are the problems.
The numbers back it up, and I won't even get into the DVOA and the EPA and the advanced numbers because that's even a little beyond my scope. But you look at just the basics after 3 games, and the offense is averaging 6 yards per play, which is 5th in football. So just how many yards do you get on every play? They're 5th at 6 yards per play. The defense is giving up 6.1 yards per play, which is 29th in football. So just the raw numbers of how you doing offensively and defensively, you're getting 6 per play on offense, really good. You're giving up 6 per play on defense, really bad. And if you look at the passing numbers, that's where it's most alarming. 7.3 yards, net yards per attempt, which is 3rd worst in football. Your rush isn't disruptive. Your secondary isn't great at covering. And you saw Matthew Stafford in the second half basically pick you apart without much pushback, other than the one time where they broke their blocking assignment and the big fella came charging through for a freebie sack.
So I think part of it is, and I'll even put myself on this platter, I don't know if all of us know what to say about the defense. You know, Luke asked me a question before the show and goes, so how do you fix it? I don't know. I don't know. Hargrave is out. We are still getting used to new coordinators, and I don't know yet if they're doing a good job. You know, Greg Cosell, we just talked to him about Devondre Campbell. He likes him. There was a bad play, a very, very big, high-profile bad play, but we didn't really talk about him or see him outside of that. Is he playing poorly? Well, somewhere in between? You just gave me PFF grades. Charvarius Ward is lower than Devondre Campbell.
Yeah.
So,
they're both in the mid-50s.
And I don't know what the hell's going on there. We've watched Charvarius Ward for years. Restaurant quality corner. I don't know what's going on. And so I think that that's something I notice. The conversation skews to the offense because we know them. There's familiarity. They're stars. We want to talk about them. We want them to be amazing. We want them to score 40 a game. But I see, outside of the actual injuries themselves, relative health based on the offensive output right now. I see something I recognize there. When the defense is on the field, I do not. I do not recognize this. It feels uncomfortable. And I think if you really want to go deep into your 49er concerns 3 games in, stay there. That's where they sit. I do not worry one bit about Sunday's game and whether or not Brock Purdy is going to complete passes or if Jordan Mason is going to average 4 a carry or more. None. Zippo concerns. Colton McKivitz, all right, fine, let's get in the weeds. I'm not saying everyone's nailing it. I'm just telling you, I got one concern going into this game and one concern only. Are you going to tackle Ramondre Stevenson before he gets to the second level? If you do, you win by 3 touchdowns.
He's not the concern for me. The concern is Jacoby Brissett and a passing game, even though Brissett is probably the 27th best quarterback of the 32 starters. It doesn't matter because you've been gashed in the pass game. And I look at a team that, as I'm watching as you are many times, They line up with 4 on the D-line, and they usually rush 4. Their second fewest blitz rate in football. The 4 don't get home, and then offenses are either finding the linebacker who can't cover or Isaac Yiadom who struggled. They have time, and if you give any quarterback time, they're going to be successful. Now, Stevenson's going to have a tough time, I think, because the Niner run defense is better than the Niner pass defense. At least it has been. The metrics would show you that they're better against the run than they are against the pass.
Yeah, I hear you.
So I'm not as worried about this Sunday because I do think the Patriots' best foot forward, the run, matches up with what the Niner D does better, which is guard against the run.
I think the Patriots are going to get absolutely canned this weekend. We got all kinds of time to talk about that. That's my feeling. Am I biased? Sure. So, but yes, I'm also going off what Greg Cosell just said to us. The Patriots passing game cannot function if they're not running the ball. So if they are stopping Ramondre Stevenson, this is a blowout. It's a blowout. But if Ramondre comes out and starts chunking off 5, 6, 7 on first and second down, and there are other players there too, Antonio Gibson, like there are other close to the line of scrimmage options for the Patriots. And if that's working, then their defense is going to do enough to keep this into what you love to call a rock fight, which are the only kinds of fights the Patriots can win. They can Jimmy Garoppolo you.
Nice.
They can. You want this to be 19-17 like it was in Cleveland last year? They can do that. They can do that because they have players on the defensive side of the football. But if Ramondre is getting stuffed and it's 2nd and 8 and it's 3rd and 7, then the Niners are going to get a short field and this game's going to be over in the third quarter.
Agreed. Patriots are dead last in net yards per pass attempt, 3.5 yards per attempt. The Niners, as mentioned, are 4th at 7.6. So if you do force it into a lot of 2nd and long, 3rd and medium, then the 49ers, I like their chances. But what we saw against the Rams is giving me a little PTSD about the passing attack because Stafford didn't have to throw the ball down the field much. And when he did, he was successful, or they got a flag. But it was a lot of quick 5-step, 3-step drop, and the ball was out, and the coverage wasn't there. So my big concern is also the defense, and it's more than just the fact that you lost Javon Hargrave and you don't have Dre and Hufanga still is working his way back. My concern is with the way they look, and they look pretty bland, pretty milquetoast. I asked Greg Cosell that, and he's not seeing a lot of exotic and dynamic defensive approaches either.
Well, I think the Niners right now, what he said, and it's what you said, and it's what I see, like, I think right now the 49ers are still playing defense the way they hope to play defense.
Yeah.
But it's not working. So how long do you go before you then make an adjustment? Yes, ideally, your front 4 gets home, especially when one of them is the top paid defensive player in the history of football. Ideally. It's not ideal right now. It's not ideal. And now you just lost one of your front 4. So now probably it gets even harder. But we wonder that. Search your actual belly. Go to your gut. I know we like to talk about the offense. I know that's where the celebrities are. I know Kyle Shanahan. Damn it, Kyle Shanahan, lemon booty, Kyle Shanahan. I get it. But when you go deep into your 49er DNA and you ask yourself, what am I actually concerned about right now? What comes up? So we would love your phone calls on that. 888-957-9570. What are you really honestly concerned about with this 49er team? And I can answer that a couple of ways, and none of them have anything to do with Brock Purdy, Brandon Aiyuk even, and Kyle Shanahan's play sheet. None of them. My concerns completely revolve around, I don't know if they've replaced Dre Greenlaw.
Well, they haven't.
I don't know if their front 4 can function as just a 4. And I have no idea if their defensive coordinators are good defensive coordinators.
Yeah.
Those are my actual concerns with this football team.
Well, if I answered no, no, and no to those 3, no, to borrow from Low Neal,
then I'm concerned.
And you should be concerned because so far, that's been what I've seen. Now, New England is a team that is not as dynamic offensively. As mentioned, they're dead last in yards per pass attempt. So it could be a game where your defense still doesn't look great and dynamic and forceful, and you could still win the game comfortably by 10 or 14 points because your offense is humming. But I look at what we always talk about, and the secondary's best friend is a good pass rush.
Sure.
It's like in baseball where a pitcher's best friend is a good defense. And it's the same thing here with this Niner team, and the pass rush has not been disruptive or dynamic. And you only have 4 turnovers as a team. You've taken the ball away only 4 times through 3 games. And part of that is the secondary is not getting a lot of help from the fellas up front. So, I would hate to see Jacoby Brissett come in and be comfortable, or if Drake May gets a chance to get in there and play, God forbid a rookie come in here and carve you up, then we'd have real problems.
If Drake May plays, they're going to get some turnovers. You could see that in his first 5 plays. You're like, the total deer in headlights. I'm not saying he's not going to be a good player, but I just don't think there's a feel yet for the pocket if you're Drake May. But yeah, I don't think he's going to play much.
New England's turned it over once this year.
But that's also because they're not pushing it.
Right.
They're not pushing it. You know what I mean? They're also not scoring a lot of points.
Second least in football.
Yeah.
Second only to the team without a quarterback, the Miami Dolphins. And who would have thought the Miami Dolphins would have 33 points after 3 games?
That's wild.
I mean,
that's wild. They scored most of them their very first week. They scored 20 of them and won the game week 1. They've scored 13 points since Tua. And Tua played, 1 quarter, I think, against the Bills or so. And then he was knocked out. And I don't know, have they scored a touchdown since he left? I don't even know if they've scored a touchdown. What'd they get in Seattle?
3. And they lost 31-10 to Buffalo.
And was the touchdown, I think, prior to Tua going out?
Yeah. A-Chain.
They scored 6 points in 7 quarters without Tua.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a Jason Sanders field goal and then 1 field goal against Seattle.
If I'm Miami, and I don't even know if they would take the call, good Lord, I'd call Pittsburgh right now and just be like, you want a second rounder? Second rounder for Russell Wilson.
Depends on how long you think Tua's going to be out. And I know he's on IR 4 weeks.
Yeah, but your season's dead.
They got a Pro Bowler on their practice squad.
Who that?
Tyler Huntley.
Yeah, I know they do.
Pro Bowler.
Okay.
I mean, might as well be Josh Johnson. Shout out Oakland Tech.
All right. Let's hear it. 888-957-9570. If you really interview yourself, what are you actually concerned about with the 49ers? Is any of it on the offensive side of the ball? It's not for me. It's not for Dibs. Doesn't mean you're wrong. Would love to hear it. I just don't see it. For me right now, watching 49er football, that's the comfort time. That's when I get snacks. When they have the ball. When they don't have the ball, that's when my anxiety starts going up. Why is it 2nd and 3? Because Kyron Williams just broke off another 7. What? Aaron Jones just broke off another 7. So we'll take some calls on that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
"15 seconds, I promise, because we want to take these calls."
Do it.
But two things. One, in about an hour, I think we should spend a couple minutes talking about tomorrow, the last A's game ever at the Collie. So, because that's hitting people a certain way.
Oh, for sure.
As it should. I can't. I just can't with relocation. It's just, it's really frustrating. But also frustrating is that the second the Giants got eliminated, they decided to be a good team.
They're hot.
You freaking guys. Seriously.
Like, they won 34-0 yesterday.
That is the most you thing I've seen all year. They're like, oh, now we're going to win 8 of 9. As soon as you're not watching and there's no pressure on us at all whatsoever, now we're good.
Why is that a me thing? Like,
no, meaning not you.
Oh, like them. Oh, I was like, yeah.
The Giants suck.
Oh, gosh. They're going to win. They're going to finish over 500, aren't they?
I mean, if you're betting the over on the win total at 81.5, you just need them to win 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
If they finish the year winning 11 of 13 and that baby goes over, and if you had the under, that would be a bad beat.
They might be the reason the Diamondbacks missed the playoffs.
Yep. They've won 2 in a row. Got another shot at them tonight. And then they come home this weekend for the Brandon Crawford Bowl.
It's great.
I already threw it out there. If I'm Brandon, I'm pulling a Joe Montana. And I'm showing up to the game with both jerseys and a big social media post that goes, I can't lose.
Perfect.
Both of my teams are playing today.
Yeah.
Just one more stick to Farhan Zaidi's rib cage.
At least Montana did something with the Chiefs. Crawford hit one homer and mentored a young shortstop, and as soon as that shortstop was out of diapers, gone.
Yeah. No, listen, that's not a shot at Brandon at all. But there's no excusing Joe Montana saying that the Niners and the Chiefs are, quote, his 2 teams.
I can't lose.
Yeah. That's my opinion.
Yeah, you're allowed to have it.
Tonight at 7 o'clock, once Grandy's doing his little soiree that he does, we're going to be airing a 2-hour special on mental health, featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, sports, some of the most respected mental health professionals. It's called I'm Listening, and it's our 2-hour special spreading awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. The show is going to be hosted by Carson Daly, so that's fun, and it's available on the Odyssey app. For more information, visit imlistening.org, 7 o'clock tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game. Should we talk to the people?
We should, and, we're starting to turn our attention toward New England and starting to look at what is giving you the heebie-jeebies right now. What has you the most worried about this Niner team? And I mean, people out there could say Kyle Shanahan, because that's what we like to do.
Well, I'm sure a lot of them are. Like, do we not hear it every day? Every day. Usually before we even get here. Somebody calls one of the other 2 shows and goes, I can't believe you still like that guy as your coach. Somebody does it every day. So I know that's what a lot of people think.
Yeah.
Who am I to say otherwise?
Yeah.
I don't have to understand it, but that's what a lot of people apparently think.
Yeah, I don't quite get it based on what we've seen so far this year, but for me, it's pretty clear. The numbers and the eye test tells you that the defense, something's wrong with the defense, and that has to get fixed.
Well, and it is fair to be like, well, wait a minute, Kyle's the head coach, so the defense, it's not like he's just completely has nothing to do with the defense at all.
Although when you watch him on the sideline, it seems like at times he's not watching the game.
Oh, no, I saw him at a concession stand during the Jets game when they were on defense.
I like to get some nachos and stuff, maybe a diet soda and stuff. And
hungry. We've had 8 consecutive scoring drives. I've worked up an appetite. I was wondering if maybe you guys had a suggestion. What do you like to order? So, yeah, but I mean, yeah, he picked the coordinator. He's involved in all of this. So if you want to come at it from that angle, I don't think that's unfair. But let's see. Anthony in San Jose, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Hi, Anthony. We appreciate your call.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? So what it is we just, as fans, we don't want to hear this excuse already saying, well, there's no way it could be Kyle Shanahan. Okay? And that's kind of how you guys are projecting it, and that's how we're hearing it. Even though we know that if we had another coach, this would not be happening, and we'd be going the other way for sure.
Hold on.
He is a great coach.
I got questions, Anthony. Hang on. So I get what your premise is, and I like the idea that there's no way it could be on Kyle. And if we sound like that, then hey, we sound like that. That's on us. I don't feel that, because that's sort of projecting what it could be, should be, would be into the future. I'm solely talking about what I see though in these 3 games, and I'm not even attaching it to Kyle, Anthony. I'm simply saying I don't see the problem being on the offensive side of the ball. But go ahead. What's the rest of what you wanted to say?
What it is I'm just feeling like, okay, in that case, the word execution comes into it. And if your guys are not ready, it's the coach's job to make sure he tells the other coaches, hey, you have them ready. Here's what I'm seeing right now. I don't like it. I don't want to have to step in, but let's get it together. And I see a line drawn in the sand over there on the sideline, like you guys just said. Now, he's not over there getting a snack like you guys are, kind of, you're jokingly saying.
Right.
But what is really going on there is my question. And there obviously is something that Shanahan's not doing to not have these guys ready to finish at the end of the game. How come Cowing wasn't in there? Why was Bell in there to drop balls? Because all of us are thinking, why is Cowing not in the game? So maybe you guys can elaborate on that part.
Absolutely, we can, because he spoke to it today. Anthony, thank you very much for the call.
Anthony.
Do I have that in front of me, Grandy? The Cowing stuff, or no? Do I have it or no?
Yes, you do.
Which one is it? Where are we?
It's the 4th one from the bottom.
Thank you. 4th one from the bottom. All right. So the thought was out there. Thank you, Grandy, for my roadmap. Remember, toward the end of last week, and if I'm misquoting, I apologize, but I think the quote was from John Lynch, you might see Jacob Cowing in this game with no Debo and no George. You might see Jacob Cowing in this game. It got a lot of us thinking, oh, we're going to see Jacob Cowing in this game.
Oh, we saw him in the game.
Well, he was there.
4 snaps of special teams.
He had a ticket, but that sort of indication got our minds going a certain way, and then it didn't happen. So Kyle was asked about that today.
Because it wasn't the plan. If there would have been injury, he would have, but he wasn't ready to do that yet, and so we kept him at punt returner. But you have 5 guys up, so if someone did get hurt, he had to be ready, and then he would have got those reps.
You getting close to being ready for that?
We'll see this week. Nothing's happened here in the last few days. We got practice today, and we'll see how he does. I hope so.
So, look, I have no idea if did he do something wrong? Was there a setback? Was that just John Lynch said something that maybe was sort of taken the wrong way? I don't know. But Kyle Shanahan is rocking a very clear, Jacob's not ready.
Right.
And I'll back him only from this perspective. When we as fans go, why not Jacob Cowing? What makes us think we know what Jacob Cowing will do in the NFL? He's never run a route in the NFL.
Well, because he hasn't been given a chance to run a route in the NFL.
And now we're back to Steve Kerr. This is the conversation we have, and Trey Lance for that matter. This is a fault of all of us fans sometimes. I'm not saying we're wrong. I'm just saying we don't know that we're right. Like, just because someone got drafted, that does not mean that they are ready and that they will be good. And that is the coach's job, who sees these players a billion times more than we do.
Yet you put a guy out there who cannot catch. He had 3 targets in the game, and the only one he caught was the last play of the game when they literally were begging him to catch it so that they could watch him run around and flip and lateral and throw. And Dominic Pooney got involved in the play. And, they had about 7 laterals. That was the only catch he had. Yet the guy you spent draft capital on is not ready. He's ready to be a special teamer and return punts, but he's not ready to even go in week 1 garbage time against the Jets.
I mean, running routes is a lot different than catching a punt.
Right.
Like, I don't know. At a certain point, do you trust coaches when they Say stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, again, we did this with Trey Lance. We've been doing it with the Warriors, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, on and on and on. I just think that it doesn't mean we're automatically wrong, but we get excited about young players because they're fresh and they're new and we want to see them. That does not mean that they'll be good if they play.
But it also means that if they don't play, they don't have a chance to be good. And I'm thinking about Isaac Guerrero in the Week 2 game against Minnesota where he got one tentative carry, 0 yards, end of Guerrero in Week 2. And, well, he goes through practice, and he obviously looked better, and he got a chance to actually get in there and be this RB2, and he got some carries, and he looked better.
But they don't have any other running backs. You know what I mean? Like, that's...
Right, but if he didn't look ready, he wouldn't have played him. He would have done something else. He would not have played Guerrero just because, we're fresh out of backs. He played him because he thought that he was ready.
Well, it's probably a little bit of both, but yeah, I understand. I mean, all of their backups behind Jordan Mason are pups. They're all either new, they're somewhat inexperienced. You know, like, I get it, but this is something that we go through, I think, every year with teams that are considered contenders. When you talk about, well, player doesn't get a chance to be good if they don't have a chance to develop, well, how do you develop when you're trying to win a championship? Is that the time? Like, I even felt that to a degree. This is a different subject. When TJ Houshmandzadeh yesterday keeps saying, you got to let Brandon show and prove that he's the $30 million receiver that you paid him to be. And I'm like, are we on some sort, is it preseason right now? Like, what's the goal here? Are we trying to, like, justify contracts? Are we trying to justify draft picks? Or at all costs, are we trying to win this game? I just don't understand. To me, there's no time for that. You have to earn your way onto the field. And if in practice, highly trained coaching staffs are assessing that you have not done so yet, then you don't get on the field unless it's an emergency.
And that's what Kyle said.
That's what he said.
He said, we had 5 of them up, and if somebody got hurt, then he would be put in there, but he's not ready. And I look at his trajectory, and I can't imagine that he'll be suddenly ready through practice today, practice tomorrow, practice Friday, and a walkthrough. And now Cowling's going to go from 0 to hero because he's only played 11 snaps of special teams. He's played no snaps of 11-on-11 scrimmage line football. So Kyle's telling you that he's not going to play this week either.
I don't know if he's saying that yet. Well, no, because remember now, all you're trying to do is tell the coaches that you're more ready to perform than Ronnie Bell is. That's all you have to do. That's your line. Could that change this week? Yeah, I would think so. I mean, Jacob Cowing, his NFL career has been 3 weeks long. So this practice week, that is 25% of his NFL career.
Right. I like your use of the math there.
Well, but
I love the math.
But you have a 2-year-old. You know that if you went on vacation for a week and a half, you'd come back and you'd be like, holy hell.
Yeah.
She's different.
Sometimes at the end of the day.
Yeah, like it happens fast. So I don't think he's giving you lip service there when he says maybe he will be ready by Sunday for a larger role.
And I think a larger reason, which would be out of desperation, because Ronnie Bell has 16 targets in his career. And he had 3 targets in the game on Sunday, 2 drops, and a meaningless catch for 12 yards. So the bar is not set very high for Jacob Cowing to clear, and yet he wasn't even able to clear it in that game. And Chris Conley, similarly, and I know he's a little bit of a different player than Ronnie Bell. Ronnie Bell is much more of a vertical threat, and, Cowing's got those quicks too.
Yep.
So Cowing is much more in the Ronnie Bell role, I would say. So, man, if it doesn't happen soon, if as a Niner fan you have to go out there and watch Ronnie Bell again as wide receiver 3, everyone's going to be holding their collective breath.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That's just kind of like, to me, that's the cherry-picking thing that we do, and I get it. It's not that it's unfair, but like when Ronnie Bell goes out onto the field and he drops a ball, and then suddenly we've got a march on the Capitol with regard to the idea of why is Ronnie Bell even on the team? Well, Ronnie Bell's been on the team for 2 years. Nobody said boo.
Because he hasn't played.
Well,
and now he's playing.
Actually, he did.
And now we're also saying boo.
He has played.
You see what I did there?
Last year, very
Thank
good.
You. Had to make sure that got recognized. I thought it was
last
genius.
year on the home opener, you and I go out there. We go to the Hilton. We do our show. We go to the game Thursday night against the New York Giants. What happens? Ronnie Bell plays a huge role, catches a touchdown. Ronnie Bell had an impact in that game.
Yeah, 3 touchdowns for the year.
Yeah.
183 snaps on offense last year.
But you drop one ball. Two, but one that mattered.
Yeah.
You drop that ball, and now we're going all the way back 2 years to you're idiots for even having him on the team. And I guess that's what I'm getting at fundamental to the conversation we had off the top of the show. Like, do you want to be mad that Ronnie Bell's on the team? Great. Be mad that Ronnie Bell's on the team. I don't think he's that great either. But everybody's 5th or 6th receiver is A, not that good, like not that sparkly, and B, I don't care if you're wide receiver 8. You miss a ball, that's on you. You're a professional football player. That's not on the coaching staff. That's not on John Lynch because Ronnie Bell dropped a ball. It's on Ronnie Bell.
It's on John Lynch for selecting the player, and it's on Kyle for the player still not being better.
It's one drop. You're going to go backwards now and call it a bad draft pick, which I don't even know what round it was.
I think it's 5th round.
Because he dropped the ball. I mean, Debo has dropped a ball. Brandon has dropped a ball. Brandon's dropped a few balls this year.
Right. It's not that this is a fireable offense, but you look at the picks, and yeah, he was a 7th round pick. So a late throwaway pick, although we don't get to say that anymore because of Brock Purdy. Those are no longer throwaway picks. Those are, you better be a Hall of Famer because that's where that bar has been set.
Jawan, too, by the way.
Sorry about that.
Those are both 7th round picks that were running all over the field last week.
Tatum Bethune, this last year, 7th rounder. He's played a couple of games on special teams, but it's not about, Cowing versus Bell, because if you're getting down to a Cowing versus Bell debate, your team is either not very good or racked with injury or both. But I'm just anxious to see Cowing. He was behind. Remember, he got hurt.
Yep.
And so he was behind in camp, but he's been able to play special teams 3 weeks now. So he's clearly healthy enough and good enough to be out on teams, but is he not good enough to at least be out there and run a couple of routes?
I also remember, and I can't remember if it was Brandon who said this, but someone told us a few years ago at the wide receiver position, it actually might have even been before I got over here, it might have been Kendrick Bourne, but it's something that has been discussed in the NFL for a while, which is that for a wide receiver, Kyle Shanahan's playbook is one of the hardest to learn right out of the gate in the whole league. That's a reputation. I'm not a wide receiver. I've never read the playbook. I don't know. That's what I'm told by those who are in it trying to learn it. And so I don't think it's crazy. And I know we do this and we've done it with Steve Kerr, like, gosh, stop hating on the young people or whatever. But when you're early in a season and early in a career like that, even if physically you're like all things are equal, or gosh, even if Cowing, you're like, oh no, he's a little bit better. But it's the 4th quarter of a close game on the road. Who am I going to trust right here to run the right route? I get it. I get it when coaches are like, let me take the guy who, hang on, let me just take the guy here for a moment who's been here for a little while. I get it. Obviously, it would have been better if he had caught the ball.
Yes. And the real truth of this is, if Ricky Pearsall had not been shot,
there's that too.
Ricky Pearsall is the guy who's playing and Ronnie Bell is not. Conley's played 58 snaps. Ronnie Bell's played 49 snaps. Jacob Cowing, 0 snaps. So could he not be out there for 5 or 6 and get the toe in the water like they did Garendo? That's the part where fans are questioning what's going on, because Ronnie Bell, 2nd year, he's kind of had the dropsies in the short time of his career.
He had it in the preseason when he was a rookie. And then he had it in this game. I don't know. Does he have any other high-profile drops that I'm blanking on? I've never
give me Greg Cosell, who's seen every snap of Brock Purdy's career.
But you know what I mean? I remembered in the preseason last year, but who cares? Right. I don't care that he dropped balls in the preseason. I thought he was fine in the very, very limited duty that he had last year. That's always been my perception of Ronnie Bell. Not like offensive until Sunday.
No. Well, it just looks to me like he has the yips. You know, when the ball's coming to him, you got nerves, and maybe he's pressing, he's trying too hard to make a big play.
But did it look like that before this Sunday? Ever before?
I think he's had issues with drops. I'll have to go back and look at the tape tonight. I'll go through every one of Ronnie Bell's targets, and I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. Raj in San Jose with Willie and
There are only
Diddy.
16 of them, so it won't take that long.
Good point. Hi, Raj.
Hey, what's up, guys? I think this whole Ronnie Bell talk is just complete nonsense. He's a second-year player. He ran a good route. If he makes that catch, we're having a whole different conversation on this. We as, Niner fans should be, trying to get him confidence, not, dragging down and saying, let's cut him. Aiyuk, if anything, needs criticism because he showed up out of shape, but we still got Guerrero. Guerrero seemed like he's a good short down back. He could probably get those 2-yard gains consistently if you ever need 2 yards. And then you got, Patrick Taylor, too, as a third string, who was really good at college. So I think this could be our time to, really get these young guys involved while these, veterans are out. And I think that's just going to help the Niners down the road if, just in case, we do lose, Kittle for the season or, God forbid, lose someone else. But that's just my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, Raj, thanks. I appreciate it. I mean, there is always that possibility that this is a big old silver lining and that 5 weeks from now, the 49ers are experiencing relative health, and then people who, weren't going to get experience, got experience, and that makes you a deeper team down the road. Sure.
Yeah,
it's
potentially.
Possible.
And he's got 49 snaps, so let's not overblow how much Ronnie Bell.
Yeah.
So
but he's mentioning Guerrero. Let's have a scenario. Yeah. What if by week 11, Christian McCaffrey is playing football again? And now you got Jordan Mason and you got Guerrero, but you got Guerrero who had about 8 weeks of some experience that he wasn't going to get.
I'll give you that.
You know what I mean? That's all possible.
Yeah, and it's also possible that you're 3-6. And so then maybe McCaffrey gets shelved and then Guerrero gets a lot more experience because as it sits right now, McCaffrey likely out for 4 to 6 more weeks. So you're aiming for after the bye. Debo, we don't know. I haven't seen any reports of him, and what he's doing. I know he won't be at practice because he's out for a couple of weeks. And George Kittle becomes the really interesting one for me because it seems like of the 3 injuries, his was the least severe.
And I think that the practice reports today bear out exactly what you're saying. There was no mention of Debo because they had already mentioned last week that he would miss this week as well. So I think the 2 things you're looking for going into practice today are participation from Brock Purdy and George Kittle, and you got it.
Yep.
And for Brock, you got it at full participation with absolutely no constraints. That's wonderful. And George, you got it on a limited basis, which I'd also argue is a good thing because it would be stupid for them to make him a full go when what he was dealing with was a hamstring and he's George Kittle.
Yeah.
He's very experienced. You don't need to overly worry about Wednesday, but if you're practicing him on a Wednesday, I think that means they're feeling pretty good about his chances to be ready to go this week.
Agreed. And he was limited, which means the hamstring's feeling well enough for him to go out there and run around on the side and be at least a participant. It will be interesting to see tomorrow where he comes out on the report if he's still limited. Maybe Friday he's a full go and you start to ramp him up. The other one that is I'm going to keep one eye on, not 2 eyes, Trent Williams, who is sick. And, sometimes if you're sick, you could have, an illness that would prevent you from being around other people. And if you're really sick, that might cost you a game. And we know that so far, even when Trent's been healthy, he's had IVs in the last 2 games. So from a health standpoint, of course, you're always hoping that everyone's healthy, but Trent's needed a couple of IVs. He's been fatigued and exhausted at games, and now he's sick. This is not a good start for Trent.
I actually called Trent and found out what the illness is. Trent is sick with a case of the 36s.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. So that's the name of his
he always
disease.
gets a Veteran Day.
Yeah.
But normally when he gets the Veteran Day, they just say, he was out for a Veteran Day.
Yeah. By the way, here's Kyle Shanahan on the all the injuries.
Javon Hargrave, triceps will not practice. Debo, calf, won't practice. D. Winters, ankle, won't practice. Trent Williams is sick, won't practice. George Kittle, hamstring, limited.
Brock Purdy's full go?
Full
everything.
go, yep.
Okay, so there's the update. By the way, sneaky one in there that's unfortunate, which is that D. Winters is also just in the bucket of won't practice. And I was worried about that. When they said ankle injury last week, there wasn't really a whole lot made about it. I think that there is some bubbling below the surface excitement about D. Winters based on what we saw in the preseason, and add that with the angst of Devondre Campbell. I'd love to see him get in there, and the tone that you just heard today would suggest that D is not trending in the right direction.
No, and he's played 6 snaps, and it was a re-injury of the ankle that he'd been dealing with, and I'm not going to go too far with my medical doctor degree, but I'll just say that's not good.
It's not good.
When you have a couple of weeks where you're out with an injury and within 6 snaps, it's a re-injury. So now that leads me to the questions about the defense again, because what are you going to do? You've got Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, who's played about 25%, and he's normally your third linebacker when you play your base defense. And then you've got the aforementioned Devondre Campbell, who's played 92% of the snaps. Great against the run.
Yep.
A little scary against the pass. So not only do you have no Javon Hargrave, you got Charvarius Mooney-Ward, who might be a little bit hampered, not listed on the injury report. And, you got no D. Winters, you got no Dre Greenlaw. It's going to be up to the coordinator to do some creative things here.
Until this lasts longer, I'm going to believe that it's at least possible, if not probable, that the 49er defense is in a period of evaluating, tweaking, figuring it out, new coordinators, some new positions, all of that stuff. I know everybody at the beginning of the season could argue that, but these are the 49ers. They get a little bit more of a track record than some of these other teams. And so when you say, well, gee, how are they going to fix it? I mean, I can't sit here and give you the X's and O's of how they're going to fix it, but I don't think it's out of the question that the players you're watching now just play better. This is the most simplistic answer I could give you, but I don't think that that's crazy. I think the coordinator can try some new things. If the vanilla's not working, you know what I mean? Put some sprinkles on it.
Yep.
Like, let's go.
I was a big fan of the caramel sauce as a kid.
Yeah. Make it one of those ice cream shops that's got all the toppings over there in the bowls. Put some Reese's or some Butterfinger. I don't know, some M&Ms. Stick that in there, mix it up, and see if you can be a little bit more of a delicious defense.
And I like the analogy. I like the sweet treats. And the other piece, which is not sexy, but Javon Hargrave is most likely to go on IR if he hasn't already. I don't think he would have mentioned the injury until he goes on IR.
They did not say IR.
So once he goes on IR, then there's going to be a corresponding move. I know they signed somebody to the practice squad today, but they're going to have to find somebody to come up and play that D-line.
Yeah, T.Y. McGill. There's a couple other players on the practice squad that are probably competing for the roster spot. I'd expect that you'd get that a little bit later in the week.
Tomorrow, Friday.
They're also waiting for Kalia Davis to get back healthy.
Right.
Once he comes back, he's probably that roster.
Yeah, but I was looking at the knee injury, and it seemed like that one was going to be half the year.
Well, and he's IR, but that would only mean he has to be there at least one more week, right? Just one more week.
Yeah.
That was preseason.
I think Dip is right, though. It's going to be a little bit longer.
Okay.
But when he is available, unless someone else just absolutely blows their expectations away, it's probably Kalia's spot.
Let's go to Ryan in Irvine. Hi, Ryan. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Hey, I just wanted to say I really appreciate your guys' show because I appreciate your guys' perspective. I think, Willard, you're a little more optimistic, positive. Dibs, I think you're more like me, a little more pessimistic, I think, by nature. But here's my 2 points. Here comes my pessimism. I heard a stat that said that no team has ever started 1-2 and ever made a conference championship. So if the Niners are going to do it this year, it would be historic. And then I had a question about Kyle Shanahan. You just mentioned a few minutes ago that he's notoriously hard on wide receivers, and a lot of guys have mentioned just how hard it is to pick up the playbook as a wide receiver in Kyle's system. But I just get frustrated because I see rookies, and I'm just going to call it what it is. I think the goal, if they're going to win a Super Bowl, in my head, I'm like, they're facing Kansas City, and you're going to have to beat them eventually. I just think that's the way that they're going to have to win a Super Bowl. You're going to have to beat the best team, and that's Kansas City right now. But look how Andy uses his rookies. Xavier Worthy is a one-trick pony. The guy has speed. He can't block. He's light, but like right out of the gates, he's using them on end arounds and creating plays that fit his skill set. Of course, he doesn't have the full playbook, but that doesn't keep him off the field. And I just feel like if Kyle's system is so amazing, it's intuitive, it's genius. I hate to use that word because it gets thrown around way too much, but why can't he use Cowing, who literally is like our only guy on the roster right now that has very difficult speed to defend? He can't use them for any end arounds or get creative to use them. Sure, he doesn't know how to block every scheme. He doesn't know how to read every single defense or know the entire playbook, but he can't get them on the field more than at all. I mean, it's just crazy to me.
All right, Ryan, let's jump in on this because thank you for calling. It's an interesting call. Let's start with the factual error. Yeah. Yes, plenty of teams that have gone 1-2 have made the conference championship, including the Niners 2 years ago.
Right, but what I discovered during that call was that no team has started 1-2 and won the conference championship game.
Interesting.
And I'll look to confirm that, but
okay.
Yeah, I just
that's
what I saw initially because the Niners, Grandy was pointing out in our ear, they did start 1-2 and they made the Super Bowl.
The loss against the Broncos with Jimmy running out of the back of the end zone made them 1-2, and they went to the conference championship game and
back-to-back blown fourth quarter leads by Kyle Shanahan.
And don't forget, I don't know if this matters. I don't know where they were the year that they were 3-5. The previous year, and
they were 2-1.
They were 2-1, but they were 3-5, which I would argue is worse than 1-2 because you're halfway through the season. And that team made the conference championship.
That was the wild year where they were 2-0, and then they lost 4 in a row.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. And then Jimmy needed to play the Rams well on a Monday night, or else he was going to lose his job. And they beat the Rams by 21 points and went to 4-5, and ended up in LA with a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. We'll stop right there.
They lost 5 of 6, even.
Yeah,
because they lost 3 in a row. They had the bye. And then they came out and laid an egg against the Colts at home.
Oh, that game I still remember. Oh, man. That was the game. The weather was terrible, right?
It was a Sunday night game.
It was raining. Oh, it was raining like crazy. And they looked awful. I mean, brutal. Carson Wentz, right?
Yeah, your memory sometimes is quietly impressive.
Gosh.
And then they followed that up with a win in Chicago, only to return home and get killed by Colt McCoy and the Cardinals.
Colt McCoy and the Cardinals, which was probably, we talked about it last week. I mean, that was one of the real memorable frustration moments where you're like, what the hell is this? What is this team?
Yeah.
Well, a really good playoff team, as it turned out.
And we were just getting to know a running back who is still doing it at this hour. I'm looking for James Conner. He had 3 touchdowns in that game.
James Conner is this generation's Curtis Martin.
Yeah,
although
pretty good.
Probably not fair because James is probably not as old as he seems. How old is James Conner?
It's got to be like 40.
It feels like he's been around. Yeah, he's been
29
around.
years old.
29. He's not even 30 yet. He's essentially the same age as Christian McCaffrey. But we're like, man, that guy's old. It does. It feels like he's been around for a long time. And that's a compliment to him because running backs do not usually continue to produce when they're given a bunch of carries a bunch of years in a row. But we'll see. Maybe he's one of those guys. Curtis Martin turned 30 and was like, watch this. I'm about to get better.
Yeah, LaDainian Tomlinson, another guy who north of 30 was pretty dominant. Something happened in that game that night that we haven't seen yet this season. Brandon Aiyuk caught a touchdown pass.
Come on, man.
From Jimmy Garoppolo.
I thought that was against the rules.
It is this year.
Oh, 415 is texting in something that I think is right. Remember the year that Emmett held out?
Yeah.
The Cowboys went 0-2, and I think they won the Super Bowl.
The year that Emmett held out?
I think that's correct.
92?
Yeah, thank you for the text. Xfinity Mobile text line. I think that's correct. But, yeah, check us on that. I know they started 0-2, and then they went and paid Emmett. And I think they won the whole banana.
It wasn't 92.
91, perhaps? No, 93?
Anyway.
I'm just racking through all of their... Yeah, 93.
There you go. And did they win the banana?
Yeah, they got by a Buffalo team.
Snuck by them?
Yeah, so there you go, 1-2.
All right, so the Super Bowl is
allowed to happen.
It's not off the table. Now to his other point, which is an interesting one. It was when he brought up Xavier Worthy. Why can Andy Reid find ways to get these guys on the field?
Week 1.
And not that stiff lemon booty Kyle Shanahan? Well, let me just answer it this way. I think it's a fair question. Should he have like sort of a cowing playbook? I think when you do it that way, the way that's being suggested, it's a little too telegraphed. It's like he can't even get on the field. And then all of a sudden he's on the field. And, I think the defense sort of gets clued in. But I would say you're going to have a hard time comparing Xavier Worthy to Jacob Cowing. That conversation made it sound like, well, that's their speed guy that they drafted, and this is our speed guy. Xavier Worthy is a first-round draft pick who broke the damn record at the combine for the 40 drill. That's not Jacob Cowing. Jacob Cowing's a guy who's just still sitting there in the 4th round like, anybody going to do anything? We've been drafting for 3 days now. Xavier Worthy's a first-round draft pick who went to Texas and ran like crazy. So
Cowing 4.38 at the combine.
No, he's fast.
I mean, he's fast enough to return kicks, but we can't even jet sweep him, Kyle.
Well, like Deebo Samuel's on the team. You're going to jet sweep Jacob Cowing?
Can he not get the pop pass that Brandon Aiyuk got here this past Sunday?
No.
Where he goes in jet sweep motion and it's just that little boop.
You know what you'd all
just
do?
Boop?
And watch. You do that, he drops it or he fumbles, and the next sentence is, what is he doing on the field? Like, that's all I'm saying.
4.38.
That's just running. That's not
That's singing. That's running.
That's not football. That's the underwear Olympics with no one in your way.
Xavier Worthy 4.21.
Like, hey, kid, there's a line over there. Run. It's not a play. It's not a playbook. It's just, dude, you don't even have a helmet. You don't have pads. You don't have pants. You barely have shoes. Just run. That's not football. So, like, I'm not sitting here saying it's the wrong idea. I'm just saying we can't assume these things. Jacob Cowing should be in. I've never even seen him.
Well, you're not assuming it, but
it sounds like it.
Well, you're assuming
Ronnie Bell's in. Why not Jacob Cowing? Well, he told you. He's a rook, and he ain't ready.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy, also a rookie.
First-round draft pick.
Right, but
who has 6 catches for the year.
Yep.
That's all.
5 carries.
Yeah.
Puka Nacua last year, 4th-round pick, also a rookie, and he had 10 catches. He had 25 catches the first 2 games.
Pretty sure he's a 5th-round pick.
There you go.
But my argument would be,
my point is even getting better and better.
No, because you're crossing points that don't add up. You're making it sound like every human being who's drafted is the same thing, and that's provably false. Like Puka Nacua, checks notes, is really flipping good. And nobody knew that.
Until he played.
Right. Actually,
Jacob Cowing could be this year's Puka Nacua.
I'd argue, no, that's not inaccurate.
He's allowed to be.
He's allowed to be. But why did they go to Puka week 1? Because they knew. We didn't know, but they knew. They knew after OTAs and 5 weeks of camp, they're like, yo, we got something. The 49ers went through OTAs, 5 weeks of camp, and they looked at Jacob Cowing and went, you're not ready. I accept that. They are the experts. They are there every day. They are watching this. They know.
They've been wrong before.
Yes, of course. But to will that down to one play at the end of a Rams game because Ronnie Bell dropped it, I'm sorry, that's not fair.
It's bigger than one play.
It's not.
It is because
no one thought of Jacob Cowing until he dropped that pass.
We thought about it on Friday when the GM or the president of football ops, whatever his title is, said, "Hey, you might be seeing some young Cowing out there."
We thought of it because he said it,
and he said
we
it
hadn't
because
thought of it before that.
Why would he say it?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah, me
I'd
too.
like to.
Me too. He threw a he threw a curveball out there.
Well, and I don't know if you have the Shanahan answer to it and the question asked about Cowing, but he all but said, no, that wasn't the plan.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Yeah, what I heard him say is John Lynch, you should keep his name out your mouth.
They said to him, hey, John Lynch said Cowing might play. What's your thought?
Because it wasn't the plan. If there would have been an injury, he would have, but he wasn't ready to do that yet, and so we kept him at punt returner. But you have 5 guys up, so if someone did get hurt, he had to be ready, and then he would have got those reps.
You getting close to being ready for that?
We'll see this week. Nothing's happened here in the last few days. We got practice today, and we'll see how he does. I hope so.
Yeah. I mean, how about this week? Is he close?
Well, we haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, I mean,
it was a day off yesterday, and so we'll see. And, what I heard Kyle saying in that is, no, he's not going to be ready.
I hear that too.
Whether it's my beautiful laminated play sheet or the verbiage of my plays or whatever it is, if he doesn't think he's ready, then why isn't he ready? Is he not able to learn the scheme and get ready, or are you not coaching him up the correct way?
Dibs, it is September 25th of a 4th-round pick's rookie year. When did we make this the line by which players need to succeed?
Well, he doesn't have to. It's not like succeed now or you're a bust, but you've got one receiver who's been shot, another receiver who is injured, and another receiver who just isn't really good at catching the football. So can we rush him a little bit?
No.
Can we speed this process up a little bit?
The Patriots stink and used their 3rd overall pick on a quarterback, and they're not playing him this week. Why?
What's quarterback?
Why aren't they playing him?
Because they got a veteran who's won in this league.
Coach him up. Let's go. Chop, chop. Like, what? Where did this come from?
It's apples and oranges, going quarterback to receiver. Easier to hit the field
and you going Jacob Cowing to Puka Nacua.
He's a rookie.
And not all rookies are built the same.
And you were using the comp of draft position, and he got drafted higher than Puka Nacua did.
Yes. The comp was Xavier Worthy, and it should not be a comp. That was literally my point.
Right.
These are not chess pieces. They're people. And it's going to take some of them some time. I had no idea that by week 3, we were going to be having Jacob Cowing conversations. I'm hopeful that he is something. I'd love to see what he looks like. But my goodness, to look at the coaching staff and either say, why isn't he in there? And if he's not, then what are you doing wrong? Oh my God.
Can he not get a snap? I mean, obviously he can't even get a play. He can return kicks.
He was up.
He can muff punts.
He was on the team.
So he muffs a punt, and then he gets to be a punt returner again because he's really fast and
but that's totally
he's good
different.
at that.
That's totally different than reading defenses and running routes. It's totally different.
There's got to be a play that he can comfortably run in the NFL and something that you can comfortably call. And you did the same thing with Garendo in week 2. He was, okay, now he's ready.
It's a running back.
1 carry
it's a running back.
Get off the field.
Running back's a completely easier position to start.
I don't know about that.
No question.
You got to read holes. You got to know the play call and all that. You got to pass protect.
I mean, the data is years long. Rookie running backs have an easier time getting started than rookie wide receivers normally. Under normal circumstances.
Is there not a play or a handful of things that he can do on offense?
But why is that the conversation? Why is that the obsession?
Because you need receivers.
No, I don't think you do. You need the one you have to squeeze the orange and hold on to it.
And he isn't good at doing that.
And apparently this one's not ready to either. You might not have even run the right route if he had been out there.
So now we're going to go with Jennings and Aiyuk. And just a sprinkle of Conley and more Ronnie Bell.
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
yes, that's exactly what they're going to do.
You draft these guys so you could develop them and play them. I don't think that you were thinking about a draft and stash with Cowing because you're putting them out there on special teams.
I don't think you know. You don't know when you draft them. And everyone goes at their own pace, and every position is different, and then every situation is different. You're also not thinking that you're going to end up in week 3 with no Kittle and no Debo. That's not part of the plan.
And no Pearsall.
Yeah.
Well, here you are. And so now maybe you rush him. You cram him. You get him ready to go out there and make an impact for an offense that needs another receiver.
Why?
Because you need a receiver.
You didn't know before the game that Ronnie Bell was going to drop the ball.
You knew that Ronnie Bell wasn't that highly thought of because you barely played Ronnie Bell last year. So you come in now.
You had healthy receiving core last year.
Well, you've got Conley, and Conley played 20 snaps.
Yeah.
So you're clearly searching for an answer, and you've got a guy that you drafted in the 4th round.
Interesting.
And he can go on special teams, but he's not ready to play offense. I need to be told why. What is he not ready for?
Well, he's not going to tell you that.
Of course he's not.
Yeah, because that's gonna bleep on his player. Why would a coach do that?
Well, he doesn't know the offensive stuff, and his route running is sloppy.
For 3 weeks, you want Kyle Shanahan to trash him to the media?
Instead, you put a guy out there who is not capable of catching the football.
Well, and what you're suggesting is let's put someone in favor of that person who maybe can't even run the route.
Well, we don't know. We don't know where his where his shortcomings are.
They do.
Right.
They know.
Well, then if they know, then either he's never going to be good enough, or they need to do a better job of getting him ready.
Can I inject another name into this?
Sure.
Why is Ronnie Bell out there over Chris Conley, who made multiple big catches in the postseason?
That, I think, is a great question. That was the question I had.
You get credit for that.
No, I'm not. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about Jacob Cowing. I'm excited to see him. The same way I'm excited to see any draft pick. But I'm going to largely accept a coach who says that a player who's been a professional for 3 weeks isn't ready. I'm going to accept that. Conley, however, is an accomplished NFL receiver and better than Ronnie Bell in my eyes. They're different, so I don't know if it was the route that they were going to run or what it is. And that would be an interesting question. Why not a lot more of Conley, who has more experience in the NFL? I'd love to hear Kyle answer that question.
Yeah, and 4.35 speed, and he had, as I'm checking the box score, 0 targets for Chris Conley.
Yeah.
He played 20 snaps, and he didn't get a throw. But yeah, let's find Ronnie Bell.
That's where it went.
That play was called for Ronnie Bell. That was a schemed up play, as I told Greg Cosell earlier. That was a master class of play calling.
Yes, if the look was there, then that was where he was supposed to throw it, and it was. It was executed perfectly, except for the catch.
Yeah. There's that.
I just don't like.
Other
to me,
than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
Yeah, like to me, this just isn't it's just not a Jacob Cowing conversation. It's a Ronnie Bell conversation. We can have that, but like it sounds like you're almost either saying 3 weeks in, either one of two things is true. Ronnie Bell's a bust, or the Niner coaching staff is doing him wrong so far.
Well, I don't know.
That feels a little hot.
Well, let's coach him up. What I'm saying is, you've got a player that you drafted. You like the player. You like the pick. And this is week 3.
What does that mean, coach him up?
Get him ready to do something.
They're
now,
trying.
maybe he's not ready to run the whole stem. Maybe he's not ready to run a bang 8. But he's clearly ready to do something. He's ready to touch the football for your special teams.
What's a bang 8?
It's I'd have to look at my route tree, but
you look for a defender.
That's a great question.
Wearing the number 8, run over to him, bang!
I had a bunch of jokes about my college dating career, but I withdrew.
I bet you do.
Don't talk about that.
I ran a lot of bang 4s in my day. That's all I'm going to say.
I think Carl.
Am I right?
Carl wants to come after me on this.
Number 4.
Hi, Carl. Carl's in Hayward. Hey, Carl. I appreciate your call. What's up?
So, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I don't like to intervene. I love the back and forth, but I will pick a side today. Willard, you're wrong. You're wrong, because let me tell you why. And you're semi-right, and we didn't know Ronnie Bell was going to do this to us in this game, right? So
you're wrong. Didn't last very long, but go ahead, Carl.
Yeah. So we find out this game, okay, Ronnie Bell. Now, if you got a 4.3 speed guy, like Dib's saying, you have to, if you send him in motion full speed, you find out the defense is man zone, you can figure things out. There's ways to get him on the field, either as a decoy or just to use his pure speed, which speed kills, and everybody knows that. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. I just don't, I'm not, Jerry Rice was a 4.5 guy, he's the GOAT. Like, speed in the NFL, do you know what it is if you're a 4.3 guy? You're probably staring at another one who's guarding you. We can't take 4.3 speed and go, so he's amazing, run a play for him. He may not know where to go yet. He may be having a hard time. I don't know.
If it's week 3 and there's not something that he can do, a thing, then
of course
that's
there
on.
is.
Well, then let's do it.
Why?
Because what you're doing with Ronnie Bell doesn't work.
You didn't know that before the play.
You did.
No, you
because
didn't.
earlier in the game.
So he dropped one ball. We got to take him out.
He dropped 2 balls.
Then you better pull Brandon out 4 different times this year.
Well, you gave him $30 million.
No, he can't catch.
Yeah, because 71 grabs last year is a fluke.
Dibs.
Mark, we're talking about unproven versus unproven who we've never seen.
I would not argue you're talking about unproven versus unproven. Ronnie Bell has 3 touchdown catches in the NFL.
Right.
Like, they do not have this concept that if we ever throw him the ball, he's definitely going to drop it. Like, that's not the way we look at it. And fans who are saying that, you're cherry picking because you haven't said that before. If someone had called us last week and gone, I'm really worried because Debo's out and Ronnie Bell drops everything we throw, nobody said that. Everybody's saying it after the fact. Your hindsight glasses are out and on and unfair.
Untrue, because if Pearsall hadn't gotten shot and Debo hadn't gotten hurt, Ronnie Bell wouldn't be on this team. Your receivers would be Jennings and Brandon and Debo and Chris and Pearsall and Cowing. And Ronnie would be...
You don't know that. It's likely based on recency of the draft and nothing else, but you don't know that.
I'm pretty sure of it.
He might have been on the practice squad, and he might have got called up and jumped Jacob.
He probably would have been cut, and he would be a Carolina Panther.
Oh, someone else would have picked him up.
A team that doesn't have any wide receivers.
They have wide.
They're allowed to have wide receivers. I get it.
I had one of them in fantasy this week. It went wonderfully. Deontay Johnson.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Wide receiver, Carolina Panthers.
Yeah. Make sure you start Chuba Hubbard this week against Steiny.
I will.
Okay. Because he's...
You know who I'm starting him instead of? Ramondre Stevenson.
That's a smart move.
You hitting the bench, Ramondre, because I ain't rooting for you this weekend.
And the Niners are good against the run.
You're benching a running back against this Niner defense?
Uh-huh.
The Niner run D is decent at worst.
You watch, Grandy.
Kyron coming off of 3 touchdowns.
Don't we play PPR? We got PPR, right?
Yeah.
Chuba.
Full point.
Chuba's going to get like 6 catches this week against that Bengals defense.
Best of luck.
All right. Thank you. I'll make my decisions, Mr. 0-3.
If you're on hold, stay there. Come at Willard. Mr. 0-3. Man, Lizzie's ahead of Lubman. Did you hear Lubman this morning?
Lizzie crying. What happened?
Well, he's like, my fantasy teams are 1-8. I'm so done with fantasy. I hate it. I give it up. Never again. Until next year.
Until next week.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
His team stinks.
Well, the Kristen thing will get you.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, he started his draft at pick 25 or something.
Ouch, babe.
That's kind of hard.
Yep.
We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. We'll get to more of your calls. I think we got something to say about the Collie. That's coming up next as well on Willard and Dibs.
You're wrong. Let me tell you why. And you're semi-right.
Get 15% off a set of Brake Mess Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Metallica.
No. Okay, you right. You're wrong. Let me tell you why. And you're semi-right.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Might be the most sports radio thing I've ever heard in my life. Always right and always wrong all the time.
No. Okay, you right.
That's right. Phil Mo.
That's kind of a good tagline for our show. Always right and always wrong.
Always
Willard and Dibs.
Wrong. Yeah. Or we could just call ourselves right and wrong and let people decide which is which.
Yeah.
You're right. I do think I'm right.
Yeah.
I do. So do you. And that's fine. That's kind of the whole point.
It is.
But anyway, it's not even that. It's just perspective, right? Like this is how I see it. I'm going to, unless I think the coach is a Momo, like I'm going to assume that someone who's in practice with everybody every day, they're also with them outside of practice. They have meals with them. They're literally teaching them the whole deal. I'm going to assume that they're not just on a whim when they decide who got the playing time. Now, often you work your way in, you get a look, you do well with it, you get more, or someone else gets hurt, you get an opportunity. Oh, wow, looks like we found something. His name's Brock Purdy or Draymond Green or whatever. But, dude, I in general, I got no issues with a coach, any sport, looking at a rookie and just being like, doesn't look ready to me, especially 3 weeks into a year.
But the same rookie is being charged with one of the most important jobs on the field, which is fielding punts. So he's ready to do that, but he's not ready to also handle the ball on offense in a very rudimentary way.
I would just argue that catching punts and returning them is like 1/1000th of the scheme of running an offensive play.
Well,
like catch the ball, catch the ball, don't drop it, don't get killed. If you can get some yards, good for you.
The scheme can be as easy as go in motion in front of my quarterback in the pistol, and he's just going to flip it to you, and then you run really, really fast. End of scheme.
And they would be 3-0 if they'd done that.
Not saying that.
Well,
I'm just saying I want to see it. I want to see it.
You don't get to.
You know what I don't want to see?
You're not running the show.
I don't want to see number 10, which, by the way, is a bit of a cursed number with the Niners now.
Well, I don't know.
Kyle Williams?
Jimmy
Garoppolo?
Is that a curse? When do a Super
Yeah, it's not.
You know, I'll never
possibly
know.
I read the list of number 10s with the Niners.
Yeah.
There's a couple kickers in there, but it's not an illustrious list of guys who've worn 10.
Great number, though. It's a great album by Pearl Jam.
Jeremy Hogan.
Let's go to Bob in the city.
Do it.
Hi, Bob. Bob?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's
Great
up?
show. Yeah, I felt a little bad for Ronnie Bell, actually. I mean, everybody's been on his case all week, and I'm like, wow, okay. But I think it's a technique thing. He's not really looking the ball into his hands. So, I mean, he just does the extra time with his coach, and they start working on that. I don't see why. He ran the route great. He just had cement hands, I guess. But that's what I see. It's just a technical thing. And if I was Ronnie Bell, I'd call up Jerry Rice, since he's always on the field, and say, hey, man, show me how to catch the ball, you know? So I think instead of focusing on the other guy, we should focus on getting Ronnie Bell right.
Bob, thanks. Yeah,
Let's get
thanks
him on
very
the judge
much.
machine, Bob.
I don't know, man. These are NFL receivers. We got to teach them how to catch?
Yes.
How the hell did they get to this position?
Because he runs 4.38. That's how. They went to
Ronnie-
Michigan. Yeah.
Ronnie
That's a
does?
great question.
Yeah, Ronnie's quick.
Okay, understood. Right. What does Jacob run?
Jacob's 4.39, I believe.
Okay,
I was Googling this.
what was Ronnie?
Ronnie's, I think, 4.3,
Okay.
4.3 and change.
Great.
Xavier Worthy, 4.21.
Right. But let's forget Xavier for a second. So everyone who wants to call right now and tell me that you're supposed to run a play for Jacob Cowing because he's fast, what you just said is Ronnie Bell's faster.
Ronnie Bell ran a 4.54 at the combine. Cowling ran a 4.38.
There you go.
Sluggish
All right,
4.54.
Now that's a better point. I have no idea what the hell 40 he ran, but if he's running, it's not like Ronnie Bell's slow, but
By NFL standards,
well, now
4.54, you're a linebacker.
Yeah, well, no. The number just changed. The goalpost just got moved on.
It did.
Anyway.
Anyhow.
What about this? Real quick, before we run out of time. I don't have anything lengthy to say here. I don't even know if I have anything at all to say here, other than this. The whole thing just sucks. I feel so bad, and I know we've done this 1,000 times, so I already know that I'm going to get criticized for this because I'm a Giants fan. I know A's fans that you don't want to hear from the likes of me, but I'm sorry because you're on my mind. I just want to say that I'm thinking about everybody who goes out either tonight or tomorrow to the last games at the Coliseum. Don't steal things. I already know you're going to get caught. They caught a bunch of people last night. They're not bulldozing the Coliseum, so they don't want you to take it apart. You can't leave with a chair. But I'm thinking about you and relocation in sports, whatever the owner has in their mind, from John Fisher to Dean Spanos to everybody else who's been doing this for decades now. I just think it's a very, very strange idea that often does not bear the fruit that you think it does. Your greed does not pay off, and I think it's awful. I don't know what else to say. I'm just thinking about everybody who goes out there.
Yeah.
And if you grew up an A's fan and you went with your parents and this is hitting you in an emotional way, I really, really feel for you.
Yeah, it definitely is hitting me as a 25-year Oakland resident, and I raised my kids on going to the Coliseum for Raider games and A's games, certainly Warrior games, and I just have been reflecting on all the great days that I've spent out there, and probably the greatest Coliseum experience I have was October 3rd, 2012, and it was the game against Texas where winner take all in the AL West, and at the time, I had a policy with my kids who are now grown-ups, but you got one get-out-of-school free card a year. I'm going to give you a day where you call your shot and you get to skip school.
Okay.
And my son Quest would go to Great America with his Uncle Devin and ride the rides, and that was his day. My son Keon, who was 9 at the time, wanted to go to this game. So I actually bought tickets, which as a media guy, it's rare. And it was a hot day, and we sat underneath the overhang, and we had a day. My 9-year-old son and I, and they hit that fly ball to center field. The A's were already down 5-0. They rallied, and Josh Hamilton kind of meandered under it. And as you know, that's a high sky at Oakland. And those fly balls in day games, they can be problematic. And Josh Hamilton had himself a problem, and the Coliseum erupted, and the A's went on to win that game. One of the many, many great memories I had there. So as much as I'll miss the A's have kind of been dead to me for about 4 years, thanks to John Fisher. But I'm going to miss that building. The building. I know the Oakland Roots are going to play there, and that'll be